World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 136 to Chapter 172. 17th of November. Fang Ping's team found their mission target again. Zhao Qing and the others who were following Fang Ping saw Fang Ping's silhouette flicker before his toes pierced the opponent's throat at an unbelievable angle. Cough, bang. In the blink of an eye, they saw the peak rank 1 martial artist in front of them fall to the ground, convulsing. Zhao Qing's expression changed slightly. He whispered, "Captain, I've improved a little recently." Fang Ping said it calmly, but to Zhao Qing and the others, this was not just improvement. Fang Ping's ability had always been stronger in the special training class. Previously, Fang Ping had to fight a peak rank 1 for a while, even needing them to hold the line before he could finish the battle. Now, it was completely different. Against a peak rank 1, it was almost equivalent to an instant kill. It might also have something to do with the target's weak ability this time. Fang Ping said nothing more. The instructor who had been following them soon appeared at the scene. After observing for a while, he looked at Fang Ping, a rare smile on his face. "Decisive, one-hit kill. You finally earned the title of Newcomer King." Fang Ping did not say anything. He had exchanged his life for this. Starting from the second until now, he had accepted a total of 7 missions in half a month. Other than 3 capturing missions, the other 4 were killing missions. In half a month, he had killed 4 martial artists with his own hands. Including the incident in school, he had only been in school for less than 3 months, and the number of martial artists who had died in his hands had already reached 6. Before entering martial arts university, Fang Ping had never thought about this. After so many times, Fang Ping's mentality was changing bit by bit, and his combat style was also constantly changing. At first, he was afraid and could not bear to do it. Now, he was used to it. His attacks were simple and ruthless, and there were obvious changes in each mission. The rank 5 instructor said, "For this mission, Fang Ping gets 60%. The others split it equally." Zhao Qing and the other 2 had no objections, and neither did Fang Ping. Although he was the one who killed them, Zhao Qing and the others had put in a lot of effort to find them. Sometimes, the difficulty of a mission was not killing, but finding them. Some of these wanted targets hid very well, and some only gave a rough location. Fang Ping's ability to find targets so quickly was the main reason why he had completed 7 missions in half a month. Other than the first 2 missions, Fang Ping had accumulated a total of 5 missions that he had yet to collect his credits from school. He calculated in his heart. 5 missions would give him a total of 15 credits. This did not take into account the double reward from the school. If it was taken into account, it would be 30 credits. This rate of earning credits was already extremely fast. As he was thinking about this, Fang Ping had already led his men out of the industrial park. Outside the industrial park, the local deputy director of the Department of Investigation Services was standing guard with a few people. When he saw Fang Ping and the others, he said joyfully, "Mr. Fang, there, he's already dead." Fang Ping replied. He could not help but glance at the deputy director. This was only the deputy director of the Department of Investigation Services in a small county. The county was small, and the Department of Investigation Services was not strong. Fang Ping did not see their director. This deputy director was only a peak rank 1. Looking at his physique, he might not even be able to fight. There were more and more such martial artists nowadays. Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. The number of pure vitality martial artists had increased after years of comfortable lives. Now, the catacombs were becoming more and more dangerous. What kind of changes would the higher-ups make? Actually, Fang Ping had also felt some changes. These days. Perhaps it was because the catacombs had become more dangerous. Recently, the policy had changed a little. Just these 2 days, the internet was turbulent. Suddenly, there was a rumor that the government might introduce a new policy. In the future, the ranking of casual martial artists would no longer be based on their vitality and number of bones honed. Previously, the ranking of casual martial artists was simpler. Rank 1 martial artists were judged by their vitality, and those above rank 1 would be judged by the number of bones honed. As for the ranking after bone honing, Fang Ping still did not know how to define it. However, it was said that it was related to standards like vitality and did not involve actual combat. Now, various departments were discussing agreements to change this situation and reintroduce the ranking. If the new policy was introduced, many vitality martial artists might lose their current status and rank. These few days, the internet was in a heated argument. In reality, it was also in a heated argument. The increasing number of vitality martial artists had also led to many vitality martial artists occupying high positions. Once the ranking was re-evaluated, would they still be able to maintain their current status? Not only did the vitality martial artists disagree, but a portion of the practical martial artists also felt that it was inappropriate. Some vitality martial artists could climb to high positions because of their other abilities. Once their status as martial artists was removed, some of the previously established policies would also have to be changed. Such a change would be more significant. There were also some people who suggested that the civil and military rule should be separated, with martial artists specializing in martial arts, and scholars specializing in civil affairs. Such a suggestion was also rejected. If that was really the case, would those powerhouses with great strength be willing to be ruled by those weak scholars? Would they be willing to simply be hired thugs and enter the catacombs to risk their lives? Some might be willing, but it did not mean that most martial artists would agree. These matters were still being discussed recently, and they did not have much to do with Fang Ping now. The thought flashed in his mind, and Fang Ping responded to the enthusiastic deputy director with a few words. After declining the invitation to have dinner that night, Fang Ping quickly left with Zhao Qing and the others. County City Hotel. Fang Ping gave Zhao Xuemei a call and asked about their progress. On Zhao Xuemei's side, after separating from Fang Ping, they had completed 2 missions, one less than Fang Ping's side. Also, someone in the team was slightly injured. Zhao Xuemei said a few words, and soon, Fang Ping heard Tang Songting interject. I asked around, Fu Chongdang's team has now accumulated 90 credits, not including the doubled reward from the school. Chen Yunqi's team is slightly less, with a total of 70 credits. Zhao Lei's team has the most. Although someone died, after recovering from their injuries, they still accepted rank 2 missions, and now have 100 credits. Yang Xiaoman's team is about the same as Fu Chongdang's. On our side, combined, we have a total of 94 credits, and this is with the 30 credits that Shifeng gave us last time. Otherwise, we would only have a little more than Chen Yunqi. Shifeng's mission last time was doubled, giving them 60 credits, which far exceeded the rank 2 mission reward. Even 30 was far more than that. Not including the additional 15 credits, Fang Ping's team now had less than 80 credits. Among the 5 teams, it was not considered high. At this moment, Tang Songting seemed a little anxious. More than half of the time until the end of the month had passed. If this continued, there was a high chance that the teams behind them would surpass them. Fang Ping thought for a moment, then said, Then what you mean is, this is what I'm thinking. We'll split into 2 teams, but not like this. You, me, and Zhao Xuemei will form a team and do rank 2 missions. Zhao Qing and the rest will form a team and do rank 1 missions. Our strength has increased a lot now. According to the current model, bringing Zhao Qing and the rest to do rank 2 missions won't be very useful. Or we can be more detailed and split into 3 teams. Zhou Yuehang and the rest will mainly be responsible for gathering information, negotiating with the Department of Investigation Services and the military to help us find people. As for us, we won't participate in this. We'll just wait for news and go straight to the mission target. What do you think? Tang Songting had broken down the role of a team. This was also a form of growth. Until now, Zhao Qing and the rest were following Fang Ping, so it was very difficult for them to interfere. If this continued, not only would they get fewer credits, they would also not have the chance to fight. Fang Ping thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then let's gather tomorrow and discuss the details. Even if we're doing logistics, we have to discuss the distribution plan. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Okay, let's not wait until tomorrow. We'll go tonight. Everyone agreed to meet at Jiasun City, near Magic City. Soon, Fang Ping and the rest drove straight to Jiasun. Jiasun City Hotel. When Fang Ping and the rest arrived, Zhao Xuemei and the rest were already there. They went straight to the private room in the restaurant. As soon as they entered the private room, Tang Songting said, "Everyone should know that we're currently ranked second in terms of credits. However, with our current efficiency, it'll be hard to keep second place. Even if we don't participate in the championship, everyone wants to earn more credits. The reward for first place is at least 100 credits. If we split it evenly, each person will get 10 more credits. Until now, excluding the school's doubled reward, many of us haven't even gotten 10 credits." So, before he could finish, Xiaoqing said, "The captain told us about your suggestion. Actually, we felt it too. We can't go on like this. The captain's strength has improved very quickly. Now, he can deal with a rank 1 martial artist alone. We don't need him at all. Also, if we really want to participate in rank 2 missions, we won't be of much use. We might even be a burden. That was the case with Shifeng last time. The few of us weren't of any use at all." Fang Ping said, "It's good that everyone understands. So, from now on, Zhao Xuemei, Tang Songting, and I will form a team to do rank 2 missions. Zhao Qing, Wu Keping, Zhang Hao, the 5 of you will take on rank 1 missions. Zhou Yuehong, Zhang Ping, the 2 of you will be responsible for providing us with information and contacting the local Department of Investigation Services and the military department. Those of us who participate in missions will be distributed according to our contributions. As for Zhou Yuehong and Zhang Ping, every time we complete a mission, they will get 10%. Does anyone have any objections? 10% was not low. Zhou Yuehong and the others might not even get 5% after a mission when they were in the team. Now, they only needed to be in charge of collecting information, and everyone would get 5%. The 2 girls had no objections. Zhao Qing and the rest shook their heads. They had no objections. All right then. From tomorrow onwards, we'll follow this plan. There are still more than 10 days until the end of the month. It's best if each team can complete more than 3 missions. Sometimes, if luck was not on their side and they could not find anyone, they could not complete a mission even after 10 days or half a month. When faced with such a situation, Fang Ping said simply, "If you really can't find anyone, you have 3 days at most. After 3 days, you must give up and take on another mission. Of course, you can keep the mission, but you don't have to give up. I've asked around. We just have to complete it within a month. We can do it again after this month's ranking." Everyone nodded again. Then, they began to take on missions. Fang Ping did a search. Soon, he found a mission that he thought was suitable. Name, Yao Jinqing, gender, male, age, 40, ability, rank 2. Lower limbs honed, left hand honed, location, West River City, reward, 15 credits, note, the target is a holy light disciple. There may be other martial artists from the sect around him. Additional rewards will be given after killing him, holy light disciple? Fang Ping's expression changed slightly when he saw the information. I've finally met one. He had met such a cult member in Auspicious Sun City last time, but there had been no news of him since. He did not expect to meet such a person again after taking on a mission. Zhao Xuemei's expression changed as well. She said in a low voice, "There are strong and weak cultists. The key is that they are organized. What I'm afraid of is that they suddenly organize a gathering. If that happens, we'll be in danger. If they don't meet with a gathering, then the cultists aren't that strong. Moreover, these rank 2 cultists usually have 2 or 3 rank 1 martial artists around them. They can also be rewarded with credits." West River City. West River City is not too far from Nanjiang. Fang Ping frowned slightly. West River City should not be the enemy's base camp. If it was, they would not have asked them to kill the enemy's rank 2 martial artists. Let's not think so much. We'll go to West River tomorrow and see how it goes. They nodded. They would wait until they reached West River City. These people did not gather often. If they did meet, it would be best to give up on the mission and let the military department and the Department of Investigation Services handle it. The next day, Fang Ping and the others arrived at West River City. Zhou Yuehong and the others had not sent any news. Fang Ping and the others were not in a hurry, so they found a hotel first. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Fang Ping frowned and glanced sideways at the door. Outside the door, a group of people was also walking toward the hotel. This group was also very young. There were 6 of them in total. More importantly, all 6 of them were martial artists. Martial artists were not cabbages, and they rarely appeared in groups. Fang Ping observed for a moment when he encountered a team of 6 martial artists at once. He guessed that they were probably students from other martial arts universities. The military department also had such teams, but it was easy to distinguish them from martial arts university students. Fang Ping glanced at them and quickly shifted his gaze. He took the room card and waited until they entered the elevator before asking, which martial arts university did they come from? If they were older students, it would not be a big deal. However, if they were new students, it would be different. Other than MCMAU and CCMAU, normal martial arts universities rarely had so many new students at this time. Of course, this year's situation was different. Normal martial arts universities had concentrated their resources and trained many new martial artists. Zhao Xuemei and Fang Ping had also noticed. After some thought, Zhao Xuemei said, West River City is located in Dongwu Province. Dongwu has Dongwu Martial Arts University and 2 other martial arts universities. However, this place is not far from Nanjiang. There are also 3 martial arts universities in Nanjiang. It was unlikely that there would be so many martial artists in the martial sciences department of these schools. If they were freshmen, then, if they are new students, then they might be from Dongwu Martial Arts University or Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Nanjiang Martial Arts University? Fang Ping had mixed feelings about Nanjiang Martial Arts University. On one hand, Nanjiang Martial Arts University was the martial arts university in his hometown. He had been preparing to enter Nanjiang Martial Arts University. On the other hand, Fang Ping's classmates, including Wang Jinyang, were all at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. This was Fang Ping's first time meeting a martial arts university student from another school. Of course, he was not sure which school they were from yet. However, no matter which school they were from, if they were new students, some of them might appear in the championship soon. After some thought, Fang Ping said, "We'll talk to them later. I'm afraid they're also carrying out a mission. If it conflicts with our mission, then it'll be troublesome." This was not impossible. Although they would be targeted once they accepted the mission. However, if the other party's target was not Yao Jincheng, but someone related to Yao Jincheng, the 2 parties might cross paths and clash. Tang Songting nodded slightly and asked, "I can't sense it clearly." Fang Ping, how are their abilities? The others are average. The leader's vitality might have reached around 250 calories. That strong? It's fine if they're old students, but if they're new students, this year's championship will be a little scary. Tang Songting sighed. His vitality was about 250 calories now, but he was an MCMAU student. At noon, when Fang Ping and the others went to the restaurant, they met the group of people again. While Fang Ping was observing them, they were also observing the 3 of them. Both parties looked at each other. Fang Ping took the initiative and invited, "Together?" "All right." The leader was also straightforward. Both sides had roughly guessed the identity and purpose of the other party. Afraid of conflict, it was best to communicate in advance. A few minutes later, in the private room of the restaurant. As soon as he entered, the man asked, "Are you from a martial arts university?" "Yes, MCMAU's new student." "No wonder." The leading youth laughed and introduced himself. "I'm Wang Huijin from Dongwu Martial Arts University. I'm also a new student." Fang Ping was in no hurry to announce his name. Instead, he asked curiously, "Are all of you from Dongwu Martial Arts University?" Fang Ping knew about Dongwu Martial Arts University. It was not considered strong, but it was slightly stronger than Nanjiang Martial Arts University. If not for Wang Jinyang, Nanjiang Martial Arts University would not have been very famous among martial arts universities. Even so, could Dongwu Martial Arts University produce 6 new martial artists this year, and was that all? Wang Huijin shook his head and said, "No, some of them are from Dongwu University of Technology, and some are from Dongwu University." According to Wang Huijin, the 6 of them were from the 3 martial arts universities of Dongyu. Wang Huijin was more talkative, or perhaps he knew that these were not big secrets, so he explained the situation to Fang Ping. Currently, many of the martial arts universities in the provinces had joined forces. Every martial arts school and special training class would sometimes train together and carry out missions. Dongwu's 3 martial arts universities were like this. They trained together, and Wang Huijin's team was one of them. The other party was Frank, and Fang Ping and the other 2 introduced themselves. Everyone had a preliminary understanding of each other. Wang Huijin looked at the 3 of them for a while and lamented, Magic City Martial Arts University is indeed different. The 3 of you are probably stronger than me, not at all. We're all rank 1. Fang Ping replied courteously. Then, he probed, are there a lot of martial artists among the new students in Dongyue? Wang Huijin looked at him with a half-smile, then shook his head and said, actually, it's not a secret. It's not that many. In the 3 martial arts universities of Dongwu, there are currently less than 20 new martial artists. So many? Tang Songting could not help but exclaim softly. There were already 20 people from 3 martial arts universities. Was that not a lot? In that case, each family had 5 or 6 children. In the past, it was hard to say whether or not there were martial artists in the first semester of normal martial arts universities. It can't be compared to MCMAU and CCMAU. The martial artists over there are all clustered together. Wang Huijin laughed and went straight to the point. You're here for a mission, right? You too? Yes. Fang Ping thought for a moment, then said, everyone has accepted the mission. It's best not to start a conflict. May I ask, what's your goal? Wang Huijin pondered for a moment and said, we accepted a mission from the West River Department of Investigation Services. The target is a rank 1 with the surname Zhang. Is it related to the cult? Wang Huijin frowned slightly and said, you too? Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. He nodded helplessly and said, that's right, but our target is different. It looks like there's more than one cultist in West River. What did the Zhejiang Department of Investigation Services say? They've only recently discovered traces of sect activity. West River doesn't have enough manpower, so they've sent a mission to martial arts universities. As Wang Huijin spoke, Zhao Xuemei's phone vibrated. Zhao Xuemei took it out and glanced at it. After some thought, she said, Zhou Yuehang and the others have contacted West River and checked some road surveillance. Our target isn't alone. So far, we've discovered that there are about 4 to 5 people who are martial artists. The one with the surname Yao should be the leader. Currently, they're gathered near an unfinished building in the suburbs. Usually, some normal people will go there too. They're probably attending a gathering. Wang Huijin looked at Fang Ping and asked, what do you mean? The person you're looking for is among them? Probably. Then let's move together. Other than your target, the rest are ours. Wang Huijin glanced at him. There were 4 to 5 people in total. This meant that other than his target, there were a few other martial artists. Fang Ping and the other 2 dared to accept the rest. It seemed that they were not weak. Wang Huijin did not say much. He nodded and said, okay. I was planning to wait for the person to be alone before moving. Do you mean to raid the lair directly? Yes. The normal people will probably leave at night. We'll move together. Both parties set a time and went their separate ways after dinner. After they left, Tang Songting frowned and said, these people won't cause trouble for us, will they? Zhao Xuemei said worriedly, I'm just afraid that they'll drag us down. Fang Ping shook his head and said, don't worry about them. We'll do our thing, and they'll do theirs. If they die, that's their business. If it's within our capabilities, we'll help. If it's dangerous, we'll just take care of ourselves. Got it. Brother Wang, are these people from MCMAU okay? On the other side, someone beside Wang Huijin asked. Wang Huijin smiled and said, they're students from famous schools, after all. Their abilities shouldn't be too weak. We can also observe their abilities. The instructors always say that the students from the Big Two are very strong, but we don't know exactly how strong they are. This is also a chance to see how strong they are. People like us have benefited from them this time. That's why we've become martial artists so quickly. If their abilities are average, we'll help them if we can. Brother Wang, don't be so humble. I don't think MCMAU students are that great. You're the number one in our Dongwu Martial Arts University, cough, cough. Don't talk nonsense. I can't take it. Who's talking nonsense? Ask everyone. Who doesn't think the same? The students from famous schools like MCMAU might not be stronger than us. Brother Wang can take on a peak rank 1 martial artist alone now. If it wasn't for insurance, Brother Wang could complete the mission even if we didn't come. That's right. We have to work hard too, everyone said a few words. Wang Huijin did not say anything else. He was thinking about something else. At 10 p.m., Fang Ping and the other two met up with Wang Huijin's group. Outside the hotel, the West River Department of Investigation Services had also sent a woman over. Looking at Fang Ping and the others, the woman was slightly surprised. She said softly, "You. Which side is Dongwu?" Wang Huijin answered, "We're a team from Dongwu." "You are." The woman had thought that the team with more people would be the team that accepted the rank 2 mission. Now she knew she was wrong. After some thought, the woman coughed softly and said, "I'm sorry. Zhang Jichang's mission was initially issued by West River. Later, the West River Military Department also issued a mission. We didn't pay attention to this before and overlooked it. When all of you accepted the mission, we only knew that both sides had accepted the mission. Initially, we wanted to cancel Zhang Jichang's mission, but we realized that it had already been accepted, so we didn't. At noon, we also called Mr. Wang to inform him. Knowing that both sides are together, things will be easier." As she said that, the woman looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, "Your mission target, Yao Jincheng, was originally not active in West River. He only fled to West River recently. The opponent is very strong. The director and the bureau have also made arrangements to surround him. Mr. Fang, if you feel that something is wrong, you must retreat immediately." Fang Ping nodded. The woman looked at Wang Huijin again. After some thought, she said, "Mr. Wang, I would like to talk to you alone." "All right." Wang Huijin responded and led the others and the woman to the side. Fang Ping and the others did not join in. They got into the car and waited. On the side. The woman hesitated slightly and said apologetically, "Actually, we wanted to cancel the mission this time. However, when we saw that Yao Jincheng's mission had been accepted, we thought that it might be completed along the way, so we didn't cancel it. Who knew that you would also accept it, on the same day? Yao Jincheng is a rank 2 martial artist. You accepted Zhang Jichang's mission, which is very dangerous. You are all Dongwu's prodigies. The bureau hopes that if it's possible, you can give up, rank 2? Wang Huijin's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "They accepted a rank 2 mission?" "Yes. That's why I made this suggestion when I saw that you would be working together with them. There are only 3 of them. I'm really sorry." The woman had thought that MCMAU would have a few more people or a powerhouse. Then, Wang Huijin and the others could take advantage of it. However, when she saw that there were only 3 of them, and Fang Ping was the leader, the woman felt that something was wrong. West River had Fang Ping's information when he accepted the mission. The other party was only a rank 1 martial artist. If an MCMAU student died, to put it bluntly, they could not be bothered. However, if a Dongwu student died, it would not be worth it. Martial artists still had a strong sense of localism. Actually, both sides had accepted the mission. Whether they lived or died, it had nothing to do with the Department of Investigation Services. However, the woman was a Dongwu native. How could she watch Wang Huijin and the others risk their lives with Fang Ping and the others? Wang Huijin and the others had only accepted a rank 1 mission. At most, they would wait for Fang Ping and the others to fail the mission, or for Yao Jincheng to escape or be killed. The people around Wang Huijin were stirred. Someone said in a low voice, "The 3 of them accepted a rank 2 mission? Is it confidence or arrogance? Are MCMAU students that strong? The 3 of them are also rank 1, right? Brother Wang, are we really going with them? We've been dragged into this." A few people discussed in low voices, feeling that they had been dragged into this by Fang Ping and the others. If they had known that they had accepted a rank 2 mission, they would not have agreed to work together. Wang Huijin took a deep breath and said, "We'll go. Since they dare to go, they must have the strength. Of course, for safety's sake, we'll retreat immediately if they lose. This time, we can truly witness the strength of MCMAU's new students." Although he was slightly worried, Wang Huijin thought about it. If Fang Ping and the others really lost, the 6 of them could work together and escape. The Department of Investigation Services had set up a perimeter around the perimeter, so those people did not dare to pursue them. After more than half an hour, the car arrived at an unfinished building in the suburbs. Although it was called an unfinished building, the main building was almost completed and people could live in it. As for why it was unfinished, it was not something Fang Ping and the others cared about. The people from the Department of Investigation Services did not appear to negotiate with Fang Ping and the others. The woman had only told them the information and left. In the car, Fang Ping said, "These people are living on the first floor now. There might be more than 5 martial artists inside. Yao Jincheng is rank 2, Zhang Jiqiang is peak rank 1. It's hard to judge the others now, so there might be some mistakes. Right now, it's tentatively decided to be 5 people. After we go in, I'll hold Yao Jincheng back. The 2 of you, deal with the other rank 1 martial artists first. Don't worry about Wang Huijin and the others for now. If they choose to attack Zhang Jiqiang, kill the other rank 1 martial artists if you can. If there's no other way, then give up. I'll try to lure Yao Jincheng away. Don't fight with them." Zhao Xuemei said worriedly, "Can you hold Yao Jincheng back alone? It should be no problem. If we can't beat them, then we'll run. If the 3 of us can't beat them, running shouldn't be a problem." "How about this, Zhao Xuemei won't do anything. I'll do it and let Zhao Xuemei hold the line. If Wang Huijin and the others have other ideas, Zhao Xuemei will hold them back. We'll think of a way to take revenge later." Tang Songting said with a smile, "Let's assume the enemy is more than 10 martial artists. Just be prepared for that." Fang Ping nodded. He did not say that it was inappropriate. They were not familiar with the students from other martial arts universities, so of course, they had to be cautious. However, among the 6 people, other than Wang Huijin, the other 5 were average. Fang Ping was not too worried if they turned against him. After discussing the plan of action, the 3 of them got out of the car. Beside them, Wang Huijin and the others also got out of the car, but they did not go with Fang Ping. The 3 people from MCMAU were looking for rank 2 martial artists, but they were not. It would not be too late for them to enter after the people from MCMAU had started fighting. Inside the unfinished building. At the moment, more than 10 people gathered on the first floor. Some were martial artists, and some were ordinary people. Yao Jincheng was giving instructions when his brows suddenly furrowed. "Go out and take a look. I think I hear footsteps." Immediately, someone stood up and walked out. The person had just walked out of the door when he suddenly flew backward, a streak of blood splattering in the air. Yao Jincheng's expression changed. He stood up quickly and shouted, "Meet the enemy." The few martial artists beside him reacted quickly. They stood up immediately and took out their weapons. At this moment, Fang Ping and the other 2 walked in. Fang Ping glanced at them and looked at Yao Jincheng. "Tang Songting, deal with these few. Zhao Xuemei, guard the door. I'll deal with him." "Okay." Zhao Xuemei took a step back and stood at the door. She looked at Wang Huijin and the others with some caution. "Brother Wang, what's going on in MCMAU? What are the others doing outside?" Wang Huijin said lightly, "They're guarding against us. The MCMAU students are really confident. Just 2 of them went in." "Guarding against us?" Someone said unhappily, "These guys. What do we do now?" "Let's wait for a while. If they're not dead in 3 minutes and the girl hasn't gone in, it means that they have the strength to fight a rank 2 martial artist. Let's go in and take a look. We also want to see how strong MCMAU students are." Inside the unfinished building, Tang Songting glanced around and made the first move, slashing a few rank 1 martial artists. A martial artist wanted to attack Fang Ping, but just as he was about to reach him, Fang Ping slashed with his saber, splitting the opponent in half. "You guys deal with the other one." Yao Jincheng's expression changed slightly, and he shouted at the others, The other martial artists were also a little scared, hurriedly dodging to face Tang Songting. Fang Ping rarely talked nonsense when he was on a mission. This time, Fang Ping lamented, "To be honest, this is my first time fighting one-on-one with a rank 2 martial artist." "From a martial arts university? You have a good eye." Yao Jincheng said coldly, "Other than you lackeys, there's no one else." "Lackeys?" Fang Ping laughed. "You might as well call them lackeys. That sounds better. Why make it sound so bad? It's hard to understand what you people think. Isn't the government good? Hiding information from ordinary people is really intolerable and unbearable. You have to know, when I first heard the news, I was also anxious and fearful. I was afraid that the world would end one day. Is it necessary to cause panic among the people? Pfft, you people with vested interests only know how to say nice things." Yao Jincheng obviously knew the inside story. He said in a cold tone, "We'd rather die knowing than dying in ignorance. But you attack ordinary people and students. Is this what you call justice?" Fang Ping sneered. "If it's really just a matter of ideology, then you don't deserve to die. But you've gone mad. I heard that to spread your so-called Lord's glory, you've created many tragedies. That's because the people are ignorant." The two were still talking, but Tang Songting was already panting and yelling, "Why are you talking to these lunatics? Kill them first." Fang Ping laughed. "I just want to see if there's a possibility of saving them. It seems like there's no saving them now." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping had already leaped into the air, swinging his saber at the other party. Clang, Yao Jincheng was also armed. He swung his long sword to block. As soon as they exchanged blows, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The other party's vitality was not as good as his. Other than vitality, the other party's upper limbs were not as good as Fang Ping's. Other than a few bones that were honed more deeply than Fang Ping's, the others were not. Not as good as Shifeng. Fang Ping laughed and swung his saber again. Yao Jincheng frowned and blocked the attack with his sword. Rank 2? Yao Jincheng could not judge Fang Ping's strength. Was he rank 2 or rank 1? There were still some differences between rank 1 and 2 martial artists. With a high bone honing progress, there would be subtle changes in the bones. Outsiders would not be able to tell if they did not pay attention, but martial artists could still see it. Fang Ping looked at the surface of his body. The bones in his upper limbs did not seem to have been honed. Since that was the case, the other party was a rank 1. However, the strength of Fang Ping's saber slash was not weak, at least not weaker than his. Was this a rank 1 martial artist? Yao Jincheng was a little confused, but he did not let his guard down. He continued to exchange a few blows with Fang Ping. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was all smiles. The other party did not seem like much. No more probing, Fang Ping quickly brandished his saber and slashed, not giving his opponent time to react. Brandishing his saber with both hands, Fang Ping's feet were not slow either. His right leg kicked toward Yao Jincheng. Yao Jincheng had completed honing his lower limbs a long time ago, so he was not afraid. He raised his leg and charged toward Fang Ping. The tip of Fang Ping's foot straightened, stabbing toward his kneecap. Yao Jincheng quickly used his own foot to block. As soon as they collided, Yao Jincheng suddenly retracted his foot as if he had been electrocuted. He glared at Fang Ping angrily. Flesh and blood were still no match for alloy. Fang Ping's proficiency with the puncture kick almost pierced through Yao Jincheng's heel. "You're really not as good as Shifeng," Fang Ping lamented. Fang Ping lamented. Then, he roared, "Watch my consecutive kicks." Yao Jincheng was extremely vigilant. He immediately looked toward Fang Ping's legs, ready to avoid the boots on Fang Ping's feet. "Your combat awareness isn't strong either." Fang Ping nagged again, but he did not use the chain kick. Instead, each slash was fiercer than the last, slashing downward rapidly. Long swords were not suitable for slashing, and Yao Jincheng's vitality was not as good as Fang Ping's. Fang Ping's bone honing was at 30%, and his upper limb strength was no weaker than his. After slashing dozens of times, Yao Jincheng's face was flushed red. At this time, Yao Jincheng did not want to fight head-on. Just as he was about to retreat, Fang Ping quickly entangled him. Fang Ping, who had achieved a firm stance in pole standing for a long time, had recently discovered its uses. At least, entangling people was not a big problem. After entangling Yao Jincheng, Fang Ping continued slashing, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Yao Jincheng's expression changed again and again. He said angrily, "Let's see who can last longer." He did not dare to fight head-on with Fang Ping's alloy boots. The sword and saber slashed at each other above. Fang Ping's strength was not weak, but it was only on par with him. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Ping refused to let go. At this moment, Yao Jincheng could only fight head-on with him. "I like people like you." Fang Ping still had the leisure to tease him. Each slash was faster than the last, slashing at his opponent's longsword. After another dozen slashes, Yao Jincheng's face was slightly pale. Fang Ping was not much better. These dozens of slashes were executed with full force under a vitality outburst. It consumed an extraordinary amount of vitality. Just as Yao Jincheng could not hold on any longer, Fang Ping could not hold on any longer. Yao Jincheng looked at Fang Ping in front of him, his face pale as well. In his mind, he was still thinking, when this guy consumes too much vitality, I'll put some distance between us, and then, as he thought of this, Fang Ping's face suddenly turned red. Yao Jincheng did not realize anything, but in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. The power of Fang Ping's next slash was comparable to the full force outburst at the beginning, clang, clang, clang. This time, Fang Ping's movements were even faster. How can this be? Are you surprised or not? Fang Ping provoked his opponent. Without giving him a chance to speak, he unleashed all his vitality outburst again. With a clang, his saber slashed at the longsword in Yao Jincheng's hand. Yao Jincheng's expression changed drastically. He turned and tried to escape. However, now that he turned, it was a perfect opportunity for Fang Ping to slash. Fang Ping's saber did not slow down at all. He slashed down quickly. The sound of a weapon entering bone rang out. Fang Ping did not stop. He raised his leg and kicked his opponent's calf. Yao Jincheng staggered. Fang Ping pulled out his saber and slashed again. His head rolled off, weaker than Shifeng. Fang Ping used Shifeng as a comparison. This guy did not have the same sense of desperation as Shifeng. If he did not face Fang Ping, he would run away immediately. However, at this juncture, his vitality was depleted, and his speed was not as fast as Fang Ping's. How could he run? Without looking at the fallen Yao Jincheng, Fang Ping tilted his head and glanced at Tang Songting. There were a total of 3 martial artists on Tang Songting's side. Previously, there were 5. Fang Ping had kicked one to death when he entered the door, and then killed another with a slash of his saber. All 3 of them were rank 1. Zhang Jiqiang should be one of them. At this moment, the other 2 were lying on the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. The one who was still fighting Tang Songting should be Zhang Jiqiang. Because Wang Huijin and the others had accepted the mission, Fang Ping was not interested in helping them for free. Seeing the situation, he said, "Tang Songting, you can retreat now." Retreat? Only then did Tang Songting notice him. When he saw Yao Jincheng's head separated from his body, he was shocked. Fang Ping had killed a rank 2 martial artist alone, he was not even injured, he was shocked. Zhang Jiqiang's face was pale. Fang Ping looked at Zhao Xuemei at the door and said, "Let him out." Zhang Jiqiang thought he had heard wrong, but then he heard Fang Ping say, "Leave all your pills and weapons behind." Zhang Jiqiang did not hesitate. He quickly took out a bottle of pills from his pocket and threw it on the ground. As for his weapon, he hesitated for a moment. When he reached the door, he threw it down and ran out. Zhao Xuemei did not stop him. After he ran, she could not help but look at Fang Ping and ask, "How much is your vitality?" Tang Songting was fighting earlier, so he did not see Fang Ping's situation. She stood at the door and saw everything clearly. Fang Ping's vitality outburst had been at least 50 consecutive slashes. In reality, a rank 1 martial artist's full outburst had limited vitality. 20 to 30 slashes under outburst was already their limit. And this was the case for twice-honed peak rank 1 martial artists. As for Fang Ping, he did not stop to rest. Each slash was full force. It would be strange if Yao Jincheng could withstand it. Fang Ping smiled. "Clean up the battlefield first. Put away your stuff." I'll go check out Dongwu Martial Arts University's strength. Sure. Zhao Xuemei nodded, still looking at Fang Ping strangely. He had defeated a rank 2 martial artist in a battle of vitality. How high was Fang Ping's vitality? Was the difference between a thrice-honed and everyone else really that big, outside? As soon as Zhao Xuemei entered, someone whispered, the people from MCMAU can't hold on any longer. Look, one came out, it looks like Zhang Jiqiang. Go. As Wang Huijin and the others spoke, they saw someone come out. When they saw that it looked like Zhang Jiqiang, someone immediately chased after him. After a few steps, someone suddenly said, if the people from MCMAU die, what if the rank 2 inside comes out? Wang Huijin hesitated for a moment. When he saw Zhang Jiqiang running toward them in a panic, he gritted his teeth and said, let's join forces and kill the other party first. We'll run when the situation doesn't look good. They had just stepped forward when Zhang Jiqiang suddenly said in despair, you guys broke your promise. Wang Huijin was a little confused. The others were stunned for a moment too. Zhang Jiqiang, however, roared in despair, I'll kill you guys. He had just fought with Tang Songting and had already consumed a lot of vitality. At this moment, there was still someone among them who had killed a rank 2 martial artist. Zhang Jiqiang knew that he could not escape. In his despair, he did not care about his injuries at all. Even if he was punched in the chest, he did not care. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at a martial artist and attacked fiercely. The others hurried to help, but the person targeted by Zhang Jiqiang was still beaten until he kept retreating, blood spewing from his mouth. Wang Huijin was furious. He kicked the back of Zhang Jiqiang's head several times. However, Zhang Jiqiang was also a peak rank 1 martial artist. At this moment, he did not care about his life at all. Even if his consciousness was blurred, he did not care. He did not defend himself either. He grabbed the person in front of him and threw a flurry of punches. In his anger, Wang Huijin hooked his hands around Zhang Jiqiang's neck and twisted it with all his might. There was a cracking sound. This time, Zhang Jiqiang finally stopped. As soon as Zhang Jiqiang died, everyone hurried forward to check on the injuries of the person who had just been attacked. Someone breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, a few ribs are broken. His internal organs should not be hurt. Is this guy crazy? Just now, Zhang Jiqiang had completely lost his mind. He did not defend himself at all. If not for that, they would not have been able to kill a peak rank 1 martial artist so quickly. However, it was also because of this that the person who had been attacked was seriously injured. He would need to recuperate for a period of time. However, Wang Huijin frowned and said, something's not right. Did you guys hear what he said just now? He said we didn't keep our promise, we didn't say anything at all, could it be? As the few of them were full of suspicion, Fang Ping and the others walked out of the unfinished building not far away, carrying a small backpack. When they saw Fang Ping and the others come out, other than Tang Songting who was panting slightly, Fang Ping looked as if nothing had happened. Zhao Xuemei did not participate in the battle either. Wang Huijin's expression became doubtful again. The others also fell silent. Fang Ping walked over. He glanced at Zhang Jiqiang, then at the injured martial artist, and asked, do you need help? No, thank you. Alright, then we'll leave first. There's no one inside. Okay. After they left, everyone started discussing, they didn't meet the rank 2 martial artist? Probably. I saw that only the Tang guy attacked. The other two didn't seem to do anything. That rank 2 martial artist won't be nearby, will he? Brother Wang, why don't we leave first? Wang Huijin frowned and said, let's see if Zhang Jiqiang brought any pills first. No, this guy is really poor. Wang Huijin felt that something was off. After thinking for a while, he walked toward the unfinished building not far away. Wang Huijin's strength is alright, but these 6 martial artists don't have alloy weapons. I took a look. Even if they brought weapons, they're all normal weapons. They can't reach the E-class level. Fang Ping said, then said, Wang Huijin is probably a twice-honed martial artist, but he didn't hone many bones, at most 40. When he attacked, he didn't use enough force in his left leg, and he didn't hone many bones. Also, his stance hasn't reached the firm stance. In MCMAU, he's probably about the same level as you too. I don't know what level he's at in Dongwu. He's probably the top. Tang Songting added, shaking his head. But even if he's about the same level as me, he's still not my match. I took a look too. He didn't cultivate any special combat techniques, or he didn't have time to use them. If MCMAU's opponents are these people, we'll win for sure. The other 5 are even weaker. If they were in MCMAU, they wouldn't even be able to enter the special training class. Zhao Xuemei also said, normal martial arts universities can't be blamed for fighting for resources. These people should be the top in normal martial arts universities, but they don't even have alloy weapons. If it's not that they don't have time to learn basic weapon techniques, or they don't have credits to buy them, the school won't provide them for free. Fang Ping nodded slightly. If this was the top standard of normal martial arts university freshmen, there was no need to worry about the championship. Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songting did not pay too much attention to those people, but kept glancing at Fang Ping. This guy killed a rank 2 martial artist alone, and he did it so easily. Was he really rank 1? Fang Ping did not care about them. He deliberated and said, I should change to an axe or a hammer. Something heavier so I can keep hacking at people. I'm a little regretful now. I should have cultivated my upper limbs first. If that was the case, an axe? A hammer? When they thought of Fang Ping hacking people with an axe or a hammer, their gazes changed. What was Fang Ping thinking? However, Fang Ping's vitality was terrifyingly high. If he really changed to a heavy weapon like this, Fang Ping could hack without stopping before his vitality was depleted. That was scary enough. Fang Ping was serious about it, but he felt that it was not a good idea. Using these weapons would make him seem too reckless. His vitality was almost never depleted. As long as he was not mentally exhausted, he could really keep hammering. When he was hacking at Yao Jincheng earlier, Fang Ping realized that these martial artists were much easier to deal with when their vitality was depleted and they had lost their courage. Next time, would he be able to catch an opponent and compete in vitality consumption? This way, cultivating the lower limbs was also beneficial. He could catch up and force the other party to fight him head-on. Should I change my weapon? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. He could change now while the weapon he was using was not fixed. If he waited any longer, it would be difficult to change once the weapon was fixed. When I reach rank 2 and finish honing my upper limbs will be much stronger than now. I really need to change. After struggling for a while, Fang Ping sighed. He would think about it when he returned to school. Although Fang Ping was concerned about changing weapons, he did not have the time to return to school now. On the 20th of November, the school sent a group text to every student in the special training class. There was no nonsense, just a few simple numbers. Fang Ping's team, 132 credits. Zhao Lei's team, 128 credits. Fu Chongdang's team, 110 credits. Yang Xiaoman's team, 108 credits. Chen Yunqi's team, 90 credits. Fang Ping's team had also completed missions, and their accumulated credits had surpassed Zhao Lei's team. However, Zhao Lei's team was hot on their heels. Chen Yunqi's team was the only one that had fallen behind. It was unclear if the missions were not going well, or if they were purposely not doing it. Last time, when something happened to Zhao Lei's team, someone in Chen Yunqi's team suggested that they slack off and stop doing missions. Chen Yunqi could not control the situation either. It was very likely that her teammates were stalling and did not want to do the missions. The school's intention was obvious. It was to provoke these students to continue fighting. In order not to give the first team a chance to slack off, Fang Ping's team received a second text notification very quickly. The first team has accumulated 100 credits and will be rewarded with 50% of their accumulated credits. 150 credits and will be rewarded with 60% of their accumulated credits. 200 credits and will be rewarded with 70% of their accumulated credits. With 50 credits as a level, every increase of 50 credits would result in a 10% increase in credits awarded. If they could reach 350 credits, the reward would be doubled immediately. Coupled with the school's original doubling, Fang Ping's team would be able to get 1050 credits at this point. This was not a small amount, even many rank 3 martial artists could only earn so many credits in a year. It was not certain if they could reach that amount. Now, In a short month, although there were 10 people in the team, all of them were martial artists who had just entered rank 1. If they could earn so many credits, they would have a huge lead. Fang Ping's team received this text, but Chen Yunqi's team did not. However, they received another text notification. The school will not double the reward for those who have less than 120 credits. If Chen Yunqi's team could not complete the 30 credits mission in the remaining 10 days, the school would not give them any extra help. With this pressure and motivation, all the teams worked hard to accept the missions. In the 10 days, Fang Ping's team accepted 3 rank 2 missions, but only 2 were completed. The other person could not be found at all. Fang Ping and the others had no choice but to give up. The mission wasn't always smooth sailing. Some people were hidden very well, so it was normal that they couldn't find them. Zhao Qing's team was almost the same. They had completed 1 more than Fang Ping's team, but someone in the team was injured. On the 30th, everyone gathered again. Shanghai. As soon as everyone returned to school, the school requested that all teams immediately gather at the training room. When everyone in Fang Ping's team had arrived, Fang Ping said, "We couldn't find the person for the last mission, and there weren't any clues either. We had no choice but to give up." He had thought that completing the last one would give him 200 credits. "It's a pity that I only have 186 credits now." Of course, he felt a little regretful. 186 credits. Based on the 60% reward, he would only be awarded 111 credits. If they could complete the last mission, Fang Ping and the others could earn a few dozen more points. Zhao Xuemei, on the other hand, was very satisfied. Actually, it's already not bad. 186 credits is equivalent to completing 3 to 4 rank 3 missions. For us rank 1 martial artists to be able to achieve this in a month's time is already very good. Even Tang Songting nodded to show that it was very good. It was only a month's time. Even rank 3 martial artists might not be able to complete 3 to 4 missions of the same rank in a month. As they were talking, they saw Chen Yunqi's team enter the door one after another, their faces covered in dirt. A team member complained, "It's all Chen Jialong's fault. Look at it now. 100 credits, don't even mention the double reward. There's nothing left. The 10 of us worked our asses off for a month, and we didn't even earn 10 credits. Bullsh*T, what does that have to do with me? Whether you put in the effort or not, you'll know by looking at your contribution. Your total contribution is 7%, which isn't even the average. I'm at least 11%. That's just a coincidence. If it wasn't for, stop arguing. It's all your fault. Zhou Jian is injured too. His credits aren't even enough to buy medicine now." The few of them quarreled. Some were dissatisfied, and some were resentful. The few who were injured in the team all wore cold expressions and did not say a word. Their dissatisfaction was clear on their faces. The team of 10 had worked hard for a month, and now they did not get the double reward. 100 credits. Even if it was split evenly, it would only be 10 credits per person. Those who were less would only get 5 or 6 credits. It was equivalent to earning 2 normal vitality pills in a month. It was not even enough to replenish their vitality, let alone heal their injuries. Chen Yunqi lowered her head. She had not spoken since she entered the door. The team members chatted among themselves. No one spoke to Chen Yunqi. The people in Fang Ping's team looked on coldly from the sidelines. Some in the team were glad that they were in Fang Ping's team. If they had been assigned to Chen Yunqi's team, it would have been troublesome. It was the same for Zhao Lei's team. They had even lost someone. It was said that the later missions were too aggressive, and a few of them had suffered serious injuries. Soon, everyone saw that Zhao Lei's team had arrived. There was not much excitement, nor was there excitement because they had earned a lot of credits. Everyone's faces were gloomy. Zhao Lei was the same. When he saw Fang Ping, he turned his head and did not look at him. The entire team remained silent. It was extremely quiet. It was only when Fu Chongding arrived that the eerie silence disappeared. "Ha ha ha, you're all here? The mission was too difficult, but we were lucky. We actually completed a mission at the last minute. We can rest well for a few days now. Captain, you're the best." You actually guessed where he was hiding. We didn't receive any news at all. It's okay. Actually, I was just guessing. Luckily, I didn't guess wrong. Captain, you're amazing. The voice was sweet and sweet. It was obvious that it belonged to one of the two beautiful students. As they spoke, the group of people happily entered the training room. When he felt the tense atmosphere, Fu Changdang twisted his neck uncomfortably. He moved closer to Fang Ping and whispered, "What's wrong?" "I don't know." Fang Ping did not elaborate. He smiled and said, "Looks like you guys completed the mission well?" Fu Changdang said proudly, "Of course." Tang Songting snorted coldly. "Others might not know, but I know." "What guessing?" "You asked your family to send people to look for us, right?" Fu Changdang did not think much of it. He did not deny it either. He said casually, "That's what I'm capable of." "It's none of your business." After he said that, Tang Songting snorted and did not say anything else. Fu Changdang was indeed capable of getting his family to help him look for people. His family's resources were still resources. Fu Changdang ignored him and smiled at Fang Ping. "Your first place is in the bag this time, right?" "I'm not sure. We don't know much about Zhao Lei either." "You don't know, but I do." Fu Changdang grinned. For the last mission, Zhao Lei panicked again. He was too anxious to succeed. He had already caught the people, but they escaped from the encirclement. Look at their ugly faces. You should know the result. Fang Ping laughed. You're really well informed. Of course. There are so many people in a team. How could there be so many secrets? Even on your side, if you didn't split up, I would know everything. Fu Changdang did not mind telling Fang Ping that he knew about his team. In fact, Fang Ping also had people on his side asking about the situation. As they spoke, the last team, Yang Xiaoman, arrived with her people. Fu Changdang greeted her with a smile. Yang Xiaoman, I heard you're going after me. How many credits are you now? Who the hell is going after you? Yang Xiaoman cursed. She was not as depressed as Xianxia, nor was she as unwilling as Zhao Lei. She mumbled, 138 credits. What about you? 138, TSK, a good number. I have 150 on my side. Looks like you have no chance. Don't be so full of yourself. Yang Xiaoman snorted. Then, she walked toward Xianxia and comforted her in a low voice. This time, Xianxia's team performed the worst. Even on Zhao Lei's side, a dead person was still a dead person. At least the mission was done well, and the team members were obedient. Xianxia's team was a mess. Almost everyone knew about this. While everyone was chatting in twos and threes, a few instructors walked in. Huang Jing was there too. As soon as he entered, Huang Jing said coldly, "Silence." Everyone quietened down instantly. Huang Jing looked around. He did not mention anyone else, but stared at Zhao Lei and said, "Zhao Lei, because of your reckless advancement, student Lu Kunqiang died during the mission. This time, 30% of all your earnings will be deducted as compensation for Lu Kunqiang's family. Do you have any objections?" "No." Zhao Lei shook his head. "As for the other team members, 10% of your earnings will be deducted as compensation." In Zhao Lei's team, some were unwilling, and some were silent. According to their earnings this time, except for the reward for first place, they were probably above 350 credits. Zhao Lei's 30% and the others' 10% would be deducted at least 60 credits. Although some felt that it was the instructor's fault for not rescuing them, no one dared to say it. The instructors did not say that they would definitely rescue them. Before they left, they had reminded them that the instructors were not omnipotent. People could die during the mission. Huang Jing did not care if they were satisfied or not. He continued, "This time, I think everyone has gained a lot and felt a lot. Some students died during the mission. This is not an isolated case. Martial artists are like this, struggling on the edge of life and death. Some people might be unhappy. Why didn't the instructor save us? I don't want to explain anything. If you practice martial arts with the thought that someone will save you at any time, then you're wrong. Let's cut to the chase. This time, Fang Ping's team in first place accumulated 186 credits. The school awarded 186 credits, and the first place awarded 112 credits, for a total of 484 credits. Second place, Zhao Lei's team accumulated 179 credits, for a total of 358 credits. Third place, Fu Changdang's team accumulated 150 credits, for a total of 300 credits. Fourth place, Yang Xiaoman's team accumulated 138 credits, for a total of 276 credits. Fifth place, Chen Yunqi's team accumulated 100 credits. As soon as the 5 teams' credits were announced, many people were in an uproar. The difference was too big. Fang Ping's team in first place had a total of almost 500 credits, as for Chen Yunqi's team in fifth place, they only had 100 credits. On Fang Ping's side, many people were beaming with joy, their faces full of excitement. Although Fang Ping had received the most this time, they had also received quite a bit. No matter how little they received, they would not be worse off than Chen Yunqi's team. Alright, as for the specific distribution of credits, you can check it out yourselves later. Huang Jing interrupted the crowd's discussion and said again, this time, some performed well, and some did badly. I don't want to name names. Today, everyone can rest. Tomorrow, the special training classes will be regrouped. 10 people in the starting team, 39 people in the reserve team. I think many of you can probably guess which team you've been assigned to. That's all for now. You guys should sum up this month's gains and losses. Having said that, Huang Jing left as quickly as he had come. As soon as Huang Jing left, everyone went to the teacher in charge to check on their total contribution. Fang Ping checked. He had received 30% of the total contribution, 145 credits, Tang Songting 18%, Zhao Xueme 16%, Zhao Qing 12%, the other 6 people received a total of 24%. After splitting it evenly, each person only received about 4%. Even so, no one felt that it was inappropriate. Even 4% was close to 20 credits. Other than credits, they also received other rewards. There were all kinds of vitality pills, cash, bone-honing pills, and some alloy weapons. Moreover, no one was injured, so the rewards were not small. In addition to the 30 credits that the school had given them at the beginning, the worst reward was close to 60 credits. As for the other teams, even Zhao Lei's team, their harvest was not too great. The deduction of 10% was not a big deal. Almost everyone was injured, and recovering from their injuries was not a small expense. Fang Ping did not talk much with the others. Soon, he went to the logistics department to receive his reward. When he received the credits, Fang Ping's credits reached 161, according to his original credits, he should have broken through 200 points. However, Fang Ping had used 40 credits to exchange for an alloy saber earlier. His credits were not the biggest gain. At this moment, Fang Ping had a lot of pills in his hands. 50 normal vitality pills, 5 rank 1 bone honing pills, 8 rank 1 vitality pills, a bottle of healing water, and 2 rank 2 vitality pills. In addition, there was an E-class alloy saber, a pair of alloy combat boots, 2 alloy daggers, and a D-class brass knuckles. As for cash, Fang Ping did not ask for it during the distribution. It was still 6 million. Fang Ping's wealth had increased by 2.9 million just from receiving the credits this time. The pills and weapons that were distributed also increased Fang Ping's wealth by close to 4 million. In this month, Fang Ping had gained more than 7 million wealth. Of course, the consumption was also shocking. Wealth, 1208000 vitality, 300 calories, 308 calories, mentality, 257 Hz, 269 Hz, bone honing, 55 bones, 90%, 1 bone, 45%, 150 bones, 30%. Before doing the mission, Fang Ping's wealth was already as high as 10 million. This month, he had earned more than 7 million wealth, more than 17 million in total. In this month, Fang Ping had also used up about 5 million wealth. Other than the bone honing consumption, the rest was consumed in the process of battle. I should plan it out properly. After looking at the data, Fang Ping decided to make good use of his gains this time to increase his strength. During this period, everyone would have a period of growth and strength. It would not be too sudden for his strength to increase again. Logistics Department. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to leave. After collecting his credits, he walked to the exchange counter. The exchange office was the same as before. The same teacher with the surname Li was there. When he saw Fang Ping, he smiled and said, "A big customer is here. Did you get a good haul this time?" Among the new students, Fang Ping was indeed a big customer. He had spent more than 200 credits earlier, and now he had quite a lot of credits. The semester had not even ended, and Fang Ping, a new student, had accumulated more than 400 credits. According to the cash exchange rate, Fang Ping had earned more than 12 million. For a rank 1 martial artist, this was an extraordinary amount. This was the charm of a martial arts university. Similarly, this was MCMAU's charm. If he had not been at MCMAU, he would not have had the chance to do it. Even if he had done the same mission at other martial arts universities, he would not have been able to earn so many credits. Fang Ping grinned and said, "Teacher Li, I come here often. Doesn't the school give me a discount? Do you think it's a shopping mall?" Old Man Li laughed as well. After sizing up Fang Ping for a moment, he nodded slightly. "You've improved by leaps and bounds. Not bad. What would you like to exchange for this time?" "Teacher, I want to change to a weapon that suits me." Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, "My vitality is very high, and it'll only get higher and higher in the future. At the very least, it'll be much higher than people of the same rank. Do you have any good suggestions?" Even though Xianxia had no idea what rank the instructor in front of him was, the fact that he was in charge of a place like the exchange office meant that he was no weakling. Old Man Li laughed. "Why don't you ask your own instructor?" However, it made sense. Lu Fengru's guidance to her students was to take pills, take pills, take pills. She doesn't have any good suggestions. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping let out a dry cough. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. But how should I put it, it seems to be the truth. That was indeed Lu Fengru's attitude. She wanted to earn more credits, exchange them for more pills, take more pills, and improve her cultivation. Then, she would think about other things. It could not be said that it was wrong. For martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, cultivation was actually the most important thing. Old Man Li joked. After some thought, he asked, "Do you have any weapons or combat techniques that you're good at?" "No." Fang Ping shook his head. He had learned a lot of weapons, but they were all basic combat techniques. He had never learned any special combat techniques. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "I want a weapon that's stronger and easier to carry. Using a weapon is the key. Every weapon has a fierce side." Old Man Li smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, for a newbie, a saber is still the best. 18 types of weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, tridents." The reason why the saber was ranked first was not just because it was easy to say. "Of course, I know what you mean. You think that the current saber isn't strong enough. On one hand, it's related to the fact that you haven't learned any saber techniques. On the other hand, it's because sabers are different." As he spoke, Old Man Li paused for a moment before continuing, "Among all kinds of sabers, there are 2 that are more suitable for you. One is the Han Dynasty's horse-slaying saber. The saber can slay horses. You should understand that in a charge on the battlefield, a cavalry's impact is very strong." The power of the horse-chopping saber was evident. The other type is the ringhead blade. The ringhead blade originated even earlier, from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The horizontal blade of the Tang dynasty is actually a modified version of the ringhead blade. Still using a knife? Fang Ping thought for a while and felt that it was not impossible. He had been using a saber quite smoothly during this period of time. "Teacher, do you have a sample to see?" "Yes." Old Man Li smiled and arranged for someone to retrieve the sabers from the warehouse. Very quickly, the staff came over with a few sabers. Old Man Li pointed at one of them and said, "This is a horse-slaying saber. However, it's different from the ancient ones. Sabers and swords today have actually been evolved and are more suitable for us to use. This horse-slaying saber's blade is 1 meter long, the handle is 40 centimeters long, the total length is 1.4 meters, and the widest part of the blade is 8 centimeters. Fang Ping glanced at it, then at the other sabers. He could not help but say, they all feel about the same. Old Manly laughed. That's normal. Whether it's the Han saber, the Tang dynasty saber, or the sabers evolved from other dynasties, they all aim to become more and more suitable. The famous sabers are actually not that different. Also, this is a little long. It's 1.4 meters. It's not easy to carry around, is it? Fang Ping scratched his head. Old Manly saw this and laughed. You want to be strong, but you want to carry it around. It's not easy to split a saber. It's okay, though. I have another weapon that suits you. This time, Old Manly personally went to the warehouse at the back. Very quickly, he came back with a weapon. Fang Ping was stunned. After a while, he said, Guan Yu II's green dragon crescent blade? Ignorant. Old Manly said disdainfully. He said exasperatedly, this is a Fang's widow. Don't assume it's Guan Yu II's saber just because it's a broadsword with a long hilt. Moreover, that's all from the romance of the Song dynasty. You can't take it seriously. The crescent blade originated from the Song dynasty. The Fang's widow was also popular in the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty was not good at fighting, but weapon making was still unique. This Fang's widow has an advantage. It can be disassembled. The blade can be disassembled during normal times, and the hilt can be used as a club. The hilt is 1.2 meters long, and the blade is 60 centimeters long. The hilt can also be disassembled into 2 sections. There are 3 sections in total, and the length can be adjusted. You can use a section of the hilt and the blade. The total length is 1.2 meters, and you can use it as a normal saber. You can also use all of it. The total length is 1.8 meters, and you can use it as a chongdao. Or you can use it as a club. Don't worry, the connection is very strong. It won't break off just because you use too much force. If you want, I can give you another section of the hilt. The total length is up to 2.4 meters. The 3 sections of the hilt alone can also be used as a 1.8 meter long staff. You can even equip it with a spearhead. Old Man Li's face was full of smiles. He said with a smile, this is definitely good. It doesn't matter what weapon you use. Of course, this is made of authentic D-grade alloy. There are no impurities. If I don't add a hilt, it weighs 16 kilograms. 32 kilograms? The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. D-grade alloy cost 20 credits per kilogram. In other words, this Fang's widow would cost 320 credits. This did not include the manufacturing costs. As expected, Old Manly said with a smile, 32 kilograms isn't too heavy for a martial artist. Your vitality is high, so it won't be a problem. Moreover, it's made of D-grade alloy. Imagine holding a chongdao and slashing it again and again, directly chopping other people's weapons into dozens of pieces. You can even chop people into minced meat at the same time. How convenient. It's not expensive at all. Before you enter middle rank, you don't have to change it at all. If you want it, I can make the decision. I won't charge you any manufacturing costs. 320 credits will do. Cough, cough, Fang Ping laughed dryly and hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. 300 credits. If converted to market value, would that not be tens of millions? I'm just a rank 1 martial artist. Do I need to be so extravagant? However, Fang Ping felt that this saber was indeed quite good. Usually, it could be disassembled into 3 sections. It was not difficult to carry a 60 centimeters long saber. It could be used as a staff to deal with martial artists who needed to be captured alive. It could avoid accidentally chopping the other party into a few pieces. It could also be used as a chongdao. 32 kilograms, coupled with his full-force vitality outburst, could probably cut down Yao Jincheng's longsword in one slash. The key was that it burned too much money, not to mention that he did not have that many credits. Even if he did, Fang Ping would have to consider it carefully. Old Manly sighed. Look at you. You want it, but you can't bear to buy it. It's a waste of time asking. Good weapons are expensive. You want to be a bit more forceful. Forceful means that the weight is not light. This saber is considered light. It's only 32 kilograms. There are heavy ones that are more than 100 kilograms. Although F-grade alloy can be used, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks are using F-grade alloy now. You don't have an advantage. How can you have the sharpness of a D grade? Imagine if you cut someone else's weapon in half with one slash, or if you work yourself to death and hack for half a day until the edge of the saber is chipped. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. D grade can't cut F grade alloy, right? As long as you have an advantage in vitality and learn some weapon combat techniques, cutting it in one slash isn't a dream. That's too expensive. I like you today. I'll make the decision. 300 credits. I'll pay for the rest myself. Old Man Li's expression was calm. A genius student like you should use a weapon like this. It's okay if you don't have enough credits. You can use your belongings as collateral. I'll make the decision and agree on behalf of the school. Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. After a while, he said, Instructor, am I your long-lost grandson? Cough, cough, what nonsense. Old Man Li was speechless. So you're trying to trick me? Go play somewhere else. Do I need to trick you? Do you want to trade or not? Forget it. Fang Ping thought for a while and took out a normal F-grade broadsword, 2 daggers, and D-grade brass knuckles. Instructor, I exchanged this saber for 40 credits a few days ago. The brass knuckles also cost 10 credits. These 2 daggers will cost at least 40 credits. That's a total of 90 credits. I'll pay another 60 credits. What do you think? Get lost. Old Man Li's vitality surged, forcing Fang Ping to retreat. The old man was furious. Damn it, where did this bastard come from? He was offering 60 credits for a weapon that cost more than 300 credits. Did he think this was a market? Fang Ping retreated while complaining, Instructor, I really don't have that many credits. I saved up 60 credits by living frugally. If it doesn't work, then 61, are you going to get lost or not? Old Man Li was furious, both of them were making quite a commotion, attracting the attention of many people. Fang Ping smiled apologetically. Instructor, don't be angry. How about this? I'll add another 20 credits. That's 81 credits. Including my stuff, it's worth 90 credits. That's 171 credits. Think about it. Other than me, how many people would exchange for this? Those at rank 1 and 2 can't afford it. Those at rank 3 are thinking that they're about to reach rank 4, so they don't need this. If I'm not wrong, this thing has been collecting dust in the warehouse for a long time. The school is about to participate in the championship. If I don't have a suitable weapon to use, what if the school loses the championship? Besides, it's not like I'm stingy. Old Man Li glared at him. Only then did he restrain his vitality. He humphed. These weapons of yours aren't worth that much. They're second-hand goods. Adding them up, 50 credits is already good enough. If you add 200 credits, I'll take a small loss and make it up to you. Fang Ping turned around and left. If he could not afford it, then he would not buy it. 180 credits. Yo, you're competing with me? 160 credits. Forget it if you don't buy it. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Go out and ask around. D-grade alloy weapons. Which weapon shop can you buy at least 300,000 per caddy? That's not including the manufacturing costs. Fang Ping stopped in his tracks. After some thought, he turned around and said, Instructor, I don't need credits. How about 5 million in cash? Old Man Li looked at him, a little surprised. This kid wanted to buy it with money and not credits. 5 million in cash could only be exchanged for 150 credits. However, many students had credits but no money. They also did not want to exchange credits for money because credits were more cost-effective. Was this kid Fang Ping not in need of money? Did he buy a lot of pills to sell last time? Despite his doubts, Old Man Li thought for a while and said, If you really want to do that, that's fine too. spending money to buy it was not cheap. Although Fang Ping cheated by asking for 300,000 in cash, 5 million was enough to cover the cost. Not to mention that Fang Ping had pawned all the weapons in his possession for recycling. After some calculations, the exchange office did not lose money. In fact, it made a profit. Fang Ping felt a little heartache, but he also felt that he did not lose out. Although he had spent a lot, D-grade alloy weapons were indeed very expensive to buy outside. At most, he would sell them when he no longer needed them, as long as they were not completely useless. The second-hand goods were not cheap either. Also, Fang Ping found out that the exchange office allowed for bargaining. He had to be careful next time. After spending 5 million and handing over all the weapons on him except the alloy combat boots, Fang Ping received the Fang's widow. After caressing it for a while, Fang Ping mumbled, "A weapon worth tens of millions. I'm becoming more and more extravagant." When he had spent 40 credits to buy a pair of shoes last time, he had already felt that he was being extravagant. Now, he had spent close to 10 million. Of course, it was not that much in reality, but Fang Ping automatically assumed that it was worth 10 million. If he had bought this thing outside, it would have cost about the same. As he muttered, Old Manly also muttered, "This is really a big loss. I'm only optimistic that you'll still earn credits in the future. Otherwise, you'd be dreaming if you wanted to exchange for the Fang's widow at this price." Fang Ping ignored him. "What a profiteer." Exhaling, Fang Ping raised his head and said, "Instructor, help me exchange for 50 normal vitality pills." Old Manly choked. Was this kid crazy? 50 vitality pills, 150 credits, was the same value as the 5 million he had just now. If Fang Ping exchanged them and sold them, they would at most reach this price. Was this not an unnecessary move? "Kid, instructor, I need them for cultivation." "But you don't need so many, I'll throw one away after eating one. I'm rich and willful." Fang Ping curled his lips. "You kid." Old Manly was completely speechless, but he still exchanged for 50 vitality pills for Fang Ping. After exchanging for the pills, Fang Ping looked at his remaining 11 credits, then at the reminder on his phone that he had 5 million left. He let out a long sigh. This money was being spent too quickly. Fortunately, exchanging for the pills gave him an additional 500,000 wealth points. When he sold the 100 normal vitality pills in his hands, he would probably gain more than 1 million wealth points. If he calculated it this way, it was not a loss. At least his wealth points had increased quite a bit. The next time he came to the exchange office to exchange things, it would be best if he paid with cash and used the credits he earned to buy medicine. Once again, he caressed the Fang's widow in his hand. He did not bring it out directly. Instead, he broke it into 3 parts. After some thought, he turned around and said, "Instructor, I spent so much money, but I don't even have a packaging box." "Kid, your accounting skills are not bad." Old Manly was speechless, but he still asked someone to bring a wooden box and passed it to Fang Ping. Fang Ping put the dismantled Fang's widow into the box. Then, he looked at his empty belongings and sighed again. His footsteps were heavy as he left. Once he left, Old Manly laughed and said, "Next time, I'll recommend some stock for this kid." There were not many new students who were as rich as Fang Ping. Even if people like Fu Chongding had rich families, it did not mean that Fu Chongding could easily spend millions or tens of millions to buy a weapon. But his bone honing speed is really fast. He's almost peak rank 1. If this kid doesn't die, he'll be a regular customer here in the future. Back in the dormitory, Fang Ping went straight to Fu Chongding's dormitory. When Fu Chongding opened the door, Fang Ping said immediately, "I'm selling pills. 100 normal vitality pills, 8 rank 1 pills, and 5 rank 1 bone honing pills. F***CK. Fu Chongding was stunned. He said in disbelief, "Are you crazy? Selling again? Also, how much did you earn this time?" Fang Ping had sold pills worth close to 10 million last time, now he was doing it again. How much did Fang Ping earn from the missions? Fang Ping waved his hand. "Cut the crap. Is your family buying? If not, I'll ask Xianxia man and the rest." These people had good family backgrounds. Zhao Lei's father was a rank 5 martial artist. Fang Ping did not ask Yang Xiaoman's family, but she had at least rank 4 or 5 elders. The bigger the family, the higher the demand for these normal pills. If Fang Ping did not use his wealth, he would need to consume at least 10 normal vitality pills in a month of cultivation. 100 pills sounded like a lot, but it was what a peak rank 1 martial artist like Fu Chongding used in a year of cultivation. I'll buy it. Fu Chongding was speechless, but he still let Fang Ping in. He thought for a while and said, "These pills cost 14.9 million in the market, right?" "Yes. 12% off, 13 million. That's not low." Fang Ping looked surprised. "You think I don't know how to count? Is the 12% off because you just erased one of my vitality pills?" Fu Chongding almost vomited blood. Was it not normal to erase a small amount from such a big deal? Fu Chongding glanced at Fang Ping and said impatiently, "Pills will lose their efficacy if they're kept for too long. I bought a batch last time and haven't finished using them yet. Also, we're trading privately. You even saved on tax. Can't you just erase a small amount?" "Forget it. 13 million it is. You have to treat me to dinner tonight." "You should be the one treating me." Fu Chongding's face was filled with indignation. This fellow had sold him 2 elixirs worth 22 million yuan each. Now he was asking him to treat him. However, a 12% discount was slightly cheaper than if they bought it themselves. So be it. After some thought, Fu Chongding asked, "Fang Ping, sometimes, some things can't be bought with money. I think, right now, Fang Ping had sold so many pills. Needless to say, his credits were gone. He was only a rank 1, too. He had only managed to accumulate so many credits because of the opportunity he had come across. There might not be such a good thing in the future. Fang Ping did not know what to do with the money he earned from selling them. Fang Ping did not have the support of a family. If he continued like this, when he reached rank 2 in the future, his cultivation expenditure would be even greater. Where would he find so many resources then? "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." Fang Ping did not say much. He passed the pills to Fu Chongding. Fu Chongding checked them one by one before calling his father. His father did not say that it was not good. These were all regular pills. If Fang Ping were to sell 100 viscera shielding pills, there would not be many people who would buy them. However, martial artists of the 3 lower ranks needed vitality pills and bone honing pills. There was no need to worry that no one would want them. It was not their first time trading. Very soon, Fang Ping's text notification came. Balance, 14.5 million. As for his wealth, it had increased once again. The system's valuation of medicinal pills was about 70% of the market price. There was not much difference between the two. Now that Fang Ping was selling them at 88%, it was 18% more than the market price. Of course, it was not absolute. Sometimes, the system's estimation was high and low. This time, Fang Ping's wealth increased by 2.6 million again. Including the pills he exchanged earlier, it increased by another 500,000. This time, Fang Ping's wealth increased by another 3.1 million. At this moment, Fang Ping's total wealth was as high as 15.18 million. The disappointment from buying the saber earlier disappeared in an instant. Fang Ping calculated for a while. He could really be considered rich now. He had close to 15 million in cash, a company worth 10 million, weapons worth 10 million, and 2 rank 2 vitality pills in his possession. In the whole of MCMAU, those who had as much wealth as he did were at least those rank 3 and 4 martial artists, right? After returning to his dormitory, Fang Ping called home. Li Yueying was the one who answered. Fang Ping had not spoken much to his mother before Fang Yuan snatched the phone away. It was the weekend, so Fang Yuan was off. Once she got the phone, Fang Yuan beamed. "Fang Ping, do you need money to spend in school? Why don't I transfer some living expenses to your card?" "What?" Fang Ping was stunned. Then, he said impatiently, "What did you sell me this time?" "Pfft, who's selling you stuff?" Fang Yuan denied it immediately. She grinned. "I earned it myself. Also, I'm a teacher now. I teach people how to stand. I teach for an hour after school every day, and I charge $10 per person. I'm teaching more than 10 people now, so I earn more than 100 a day. This time, Fang Ping did not scold her. He said, dumbfounded, $10 an hour? Is that all you've got? Fang Yuan's pole standing might not be that impressive, but there was only one word for martial artists: expensive. Fang Ping's pole standing had been taught by Fang Ping. Fang Ping's pole standing had reached the firm stance, and now he had hopes of entering the elevated stance. His pole standing, on the other hand, had been taught by Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang was definitely stronger than Fang Ping. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's pole standing was not weak. At least, it was stronger than the Tan brothers. The Tan brothers' pole standing came from Tan Jinping. Although Fang Yuan was just messing around a little, 10 renminbi an hour was not a big deal at all. After saying that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "You can teach them how to stand, but only the basics will do. Don't teach them anything else. If they don't have enough vitality, they'll hurt themselves if they cultivate too deep. Do you understand me? Teaching pole standing like it was a horse stance would strengthen and refine the body. If it was learned like it was, however, it would consume a lot of vitality. Fang Yuan's classmates would not be able to take it, and their bodies would get hurt easily. I've told them everything I know. They know it too. They just need to learn from me. Fang Ping, do you want me to transfer some money to you? Forget it. I'll keep it for myself. I've earned quite a bit lately. You've earned money too? Yes. How much? About 10,000, I guess. Haha. Haha my ass. Believe it or not, just give me the phone. Soon, the phone was in Li Yueying's hands. Fang Ping could still hear Fang Yuan mumbling beside him, "Mom, Fang Ping's bragging again. He said he earned 10 million. I was kind enough to transfer some money to him, but he's too proud to accept it." Fang Ping ignored her and said with a smile, "Mom, I've transferred 500,000 to our bank card. Don't scrimp when you need money." 500,000? Ping Ping. Mom, it's only 500,000. It's not a lot. My results are good at martial arts university, and the instructors think highly of me. Any pill they give is worth a few 100,000. Just tell me if you need money. Also, keep an eye on that girl, Fang Yuan. That girl's only thinking about money now. Tell her not to mess around. I heard people say that practicing martial arts costs a lot of money. It's fine if you don't give us money, but you still transfer money to us. Your dad and I don't need so much money. It's better to be safe than sorry. Just keep it. I'm a martial artist now, so you and Dad shouldn't scrimp. You know that martial artists are important people. If my parents dress shabbily and eat shabbily, how will people look at me? Buy some nice clothes and learn how to drive. Don't let Dad ride that electric scooter of his anymore. When you get your driver's license, buy a car." Fang Ping spoke for a while. Li Yueying hesitated when she heard what he said. Her son was right. Martial artists were important people. It was fine if they lived frugally, but if they dressed shabbily, it would be embarrassing for her son if word got out. As they were chatting, Fang Yuan snatched the phone again and said loudly, "Fang Ping, did you really earn a lot of money? What do you think? Don't compare yourself to me. You better stop your little tricks. I can make some money from my hands, and it's not something that your little stash can compare to." Fang Yuan pouted and muttered, "So what if you're rich?" "I'm rich too, and I'm still young. When I grow up, I'll definitely be better than you." Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Remember to buy more delicious food. Don't lose weight. I don't think you care about me. Fang Yuan repeated. Her brother always said the same thing every time he called. Eat more and don't lose weight. You little girl, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Of course I care about you. The siblings chatted for a while and hung up. Fang Ping's mood suddenly lightened up. For the past month, he had been running around, killing and injuring people. No matter how cheerful he was still a little depressed. He was much better now. After settling all that, Fang Ping took a look at the system data again. Wealth, 151800000 vitality, 299 calories, 308 calories, mentality, 256 Hz, 269 Hz, bone honing, 55 bones, 90%, 1 bone, 45%, 150 bones, 30%. I'm still 7 bones away from honing my lower limbs. I need 4.05 million wealth points. I'm just worried that my body can't take it. If that's the case, I'll have to buy some body-strengthening elixirs. I'll just buy them with money. Fang Ping calculated. If his body could take it, he would upgrade to peak rank 1 first. If not, he would buy body-strengthening elixirs to speed up the honing process of his body's surface. Without hesitation, Fang Ping chose to hone his bones. Very quickly, his bones felt numb again. Half an hour later, Fang Ping felt his body ache a little, and the numbness from before had disappeared. At this moment, the number of bones honed had also changed. Wealth, 129300000 vitality, 297 calories, 312 calories, mentality, 250 Hz, 269 Hz, bone honing, 59 bones, 90%, 147 bones, 30%, my body has reached its limit. I need to buy body-strengthening elixirs or similar pills to increase the toughness of my skin and meridians. Fang Ping's lower limbs would be completely honed after 3 more bones were honed. Right now, it had been exactly 3 months since he entered the university. I can only become stronger if I'm willing to spend money, Fang Ping calculated again. He would buy body-strengthening elixirs to hone his body. Now that he had bought a weapon, he should cultivate some saber techniques and staff-type combat techniques. The Fang's widow could be disassembled and used as a staff or a saber. I should cultivate some powerful combat techniques in terms of fist and leg techniques. The effects of basic combat techniques are limited now. The next day, it was December. Fang Ping felt like he was in a dream when he entered the main class again. They had missed cultural studies last month, and the school had no intention of making up for it. They had to make up for it on their own and continue with the main class. When Fang Ping and the others entered, the other students looked at them with complicated expressions. The news of Lu Kungqiang's death during the special training had reached the entire class. Some martial artists who did not make it into the special training classes did not know if they should be glad they did not make it or disappointed. They would gradually be left behind. In fact, the trend was already very obvious. Now, almost all the students in the special training classes had completed the honing of a limb. Even if some did not, it would not be a problem soon. Many of the others in the class were not martial artists yet. Even if they were, the number of bones they had honed was still in the single digits. The difference between them and the special training classes was not just a matter of the number of bones they had honed. There was also the familiarity of combat techniques, actual combat experience, and bloodshed experience. Even if everyone had the same vitality and number of bones honed, the students in the special training classes would still win for sure. Fang Ping had just sat down when he heard someone beside him discussing, "There's really going to be a reform." Of course it's true. It's really going to be changed. We're already asking for opinions from all sides. It'll probably be implemented in 2009. It doesn't have much to do with us, does it? Even if we redefine the difficulty of ranking, we'll still be at the same rank. It'll be troublesome if we're mainly vitality martial artists. Other than this, there are other changes. A student said mysteriously, "I heard that the government wants to promote martial arts. In the future, the local governments will hold some martial arts competitions such as challenge tournament, national competition, and so on." Before this, the fights between martial artists were hidden very well, and there are very few shows like this on the internet. But I heard that some of the competitions will be broadcasted live, not on the internet, but on big news like news simulcast. Someone even suggested that life or death battles can be broadcasted so that ordinary people can see blood. It can't be, right? Someone felt that it was inappropriate and disagreed. That's not appropriate. Take our family for example. Many of us are ordinary citizens. If we watch this kind of show, our family will be worried about us. They might even be afraid to let their children practice martial arts. We're still discussing it, but I think it doesn't matter. We still have to practice martial arts. The crowd discussed animatedly, but Fang Ping and the others looked normal. Of course, there were still some fluctuations in their hearts. The government was making a move. Was this a sign that the situation was worsening, or was it just following the trend and preparing to slowly show the real bloody scene in the martial arts circle to ordinary people? The internet was getting more and more developed, and some information spread faster. Instead of letting those sects run amok, the government might want to slowly reveal the real world. Of course, this was just the beginning. Slowly let ordinary people accept everything, let them understand that martial artists were not as leisurely and comfortable as they thought. They would die, they would fight, and they would risk their lives for the sake of improvement. The emergence of all kinds of competitions, broadcast on official television stations, made martial artists famous, made powerhouses known to all, and also stimulated ordinary people to yearn for martial artists. Fang Ping did not know whether this change was good or bad. He did not know if it would have any effect. There were still some benefits, though. It allowed some martial artists to vent the resentment in their hearts. Many martial artists died in obscurity. It was not boasting that they died for humanity. However, they had died silently, and no one knew if their deaths were worth it or not. Letting ordinary people know more and letting them make a name for those martial artists, even if it was just for a minute, was better than dying silently. Also, with the holding of competitions, some vitality martial artists might start to change to combat martial artists. The difference between vitality martial artists and combat martial artists was in the cultivation of combat techniques. If these people wanted to change, it was actually very easy. This way, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks also have a chance to make a name for themselves. Someone in the class said this, and this caused many people's emotions to waver. In the past, only grandmaster powerhouses were famous. How many martial artists in the 3 lower ranks knew about them? However, with the opening of all kinds of competitions, there would definitely be martial arts competitions targeted at the 3 lower ranks. This was also a chance for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks to make a name for themselves. Do you guys think that it will be like the grandmaster ranking, with an authoritative ranking of the 3 lower ranks? It's very possible. The current ranking of the 3 lower ranks was partly occupied by people in the military department. The ranking made by a few big organizations was only for their own amusement and was not widely publicized to the public. It was only looked at by some insiders. However, in the future, there might be an official ranking of the 3 lower ranks that appeared publicly. Fang Ping's thoughts drifted far away. He did not know what he was thinking. The class and the day passed in the midst of discussions. At night, in the training room, Fang Ping had just arrived when Zhao Lei said, "Fang Ping, isn't it time for the class monitor rotation?" If he had not mentioned it, Fang Ping would not have thought of it. Fang Ping frowned. "I almost forgot. The 20 credits from last month haven't been given to me. Did you do something?" "Humph." Zhao Lei snorted softly, obviously disdainful. "Did I do something?" "I did nothing. In MCMAU, students like them did not have the right to do anything." Fang Ping had overestimated him. "I'll inform them." At that moment, Tang Feng walked in and said casually, "The school's credits are not given randomly. Last month, everyone was outside. No one challenged during the 2 rotations, so the credits have not been given yet. Since everyone has mentioned it, then this rotation, in addition to the 20 credits from last month, will be released together." Fang Ping understood immediately. He said hurriedly, "Teacher, you mean, that's what I mean. Whoever becomes the class monitor this time will be given the 20 credits from last month to the class monitor. In other words, whoever became the class monitor this time would get 30 credits. Everyone had done missions before. Naturally, they understood what 30 credits meant. A new rank 2 martial artist would be rewarded with 10 to 15 credits. A middle stage rank 2 martial artist would be rewarded with 15 to 20 credits. A high-end rank 2 would be rewarded with 20 to 25 credits. A peak rank 2 would be rewarded with 25 to 30 credits. A peak rank 2. Of course, this was not fixed. Sometimes the reward would be higher, and sometimes it would be lower. Sometimes it would be cash, and other times it would be credit settlement. But generally, it was within this range. 30 credits meant 2 new rank 2 missions. Compared to risking their lives outside, many people would share it equally. In class, as long as they defeated Fang Ping, they would get 30 credits. As soon as Tang Feng finished speaking, many people's gazes changed. Some of them were tempted. Zhao Lei was no exception. He stared at Fang Ping with a burning gaze. Fu Changding, who was beside him, was also tempted. He said softly, "Fang Ping, 30 credits. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome this time. With our relationship, it's better for me than Zhao Lei to take advantage of us. How about this, Zhao Lei will challenge you first. You defeat him first, then surrender. I'll give you 10 credits. How about that?" Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "Do you think I'm stupid? I can take it myself. Why should I give it to you?" Fang Ping, even a hero can't stand against so many people. I'm afraid they'll all have to challenge you later. Think about it, you'll need a lot of pills to recover your vitality. Fang Ping ignored him. Tang Feng said, "Is there anyone who wants to challenge for the position of class monitor?" "Instructor, I want to try." Zhao Lei was the first to speak out, and he had an eager appearance. Ping, Zhao Lei was the first. Instructor of 2. Instructor. 4 to 5 students signed up consecutively, and Fu Changding was no exception. Fang of Fang. Ping said, "Tang, Fang of the class. Fang. Ping of the class, of Ping of the Ping. Fang Lei, not. Of the Ping. Battle. Of the Dong of Ping, the Long Ping Tang of Ping King of." Eyesight also played a role in this situation. Fang Ping looked at the few people in front of him. First, he glanced at Fu Changding. Fu Changding immediately put on a big smile on his face, looking like he was on Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping temporarily gave up on the idea of beating him up. He then swept his gaze over Yang Xiaoman. Yang Xiaoman immediately glanced at Zhao Lei with an expression that said he was a formidable opponent. Fang Ping stared at her without moving. Yang Xiaoman could not take it anymore. She glared at Fang Ping and muttered, "Isn't it embarrassing to challenge a girl first?" Before Fang Ping could speak, Zhao Lei said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, I'll go first." "Are you sure?" "Class leader or not, it doesn't matter. I'm here for revenge." Zhao Lei did not care that he would lose his position as class monitor in the end. He just wanted to find Fang Ping for revenge, for the time when he was beaten black and blue last time. "I don't mind if you want to be beaten up." Fang Ping laughed. He looked at Tang Feng and asked, "Teacher, can I use weapons?" "Sure." Tang Feng's answer was straightforward. Some students cultivated combat techniques with weapons. If they were not allowed to use weapons, how could they unleash their full potential? Moreover, he was here, and they were not on a mission. There was no need for them to lose their lives. "Give me a moment, then." Fang Ping did not say much. He strode toward the locker room. Zhao Lei hesitated for a moment. He walked to the side and picked up his own weapon. In the class, most martial artists used staffs and sabers. Zhao Lei's weapon was an alloy staff. His instructor, Tang Feng, was not good with weapons, so a staff was more suitable. After a while, Fang Ping came out. When they saw him walk out with a Chengdao in hand, everyone's expression was a little strange. In the crowd, Zhao Xuemei also looked at Fang Ping in surprise. What was going on? Isn't he supposed to use a machete? How did it turn into a large glaive? This saber isn't light, is it? Can Fang Ping use it? It looks like it's full of power. The key is to use it, many people discussed in low voices. Zhao Lei's gaze was also attracted. He stared at the Feng's widow for a while and said after a while, "A weapon isn't always better when it's bigger." The 1.8-meter-long Feng's widow was definitely not a short weapon among weapons. Long weapons did not mean that they were powerful. Once they got close, long weapons would be difficult to use. Especially a glaive, it was not as useful as a staff. Fang Ping smiled. "You'll know when you try." "Oh, right. You won't cry today, right?" "Humph. Don't ever cry. Otherwise, I'll be too embarrassed to fight you next time if I make you cry." Try it then. You seemed to be this confident last time too. Cut the crap. Zhao Lei was getting impatient. He had just finished speaking when Fang Ping's feet flashed, closing the distance slightly. The Changdao slashed through the air, making a whistling sound. Zhao Lei's expression did not change. He raised his staff and blocked. He moved his feet, wanting to get closer to Fang Ping. With the number of bones he had honed, it was more suitable for him to get close to Fang Ping. However, he had just moved his feet when Zhao Lei suddenly took a step back. His hands, which were holding the staff, were slightly numb and trembling. Such great strength. Zhao Lei's expression froze. Fang Ping's explosive strength was stronger than he had expected. Just as he thought that, Fang Ping raised his saber and slashed again. Clang, the saber and staff clashed, creating a burst of sparks and an ear-piercing sound. Zhao Lei took another step back, his expression a little ugly. He retreated, and Fang Ping advanced. Clang, he slashed again. Zhao Lei's hand was numb, and he felt like he could not hold the metal staff anymore. Clang clang clang, Fang Ping did not move closer, nor did he move further away. He maintained a distance between himself and Zhao Lei. After more than 10 consecutive slashes, Zhao Lei's hand had split open. Traces of blood flowed along the alloy staff. Among the spectating students on both sides, Yang Xiaoman's expression changed slightly. The strength of his upper limbs is so strong. The weight of his weapon isn't light either. Fu Chongding interrupted. That's not the point. The point is that his vitality and explosive strength are stronger than Zhao Lei's. How is that possible? Yang Xiaoman was a little shocked. Zhao Lei has already honed 55 bones. His vitality is at least 270 calories, Fang Ping is much stronger than him. Not just by a little. Fu Chongding's expression was solemn. Ever since the special training class had started, they had not seen Fang Ping fight. No one challenged him during the second rotation of class monitors either. The next time was last month, when everyone was busy with their own missions, and they did not come into contact. Only now did everyone realize that Fang Ping's vitality was shockingly high. At least 280 calories. No, 280 calories vitality could not cause such a suppression. It was at least 300 calories. Is this the power of a thrice-honed martial artist? Fu Chongding murmured. Then, he came to his senses and focused. With such a high vitality, he must have honed a lot of bones. At least 50 bones. Otherwise, even a thrice-honed martial artist would not have such a high vitality, or even more. In rank 1, every time a bone was honed, the upper limit of one's vitality would increase. If Fang Ping had not honed many bones, even if he was thrice honed, he would not have such a high vitality. 300 calories. Yang Xiaoman's face was a little pale. For rank 1 martial artists, the number of bones honed and the strength of their vitality were about the same. None of them had cultivated any powerful combat techniques. With Fang Ping's high vitality, it was almost a suppressive advantage for them. Just as everyone was discussing, Fang Ping suddenly let out a roar. His Changdao turned into a flash of light, and the air crackled violently from the slash. Clang, this time, the sound of the alloy colliding was especially loud. Zhao Lei's face was flushed. He let out an angry roar, but he could not stop himself from retreating. The blood on his hand was even more obvious. Still not admitting defeat? Do you want me to beat you until you cry? Fang Ping roared, and the Changdao slashed down again. Clang, this time, as Fang Ping slashed down, Zhao Lei finally could not hold the metal staff anymore. The metal staff slipped and fell to the ground, making a loud sound. Zhao Lei's hands were already numb, but he was not willing to lose just like that. He moved his feet quickly, wanting to fight Fang Ping at close range. However, Fang Ping did not give him the chance. The Changdao whistled and slashed down again, sealing off his path forward. Zhao Lei's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly retreated. As he retreated, Fang Ping changed the slash into a slap. The face of the saber slammed into Zhao Lei's chest. Puff. Zhao Lei's speed was not as fast as Fang Ping's, so he could not avoid it. His chest suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Fang Ping gave up on using the saber. He casually tossed the Changdao to Yang Xiaoman and the others. Yang Xiaoman and the others quickly dodged. Fu Changding, on the other hand, reached out and caught it. As soon as he caught it, his hand felt heavy. Then, he saw the metallic luster of the blade and could not help but curse, "Rich bastard. This is made from D-grade alloy." As soon as he said that, everyone in the class looked at the Feng's widow. Everyone's eyesight was not too bad. Fang Ping's slash just now was very powerful. The saber was definitely not light. It was definitely around 30 caddies. If it was D-grade alloy, did it not mean that it would cost more than 300 credits? Fu Changding's cursing of Fang Ping as rich bastard was not wrong. While they were still paying attention to the Chengdao, Fang Ping was already suppressing Zhao Lei. Just as everyone's gaze shifted over, they saw a very familiar scene. Bang! Zhao Lei, whose hands were still numb, watched helplessly as a fist came toward his nose. Zhao Lei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He quickly tilted his head back, but he could not avoid Fang Ping's punch. Smack, a crisp sound was heard. Blood flowed from Zhao Lei's nose instantly. His eyes were red, and tears dripped down in the blink of an eye. "I told you not to cry, but you're still crying." "Cry my ass. You still dare to curse?" Fang Ping's first punch was successful. He threw a second punch immediately, hitting Zhao Lei's left eye. Zhao Lei's left eye swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Are you still going to curse?" Bang! "I told you not to cry, but you're still crying so miserably." Bang! "Do you really think a pig's head is pretty? Then I'll satisfy you." After more than 10 punches, Zhao Lei's face was no different from the last time, but he still refused to admit defeat. Fang Ping was a little annoyed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then don't blame me for attacking your lower body. I admit defeat." Zhao Lei did not hesitate this time. He roared hurriedly. "You're so cheap." Fang Ping humphed. He did not waste any more words. He looked at Yang Xiaoman and said, "Next, Yang Xiaoman." Yang Xiaoman's expression changed again. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're not going to rest?" "No need." Yang Xiaoman looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's eyes were so swollen that he could barely see. He fumbled his way back to his original spot and sat down. Although Zhao Lei really wanted to show that he would not admit defeat even if he lost, when paired with that dignified appearance, it was quite laughable no matter how one looked at it. Yang Xiaoman exhaled and asked, "How many bones have you honed?" "Does it matter?" "I'm just asking." "Can't I? We're all in the same class. It's not a big secret." Fang Ping glanced at her, then at Tang Feng beside her. Only then did he say, 59. "How is that possible?" Yang Xiaoman was not the only one who said that. The others also looked at Fang Ping in disbelief. Fang Ping had only become a martial artist after entering the school. It had only been 3 months. In 3 months, he had honed 59 bones. He could finish honing 1 bone in a day and a half. This speed was too fast. Fang Ping did not think much of it. He did not think that he would be dissected. There was no shortage of geniuses in this world. Sure enough, Tang Feng did not react much. Seeing everyone's shock, he said mildly, "Some people are born to hone their bones. With enough pills, it's not surprising that their honing speed is faster. However, a faster honing speed doesn't mean that their combat strength is strong. It also depends on their hard work." "Yang Xiaoman, it's your turn." I admit defeat." Yang Xiaoman said unwillingly. Her face was full of shame and annoyance. She had directly admitted defeat twice, so she also felt that she had no face to see anyone. Fang Ping had gone too far. He had used Zhao Lei to scare people twice. How could she go out and face people when she was beaten up like that? Otherwise, she would have fought even if she had lost. It was not like she could not afford to lose, but she could not accept being beaten into a pig's head. Tang Feng looked at Fu Changding. Fang Ping looked at Fu Changding with a sigh. Fu Changding looked embarrassed. He laughed dryly. "Can I not hit my face? What do you think? Then I admit defeat." Fu Changding was straightforward. 30 credits was good, but he did not want to carry a pig's head anymore. He could not tell how much vitality Fang Ping had expended, but looking at his calm demeanor, he did not seem to have expended much. What about you guys? Why did you have to hit my face? I don't know. I didn't do it on purpose. The word on purpose was especially piercing to the ears. Everyone was silent. After a while, a few of them said, admit defeat. Fang Ping was thrice honed. His vitality was probably 300 calories. He had 59 bones honed, a D-grade alloy weapon, and he especially liked to hit faces. Since everyone had surrendered, Tang Feng cut to the chase and said, Fang Ping will continue to be the class monitor. Tang Feng looked at Fang Ping and said, if you want to continue on this fierce path, I suggest you learn a set of stepping techniques and a set of saber techniques that focus on outbursts and speed. You don't need to be too flashy. Learning stepping techniques is to prevent the enemy from escaping, so you can close the distance at any time. As for saber techniques, they focus on outbursts and speed. Strong outbursts and fast slashes. The enemy can't change their moves. If you can slash 100 times in one go and maintain peak condition, you can easily kill a rank 2 martial artist. Tang Feng saw something. Fang Ping's vitality outburst had a strong endurance. As long as he did not give the enemy a chance to change their moves, entangled them with stepping techniques and slashed continuously, not many rank 2 martial artists could stop him after 100 slashes. Of course, the premise was that Fang Ping could maintain this level. Once Fang Ping's vitality increased again and he honed his upper limbs, Fang Ping would be able to kill someone of the same rank with a few slashes. Fang Ping nodded his head and thanked him. Tang Feng did not continue. He said, Zhao Lei, your courage is commendable, but, Tang Feng paused before saying, but this kind of bravado is meaningless. This is a class battle, that's why you can escape unscathed. You know you can't win, but you're still trying to be brave. Other than losing your life, there's no other possibility. He had been beaten to such a state and was completely suppressed by Fang Ping. If he continued to hold on, other than being punched a few more times by Fang Ping, there was no effect. If Zhao Lei had a trump card that could kill in one hit and turn the tables, there would be a reason for him to hold on. Obviously, Zhao Lei did not. Under such circumstances, there was no need to be stubborn and refuse to admit defeat. Zhao Lei's eyes were red and swollen. He did not make a sound. The crowd could not see the change in his expression because they really could not. Yang Xiaoman, Fu Changding, you guys are good at judging, but why don't you give it a try? Fang Ping can't kill you, so you don't even have the guts to try? Yang Xiaoman looked wronged. Do I dare? How can I face people if I'm beaten to a pulp? Fu Changding laughed dryly without saying a word. He had a feeling that Fang Ping was looking for an opportunity to beat him up. Knowing that he was no match for Fang Ping, he was too lazy to do so. After that, Tang Feng continued, Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, and Fu Changding, the 4 of you will enter the reserve team. They were not surprised, but Yang Xiaoman could not help but glance at Xianxia beside her. She quickly asked, Instructor, where's Xianxia? Xianxia bit her lip and lowered her head, not saying a word. Tang Feng said calmly, Xianxia, I suggest you transfer to the Faculty of Social Sciences and work behind the scenes. I also don't recommend that you continue to participate in the exchange competition. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. Teacher, tears welled up in Xianxia's eyes. She bit her lip. After a while, she said, I want to try. It's up to you. Your vitality and number of bones honed are the highest in class. I can let you enter the reserve team, but entering the reserve team doesn't mean that you have to participate in the championship. If a member of the reserve team thinks that he can beat you, you have to accept the challenge. If you lose, you will join the reserve team. As one of the few students in class who had honed more than 50 bones, Xianxia did not lack in qualifications or resources. Her cultivation in other areas, including combat techniques, was not bad either. The only thing she lacked was courage. In the eyes of Huang Jing and the others, Fang Ping also lacked courage. However, Fang Ping did not really lack courage. This guy was just very cunning. He did not want to risk his life unless it was necessary. When the time came, Fang Ping would not lack courage. Xianxia, however, really lacked this quality. A martial artist like this might be more suitable to become a vitality martial artist. Xianxia lowered her head and said nothing, Yang Xiaoman tugged at her hand and comforted her softly, but it did not have much effect. Also, Tang Songting, Zhao Xueme, Sui Kai, Li Zhaoxiu, and Jin Lei will enter the reserve team. The rest will enter the reserve team. I've said it before, this is not set in stone. The reserve team doesn't mean that you will definitely participate in the championship at the end, and the reserve team doesn't mean that you will always stay in the reserve team. After the teams were divided, Tang Feng continued, Fang Ping will be the captain of the reserve team. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's face was like a pig's. No one could see his expression, but he was cursing in his heart. Why are you looking at me? I was just beaten up, and you're still looking at me. No objections. Fang Ping will be the captain then. Also, this month, you will not focus on carrying out missions. Right now, everyone should have a lot of credits. During this period, focus on improving your strength. Bone honing, combat techniques, everything that needs to be cultivated must be cultivated. Strive to have a few more peak rank 1 martial artists before the championship. Fang Ping is not far from a certain peak. It should not be a problem for him to reach peak rank 1 before the championship. Zhao Lei and the rest should have hope too. All of you have honed more than 50 bones. Zhao Lei has 55 bones now. Once he completes the honing of both limbs, his vitality and strength will increase. The other things are combat techniques and pole standing. The gap between rank 1 martial artists is actually not that big. Fang Ping has the advantage because of his vitality, and also because his pole standing has reached the peak of the firm stance. Being able to fight, retreat, and entangle is also an advantage. In December, everyone should focus on cultivating. The school will provide some resources for everyone. The reserve team members will be given an additional 30 credits. 30 credits. Some of the reserve team members could not help but feel envious. Even without doing missions, they could still earn credits. How refreshing, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Instructor, can I advance my class monitor credits for the middle of the month and the beginning of next month? Cough, 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 Tang Feng could not help but cough. The others also looked at Fang Ping. Was there such a thing, advance payment? What did this mean? Fang Ping did not care. He glanced at the others and said, why don't we continue sparring now? Don't worry, I won't hit your face. You. The reserve team members were slightly displeased. Yang Xiaoman was even more furious. Tang Feng saw the situation and laughed. Sure. Instructor. Yang Xiaoman shouted. Tang Feng said indifferently, when you win, just ask Fang Ping to give it to you. Of course, I don't think your chances are high. This was obviously a provocation. Tang Feng did not even try to hide it. However, the few of them were holding back their anger. They could not let it out. Could they really defeat Fang Ping? Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. The class monitor this time was 30 credits. If he advanced a month, that would be 20 credits. If he received another 30 credits from the school, 80 credits would be in his hands in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Fang Ping realized that credits were easy to earn. If he said this, Yang Xiaoman and the others would beat him to death. Easy to earn. Yang Xiaoman and the others had accumulated less than 200 credits since the start of the semester. The other students in the special training class had even fewer. As for the other new students, they were almost all cultivating with the 50 credits that came with the start of the semester. How could it be easy to earn? The evening class was just a simple division of teams. After the division was done, the reserve team members left early. The remaining 10 people were left behind. Tang Feng said, the championship has been decided. The venue is in Magic City. On the 10th of January, MCMAU, CCMAU, the Martial Arts University Alliance, and the 8 School Alliance will gather in Magic City. The Martial Arts University Alliance was an alliance formed by normal martial arts universities. The 8 School Alliance was a team formed by the second batch of martial arts universities. These second batches of martial arts universities were concentrated in Magic City and Capital City, including Sino Nation Martial Arts University, South Capital Martial Arts University, East China Normal University, South China University of Science and Technology, Capital City University. The 10th will be the opening ceremony of the championship. On that day, we will draw lots to decide our first-round opponents. The 11th, the opening match, one in the morning and one in the afternoon to decide the winner. Number 12, Losers Bracket Battle, Losers Bracket Battle, Losers Bracket Battle ranked 4th. The winner would then have to wait for the winners group to fight against the losers group on the 13th. The loser would be ranked 3rd. The winner on the 14th will fight against the winner with consecutive wins to decide the first and second place. Fang Ping asked immediately, does that mean that we have to fight all 3 parties? Not bad. Tang Feng nodded and said, furthermore, the group that lost in the first round will have to fight one more round if they want to enter the finals. Losing in the first round did not mean that one would definitely lose. The other party could defeat the other party who had also lost, then defeat the losing party in the winning group, and finally fight against the winning party. If they won, they could also win. Of course, this hope was not very high. After all, if he lost once, he might not be able to win again. Only by winning 3 out of 3 battles can we win first place. Tang Feng exhaled softly and continued, according to the agreement that we have discussed, once MCMAU and CCMAU lose their first and second places, from next September onwards, the resources invested will be reduced by 30%. You have to understand how great the loss is. Every year, MCMAU invests up to 30 billion in resources for students. Yes, 30 billion, it was just a university with 6,000 students. MCMAU's annual subsidies were as high as 30 billion, after splitting it evenly, every student in MCMAU would receive 5 million as a resource subsidy every year. Needless to say, the new student's admission gift of 50 credits was worth more than 1 million. In addition to the usual subsidies, on average, the new students would receive no less than 2 million in benefits in their first year. The older students actually had more. They needed a lot of pills and other resources, and MCMAU sold them to the students at cost price, or even below cost price. The difference in price was also frighteningly high. Once it was reduced by 30%, they would lose almost 10 billion in subsidies. Therefore, in this championship, our goal is to secure second place and fight for first place. Second, our resources will not change. First, CCMAU's investment will be reduced by 10%, and these will be transferred to the school in first place. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Tang Feng continued, in December, all of you will work hard on your cultivation, including the cultivation of various combat techniques. In January, the school will bring all of you to play 2 friendly matches. Friendly matches? Yes, go to other schools to test the situation, mainly the schools in Magic City. Will this be useful? There is still some use. We can roughly see some things so that everyone can be prepared. After saying this, Tang Feng continued, the school has high hopes for everyone participating in the championship this time. In January, when the specific name list is confirmed, each of you will receive at least 50 credits as a reward. If you manage to secure second place, the school will reward you handsomely. If you can get first place, everything else aside, each of you will receive at least 300 credits as a reward. Everyone's eyes were green. 300 credits and above. This year, the school's investment in these students participating in the championship was unusually large. From the beginning to the end, if they managed to get first place, each of them would receive at least 500 credits. 500 credits would be enough for everyone to smoothly cultivate to peak rank 2. If they did not care about the time and used it sparingly, even rank 3 would not be a problem. Coming out of the training room, Fu Changding sighed. If we manage to secure second place, it'll be fine. If we lose it, even if the school doesn't punish us, the others will curse us to death. The pressure was not small. If they lost, the seniors who were about to graduate might not say anything. However, the new students in the coming year could curse the seniors until they vomited blood. Not only the new students, but they themselves would also be in trouble. In the next few years, it would be much more difficult to obtain cultivation resources. Fang Ping, are you confident? Fang Ping was speechless. He said impatiently, I don't even know the situation in the other schools. How can I be confident? He did not think he was weak, but did normal martial arts universities not have geniuses? Old Wang had also reached peak rank 1 at the end of the semester. If there were more martial artists like this in normal schools, who knew if there would be more monsters? We'll try to cultivate to peak rank 1 this month. If we really manage to gather 10 peak rank 1 martial artists, I think we're still very confident. Geniuses are not cabbages. There won't be that many of them. The few of them discussed for a while and dispersed. The next day, noon. Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei were called to the training room. Lu Fengre did not waste any time. She said directly, Fang Ping, do you want to learn more advanced combat techniques? Yes. Advanced combat techniques are usually developed for rank 3 martial artists. Rank 3 martial artists have completed honing their limbs. At this time, the honing process slows down. Only then can they focus on cultivating advanced combat techniques. However, the situation now is different. Lu Fengre thought for a while and said, combat techniques are actually used by people. Originally, there were no ranks. Basic combat techniques in the hands of powerhouses can also be used to great effect. However, not everyone is a powerhouse. Just like firearms, there are strong and weak ones. Weapons have their own ranks. In the end, combat techniques also have their own ranks. Currently, other than basic combat techniques, there are slightly more powerful combat techniques used by martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. For example, the puncture kick that I taught you last time. This type of combat technique is known as a standard rank combat technique. Fang Ping interrupted. Like martial artists, there are 9 ranks? That's not it. Lu Fengre shook her head. Currently, there are only 3 ranks for combat techniques, low, middle, and high. The puncture kick is a low-ranked combat technique. Actually, if you've perfected the puncture kick, it won't be weak. It's just very difficult. On the other hand, middle-ranked combat techniques are developed for martial artists who have completed honing their limbs. Sometimes, there are some restrictions. The main one is the vitality restriction, which consumes a lot. On the other hand, high-ranked combat techniques are developed for middle-ranked martial artists. What about Grandmaster-level powerhouses? Grandmaster-level powerhouses won't purposely pursue the rank of combat techniques. Grandmaster-level powerhouses have their own uniqueness. Let's put it this way. Grandmaster-level powerhouses pursue a comprehensive outburst of vitality, and spirit. They're not like the 3 lower and middle ranks, which are purely vitality outbursts. Vitality, and spirit? Fang Ping understood a little. He asked hurriedly, is it related to mentality? Lu Fengre glanced at him and said lightly, you're very far away from this now. There's no need to look into this. All in all, at this moment, you're still very weak. Right now, if you want to improve further, you need to learn middle-ranked combat techniques. These combat techniques have high vitality requirements. On one hand, when you cultivate, vitality consumption is high. On the other hand, middle-ranked combat techniques include some powerful outburst ultimate moves. These moves require a strong vitality to be able to outburst. Your vitality should be 300 calories now, right? Yes, I've got it. Lu Fengre flicked her fingers lightly. After some thought, she said, do you want to learn stepping techniques and saber techniques? I want to learn stepping techniques, but I don't really care about saber techniques. As long as the outburst is strong and fast, I don't need to be too flashy. I have stepping techniques here. As for saber techniques, how about this? Come to me tomorrow and I'll teach you. After talking to Fang Ping, Lu Fengre looked at Zhao Xuemei and said, you haven't reached peak rank 1 yet. You've only honed 47 bones. Although you're not slow, compared to others, you're not fast either. Do you dare to try? Zhao Xuemei looked confused. Lu Fengre said lightly, try using rank 2 vitality pills to cultivate. Use the outburst of vitality to hone your bones quickly. Rank 2. Yes, this is an effective way to speed up bone honing. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Moreover, the consumption is too high. The market price of rank 2 vitality pills was usually no less than 700,000 yuan per pill. In school, it would also cost 20 credits per pill. The price could not be considered cheap. If a rank 1 martial artist used a rank 2 vitality pill to hone their bones, their vitality would definitely be sufficient. They could hone their bones without any worries. Right now, you're still 15 bones away from peak rank 1. If you cultivate normally, you definitely won't be able to achieve that in a month. However, take a rank 2 vitality pill every 2 days. In a month, there's still hope. 1 pill every 2 days? Zhao Xuemei's face was a little pale. That would be 15 pills a month. She did not have that many credits, so she could only buy them with money. That would cost about 10 million. Was it worth it? Moreover, it would be risky. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Xuemei gritted her teeth and said, "Instructor, I choose to hone my bones with a rank 2 vitality pill. Then come to my place every night to cultivate from now on." Fang Ping listened. On one hand, he admired Zhao Xuemei's courage. On the other hand, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. What a rich woman! Just for the sake of speeding up to rank 1, she would spend tens of millions without even blinking. How rich was her family? It turned out that one could cheat when it came to bone honing. Fang Ping thought about it and felt that it was normal. The rank 2 vitality pill replenished vitality quickly. Martial artists could continuously use vitality to hone their bones, so speeding up the process was normal. However, could the Meridians withstand it? Perhaps they would have to use pills like the Viscera Shielding pill. After calculating, the amount of money spent would be even more terrifying. Very few martial artists would do this. It was not that they could not cultivate to rank 1. There was no need to waste so much. Cultivation was a long-term thing, not something that could be done in a day. Did Old Wan do the same? Zhao Xuemei had decided to use rank 2 vitality pills to cultivate. Fang Ping guessed that others must have the same idea. MCMAU had a lot of rich people. This made Fang Ping, who had thought of himself as a rich man, feel that he was not that rich. Just as Fang Ping and the others found out about the time of the championship, there was suddenly a rumor on the internet about the National Freshman Championship. 99 universities, top freshman showdown. Famous schools have an undeserved reputation? The government has invested too much in famous schools, causing dissatisfaction among the schools. Unveiling the mysterious veil of martial arts universities. In the eyes of many ordinary people, martial arts universities were just a name, an illusory term that was far away from them. It was a place that countless young people yearned for, but what were martial arts universities like? How strong were martial arts university students, compared to the martial artists and leaders they usually met? They had no idea who was stronger and who was weaker. What kind of life did martial arts university students lead? Just like the news reported, it was very mysterious. Mysterious martial arts universities. At this moment, the mysterious and noble martial arts universities seemed to be pulling open a new curtain for the world. On the internet, all kinds of news continued to explode. Exclusive report: the national championship may become the first martial arts competition in Sino Nation to be open to the public. Can the famous schools stand out and maintain their reputation? Insider news: this championship may involve a fight for tens of billions of government funding. Heaven's Pride Gathering. Grade 08 freshman. Lucky or unlucky? After so many years, this was the first time such a large-scale national championship was held. Participants: 99 martial arts universities. In the past, championships like this had been very small in scale. MCMAU might compete with CCMAU, but it would be held internally, and the outside world would not know. There might be exchanges with a few local martial arts universities, but it would be limited to 3 to 5. This time all 99 martial arts universities in the country would participate together. This was impossible in the past. The new student representatives from the 99 martial arts universities would definitely be the strongest in grade 08. The outstanding ones among them might soar to the sky, but they might also have to bear great pressure. If they lost, and lost miserably, and the inside story was exposed in the future, these losers would most likely become the target of disdain. They lost the school's resources, making it more difficult for the latecomers. Even if it was not their responsibility, the first batch of new students to participate in the championship would be remembered by countless people. Nanjiang. Rivertown. Wu Zhihao exclaimed, "The national championship." It was obvious that he had not known about the national championship until this very moment. Tan Hao, who was sitting next to him, asked curiously, "Didn't you join the special training class? You don't even know this?" "What do I know?" Wu Zhihao said gloomily, I'm just a bystander. I don't know where these martial artists came from in the special training class. These martial artists, together with Nanjiang University of Science and Technology and Nanjiang University, formed another special training class. There are about a dozen martial artists. Usually, we just wander around the special training class to see if we can get some benefits. If there's any information, they won't tell us. Tan Hao said sympathetically, I thought you were awesome, but it turns out you're just like that, better than you, at least I'm in the special training class. Wu Zhihao snorted exasperatedly and said, Nanjiang has produced so many martial artists this year. Those who are participating in the exchange competition this time must be martial artists, right? Of course. Tan Hao said affirmatively, this time, there are 89 normal martial arts universities, and there are 10 martial artists. Think about it, I suspect that there might be peak rank 1 martial artists participating. On average, there's not even one peak martial artist in 9 martial arts universities? Seems like it. Sigh, before I entered martial arts universities, I didn't have a deep understanding. I always felt that martial artists were everywhere in martial arts universities, and rank 2 and 3 were everywhere. Only after entering martial arts universities did I understand how difficult it is to become a martial artist. Wu Zhihao sighed and said, I wonder how Fang Ping is doing now. Do you think he can participate in the championship? I don't think there's much hope. Tan Hao shook his head. After all, Fang Ping only became a martial artist after enrolling in school. There were a lot of martial artists in MCMAU when school started, and their families are well off. You've seen it too. It's hard to become a martial artist without money. Fang Ping doesn't have any cultivation resources. How can he compare to those people? That's true. Wu Zhihao felt that this was true. Although Fang Ping had become a martial artist, he was only a rank 1 martial artist. Without a lot of resources, he could not cultivate too fast. There were many tycoons in MCMAU. There were a lot of martial artists who became martial artists when school started. If Fang Ping was in Nanjiang, there was still hope for him to participate. If he was in MCMAU, he might not stand a chance at all. Is the championship really going to be open to the public, Tan Hao? If it's really an open competition, should we go and watch? I want to go, but I don't know if I can buy tickets. You're in the special training class. You can be a cheerleader, right? I'll be a cheerleader? Wu Zhihao said indignantly, I won't do it. I'd rather spend my own money to buy tickets. But Fang Ping is in Magic City. Why don't we talk to Yang Jian and the others and go to Magic City during winter break? Fang Ping has become a martial artist, but we haven't asked him to treat us to a meal yet. When we go to Magic City, let him treat us. The few of them discussed and finally decided that if the championship was really going to be open to the public, they would go and watch the fun. At the same time, Magic City. Fang Ping held the phone and said with a headache, you know about this? Of course. It's all over the internet. Fang Ping, I want to go and watch the fun too, okay? What fun is there to watch? Besides, it might not be open to the public. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. What the hell, the championship might be open to the public and even sell tickets for normal people to watch. This would cause a lot of dissatisfaction. That included Fang Ping. People like them, especially those from ordinary families, did not want their parents to know that they were bleeding and crying. They only needed to know that their son was very happy and comfortable. They only needed to know that their son did not lack money, had a high status, and was strong. That was enough. Now, there was a lot of commotion. What was the point of letting normal people watch the battle? However, Fang Ping had also heard that because this was a championship for new students, most of them were rank 1, closest to normal people, and it would not be too tragic. An open competition like this was a suitable start. Moreover, letting the new students open the competition and let them become famous would be beneficial to the promotion of some of the government's plans. Previously in Sun City, Tan Jinping had hoped that Fang Ping could be a spokesperson to let countless youths actively participate in martial sciences studies. Now was also the best opportunity to let countless youths know what kind of transformation would happen after entering a martial arts university. These new students were all students who had entered martial arts universities for half a year. Others would not think about it. They were the cream of the crop among millions of students. They would only think that if they could do it, so could they, as long as the scene was not too bloody, even if they were injured. So what? Fang Ping was almost certain that if the scene was too bloody, it would definitely not be made public. Instead, the scenes of beautiful fights, clean wins, and cheers would be known by the public. Creating a group of star students would make countless people yearn to be martial artists. This was probably the reason why the championship was chosen as the first open competition. Even as he thought about this, Fang Ping still said, "The championship is almost New Year. It'll be so comfortable to stay at home for the winter." "No, Fang Ping, can't I pay for it myself? Stop showing off your wealth." Fang Ping huffed impatiently. After a while, he said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, I don't care. I want to go, and I want to go to your school to take a look. What's there to see? MCMAU will be my school in the future. Of course, I want to see the environment." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. "You're thinking so far ahead. You're only in year 3. Why are you not studying now? Why are you taking MCMAU?" Having said that, Fang Ping immediately said, "I still have something to do. I'm hanging up. Remember to book the tickets for me." "I'll see." After hanging up, Fang Ping saw Lu Fengru and asked immediately, "Instructor, what's with the championship being made public?" Lu Fengru said nonchalantly, "It's not strange. Martial arts universities are the easiest for ordinary people to interact with, and they know the most about martial artists. This time, 99 martial arts universities are holding a championship. It's good for ordinary people to yearn for martial artists, and it also deepens their understanding of martial artists. You're all rank 1. Before this, you were all ordinary people. You're also the most suitable to be the first batch of martial artists under the public's eyes. When next year, the number of students applying for martial sciences will definitely increase, but, worried that your parents will find out? Worried about you? A little. It's nothing. Actually, this is good. If we really want to communicate in private," Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. "Then at least half of you will die. But now, if it's made public, the fights won't be so fierce. Moreover, there will definitely be high-ranked powerhouses on standby, ready to help at any time. For you, it's a good thing. You can have fewer casualties. In private, everyone could beat their brains out without a problem. However, in public, unless there was really no time, there would definitely be many middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses waiting for help at any time." For Fang Ping and the others, this was indeed a good thing. The instructors would not sit idly by and watch them die. As for injuries, if they could not even accept martial artists getting injured, what kind of martial artists were they? Did they want to fight some exhibition matches for the ordinary people to watch, to make them think that martial artists were all showy and impractical, a joke? Fang Ping did not say anything after hearing that. Lu Fengru said, "Right now, we're not sure if we should make it public, but the possibility is very high. Don't think too much. It's a good thing for you. You can fight without restraint. As long as you don't get killed in one hit, I have a reason to save you." Cough, 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 Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "I'm not that weak, am I? You think you're very strong?" Lu Fengru said disdainfully, "MCMAU's new students dominating doesn't mean anything. MCMAU is actually much gentler. CCMAU is stronger than us, and the other martial arts universities are weaker than us, but that's in general, not in individuals. In the Northwest, there are even martial arts universities that throw their new students into the catacombs. So cruel? Cruel? Use your brain and think about it. If MCMAU and CCMAU's resources are reduced by 30%, they'll get more than 20 billion in financial allocation, including the division of profits between the two elite schools for pill companies and weapon manufacturing companies. This is a big event in the future. The wealth involved is as high as 100 billion. If each school divides it equally, it'll be more than 1 billion. Don't you think it's worth it to lose a few new students to cultivate a middle to high-ranked martial artist?" Fang Ping fell silent again. Lu Fengru did not continue, but went back to the main topic. "Don't think about these useless things. Today, I'll teach you stepping techniques and saber techniques. Take a look at the cultivation technique information first. Lu Fengru pointed at the pile of books at the side. Fang Ping was surprised. So many? Middle-ranked combat techniques involve more theories, and they're broken down in more detail. Take a look. I'll show you a few more times, and you can ask me if you don't understand. Okay. Fang Ping flipped through the books. The name of the stepping technique was simple, Cloud Steps. The name of the saber technique was relatively awesome, Manic Explosion. Of course, he was also a little chunibyo. Lu Fengru saw that he was staring at the title of the book and said casually, "This is the saber technique created by your Nanjiang's Governor-General Zhang. When he was young, he was a little. Anyway, he was a little silly, and the names he came up with were all the same. Manic Explosion was just one of them. He had Royal Decapitation and Immortal Vanquishing Divine Blade. It sounded impressive, but in reality, it was only at the 6th rank. Oh, now it was the 7th rank. Back then, I beat you up so badly that you called me Grandaunt. Sigh, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements." Cough, cough, cough. This time, Fang Ping really choked. Is this for real? This was not the first time he had heard of Nanjiang's Governor-General Zhang's name. Right after his rebirth, Governor-General Zhang had become a grandmaster. This was big news that everyone in Nanjiang knew. The other party had also graduated from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang and the others had also said that the changes in Nanjiang Martial Arts University had something to do with the other party. But now, Lu Fengru actually said that she had beaten him up so badly that he had to call her Grandaunt when he was young. It couldn't be that bad, right? Fang Ping did not expect that this saber technique was created by Governor-General Zhang. Mentor, you know Governor-General Zhang? Of course. Otherwise, where did this saber technique come from? Actually, back then, he also wanted to pursue me, but look at his conduct. Back then, your mentor, was also a flower. When I first entered the catacombs, there were more than 10 people with me. Which guy wasn't smitten by me? At that time, he was there. There was no entrance to the catacombs in Nanjiang. Back then, when Nanjiang Martial Arts University came to Magic City to enter the catacombs, that's how I met him. Don't worry and cultivate the cultivation method. Yesterday, I asked that old fellow, and he didn't have any objections. He was very attentive to me, and even said that he would explain it to you personally when he had time. I ignored him. She's bragging, right? Fang Ping thought to himself. The possibility was very high. It was not the first time that Lu Fengru could brag. It could be seen from the way she called herself Unconquerable Wu. If she said that she knew Governor-General Zhang, Fang Ping would not doubt it. But if she said that she was smitten by Lu Fengru and still could not forget her until now, Fang Ping really did not believe it. Still, it was not certain. No one could say for sure. Knowing that this was a saber technique created by Governor-General Zhang, Fang Ping felt something else. It seemed that he and Nanjiang had an inseparable fate. Fang Ping continued looking down at the introduction of the cultivation method. Manic Explosion could be seen from the name. Continuous vitality outbursts, violent saber techniques. There were not many moves, a total of 7 moves. Each move was more explosive than the one before. At the 7th move, one would either live or die. This was because after 7 moves, no matter how much vitality you had, your vitality would be exhausted by the last move. At this time, if the enemy did not die, you would die. What if my vitality is endless? Fang Ping's eyes lit up. If I continuously outburst 7 moves, my vitality would be full again. Does that mean that I can continue outbursting? This time, Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He began to read seriously. After reading for a while, Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Manic Explosion did not only outburst vitality, but also other aspects. Meridians, internal organs, bones, skin, his vitality was not a problem, but there were still limits in these aspects. It's a pity that I didn't hone my upper limbs. I hope to advance to rank 2 before the championship and hone some upper limbs. That way, after 7 moves, I'll be able to cut down one after another. After reading the saber for a while, Fang Ping looked at the footwork. Cloud Steps was not complicated. It used a unique way of exerting force, outbursting vitality, to make one's speed faster and more methodical. After reading through it in general, Fang Ping felt that it was not too difficult for him to learn. He could meet the requirements for vitality outbursts, and he could do it continuously. He had no problem with the cultivation requirements. It was nothing more than practice makes perfect. The main thing was the strength of vitality. At this moment, Fang Ping realized that the strength of vitality was more useful than he had imagined. No wonder the college entrance examination tested vitality. In December, the weather gradually turned cold. It was still fine in the south, but it was already snowing in some places in the north. A few days ago, there was a huge snowstorm at Stone Gate in the north. The outside world thought that the weather was abnormal. The north was cold to begin with, so not many people really cared. However, Fang Ping and the others already knew that the worsening of the weather had something to do with the changes in the catacombs. Dormitory area. Beside the haven. Fang Ping's cultivation location had changed from the training room to the side of the haven. According to Lu Fengru, it was quieter here and the air was fresher. However, according to Fang Ping's understanding, it was because his instructor was afraid of trouble. The dormitory area was far from the training room. Beside the lake. The Chongdao in Fang Ping's hand moved like a shadow. With a sudden roar, the saber slashed down, bang, cracks instantly appeared on a blue stone beside the lake. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into several pieces. Phew, Fang Ping exhaled deeply. The joy in his eyes was obvious. Beside him, Lu Fengru frowned slightly and said, "Go get yourself a few blue stones to mend the damage." "Who told you to destroy the environment when you cultivate?" Fang Ping suddenly looked embarrassed. Then, he said excitedly, "Instructor, the saber cut the limestone, very proud?" No, although he said that he didn't, it was obvious that he was a little proud. It had only been 3 days, and he was already able to perform the first slash. It won't be too late to be arrogant after you've slashed out 7 times in a row. Lu Fengru was not stingy with her words. She took another look at the fragments of the blue stone and frowned slightly. "Your strength is very scattered. When you can cut the blue stone into 2 smooth halves with 1 slash, that would be considered a small achievement." Fang Ping had just chopped the blue stone into pieces. It was not chopping, it was shaking. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping suddenly said somewhat helplessly, "The Feng's widows. Main focus is ferocity, cut the crap. Just because it's tough and fierce doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be controlled." Lu Fengru scolded. As she said that, she reached out and took the Feng's widow from Fang Ping's hand, waving it at the ground. Fang Ping did not get a good look, nor did he hear the loud sound when he struck the blue stone. Everything had ended without a sound. Lu Fengru did not say anything. After swinging her saber a few times, she tossed it to Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not pay attention to the saber. He looked down hurriedly. He saw that one of the small pieces of blue stone that he had just chopped was evenly divided into 8 pieces. Fang Ping bent down hurriedly, picked up a small piece, and rubbed it. The cut surface was extremely smooth. "Teacher, didn't you change your weapon so that you could unleash more power and kill your enemies with brute force, but violence does not equal brute force?" Lu Fengru shook her head and said, "You only know how to use brute force. I've seen your sparring with other people. You only know how to stab down foolishly. If you run into someone whose vitality and combat techniques aren't as good as yours, then it's naturally easier to deal with them. But can you only bully these people? Every time you slashed down with your saber, your strength would be dispersed. It looked domineering and mighty, but it would cause the enemy's perlicue to crack. But is your purpose to crack open the jaws of others?" Fang Ping said thoughtfully, "What you mean is that my strength is dispersed too much. It should be like the puncture kick, where my strength is concentrated at one point. It's not hopeless yet." Lu Fengru said as she walked, using the least amount of strength to kill the enemy, conserving stamina and vitality. This is what martial artists should do. No matter how violent the combat technique is, it will still pursue the greatest lethality with the least amount of effort. Manic explosion sounds crazy, but it's not for you to be crazy stupidly. Go back and take a closer look at the gathering and condensing techniques. When you've learned the 3 consecutive slashes, you'll be able to cut F-class weapons in half with 1 slash. That'll be considered a small success. 3 consecutive slashes can cut F-class weapons in half? Fang Ping found it hard to believe. Lu Fengru frowned and said, "This is a middle-ranked combat technique. It was originally meant for rank 3 martial artists. Rank 3 martial artists who have learned middle-ranked combat techniques are not weak even among their peers. Manic Explosion is not a street product, and it was not modified by the students from the School of Production. This is the work of a grandmaster martial artist. Although some street products are also ranked, many of them are modified combat techniques by some low-ranked martial artists who borrowed the cultivation methods of their predecessors. You're holding a D-class alloy weapon and know how to concentrate your strength at one point. With the outburst of 3 consecutive slashes, cutting F-class alloy is not just wishful thinking." After saying that, Lu Fengru suddenly looked at him strangely and said, "Do you think you can achieve 7 consecutive slashes in rank 1? Huh? You can't really think that, right? No, it doesn't matter if I do or not. You'd better throw away that stupid idea of yours. Middle-ranked combat techniques are prepared for rank 3 martial artists. For example, a normal rank 1 martial artist's vitality is between 180 calories and 250 calories. A rank 2 martial artist's vitality is between 250 calories and 400 calories. A rank 3 martial artist's vitality is between 250 calories and 400 calories. A rank 3 martial artist's torso may only have 51 torso bones, but each of them is a big bone, especially the spine. Once the torso is honed, the human skeleton system will completely form a cycle. At this time, the skull does not need to participate in the cycle system. Therefore, every time the torso is honed and every bone is honed, it means that vitality will skyrocket. After it is linked up, it will be a step higher. At rank 3, a martial artist's vitality is limited from 400 calories to 1000 calories. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping was a little shocked. A rank 3 martial artist's vitality can go up to 1000? It varies from person to person. 1000 calories is the limit, or should I say 999 calories is the limit. It's the same even for twice honed. Fang Ping was even more surprised now. He said immediately, "What you mean is, no matter if it's twice honed or thrice honed, at rank 3, the upper limit of vitality is 999 calories? That's right. Of course, it still depends on person. At that stage, very few people will test their vitality. If some people don't say it, not many people will know whether they have exceeded the limit or not." Lu Fengru explained and said, "These are all off topic. What I mean is that middle-ranked combat techniques are prepared for rank 3 martial artists, or peak rank 2 martial artists can also cultivate." Why? The limit of vitality. In order to unleash the full power of each slash of manic explosion, the vitality outburst must reach about 100 calories. Can you do that? The vitality outburst from your slash just now did not exceed 20 calories. It's considered a reduced version of manic explosion. Even if you can outburst 7 times, it's just for show. It's not the complete version. At your stage, you don't need to pursue too many moves. You need to dig deeper. When you slash, you can consume 100 calories of vitality. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists will almost all be killed by your slash. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, Fang Ping could understand. When they fought with others, the consumption of vitality was not a one-time thing. Instead, every move consumed vitality. For example, Fang Ping's puncture kick only consumed about 10 calories of vitality at most when he gave it his all. In fact, that was a special case. Under normal circumstances, if he gave it his all, a puncture kick would only consume about 5 to 6 cal of vitality. Therefore, if Fang Ping used puncture kick with his vitality of more than 300 calories, he could continuously deliver 40 to 50 kicks. Of course, he did not use any cheats. The human body needed to maintain a normal supply of vitality. When vitality fell below 100 calories, it would be a little weak. Fang Ping, who had more than 300 calories of vitality, could use more than 200 calories of vitality. For example, the slash just now consumed a lot of vitality, close to 20 calories. He could deliver 10 or so slashes like that without a problem. If he wanted to deliver another slash, he would need to replenish his vitality. Could manic explosion that consumed 20 calories of vitality and 100 calories of vitality have the same power? Obviously not. This was not just a matter of vitality. There was a limit to how much explosive force the bones, meridians, and skin could withstand. Rank 3 martial artists have high vitality. That's why they can cultivate 5 or 7 consecutive slashes. You can't. With your situation, I've already said that you can do 7 consecutive slashes just for show. If you really use 7 consecutive slashes, your vitality will be depleted immediately. Do you know what will happen to you when your vitality is depleted? Fang Ping shook his head. If your vitality is sucked dry, what do you think will happen to you? A mummy. So don't even think about it. When you can unleash 50 calories of vitality in one slash, you can do 3 or 4 consecutive slashes. With that kind of explosive force, it's not impossible to break F-class weapons. Lu Fengru had never mentioned these things before. In reality, no one cared. They were all rank 1 martial artists. They had not reached that step yet. Whether it was basic combat techniques or low-ranked combat techniques, they had not reached the limits of a rank 1 martial artist. Their vitality would not be depleted just because they cultivated a profound combat technique. However, middle-ranked combat techniques had this possibility. If a real genius could cultivate manic explosion to full mastery in rank 1, each slash would consume 100 calories of vitality. Almost no one would survive 3 slashes. Now, Fang Ping understood why the requirements for cultivating middle-ranked combat techniques were a little harsh. This was to prevent accidents from happening. You have to do 2 things now. First, learn to control your strength. Don't scatter it. Second, learn to unleash more vitality force. The more vitality force is unleashed, the more powerful it will be. This is proportional. Otherwise, even if you learn 7 consecutive slashes, the power of each slash will only be 5 or 6 cal. What's the point? Moves depend on the person. This is the principle. Fang Ping nodded hurriedly. Then, he asked, Instructor, if that's the case, then the lethality of a move is related to the vitality outburst of each move. Does this mean that a rank 1 martial artist can also kill a rank 3 martial artist? If a rank 1 martial artist can unleash 100 calories of vitality in one move, if a rank 3 martial artist can't beat him, Lu Fengru said impatiently, isn't it normal? Now, you drag a rank 3 martial artist who only has vitality here and you kill him with 1 slash. Is it strange? Don't just look at ranks. Right now, the government's reclassification policy is still under discussion. In fact, they're discussing whether to use the explosive force and endurance of moves to determine ranks. I see. Lu Fengru brought up another concept. Actually, in the eyes of many practical martial artists, a martial artist who can unleash 1/10 of his current vitality in every move is considered to have truly mastered the vitality force in his body. If you have 300 calories of vitality, then you can unleash 30 calories of lethality in one move. This means that you have truly mastered the use of vitality. If you can unleash 1/5 of your current vitality in one move, then this kind of move is called a killer move. If you can unleash 1/3 or even half of your current vitality, then it's called a killer move. Then, before Fang Ping could ask anything, Lu Fengru interrupted, if you unleash all your vitality, then it's a deadly move. After unleashing all your vitality, you'll die too. Cough, 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 Fang Ping coughed dryly. What she said made so much sense that he could not refute her. If you can cultivate manic explosion to the point where you can unleash 100 calories of vitality in one move, then it means that you've mastered an ultimate move. Things like killer moves and ultimate moves have nothing to do with cultivation methods. It's about personal control and not the representation of a cultivation method. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded again. This meant that any combat technique could be a killer move or an ultimate move. It all depended on one's control. If Fang Ping could cultivate his basic combat techniques to that level, then they would be an ultimate move. After some thought, Fang Ping took the opportunity to ask again, I've seen the ranking of the 3 lower ranks before. Do the martial artists who are ranked at the top of the 3 lower ranks all have their own ultimate moves? Not necessarily. Ultimate moves aren't that easy to master. That Wang Jinyang you know has mastered it. That's why he's so confident that he's invincible among his peers. Those who are ranked in the top 30 should all have their own ultimate moves. As for those who are ranked behind, not necessarily. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Instructor, if I master an ultimate move, does that mean that I'm also invincible among my peers? Of course. This time, Lu Fengru had no intention of refuting him at all. She grinned and said, your vitality has always been higher than others. Forget about ultimate moves. If you master an ultimate move and unleash 60 calories of vitality in every move, then no one in rank 1 will be your opponent. Even a peak rank 2 idiot who can't control his own vitality force won't be your opponent, let alone a rank 1. Peak rank 2. A normal peak rank 2 only had around 400 calories of vitality. If they could not control their own vitality force, it meant that their explosive power was not as good as Fang Ping's. If such a peak rank 2 fought Fang Ping, it was more likely that Fang Ping would hack them to death. The premise was that Fang Ping could control his own strength and unleash a stronger force. Also, don't forget to cultivate Cloud Step. No matter how strong your explosive power is, it's useless if you can't catch up to the enemy. If you unleash 100 calories of vitality in one move and the enemy runs away, then you'll be the one to die. Once your vitality is depleted, you'll be at the mercy of others. Lu Fengru was teaching him according to the conventional way, but Fang Ping's eyes lit up again. Next time, can I trick people like this? Pretending that he could not catch up to the enemy and deplete his vitality. When the enemy came back, his vitality would suddenly recover, and he could trick a lot of people to death. Fang Ping felt that it was necessary for him to deeply explore the functions of the system. Vitality could recover quickly. If this thing was used well, it would not be as simple as saving vitality pills. In fact, Fang Ping had used this trick to kill a lot of people in the past. Today, it was not as simple as just cultivating the first move of Manic Explosion. Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. Sometimes, being pointed out by someone might be better than burying his head and thinking hard for a year. There's also the killer move and ultimate move. If I master the ultimate move, won't I be able to kill every rank 1 and 2? Unless they also have an ultimate move. Even then, they'll reach their limit with one move. They can only use 2 moves at most. If my body can take it, then I can use an unlimited burst. The more he thought about it, the more excited Fang Ping became. Beside him, Lu Fengru glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. She knew that Fang Ping's vitality recovered very quickly. She said all this today to give Fang Ping some motivation, to stimulate the kid, and to make good use of his advantage. As for the championship, that was not the main goal. As the days went by, the national championship became more and more popular. The first open martial arts competition in the country. The first among 10 million new students. The battle between MCMAU and CCMAU. All kinds of controversial topics were tossed out. CCMAU and MCMAU had been fighting for many years. Although CCMAU had always been the first, the Southerners did not agree. They felt that MCMAU was not inferior to CCMAU. This was also the first time the two schools held an open competition. In mid-December, the Ministry of Education announced to the public, the national championship was officially open to the public. At the same time, the location was officially confirmed. MCMAU Gymnasium, the location was MCMAU. There was no more suitable place than this. This was also an attempt by the Ministry of Education to let ordinary people have a deeper understanding of martial arts universities and stimulate their yearning for it. MCMAU Gymnasium was huge, but this time only 5,000 tickets were sold to the public. Only selling 5,000 tickets was obviously too little for the first open martial arts competition in the country. Before the tickets were sold, countless people online and in real life were waving money and buying tickets at high prices. MCMAU. Fang Ping received a call from Fang Yuan again. The little girl was extremely excited. She said excitedly, "Fang Ping, you're in MCMAU. Can you buy tickets in advance? What do you want?" Fang Ping had a bad feeling about this. The opportunity to make money is here. The official ticket price is only $999. Now many people are clamoring to buy tickets. There are people who are willing to pay 2,000 or 3,000. If you can buy them in advance, we can buy all 5,000 tickets. Fang Ping was completely speechless. The little girl was dreaming, Was she going to be the biggest scalper? But she had overestimated her brother. 5,000 tickets? Even 5 tickets were hard to buy, Fang Ping said helplessly. If you can't buy them, don't think about making a fortune from this. I'll ask later. We should have free tickets. Participants like them would definitely have free tickets. However, there would not be too many. This championship was very important. The Ministry of Education would send people, martial arts universities from all over the country, and students from all over the country would come to watch the competition. These were all internal tickets. MCMAU could accommodate 10,000 people without a problem. They could sell 5,000 tickets to the public. Each martial arts university could get 50 tickets. That was the limit. Fang Ping and the other participating students would be lucky if they could get 3 tickets. Fang Yuan was elated when she heard that there were free tickets. How much? I don't know. Maybe 2 or 3. So little? How much more do you want? Fang Ping said exasperatedly, don't even think about it. What are you thinking? If you want to come, then do your best in the exam. It's almost the final exam. You don't have the time to think about other things. If you don't do well, you're not allowed to go anywhere. After scolding his sister, Fang Ping ignored her chatter. He reminded her to eat more and hung up the phone hurriedly. After hanging up, Fang Ping exhaled. I've finally finished honing my lower limbs. In the past half a month, because he had been distracted by the cultivation of combat techniques, his bone honing progress was not great. He spent half a month honing the last 3 bones. This was also related to Fang Ping upgrading the system previously. At that time, he did not hone his meridians and flesh, which made Fang Ping realize the drawbacks. Without the nourishment of his meridians and physical body, the eruption of his battle techniques always had some flaws and pressure, which was unsatisfactory. In the past half a month, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to hone his bones. Instead, while cultivating combat techniques, he used the body-strengthening elixir he bought to hone his body. I didn't hone many bones, but this half a month's expenditure is not small. At the beginning of the month, Fang Ping's wealth was close to 13 million. Later, when he went to collect 80 credits, his wealth was close to 15 million. However, the cultivation of middle-ranked combat techniques consumed a lot of vitality. A full force slash did not consume vitality, but wealth. 1 slash would consume tens of thousands of wealth. At this moment, Fang Ping had already mastered the control of his own strength. A full force slash could produce a vitality outburst of 35 calories. If he wanted to recover, he would need 35,000 wealth. Of course, there was no need to go all out every time he cultivated. Even so, Fang Ping's daily expenditure rate reached 200,000 wealth. At this moment, Fang Ping truly understood what it meant to spend money like water. In the past half a month, including bone honing, cultivation of the methods of honing, body honing, at the thought of this, Fang Ping could not help but glance at his current stats: wealth, 11,000,000 vitality, 299 calories, 319 calories, mentality, 259 Hz, 279 Hz, bone honing, 62 bones, 90%, 144 bones, 30%. From the beginning of the month until now, I've spent about 3.5 million wealth in total. I've also spent about 1 million on body strengthening elixir. This was also the reason why Fang Ping could increase his vitality limit by 7 calories when he honed the last 3 bones. As his body became stronger, his vitality limit increased as well. In the training room, Fang Ping mumbled, if I convert it into money, that's about 4.5 million. I'm only rank 1. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, when he reached peak rank 1, Fang Ping had spent almost 20 million wealth. If he converted it into money, that would be 20 million. Normal martial artists did not need so much to reach peak rank 1 from cultivation. When they reached rank 1, if they did not care about speed and took their time, 2 million was definitely enough for 1 bone honing. From rank 1 to peak rank 1, if they did not care about speed and took their time, 5 million was definitely more than enough. Fang Ping's expenditure was more than 4 times of theirs. Of course, the results were obvious. Fang Ping had spent 8 months starting from when he knew nothing about martial arts until now. He had completed the thrice honing of peak rank 1, cultivated 2 middle-ranked combat techniques, and his vitality was about to reach 320 calories. This was also the reward he had received. At the beverage shop in the dormitory area, Fang Ping ordered a cup of black tea and sat down with a smile. "How's the progress?" Zhao Xuemei sighed and said helplessly, "I'm not twice honed after all, so my progress isn't that fast. I've honed 53 bones now, and I still need 9 more. Also, the expenditure is too high." If Zhao Xuemei said it was high, then it was really too high. In this half a month, she had used 7 rank 2 vitality pills, 3 rank 1 bone honing pills, and bought 1,000,000 body strengthening elixir. In total, she had spent 7 million. Zhao Xuemei's family was not considered poor. After all, her father was a rank 4 martial artist back then, so he still had a lot of money. However, Zhao Xuemei's heart ached if she continued to spend it like this. After hearing Zhao Xuemei's words, Fang Ping comforted her. "I'm much happier now. Others spent more than he did, but their progress was not as good as his." That was comforting. If others spent less than him, but progressed faster than him, then he would not feel comfortable. Zhao Xuemei glanced at him and said impatiently, "Is there anyone who takes pleasure in other people's misfortune?" Luckily, the instructor said that she'll provide pills at half price next time. Otherwise, I'd be swayed. "What?" Fang Ping said indignantly, "The instructor didn't tell me. Why should I?" Lu Fengger was too biased. Providing pills at half price was not just a small subsidy. "The instructor said that you have so many pills that you can't finish them, and you can sell them in bulk." "Why would she subsidize you? How could that be?" "I don't have any money, do I?" "Who believes you?" Zhao Xuemei snorted and said, "It's only before peak rank 1. Do you really think the instructor opened a pill company?" Before peak rank 1, Lu Fengger would sponsor them slightly, but after that, they would have to depend on themselves. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. It was no secret to Lu Fengger and the others that he had exchanged too many pills. He was already selling them in bulk, so of course, Lu Fengger would not subsidize him. Fang Ping did not dwell on this. He asked, "Then, you've been honing your bones for the past half a month. Didn't you learn any combat techniques?" "I learned a low-ranked staff technique, plus the puncture kick from before. It's enough." In rank 1, learning 2 low-ranked combat techniques was more than enough. Moreover, Zhao Xuemei did not have the energy to learn other combat techniques. "Then, how much vitality outburst can you achieve?" "It's a secret." Zhao Xuemei glared at him. How could he ask about this? "I'm just seeing if you can enter the championship. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." The two of them chatted for a while. Fu Changding and the others walked in. As soon as they entered, Fu Changding laughed and said, "I told you that Fang Ping was on a date here, but you guys didn't believe me." Fang Ping glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "Looks like you've improved a lot in the past half a month. You're very arrogant." Fu Changding did not beat around the bush. He grinned and said, "I've improved a lot, but I'm not arrogant. You can try Zhao Lei first. He's a little arrogant. Cut it out." Fang Ping gestured for him to sit down. It was the weekend. Everyone had a rare break, so they came out to relax. There were a few other students who came with Fu Changding. They were all from the special training class. Fu Changding was an inquisitive person. He was well informed. Soon, Fang Ping found out that the others had also improved a lot in the past half a month. Zhao Lei had honed 59 bones. He would be able to achieve peak rank 1 by the end of the month. Moreover, this guy seemed to be cultivating a new combat technique. Fang Ping wondered if it was a low-ranked or middle-ranked one. Yang Xiaoman was also fast. 58 bones, the same as Fu Changding. As for Chen Yunqi, Fu Changding did not find out. She was a quiet person and did not usually communicate with them. "So, by the end of the month, all of you will be able to achieve peak rank 1? "Yes, it should be possible." Fu Changding laughed. "But you won't be able to reach rank 2. You still need to nurture your vitality for a while at peak rank 1, so that your body and vitality are at peak condition. Moreover, it's useless to break through too quickly. Breaking through to rank 2 in a hurry without honing your bones is actually the same as peak rank 1. It's better to spend more time cultivating combat techniques. It'll improve your combat strength. Entering rank 2 without honing would not be of much use other than slightly increasing the upper limit of vitality. Moreover, they would need to spend time to consolidate. If they broke through too hastily, their abilities might not be as strong as they were now. These people would not choose to break through a few days before the competition. It was not worth it. However, by the end of the winter break, a few of them would probably have entered rank 2 when they returned to the university. Although the speed was fast, it also meant that the cost was high. Although Fu Chongding did not say it, Fang Ping did not have to ask to know that these people had spent a lot during this period. At least, Fu Chongding did not have a single credit left. His family had also subsidized a lot of money. Sigh, if MCMAU doesn't get good results this time, we'll suffer a huge loss. Fu Chongding sighed as he drank his fruit juice. Throwing money into the 3 lower ranks could still improve quickly. However, it was not worth it to spend a few times more just to save a little time. This time was also a coincidence. If not for the championship, these people would not have invested so much without considering the cost. Only by getting good results and receiving the university's credit subsidy could they recoup their losses. At the same time, they could also save half a year's time. After sighing, Fu Chongding asked, Fang Ping, how are you? It's normal. Recently, I've been cultivating combat techniques, so I don't have time to cultivate. Plus, I'm out of money. Sigh, I can't compare to you guys. You guys don't understand the pain of being poor. Tisk. Everyone looked at him in disdain. Who could be richer than you? Weapons used were all D-class alloys, even Fu Chongding and the others were using F-class. It was not that their families could not afford it, but they did not use high-grade alloy weapons. Even if a rank 1 martial artist used a D-class weapon, could they still cut F-class alloy? Lu Fengru had already said that Fang Ping could only cut F-class alloy if he could not achieve a vitality outburst of 50 calories and above with 3 consecutive slashes. Among rank 1 martial artists, there were not many who could achieve such a requirement. Moreover, most of them were martial artists who had been stuck at rank 1 for a long time. They had immersed themselves in combat techniques for many years to achieve this level of attainment. Right, do you guys think there will be new rank 2 students in other schools? Fang Ping asked again. Fu Chongding laughed. If they improve without caring about the consequences, there will definitely be. However, like I said, breaking through to rank 2 now is not worth it. Rank 2 martial artists completing the honing of a few bones is not very useful. At the very least, they need to complete the honing of their foot bones or hand bones to increase their combat strength, 26 foot bones and 27 hand bones. Do you think anyone can be so much ahead of us? MCMAU was a place where geniuses gathered. Here, even the people from the School of Social Sciences were geniuses. Fu Chongding and the others could achieve the honing of more than 50 bones at this time. They were already geniuses among geniuses, and they also had good family backgrounds. CCMAU had geniuses too, but those geniuses were at most on par with them. Achieving rank 2 was not a big deal. However, Fu Chongding did not think it was possible for someone to be ahead of them in honing more than 20 bones after achieving rank 2. Fu Chongding continued, I can guarantee that when the time comes, it will still be a duel between peak rank 1 martial artists. Even if someone breaks through to rank 2, it won't be very useful. Instead, because of the breakthrough, they will waste time and they will not be as good as us. Do you believe me? Breaking through to rank 2 now seemed like a waste of time. It was completely unnecessary. Just clearing minor vessels alone was a waste of time. They also had to ensure that the minor vessels were unblocked and nourished. 10 days to half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. With that time, it was more worthwhile to cultivate combat techniques. Fang Ping nodded slightly, agreeing with this point. He thought for a while and said, in other words, during the championship, it actually depends on everyone's control of their vitality, their familiarity with combat techniques, and actual experience? More or less. After all, we are too young, and the time we spend in rank 1 is too short. We are not like those martial artists who have been in rank 1 for decades. Their vitality has long reached the limit, their bodies have also reached the limit, and their combat techniques are about the same. At that time, it depends more on experience and luck. Right now, we have not reached the limit, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Fang Ping nodded again, but in his heart, he was thinking, if I can hone 27 hand bones in the next 20 days, won't I be number one for sure? It was only the middle of December now. There was almost a month before the championship. Fang Ping might be able to do it. The bones in the hand bones were not big. If he was willing to spend money, there was still hope. However, I feel that I can continue to nourish my vitality and body meridians when I'm in rank 1. Now that I'm in rank 2, I might not have the chance. Fang Ping was slightly hesitant. After some thought, he decided that there was no need to rush for instant benefits. If he could cultivate manic explosion to the point where every slash had a vitality outburst of more than 50 calories, it would not be any worse than honing his hand bones. Moreover, he only had 11 million wealth left. If he was in a hurry to hone his hand bones and buy pills, his wealth would probably be depleted. Without wealth, where would he go for an outburst? If I win the competition, the school will reward me with credits. Only then will I have a lot of wealth to use. Rank 2 can wait. In the next few days, Fang Ping kept a low profile. He no longer thought about breaking through to rank 2, so he had a lot more time on his hands. At this time, his main focus was on the cultivation of combat techniques and pole standing. The horse riding stance was something he had been cultivating since the beginning. He had been improving ever since he entered the firm stance, but his pole standing stopped when he reached the peak of the firm stance. He consulted Lu Fengru, and she told him a lot, but his pole standing remained stagnant. After some hesitation, Fang Ping finally thought of Old Wang. Old Wang was not as strong as Lu Fengru, but Lu Fengru was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Powerhouses at this stage did not care much about pole standing cultivation. Lu Fengru had been in the elevated stance for many years. She might not remember how it felt when she first achieved it. Wang Jinyang was different. He was only a sophomore. Early morning. Next to the haven. Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang. Brother Wang, say it. I still have things to do after that. Old Wang was very straightforward. He and Qin Fengqing had been grinding in the catacombs for more than 2 months without asking for help. They had killed off almost all the catacombs creatures on the outskirts of the village. Both of them were preparing for their final strike in 2 days. They had just left the catacombs to rest. It was a coincidence. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have been able to find him. Brother Wang, my pole standing has been stuck at the firm stance for a while. It's easy. Isn't there a man-made lake in your school? Have you seen the Qinggong on TV? Step on the water. When you can step on the water and adjust your center of gravity so that you don't fall into the water, you'll be in the elevated stance. Of course, it's not that easy. It depends on your comprehension. If you can learn to adjust your center of gravity, you'll be able to do it quickly. If you can't, then you'll fall into the water every day. Fang Ping had learned another trick. He said immediately, I've been cultivating a saber technique recently, but my vitality outburst hasn't been rising fast. I can't even reach the level of a killer move. It's not easy to reach this level as a rank 1. Wang Jinyang did not underestimate Fang Ping. He praised him and said after some thought, your hand bones haven't been honed, so it'll be difficult for you to reach the level of a killer move. The explosive power of combat techniques had a lot to do with one's body. Your meridians aren't tough enough, and your bones aren't strong enough. If you overdo it, you'll hurt yourself. I'm sure your mentor has mentioned this before. But it's not like there's no other way. What? You're thrice honed. The strength of your bones isn't weak to begin with, and your physical fitness is better than others. At this time, just a little bit of strengthening would be enough to meet the requirements of the explosion. Let's see if you're willing to spend money. Buy 2 body tempering pills. Don't consume them, just mix them into water and temper your hands. After a few days, your bones will be strengthened by quite a bit. Body tempering pill? Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. It was true that only by spending money could one become stronger. The body tempering pill was not a grade, it was used to temper the body. This thing was even more effective than the body strengthening elixir, but it was also more expensive. Not many people actually used it, because there was no need to. Everyone's meridians and skin would be tempered at the same time as they honed their bones. If Fang Ping were to enter rank 2 now and hone his hand bones, he would not have to spend so much money. However, before he entered the second rank, he would need additional assistance if he wanted to unleash more power from his hands. You want to? That's up to you. If you think it's enough, then stop. But it's a little expensive. It was not just a little expensive, the school charged 30 credits for one pill. Wang Jinyang's suggestion was an idea, though. Fang Ping thought about it and said, I'll give it a try. Okay. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. No, do. Old Wang hung up very quickly. It seemed like he really had something to do. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not call again. He had asked all he needed to know. At the same time. Magic City Catacombs entrance. Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth and said, Qin Feng Qing, I've wasted more than 2 months this time. If I don't get something big this time, I'll hack you to death in the catacombs. Qin Feng Qing shuddered and said sheepishly, I've gotten quite a lot of benefits, haven't I? I think the strongest guardian in the village is probably rank 5. If I really fail, don't jinx it. Remember, I'll use my ultimate move this time. 2 moves at most. If I can't hack him to death, you'll run away with me. Even if you hack him to death, you'll have to run away with me first. Is your stepping technique okay? Qin Fengqing said helplessly, I'm supposed to walk the hard and fierce path. These 2 months, I've almost turned into runner Qin, shut up. I'm asking you how your training is going. He runs like the wind. That's good. Let's go. The 2 of them entered the catacombs valiantly and energetically. Some of the martial artists guarding outside the catacombs joked, Guys, do you want me to prepare healing pills for you in advance and call the medical team over? In these 2 months, the 2 of them had escaped with injuries more than 10 times. Qin Fengqing said without turning his head, No need. The next time I come out, I'll be a rank 4 martial artist. Then we'll wait for you to reach rank 4. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and joked for a while. The 2 of them entered the catacombs, and the sound disappeared completely. As soon as they left, someone said, I'm afraid these 2 brats have their eyes on a good place. After grinding for more than 2 months, I saw that the corpses they brought back were all rank 4. I'm afraid they'll really make a fortune this time. There's no use being envious. This kind of thing is also very dangerous. Didn't you see how many times they've been injured? I'm surprised that Qin Fengqing can live until now. That's true. But I think Qin Fengqing's torso honing is about to be completed. Wang Jinyang has also improved a lot. I'm afraid he's going to achieve middle stage rank 4 soon. Sigh, each generation is stronger than the previous. That's good too. Us old guys can relax a little. Do you know about the championship held by the martial arts universities recently? I know. But the martial arts universities have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. The way I see it, the military department should step in and let the military department's genius martial artists teach them a lesson. You don't say, it might not be impossible. It just started this year. Next time, the military department might participate. Everyone discussed for a while and soon fell silent. Mekmo. In the class. As Fang Ping listened to the chatter, he felt the urge to kill someone. Did you guys see it? Recently, there seems to be an idiot in our dormitory area swimming in his clothes every day. I saw it. I don't think it's winter swimming. He fell into the water. I saw it too. I don't know if it's those idiots from the School of Social Sciences. An MCMAU student fell into the water. How embarrassing. The point is, it's not just once. I saw it from afar a few times. You guys saw it too? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The students discussed animatedly. Some of them mocked and ridiculed him from time to time. Fu Chongdang looked at Fang Ping meaningfully. Many people in dormitory area 1 looked at him with the same expression. Fang Ping fell into the water and returned to the dormitory wearing wet clothes. It did not seem like the first time. Of course, the people in Area 1 did not really think that Fang Ping had fallen into the water. Maybe he was practicing some combat techniques. But the others did not know. Now that they heard the discussion, everyone held back their laughter. No one came out to help explain. It was great to watch the show. Fang Ping snorted and thought to himself, when my pole standing reaches the elevated stance, I'll let you guys be jealous. His pole standing only had 3 levels. Many rank 2 and 3 martial artists had not even reached the elevated stance. If his pole standing reached the elevated stance, coupled with cloud step, he would be able to fight and retreat at will. He could fight and run at will. Only those who had suffered the most hardship could rise to the top. Only those who could afford to be humiliated could earn back their dignity. Were they not here to watch a good show? Just wait and see. The broad-minded Fang Ping took note of all the discussions and the different looks in their eyes. He would find a time to teach them what it meant to cause trouble with a loose tongue. He was really planning his revenge. Fu Chongding changed the topic and said with a smile, "It's Christmas tomorrow. Do you want to go out and have some fun? It's a foreigner's holiday. What's there to celebrate? Who cares if it's a foreigner's holiday or ours? Take some time to relax. I've been so tense lately that I'm about to snap." Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded suddenly. "Okay, I'll go out and have a look tomorrow." He was not going out to have fun. It was because Xianxia had called him recently and said that the fast food business was being targeted. The fast food business was not complicated. There were always people who saw the future and did their own things. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. However, there seemed to be martial artists causing trouble recently. Fang Ping had to take care of this matter. The next day, the 25th of December. Fang Ping, Fu Chongding, Tang Songting, Zhang Yu, Xiao Wenyu, and a group of boys and girls left the school together. Yang Xiaoman and the others were in a hurry to break through to peak rank 1. They did not have time to come out, and Fu Chongding did not ask them out. The other girls in the special training class, on the other hand, were still far from peak rank 1 and were not in a hurry. When Fu Chongding asked them out, they quickly agreed. Fu Chongding was speechless when he saw Fang Ping carrying a wooden box outside. "What are you doing? Magic City is still very safe. There's no need to bring weapons, is there?" Of course, he knew what was inside Fang Ping's wooden box. "I have something to do later. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll look for you guys later." "Where are you going?" "Don't ask. I'm going to look for trouble. I'm not in a good mood these days." Fang Ping had indeed been holding it in for the past few days. Not only did he fall into the water every day, he was also being laughed at. That was not the main point. The main point was that he had no income recently. He could only watch helplessly as his wealth dropped below 10 million. Fang Ping was about to die of depression. Now, there were people blocking his path to wealth. Was this not a death wish? After bidding farewell to Fu Chongding and the others, Fang Ping quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Distance Company. Xianxia was waiting at the entrance of the building. When he saw Fang Ping, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He hurried forward and said, "Mr. Fang, who is he?" "He's a martial artist who graduated from East Sino Nation Normal University. He just graduated and wants to start his own business. It just so happened that he saw our business. As you know, he's a martial arts university graduate. Although I've spread the word that our company is opened by an MCMAU student, that's not very useful to him." "What's his strength?" "Rank 2. A rank 2 martial artist trying to steal my small business?" Fang Ping cursed. "That's all he's capable of. If it was a fair competition, I wouldn't have bothered with him. How dare he play dirty with me?" After cursing, Fang Ping asked again, "Peak rank 2 or the kind that just entered rank 2? East Sino Nation Normal University was not a normal martial arts university. It was a second-tier martial arts university. Their students were not weak. It was not uncommon to see rank 3 graduates, but more rank 2 graduates. Unlike normal martial arts universities, most of their students graduated rank 1. However, a rank 2 graduate meant that they were not elites in school. This kind of martial artist might not be very strong. It was fine as long as they were not rank 3. Rank 3 martial artists in martial arts universities were all elites. They basically had their own combat techniques. However, there might not be any rank 2. Xianxia looked at him cautiously. After some thought, he said, "I've asked around. He broke through to rank 2 in the second semester of his senior year. It's been half a year now, he's only rank 2 in his senior year. In half a year now, he's honed 20 bones at most. Fang Ping calculated. With this kind of strength, if he did not have a good combat technique, Fang Ping would not hesitate. Coincidentally, I haven't tested Manic Explosion on anyone since I mastered it. He's the one. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said immediately, let's go find him. Go straight to him? Since we're both martial artists, let's be straightforward. If it were a normal person, Fang Ping would not have done this. In fact, other martial artists were more or less the same. Other than a few shameless ones, martial artists were considered friendly to normal people. Unless you really infringed on their interests, or if they saw a huge benefit in you, martial artists would rarely cause trouble for normal people. However, since they were all martial artists, there was no need to be tactful. East Sino Nation Normal University. Back then, Old Wang was a peak rank 1 and defeated a rank 2 martial artist from the other side. Now, it's my turn. Xianxia had a car. Fang Ping sat in the car, thinking about these things and spacing out. Back then, he had thought that a rank 1 defeating a rank 2 was too awesome. Now that he thought about it, he had done it before. He had single-handedly killed the evil sect Xiao Jincheng. However, Yao Jincheng was an evil sect martial artist, so he was weaker. Martial arts university students were more comparable. Now that I've done this, does it mean that I've done it a few months earlier than Old Wang? He only reached this stage at the beginning of the year. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind, and Fang Ping suddenly felt heroic. Next year, he could also reach rank 4 and suppress martial arts university students of the same rank to the point where they could not even lift their heads. Next year, next month, he would suppress everyone of the same rank to the point where he was invincible. I'll use you to test my skills first. Blocking my path to wealth is equivalent to cutting off my martial arts path. My hatred is too great. At the same time. Dongxing Company. Wei Dongxing frowned. What did that Xianxia say? Immediately, someone reported, Xianxia is stubborn. He said that he's not the boss and that he can only make a decision when his boss is here, using an MCMAU student to pressure me? If it's a junior or senior, then forget it. Using a freshman to pressure me, he has no idea what's good for him. Wei Dongxing snorted. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly entered the door and reported, CEO Wei, Manager Li from distance is here, and what? And a young man with a bad attitude. I think he's looking for trouble. Looking for trouble? Wei Dongxing's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he took off his suit and picked up a long sword from the side. Let's go out and have a look. As soon as they saw Wei Dongxing holding a sword, everyone's eyes burned. In the eyes of ordinary people, the rank 2 Wei Dongxing who graduated from East Sino Nation Normal University at such a young age could not be more perfect. They had never had the chance to witness the boss's strength. Now that the boss had come out with a sword, there would be a good show to watch. Dongxing Company. At the front desk. Fang Ping's gaze fell on Wei Dongxing, sword in hand, and he said coldly, Wei Dongxing? Fang Ping? We're both smart people. Let's not beat around the bush and be straightforward. Fang Ping went straight to the point. If you win, distance will stop expanding. If you lose, Dongxing will behave. Wei Dongxing said playfully, are you sure? You haven't reached rank 2 yet, have you? It's enough to beat you. Since you're so confident, why don't we play bigger? If I win, I'll buy distance with 8 million. If I lose, Dongxing's 3 million is yours. Wei Dongxing smiled faintly. Although Dongxing Company has just been established, I've invested more than 5 million. 3 million isn't much. What do you think? If you want to play, I have no objections. Mr. Fang, Xianxia was slightly worried, and he called out softly. Was the rank 1 Fang Ping really confident against the rank 2 Wei Dongxing? Wei Dongxing was not a casual martial artist. The employees of Dongxing Company looked at each other strangely. For many, it was their first time witnessing a battle between martial artists. Straightforward, direct, and efficient. Perhaps this was what martial artists were like. The two of them did not waste any time or exchange pleasantries. The first thing they did was to negotiate. Clearly, they felt that there was no need to talk about anything else. Fang Ping pressed his hands together, signaling for Xianxia to calm down. After looking around, Fang Ping said, "There's no time like the present. Where do you think is suitable?" "Right here." Wei Dongxing chuckled. "Do I need to prepare?" "Wait." Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He took out the wooden box and assembled the Fang's widow. As he assembled it, Fang Ping thought that he might need a close combat weapon. Sometimes, unexpected situations might not give him the chance to assemble a weapon. However, if there was an emergency, the hilt could be used. When Fang Ping stood with a saber, Wei Dongxing's expression turned serious. He unsheathed his long sword and tossed the scabbard aside. East Sino Nation Normal University, Wei Dongxing. Please advise. Magic City Martial Arts University, Fang Ping. Please advise. The two of them bowed. As soon as they finished, Wei Dongxing's long sword drew a flower, and the blade let out a soft hum. Before the crowd could see it clearly, Wei Dongxing's feet moved. He stepped forward and approached Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He did not retreat either. His Chongdao slashed down like lightning. Wei Dongxing's expression changed slightly when he sensed the aura. He retracted the long sword that was originally aimed at Fang Ping's throat and aimed it at Fang Ping's hand that was holding the saber instead. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly took a light step and took a small step back, avoiding the long sword. His saber slashed down. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and everyone's vision blurred. They saw Wei Dongxing retreating several steps, and the long sword in his hand was trembling. No one knew whether it was his hand or the sword that was trembling. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not move from his spot. With one move, it was clear who was stronger. What a powerful qi and blood! The look in Wei Dongxing's eyes changed slightly. He had changed his move at the last minute, stabbing at the center of gravity of Fang Ping's blade with the intention of diverting Fang Ping's blade. However, as soon as they came into contact, he felt the pressure. Fang Ping's saber was relentless, slashing straight at his head. Wei Dongxing had no choice but to retreat and evade. Not yet middle stage rank 2? Fang Ping frowned slightly. He was weaker than he had imagined. After testing his opponent's strength, Fang Ping did not waste any more words and did not probe further. His Chongdao moved like a shadow. The onlookers felt the air vibrate, and they quickly retreated. Wei Dongxing, on the other hand, had nowhere to retreat. The office was behind him. If he retreated any further, he would be attacked from the door into his lair. Gritting his teeth, Wei Dongxing's footsteps flashed. His body was like a swimming dragon, avoiding the Chongdao and closing the distance again. He wanted to get close and stab Fang Ping's vitals. This time, Fang Ping did not retreat. "Huh!" With a sudden roar, Fang Ping's vitality erupted. The sudden pressure made Wei Dongxing's footsteps slow down slightly. At that moment, Fang Ping's Chongdao had already fallen. Wei Dongxing heard the sound of the wind and the pressure coming from above his head. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly swung his sword to block. Ding! The sound of metal clashing was louder than before. Wei Dongxing's right hand that was holding the sword went numb instantly. The long sword stopped moving, unable to be raised above his head. Wei Dongxing could not evade in time. He could only watch as the Chongdao struck his head. Ah! Someone in the crowd saw this scene and could not help but scream. Fang Ping frowned slightly and changed his move at the last minute. The slash became a slap. The blade avoided the top of his head, and the blade slapped Wei Dongxing's cheek. Pfft! Red blood, mixed with white teeth, spurted out. Wei Dongxing staggered and only stopped when he hit the wall. The scene fell silent in an instant. Fang Ping was still frowning. Weak, too weak, Wei Dongxing could not even take a full-force slash from him. This kind of martial artist was not much stronger than Yao Jincheng and the others. The left side of Wei Dongxing's face was red, but the right side was pale. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Fang Ping's slash just now almost split him in half. Everyone else was stunned. Xianxia was dumbfounded and at a loss. Did he win just like that? 2 moves. Other than the probing move at the beginning, Fang Ping's slash almost killed Wei Dongxing. It was not almost. If Fang Ping had not changed his move at the last minute, Wei Dongxing would have been killed. you've never done a mission before? Fang Ping asked suddenly. Wei Dongxing's expression kept changing. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, I'm only rank 2 in my senior year. Some rank 1 students would not take on missions, and some rank 2 students would. However, Wei Dongxing was about to enter his senior year, so he might not take on missions. It was obvious that he had never done a mission before. Or maybe he had, but those were trivial matters. Martial artists like this were not uncommon in martial arts universities. Fang Ping did not ask any more questions, and Wei Dongxing did not say anything either. The situation was a little awkward. After a few seconds, Wei Dongxing sighed softly and said, Let your people take over. All right. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony and agreed immediately. Wei Dongxing looked at him with a complicated expression. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Are you a member of the championship? Not yet, but it shouldn't be a problem. MCMAU's genius freshman, Wei Dongxing's expression became even more complicated. He turned around and walked inside, but his voice could be heard. I lost because I'm not as skilled as others, but it doesn't mean that all ESNNU students are like me. I'm just a rank 2 martial artist who graduated. In ESNNU, I'm just a nobody. It was fine if he lost, but right now, he, a graduate of ESNNU, was almost killed by an MCMAU freshman with 1 slash. If word of this got out, East Huan Nation Normal University's reputation would be tarnished before the championship even started. No one will underestimate any martial arts university. Thank you. Wei Dongxing said no more and walked into his office. He had lost so badly that he did not have the face to stay any longer. If he had been defeated after exchanging more than 10 moves with Fang Ping, he could still talk about it. However, he was almost cut in half with 1 slash. If he continued to talk about it, it would be a joke. As soon as Wei Dongxing entered the office, the expressions of ESNNU's employees became more complicated. Many of them could not help but sneak glances at Wei Dongxing. They had thought that their boss, a rank 2 martial artist who graduated from ESNNU, was a young and promising example. But who would have thought that the boss at distance was even younger and more powerful? He was just a freshman. Was this what a student from a famous martial arts university was like? News of the championship had spread like wildfire. Many people were talking about it. In the eyes of ordinary people, martial arts universities were about the same. Famous universities were just slightly more famous. However, at this moment, everyone realized that it was really different. A random freshman from a famous martial arts university could defeat a graduate from another martial arts university with 1 slash. This was the difference. Mr. Fang, Xianxia could not help but call out softly. Fang Ping did not look at Wei Dongxing again. He said, Get someone to collect it. I'll transfer the money to the company later. After saying that, Fang Ping did not linger. He turned around and left. As soon as he left, someone could not help but whisper, The boss from distance is amazing. CEO Wei. Sigh, CEO Wei is actually very amazing. It's not like you guys don't know that a few days ago, the bosses from other companies came to visit CEO Wei. They also have rank 2 martial artists. Wei Dongxing's company had just opened. As a graduate of ESNNU, he was a rank 2 martial artist. He was not considered weak among the small businesses in the university city. The bosses of the nearby businesses came to visit one after another. Among them were some rank 2 martial artists that everyone knew. They were extremely polite to Wei Dongxing. This was also why everyone was full of confidence this time. They thought that they were here to watch a good show from distance. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Wei Dongxing was crushed. Fang Ping left. Xianxia did not dare to rub salt in the wound at this time and left hurriedly. Fang Ping could beat Wei Dongxing until he admitted defeat willingly. If he rushed to hand over the company now, Wei Dongxing would hate him to death. After the people from distance left, Dongxing's side was a little chaotic. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. As for being taken over by distance, everyone could not tell if it was a good or bad thing. At least, distance's boss was stronger and had a brighter future than their boss. In the office, Wei Dongxing caressed his badly swollen cheek. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and made a call. When the call was connected, Wei Dongxing said respectfully, "Instructor." "Dongxing, what's up?" I just fought with a freshman from MCMAU. "Oh? Tell me about it." Wei Dongxing's instructor was quite interested. After Wei Dongxing and the others graduated, his instructor also started to teach new students. Now he was the instructor of the new students' class. Although Wei Dongxing's strength was average, a rank 2 graduate was considered average. Even if he was an MCMAU freshman, he should be rank 1 now. Wei Dongxing's instructor wanted to see the student's evaluation of the MCMAU freshman. I was almost killed in 1/. He's very strong. 1/? Yes. His saber technique was too fast and his vitality was very strong. I couldn't dodge at all. That slash had at least 30 calories of explosive force. Wei Dongxing's instructor was not too surprised. He only said with some disappointment, "If you could control your own vitality force, you wouldn't have been defeated in 1/." As a rank 2 martial artist, if Wei Dongxing could control his strength well, it would not be difficult for him to achieve a vitality outburst of 30 calories. Obviously, Wei Dongxing could not do it. He could not even lift his sword from Fang Ping's slash. After criticizing him, the instructor on the other side of the phone deliberated and said, "I know about this. What's the other party's name?" "Fang Ping." "Fang Ping can slash more than 30 calories of vitality. Maybe he's even stronger." After muttering to himself for a while, Wei Dongxing's instructor continued, "Although you've graduated, you can't slack off in martial arts. You've learned your lesson this time, so think about it more. This Fang Ping should be one of the participants in MCMAU's championship. Don't be too discouraged, not everyone in MCMAU is this strong." "Got it. Thank you, instructor." After hanging up, Wei Dongxing felt a little lost. He had graduated as a rank 2 in his senior year. Although he could not compare to the geniuses in school, Wei Dongxing did not think that he was weak. At least, most of the geniuses in normal martial arts universities only graduated as rank 2. MCMAU was stronger than East Sino Nation Normal University, but Wei Dongxing felt that other than the junior and senior MCMAU students, he could not be careless with the other students. Who knew that the result would be hopeless? Wei Dongxing gently rubbed his cheeks and glanced at the office again. He sighed again. "You gardens." Fang Ping found Fu Chongding and the others. As soon as they met, Fu Chongding asked curiously, "You came fast. Are you done venting?" "Yes." "Male or female?" "Male." F***ck, a male. "You're too," everyone snickered. Fang Ping glared at him with a dark expression. His eyes were unfriendly. "Just right. I haven't had my fill yet. Do you want to try?" Cough, cough. "I'll pass. I think Chow Chow is not bad." "You can try him." Tang Songting sneered. "Fu Chongding, do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" "What, you're not convinced?" After the two of them fought for a while, Fu Chongding looked at Fang Ping and smiled. "You're not even flushed and out of breath. Is your opponent not that strong?" "Just so. Fang Ping shook his head. The martial artists in the lower 3 ranks of martial arts universities lack experience. I don't think there's much difference between the lower 3 ranks and casual martial artists, at least for those below rank 3. Most of the rank 3 martial artists would enter the catacombs, so they were much better. However, the rank 1 and rank 2 martial artists did not have such opportunities before. Their strength was really average." Fu Chongding said nonchalantly, "You can't generalize according to the situation. Of course, if you really want to compare, the lower 3 ranks of martial arts universities are stronger than casual martial artists, but weaker than the military department martial artists. However, I think there will definitely be changes in the future. At least starting from our year, it will be different from before." Everyone chatted as they strolled along the retro streets. And over here, everyone saw a huge promotional poster. "National Martial Arts University Freshman Championship will begin on January 10th. Stay tuned." Magic City had already begun to promote the championship. There were many foreign tourists on the streets, talking about the National Martial Arts University Championship. Fu Chongding looked at the poster, his blood boiling. I'm a little excited. No wonder people say that fame and fortune are the only things that people can't escape. When I think about sweeping everyone in the championship, save it. You? Tang Songting retorted again. Fu Chongding did not mind. He grinned. That's not necessarily true. I don't think I'm weaker than anyone. Then why don't you challenge for the position of class monitor? Haha, what do you know? Haha, the two of them mocked each other. Fang Ping also fell into deep thought. If martial arts university students were all like Wei Dongxing, then there was really nothing to worry about. Would there be a martial artist like Wang Jinyang in this exchange competition? I hope so. After Christmas, it was officially the 12th lunar month. There was only a month until New Year's Eve. During this time, the National Martial Arts University Championship was the biggest highlight. There were even more reports about the freshman exchange competition. At this moment, the list of participating students from each school had yet to be revealed. However, there were already some names on the internet. He was from Capital City Martial Arts University, Han Su, the national champion of the 2008 Martial Science Examination, College Entrance Examination, Rank 1 Martial Arts, 230 calories vitality, 720 marks in Cultural Studies, full marks in General Studies and Practical Tests. Capital City Martial Arts University's Li Ran, ranked second in the 2008 Capital City Martial Science Examination. The first place went to Han Su with a vitality of 226 calories. Magic City Martial Arts University, Zhao Lei, Magic City's Martial Sciences champion in 08. Daogao results, 225 calories vitality, 715 marks in Cultural Studies, full marks in other subjects. 8 School Alliance, Sino Nation Martial Arts University, Wei Bin, Beijiang Province's top scorer in the 08 Martial Sciences Examination, 220 calories vitality. The Martial Arts University Alliance did not have a worthy opponent at the moment. There were too many schools in the Martial Arts University Alliance. Some schools had also offered some conditions to retain some of the local top scorers. However, at this moment, no one knew how these people were doing or how their progress was. As for Fang Ping, he was not well known. The vitality of 149 calories in the Gaokao was not too outstanding. There were hundreds of martial artists back then, and he was an aspiring martial artist. Other than having some fame in a prefecture-level city like Auspicious Sun, very few people paid attention to him. Mekmao. December passed in the blink of an eye. In the training room, Tang Feng said in a deep voice, "Today, we will officially determine the participating teams. For this championship, there will be 5 official members and 5 reserve members. If an official member was injured or their vitality was depleted, the reserve members would be sent on stage. Official member, Fang Ping. Zhao Lei. Fu Chongding. Yang Xiaoman." The last person, Tang Feng, glanced at Chen Yunqi and suddenly looked at Tang Songting. Tang Songting. Chen Yunqi's face paled instantly, and she looked a little dejected. Yang Xiaoman wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhao Xueme said directly, "Teacher, I want to challenge Tang Songting." Tang Songting frowned but was not afraid to fight. He said in a low voice, "I accept the challenge. Wait a moment, I'll announce the reserve team's name list. Chen Yunqi, Zhao Xueme, Su Yikai, Li Zhaoxiu, Jin Lei, the 5 of them are the reserve team members." After announcing the name list, Tang Feng looked at the two and asked, "Zhao Xueme, are you sure you want to challenge?" "Yes." "All right. The other students can also challenge him, but everyone is limited to 1 chance." After saying that, Tang Feng gave up the middle seat. Zhao Xueme stepped forward with her staff, while Tang Songting held his own machete. "Begin." At Tang Feng's command, Zhao Xueme was like a cheetah, fast as lightning. She attacked Tang Songting in an instant, her alloy staff tearing through the air. Tang Songting's expression was also extremely astonished, his temples throbbed, and then his temples collapsed. His entire body seemed to have slimmed down, and his arms suddenly became thicker. Tang Songting used his trump card right from the start. The sunken temples were a sign that his qi and blood were being sucked out. "Wind-splitting rod, flaming blade." Fu Chongding muttered. Just as his voice fell, Zhao Xueme, this woman, was like a crazy demon. Her iron rod was like a shadow, and she struck out 7 or 8 times in a row. Tang Songding's style of using a saber had always been firm and fierce. He showed no signs of weakness and raised his saber to meet Zhao Xuemei head-on. Zhao Xuemei's staff technique did not hinder his movements. Tang Songting had honed the bones of his upper limbs, so the explosive power of his upper limbs far exceeded Zhao Xuemei's. Even though Zhao Xuemei had gone crazy, Tang Songding's machete swung several times and deflected her staff. When the staff was deflected, Zhao Xuemei roared angrily. She retracted her staff abruptly and stabbed it into the floor. Using the staff as support, she raised her leg and kicked continuously. Women are so violent. Fu Chongding sighed again. Zhao Xuemei's fighting style was very violent, and Tang Songting was actually showing signs of being suppressed. Humph, that's because you men are useless. Yang Xiaoman, who was standing at the side, snorted and shouted, "Kick him to death." Fu Chongding pursed his lips, too lazy to respond. Fang Ping also watched intently. Zhao Xuemei had obviously changed into her alloy combat boots, which were sharper than Fang Ping's. The tips of her feet kept kicking Tang Songding's machete, and a series of ear-piercing metallic sounds could be heard. The alloy staff had now become Zhao Xuemei's target of leverage. She was like a flag, holding the staff with both hands, and kicking in the air with both legs. Tang Songting did not retreat. If he took a step back, Zhao Xuemei would lose her target of leverage and might not be able to do anything to him. However, Tang Songting did not retreat. His blade was like fire, and his attacks were swift and violent, slashing at Zhao Xuemei's legs. The others watched on in trepidation. If Zhao Xuemei was the slightest bit careless, her legs could be chopped off. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, Zhao Xuemei suddenly withdrew her leg. Holding the staff in her hand, she spun her body 90 degrees, and then pulled out the staff abruptly, slashing at Tang Songting with the force of splitting a mountain. Tang Songting was suppressed one after another. At this moment, he was furious. Holding the machete with both hands, his arms grew thicker, and he slashed at the staff. Sparks flew as the saber and staff rubbed against each other. Tang Songting took the opportunity to change his slash into a slash. The blade scraped along the metal staff, creating sparks as it sliced at Zhao Xuemei's right hand. Zhao Xuemei's upper body strength was not as strong as his. She wanted to change her move, but she was completely suppressed and could not move. Just as everyone thought she was going to abandon the staff, Zhao Xuemei's eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. Her right hand did not relax, but her left hand put down the alloy staff and directly grabbed the back of Tang Songding's saber. F***CK. Fu Chongding was shocked. This was extremely dangerous. If she did not grab it, her right hand would really be cut off. Tang Songting seemed to hesitate for a moment, and the momentum of his saber weakened. At this time, Zhao Xuemei had already grabbed the back of the saber. Her left hand's fingers were bleeding from the friction, instantly staining the machete red. However, she managed to stop the machete's momentum. With his saber blocked, Tang Songting seemed to hesitate again, unable to change his move in time. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei straightened her toes and kicked the center of the back of the saber in a high-kicking posture. Clang, sparks flashed, and Tang Songding's arm went limp. Zhao Xuemei held the staff in her right hand and swept it at Tang Songding's waist. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei grabbed the back of his saber with her left hand and swept the staff with her right hand. Tang Songting could either abandon the saber and retreat, or try to defend with his saber. Tang Songting had no intention of retreating. Instead, he pulled his saber back to defend. However, Zhao Xuemei's left hand did not let go. Even though everyone could see that her left fingertips were bleeding profusely, she had no intention of letting go. Seeing this, Tang Songding's eyes flashed with embarrassment. He had no choice but to let go of the machete and hurriedly took a few steps back. As soon as he let go of his saber, his combat strength dropped by 30%. Following that, Zhao Xuemei displayed her crazed demonic traits once again. She chased after Tang Songting and beat him up fiercely, looking as if she would not stop until she killed him. A minute later, Tang Songting cried out in pain and retreated to the side, sweating profusely. "Stop!" Tang Feng shouted, stopping the two of them from continuing. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei's left hand was already blood red, but she stared at Tang Songting excitedly, looking as if she wanted to continue. Tang Songting cursed under his breath and shook his arm. He was speechless. I've lost. This woman was a half-mad woman, this was not a spar. It was a fight to the death. She did not care if she got hurt. As soon as he admitted defeat, Zhao Xuemei breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to the side and began to bandage the wound on her hand. Yang Xiaoman and Chen Yunqi rushed forward to help, looking at her strangely. Fang Ping was speechless. Was Zhao Xuemei stronger than Tang Songting? Definitely not. She might even be slightly weaker. Otherwise, Tang Feng would not have let Tang Songting join the official team. But Zhao Xuemei was crazy enough, this woman's every move was risky. She would either get her leg or her hand chopped off, but she did not care. Tang Songting, on the other hand, was much more hesitant than she was. He had lost the initiative, and after a few tries, he had finally abandoned his saber. That was why he was beaten so badly. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Xuemei with some admiration, then at Fang Ping with some dissatisfaction. Fang Ping's face was gloomy. Mother ***, who did I offend? Tang Feng's expression was obvious. Fang Ping, you're a man, but you're not as strong as Zhao Xuemei. Fang Ping felt wronged. I don't have to fight so hard to win. Why do I have to fight so hard? Fighting is the right of the weak. As a powerhouse, I don't have to fight like an idiot, do I? Of course, he could understand Tang Feng. Lion Tang's nickname was Mad Lion. A brute like him should only know how to fight with his life. How could he know that only by staying alive could he become stronger? Tang Feng cursed in his heart, but he did not look at him anymore. With a smile, he said, Zhao Xuemei has entered the official team, Tang Songting has entered the reserve team. Anyone else? After that, a few more people chose to challenge. They were all members of the reserve team. As for the reserve team, no one challenged anymore. Chen Yunqi should have the ability, but she did not say anything, so Tang Feng did not force her. After a whole morning, it was still the same 10 people. The only changes were Tang Songting and Zhao Xuemei. The gloominess on Tang Songting's face could not be dispelled. It was too embarrassing, the team members were confirmed. Tang Feng said quickly, there are still 9 days before the opening. Starting tomorrow, we'll go to the other schools for a few warm-up matches. The reserve team will be the main team, and the main team will hold the line. The other schools don't want to lose too badly. Even if they don't let their main team fight, they won't let the weak fight. Also, Zhao Xuemei and the rest are still a little short of peak rank 1. Work hard these few days. There's hope of reaching peak rank 1 before the competition. Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songting still had hope of reaching peak rank 1. Both of them only needed a few more bones to complete the honing of rank 1. Other than Chen Yunqi, the other 3 members of the reserve team were a little short. For this warm-up match, our first stop is East Sino Nation Normal University, and our second stop is South Sino University of Science and Technology. These 2 schools are both members of the 8-School Alliance. Although they're not as good as MCMAU and CCMAU, they're not weak either. Seeing their strength will help you a lot. We can also use this time to find out what we've missed and where our weaknesses are. Fu Changding and the others were not too interested in this. There were not many opportunities for the main team to fight. This time, it was mainly the reserve team. Fu Changding was more interested in the powerhouses of the other schools. After Tang Feng finished, he asked, Instructor, aren't we going to Sino Nation Martial Arts University? I heard that Wei Bin from Sino Nation Martial Arts University is very strong. Sino Nation Martial Arts University is in Capital City. We won't go there. We'll know whether Wei Bin is strong or not when the time comes. But Han Su from CCMAU is really strong. Tang Feng said in a low voice, Han Su should be a thrice-honed martial artist. He's at least peak rank 1 now, or he might have broken through rank 2. As for MCMAU, Tang Feng glanced at Fang Ping with some disdain and said darkly, Fang Ping's opponent is Han Su. He can only win, not lose. If he loses, for the next 3 years, Fang Ping's credits will increase by 10% every time he trades for resources. Fang Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said indignantly, Instructor Tang, you're being too obvious. That's right, I'm making things difficult for you. You've got guts. You've been calling me Lion Tang in private, haven't you? Cough, cough, cough. Well, instructor, someone must be slandering me on purpose. Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Lei have been unhappy with me for a long time, I heard it with my own ears. Then you must have misheard, I'm peak rank 6. My ears are fine. Tang Feng snorted and said darkly, if you win Han Su, then you can call me whatever you want in private. I won't bother you anymore. But if you lose... Humph. Instructor, you don't have to do this, right? I have an instructor too. Lu Fengru doesn't have any objections. Do you? Fang Ping felt the urge to vomit blood again. Am I really MCMAU's seated player? I always feel like I'm not well liked. Fortunately, Tang Feng's next words comforted him. If you win Han Su, the school will reward you with an additional 100 credits. Only 100 credits? He's the national champion, take it or leave it. There are 8 months until the Gaokao. No one knows how strong Han Su is. He might not even be as strong as the reserves team. It's not impossible. Then. Alright then. Fang Ping looked extremely helpless, but Tang Feng knew that the kid was inwardly overjoyed. He had wronged Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not say whether he was happy or not, but it was inevitable that he would meet the people from CCMAU. It was also almost inevitable that he would fight Han Su. Since they were going to fight, Fang Ping did not want to lose. If he won, there would be additional rewards. It was a pleasant surprise. As for losing, Fang Ping snorted in his heart. If he lost, he would have to exchange 10% more credits. That was impossible. If that was the case, he would have to consider job hopping. He did not know if CCMAU would accept MCMAU students. Tang Feng naturally did not know about these little schemes. In order to provoke Fang Ping, the instructors had racked their brains. After the teams were divided and it was confirmed that they would be going to East Sino Nation Normal University the next day, everyone dispersed. When they returned to the dormitory, Fu Changding said with a serious expression, Fang Ping, you have to be careful with Han Su. It's not just him, it's the same for Li Ran. I know these two people too. They were famous geniuses in Capital City High School. I've seen them a few times. They're all very strong, how are you compared to them? I was slightly weaker before, but now. I might not be the same. Fu Changding was not modest. Then I'm fine. You? What do you mean? If you're fine, why would I be? Fu Changding looked indignant. He snorted. Let's wait and see. When they beat you down, I'll beat them. I'll let everyone know who's the number one in MCMAU. You? You can beat Zhao Lei first. That guy was defeated by me. That's different. Everyone honed their bones differently. Now we're all peak rank 1, Fang Ping yawned and ignored him. It's not like you're the one improving. On the 2nd of January, Tang Feng and Bai Ruoxi led a team to East China Normal University. East Sino Nation Normal University was also located in the university city. MCMAU was located in the south of the university city, while ESNNU was located in the east. Walking on the campus of East Sino Nation Normal University, Fu Changding's eyes turned red with envy. So many beauties. There are so many beauties in the south. He really didn't lie to me, but why doesn't MCMAU have any? Really, if I had known earlier, I would have come to China. This guy could not stop nagging. The faces of the girls at the side darkened, including Chen Yunxi. What did he mean by MCMAU did not have it? Were they ugly? ESNNU was a school that excelled in both literature and martial arts. ESNNU was famous for its martial arts department, but it was also famous for its liberal arts. It was unlike Nanjiang, where the two martial sciences schools only accepted 1 to 200 people every year. Every year, ESNNU's martial sciences department recruited up to 1,000 people, which was not much less than MCMAU's. As for the social sciences, there were even more students. There were at least 5,000 students in each term. The more people there were, the more beautiful girls there would be. There were indeed quite a number of girls applying to East Sino Normal University. Fu Changding looked around. Even Zhao Lei and the others were no exception. ESNNU had more beautiful young girls than MCMAU. Furthermore, it was true that girls from the martial sciences department did not have much time to dress up, much less spend hours on makeup and clothes every day. Naturally, there was a gap between them and ESNNU. When everyone arrived at the stadium, the screams from inside almost deafened their ears. ESNNU, you're the best. ESNNU, you're the best. Zhang Pengfei, I love you. Chen Hongwei, fight for first place. MCMAU has lost. All kinds of slogans shocked everyone. In MCMAU, no one had ever seen such a scene. There were only 6,000 students in MCMAU. Everyone had their own things to do. Who would have the time to watch others fight? When Fang Ping and the others trained, it was always them who participated in the training. It was impossible for them to have cheerleaders. Now, East Hua Nation Normal University had too many cheerleaders. The stadium's auditorium was packed with people, and most of them were women. The cheerleaders in the front row were all dressed provocatively even though it was winter. Fu Chongding mumbled, "This is the style of a southern girl." Yang Xiaoman gritted her teeth and said, "Don't be a love-struck fool, did you hear that? They're all booing us." Fu Chongding was nonchalant, but Tang Feng suddenly said, "Fu Chongding will be the first to fight later." "Ah? You have to win fast and ruthlessly." Tang Feng said calmly, "That's the only way East Sino Nation Normal University will send their elite students to save face." That was what he said, but Fang Ping had a feeling that the petty lion Tang was angry. Students from East Sino Nation Normal University actually dared to curse at MCMAU. Were they not looking for trouble? Fu Chongding was a little stunned, but he soon smiled and said, "No problem. Let me teach the martial artists of ESNNU what it means to lose one's will by playing with things, what it means to be lecherous, what it means to be humiliated and to be mine." "Shut up." Tang Feng glared at him because a martial arts powerhouse from East Sino Nation Normal University had already walked over. Tang Feng did not mind that the person who had received them was a rank 4 instructor. Now, the one who came was a rank 6 powerhouse. At this time, it was not good to insult him in front of him. "Lion Tang, how have you been?" "Old Snake, you're still alive?" "Ha ha ha, even if you're dead, I won't die." Both of them acted as if there was no one else around. Bai Ruoshi felt a little helpless and said calmly, "Didn't you two just meet the day before yesterday?" Both of them stopped talking. The rank 6 powerhouse from ESNNU laughed dryly and said, "Is that so? You have a good memory, girl. I almost forgot about this." Everyone was in the university town. It was not a long journey. For these rank 6 powerhouses, it would only take them a few minutes to run there. Naturally, they had met many times. Old Snake laughed, then looked at Fang Ping and the others, nodding slightly. "Not bad. This batch of MCMAU new students is really good." 5. No, when the competition starts, I'm afraid there will be 7 peak rank 1 martial artists. It's good to have more resources. No wonder everyone is jealous. Currently, among the new students in MCMAU, there were 5 peak rank 1 martial artists. Tang Songting and Zhao Xuemei were already close. When the competition started, there would be 7 peak rank 1 martial artists. It was extremely difficult for a school to produce 7 peak rank 1 martial artists in half a year. Tang Feng said disapprovingly, "We have a lot of resources, but that's because we earned them with our own strength. MCMAU was founded before ESNNU. How is ESNNU not a famous school?" He, you say it like it's your credit, Lion Tang. The trees planted by the predecessors are for the juniors to enjoy. I'm just afraid that the juniors will even cut down the trees. That's also a tree planted by the predecessors of MCMAU. Even if it's chopped down for firewood, it's not someone else's turn to covet it. Don't say that to me. ESNNU is not your target. Old Snake curled his lips, then looked at Fang Ping and the others. "How do you guys want to compete?" Tang Feng said directly, "1-on-1. Not taking turns? The championship is a 1-on-1 battle. There's no need. Let everyone have a chance to fight. I'm afraid that if one of us goes up, your side will be defeated." Hee. Old Snake sneered. Without further ado, he led the group to the second floor of the gym. At this moment, there were very few people on the second floor. There were even fewer students, only about 10 in total. There were about 7 or 8 instructors, though. Seeing Tang Feng and the others go up, someone greeted, "Ruashi, long time no see." "Ruashi, I'm a little confused about my swordsmanship. When can we exchange some pointers?" Ruashi was obviously more popular than Tang Feng. She immediately attracted the attention of many instructors. Tang Feng did not mind. He walked to the other side and sat down. "Soon," he said, "let's not catch up and waste time." "Hurry up. ESNNU's efficiency is as slow as ever." Some of the instructors from ESNNU were dissatisfied, but they did not refute. Old Snake did not mind. He walked to the railing on the second floor. Without using the microphone, he shouted, "ESNNU, MCMAU. The friendly competition for new students of grade 08 begins now." Below the stage, a host said loudly, "Will the combatants from both sides please come up to the stage?" Fu Chongding had already stood up, holding his spear. He had learned spear techniques from Luo Yichuan. However, ever since school started, he had not shown his skills in public. Fang Ping and the others did not see him when he was on a mission last time. There was a staircase on the second floor that led directly to the arena on the first floor. Soon, Fu Chongding walked up to the arena. On the other side, a short-haired youth from ESNNU walked out. As soon as he appeared, the crowd below the stage erupted. "Zhang Pengfei, I love you. Zhang Pengfei, defeat him. Defeat MCMAU. Do your best, ESNNU." Screams rose and fell. Zhang Pengfei, with a thin sword at his waist, looked especially dashing. He even waved at the crowd below the stage, causing countless girls to scream. "Flashy but impractical," Zhao Lei muttered. Fang Ping rarely agreed with him. He nodded and said, "It's full of gimmicks. Let's see if Fu Chongding is triggered." Magic City Martial Arts University, Fu Chongding. East Sino Nation Normal University, Zhang Pengfei. The two of them introduced each other. A rank 4 martial artist acted as the referee on the stage. When the two of them finished their greetings, he shouted, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Chongding's spear moved like a dragon. The tip of the spear gleamed coldly as it pointed at Zhang Pengfei's throat. Zhang Pengfei's movements were not slow either. His thin sword was as thin as silk, dancing in the air like a dazzling flower. Upstairs, Fang Ping said dryly, "Nice." Zhao Xueme said in surprise, "He's at least 2 meters away from Fu Chongding. His sword is 1.2 meters long. Why is he dancing with it?" Zhao Lei curled his lips. "I thought it's a normal sparring match. Act cool first, then fight after. It can't be, right? Listen." At that moment, the stadium was in an uproar. "So handsome. Zhang Pengfei, I love you. So handsome that it's inhuman." Fu Chongding, who was standing opposite, was also confused. "What's going on? Are you going to block it or not?" Following Tang Feng's instructions, although he had held back, it was still not something an ordinary person could take. Zhang Pengfei, who was obviously not a brute force fighter, had to either retreat and widen the distance between them or use his movement techniques to get close to Fu Chongding. The thin sword was light and ethereal. Now that the other party was not dodging, was he going to use his sword to block it? This was not a two-handed greatsword. Could it be a powerhouse? Fu Chongding was a little wary, but his spear went straight for it. Whether it was a powerhouse or not, he would know after trying. At that moment, Zhang Pengfei began to defend with his sword. Just as Fu Chongding had imagined, he was going to use his thin sword to block. Of course, it was not a block either. Zhang Pengfei's thin sword wrapped around the tip of the spear and exerted force in his hand. Obviously, he wanted to divert Fu Chongding's spear so that he would miss his attack. Imagination was useless. Zhang Pengfei pulled, but it did not budge. Fu Chongding's spear was still straight and had no intention of changing direction. At that moment, Zhang Pengfei could not stay calm and quickly began to retreat. However, Fu Chongding was not a dead man. Once the spear moved, he moved too. When Zhang Pengfei retreated, Fu Chongding followed. The spear was no longer just stabbing, but the spear shaft shook and the spear tip vibrated. Zhang Pengfei's thin sword vibrated and almost fell out of his hand. "How dare you look down on me?" Fu Chongding was furious. This time, he had found out that his opponent was very weak. He, Fu Chongding, was also blessed by the heavens. How could ESNNU send such a weakling up to the stage? It was obvious that they were looking down on him. In his anger, his vitality erupted and the spear tip vibrated violently again. This time, Zhang Pengfei let go of his sword. Fu Chongding did not stop there. With a flick of the spear tip, the thin sword flew straight out and nailed itself to the pillar of the stage, trembling non-stop. Fu Chongding no longer stabbed his throat. With a shake of the spear shaft, the spear tip deviated from Zhang Pengfei's throat and flicked it heavily along Zhang Pengfei's neck. A crisp paw sound rang out. Zhang Pengfei cried out in pain. His vision went black and his body staggered, almost falling. The spear in Fu Chongding's hand shook and bent into an arc again. A paw sound rang out again. This time, it was his opponent's cheek. A bloody mark instantly appeared on Zhang Pengfei's face. Fu Chongding did not make another move. He turned around and left the stage. His expression was not pleasant. The gymnasium fell silent in an instant. Second floor. Tang Feng frowned and said a little angrily, "ESNNU sent a student like this to the stage. Are they insulting MCMAU?" ESNNU's side was silent. After a long time, Old Snake said slowly, "Sorry, we didn't expect." Bai Ruoshi also frowned and said, "Everyone, this is not an exhibition match." Zhang Pengfei's sword dance was beautiful. It was definitely a good show in an exhibition match. However, was this an exhibition match? This was a warm-up match before the championship. Many of ESNNU's instructors flushed red. Did they not know? They knew that this was not an exhibition match. However, Zhang Pengfei's strength was not that weak. Perhaps he had underestimated his opponent this time because he did not have any opponents in ESNNU. Fu Chongding happened to use a long weapon. His strength was among the top even in MCMAU. Zhang Pengfei was not among the top in ESNNU. Even ESNNU's top new students might not be able to enter the top tier in MCMAU. After a while, Zhang Pengfei was at least 2 to 3 grades below Fu Chongding. In terms of strength, MCMAU's weakest student, Li Zhaoxiu, was probably stronger than him. Naturally, he would not be Fu Chongding's opponent. The key was that he had lost too badly. Moreover, the disparity was too big. Just now, the audience was cheering. In the end, the fight ended up like this. Even ESNNU's instructors could not accept it. Old Snake took a deep breath and tilted his head to look at the students beside him who also had ugly expressions on their faces. He said in a low voice, "Chen Hongwei, it's your turn. Don't come up with any more tricks." Humph. Obviously, Old Snake was also angry. They had expected ESNNU to lose to MCMAU. However, they could not lose so badly and embarrass themselves so much. Tang Feng glanced at the silent Chen Hongwei. A smile appeared on his face. He was angry just now because he wanted to force ESNNU to let their hidden elites fight. Only then would it be effective to train their troops. If they were all like Zhang Pengfei just now, could it be that he wanted Fu Chongding and the others to act cool? Jin Lei, it's your turn. Jin Lei was not tall. He did not bring a long weapon, but a pair of boxing gloves. He nodded lightly, got up, and walked downstairs. On the second floor, Fu Chongding mumbled as soon as he went upstairs, "What the hell, I was so careful, that's enough." Tang Feng saw the ugly expressions on the faces of the people from ESNNU, so he did not provoke them anymore. Once was enough. If he provoked them again, they would really fall out. Below the stage, Jin Lei and Chen Hongwei had already started fighting. This time, the cheers from ESNNU were not as loud as before. Everyone was still in a daze. Zhang Pengfei, who was loved by countless girls, was defeated so quickly and so badly that his face was deformed. Everyone found it hard to accept. At this moment, even though Chen Hongwei and Jin Lei were fighting brilliantly, the crowd was no longer as enthusiastic as before. However, after a while, when they saw that Chen Hongwei seemed to have the upper hand, the ESNNU students became energetic again. Fang Ping and the others could not be bothered with this. They were listening to Bai Ruoshi's analysis. Chen Hongwei is already a peak rank 1. He should be using a weapon, but he's not using it now. He's probably hiding some of his strength. Of course, even if he goes all out, he'll at most be on par with Tang Songting. He's probably one of the top 2 or 3 students in ESNNU. He might be sent to fight in this championship, and he'll be one of the first team members. Yang Xiaoman looked below the stage and whispered, "Is this the level of the 8 School Alliance's first team?" Bai Ruoshi smiled. "I'm just judging based on the current students. The result might not be the same. When the time comes, we'll know if he's in the first team or not. We'll have a rough gauge to use." Yang Xiaoman nodded slightly and smiled. "If the first team of the 8 School Alliance is at this level, we might have someone who can defeat 5 of them. Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not. The 8 School Alliance will definitely have a final player. In the 8 School Alliance, Sino Nation Martial Arts University is the strongest, while East Sino Nation Normal University is ranked lower." Bai Ruoshi reminded them. Then, she said, "They're not as good as you guys since they entered the school. You guys didn't slack off either, so it's normal to leave them behind. However, the 8 School Alliance isn't made up of students who are martial artists before they enter the school. These people haven't shown up yet." As she spoke, Jin Lei was kicked by Chen Hongwei on the stage. He clutched his chest and could not stand up. The referee checked and announced Chen Hongwei's victory. This time, the cheers from ESNNU rang out again. Next round, Li Zhaoxiu, the next round, Sui Kai, and finally, Tang Songting. Instructor. Yang Xiaoman was a little disappointed, not for herself, but for Chen Yunqi. Chen Yunqi did not even have the chance to go on stage for the warm-up round. Tang Feng said lightly, "She doesn't want to fight, so she doesn't have to. Peak rank 1, a twice-honed peak rank 1. Among all the new students in Sino Nation, she's one of the best in terms of honed bones and vitality. However, she's afraid to fight. She's not even as good as Fang Ping." MMP. Fang Ping's face turned green. "Did I provoke you? What do you mean by not even as good as me? When did I fear to fight? Among all the new students in MCMAU, is there anyone who has killed more rank 2 martial artists than me? In East Sino Nation Normal University, MCMAU won 4 out of 5 matches. Other than Jin Lei's 1 loss, he won the other 4 matches. Of course, Li Zhaoxiu and Sui Kai didn't win so easily. On ESNNU's side, Chen Hongwei was the only one who showed his strength. Whether or not there were still hidden students who had yet to make a move, it was impossible to know for now. However, MCMAU did not care. The 8 School Alliance would send a total of 10 people. In the end, ESNNU would probably only send 1 or 2 people. If Chen Hongwei didn't make it, it meant that ESNNU had students who were stronger than him. If they did, it meant that ESNNU would end up like this. Since Chen Hongwei had hidden his strength, it meant that it was highly likely that he would participate in the competition. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to do so. From this, one could deduce something. On ESNNU's side, apart from Fu Chongdang, no one else from the main team made a move. On the other hand, Fu Chongdang did not use his full strength. Everyone was not afraid that MCMAU's strength would be exposed. On the 3rd of January, the members of MCMAU had yet to fight. On the 4th of January, it was Luo Ichuan's turn to lead the team to South China University of Science and Technology. At South Sino University of Science and Technology, Chen Yunqi still did not go on stage. This time, the main team's Zhao Xueme went on stage to fight. Although it was only a warm-up match, Zhao Xueme was extremely serious. The freshman from South China University of Science and Technology was almost kicked in the throat by her, scaring many ordinary students from South China University of Science and Technology into screaming. Chen Yunqi's face was pale the whole time. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Xueme felt it was unfair for her. Fang Ping could tell that the school was doing this on purpose to provoke the young lady. Chen Yunqi was not weak. Even Zhao Xueme and Tang Songting were no match for her. She was a twice-honed peak rank 1 martial artist. Although he did not know how well her combat technique cultivation was, looking at Bai Ruoshi's calm demeanor, it should not be too bad. Bai Ruoshi was Chen Yunqi's mentor. If her own student was really useless, she would not allow the school to force her to die. Now that he was pressuring Chen Yunqi, it was obvious that he felt that Chen Yunqi's strength was not bad. At South Sino University of Science and Technology, MCMAU won 3 out of 5 matches. Li Xiaoxiu and Jin Lei were defeated. South Sino University of Science and Technology and East Sino Normal University were similar in strength. Fang Ping and the others once again became spectators. After 2 warm-up matches, the school didn't make any more arrangements. For the next few days, it was time to rest and relax. Fang Ping, who had returned to school, had watched 10 matches in the past few days. He felt that he had learned a little. These people might not be as strong as him, but Fang Ping was only a rank 1 martial artist with limited experience. Watching other people's battles still gave him some inspiration. Students who could enter martial arts universities and perform well were all unique in their own way. He had learned a thing or two from the student who had defeated Li Xiaoxiu at South Sino Martial Arts University. The opponent's ability was not too strong, at least not peak rank 1. However, when his opponent defeated Li Xiaoxiu, it was a relatively easy victory. This was because his opponent had been accumulating power before the battle, and when he entered the arena, he used the blade dragging technique. After dodging Li Xiaoxiu for a long time, he was able to accumulate enough power to send Li Xiaoxiu flying with a single slash, vomiting blood from his mouth. It was a move that could only unleash 20 calories of vitality, but when he gathered his strength, he could unleash at least 25 calories of vitality. Li Xiaoxiu did not expect his opponent to suddenly make a move after dodging him for so long. He was defeated in 1 move. In the next 2 days, Fang Ping consulted Lu Fengru and a few instructors who were good with saber techniques. Although the other party was neither his instructor nor a rank 6, Fang Ping still learned a lot from him. January 8, 13th of the 12th lunar month, Fang Ping received a call from Fang Yuan. Fang Ping, I'm done with my exams. So fast? What's so fast about it? It's almost the new year. Moreover, it opens the day after tomorrow. A lot of people are going to watch. Of course, I have to hurry. When will the results be out? It's still early, Fang Ping. Don't tell me you're waiting for the results to be out before you let me go to Magic City? It'll be too late by then. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. How are you going to come alone if mom and dad aren't coming? Moreover, I'm worried. Pfft, I knew you were going to say that. Fang Yuan sneered, and then she said with a smile, Uncle Tan said he's going too, and I'll go with him. Director Tan? Yes, Mom and Dad agreed too. With Uncle Tan around, there's no need to be afraid of bad guys. It was obvious that the little girl trusted Tan Jinping. He was a veteran martial artist and the deputy director of Sun City's Department of Education. Fang Ping curled his lips. Although he did not want to look down on Tan Jinping, Old Tan was a pure vitality martial artist. He could probably only catch some ordinary thieves. However, Tan Jinping had an official identity. The government was the biggest martial arts organization in Sino Nation. With an official identity, it was indeed safer. Will Director Tan be driving or taking the bus? Taking the bus. There are more people going this time. Oh right, those classmates of yours are coming too, they're on vacation? Didn't you know? They've been back for a few days. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead. He had been too busy these few days and did not have time to look at the group. These people had probably talked about it in the group. MCMAU had not gone on vacation yet. He did not know if it was because the holidays were late or because the championship had been postponed. There were not many students in MCMAU. The school did not go on vacation. Perhaps it was to make the school livelier and more popular. Otherwise, MCMAU would be too quiet. Almost all the seniors were not in school. At least half of the juniors were not there, and many sophomores were not there too. There were only about 3,000 students in the school. MCMAU was too big, it was so big that 3,000 people were scattered around the school. Sometimes, after walking for a few minutes, not even a shadow could be seen. Those who were timid would not even dare to walk at night. I haven't taken the cultural studies exam this year, Fang Ping thought of something else. They had not taken the exam yet. He did not know if it would be postponed. Then when will you arrive? The little girl had already said that she would come with Tan Jinping. It was obvious that he could not stop her, so Fang Ping did not try to dissuade her. I'll leave tomorrow. Fang Ping, remember to pick me up. Nonsense. If I don't pick you up, you won't even know your way home if you get lost. After chatting with Fang Yuan for a while, he told his parents. Fang Mingrong and his wife were not too worried. Their daughter was going with the deputy director of the Department of Education. Their son would be there to pick them up in Magic City. If they were still worried, it would be too dangerous outside. January 9th, Sun City. Everyone was given an exclusive carriage with Tan Jinping's identity. Tan Jinping was a deputy director of a small place, so of course he did not have that much influence. However, this time he was representing the Sun City municipal government. In name, he was going to Magic City to discuss business. Although Sun City was not a big place, it was still a county-level city. After communicating with the station for a while, they were finally given an empty carriage. At this moment, the high-speed rail from Sun City to Magic City had not been opened yet. Everyone was taking the train. Inside the carriage, Fang Yuan's face was full of joy. She held her friend's hand and grinned. When we reach Magic City, my brother will come to pick us up. I haven't seen him for a long time. The last time he came was during National Day. My brother has tickets. Don't worry, Xiaoling, we'll give it to you for free this time. No charge. Her friend, who was about the same age as Fang Yuan, was all smiles when she heard that. She asked uncertainly, really? No charge? What kind of person do you think I am? Fang Yuan looked unhappy. She snorted. We're good friends. You're also the deputy director of the Yuan Ping Club. Next time when we make money, you'll get a smaller share, Yuan. Xiaoling rebuked her, then started giggling. She did not care about how much she would get. Wu Zhihao and the others beside them were laughing. Tan Jinping laughed too. Yuan girl, even I know about your Yuan Ping Club now. Be careful, or your brother will spank you if he finds out. He won't. My brother knows about it a long time ago. Although she said that, Fang Yuan still felt a little guilty. Fang Ping did not know that she had started collecting membership fees. I didn't want to take it. Someone else insisted on giving it to me. Yuan Ping Club had started with a dozen girls from the experimental middle school. Now, it had expanded to the entire Sun City Junior High School. Fang Yuan felt a headache coming on. Should she tell Fang Ping that Yuan Ping Club now had 300 members? Forget it. I won't say it, the little girl mumbled guiltily. If Fang Ping found out that she was the big sister of 300 people, he would beat her to death. Everyone laughed again. Tan Jinping did not tease her anymore. It was just a child's play. Did she really take it seriously? If 300 martial artists had gathered in Yuan Ping, then the whole of Nanjiang would pay attention to it. However, 300 junior high school students, a rank 1 martial artist, a practical combat type, could cut through a large area like a melon. Zhihao, you're going to become a martial artist soon, right? Tan Jinping ignored Fang Yuan and asked Wu Zhihao instead. Wu Zhihao smiled bitterly. It's still too early. My vitality has reached 145 calories, but I don't even have the pills for a breakthrough. Fang Ping also suggested that we should wait until we're twice honed before breaking through. Even if we can't twice hone, the higher the vitality, the better. We'll see if we can become a martial artist by the end of next semester. Brother Zhihao, you're not a martial artist yet? Fang Yuan asked in surprise. Wu Zhihao's expression was bitter. Children's words carried no harm. What did a little girl know? Martial artists were not that simple. Your brother has become a martial artist. Do you think everyone can become a martial artist after entering a martial arts university? Yang Jian asked curiously. Fang Ping has probably finished honing one of his limbs now, right? I don't know, but there's hope. MCMAU has more resources than us. That's true. Sigh, we're still worrying about our vitality reaching the limit, but he's already honed one of his limbs. The gap is getting bigger. Everyone sighed. Tan Jinping had some guesses. Had Fang Ping really only honed one of his limbs, that kid came back in October and said he killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists. If that was true, he would be an outstanding student in MCMAU. Who knew, he might have already honed one of his limbs. Everyone chatted for a while, and then they talked about the national championship. I don't know if the Martial Arts University Alliance can win the national championship this time. Our instructor said that if they win, we'll have a good life next year. If they lose, we'll continue to bury our heads in cultivation. Sigh, I really hope they win. Tan Jinping was a little curious. He asked, is there anyone from Nanjiang Martial Arts University participating this time? I don't know. Wu Zhihao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I really don't know. The list of participants is confidential now. However, I heard that MCMAU and CCMAU seem to have confirmed it. Teams from the Big Two have gone to other universities for warm-up matches. I heard from our instructor that the teams from the Big Two are all peak rank 1 martial artists. Yang Jian said enviously, peak rank 1. I really can't be jealous. If we reach peak rank 1, we'll be at least in our junior or senior year, right? Even if they became martial artists in the second semester of their freshman year, if they wanted to hone more than 62 bones, they would not have enough resources to support them. They could only do small tasks to earn money. MCMAU's prodigies honed 1 bone in 3 days. They would have to spend 10 days or even longer. It would take them 2 years to complete the bone honing. Peak rank 1, Tan Jinping sighed. After so many years, he was only peak rank 1. Some of these young people were younger than his son. However, these people had all caught up to him. At this moment, Fang Ping was not here. He did not know what he was thinking, or else he would have continued to give him a few more blows. Peak rank 1 from MCMAU and other universities were not people Tan Jinping could compare to. Let's not talk about combat techniques. In MCMAU's current 10-man team, even the weakest, Li Zhaoxiu, who had not reached peak rank 1, had a vitality of 250 calories. Among those who had reached peak rank 1, Zhao Xuemei was considered the lowest. She was also around 280 calories. The others like Fu Changding were all charging towards 300 calories. Fang Ping was even more so. Everyone chatted, not feeling bored. When Fang Yuan woke up from her nap, the train had arrived at the station, the train station. Fu Changding yawned and said in a bored tone, haven't we arrived yet? Zhao Xuemei asked curiously, Fang Ping, your family has quite a lot of family members. They even drove 3 cars to pick you up. What family members? Fang Ping was speechless. My family doesn't even know that I'm participating in the competition. Only my sister is here to watch. The others are my high school classmates and friends. Your family doesn't know? Fu Changding said in shock, then if you were beaten to death, get lost. Cough, cough, cough. What I mean is, this is such a big deal. Didn't you inform your family? My parents are normal people. How could they accept this so easily? If they knew I was going to compete, they would be shocked. I'm different from you guys. Your elders are martial artists, so you're used to it. After hearing his words, Fu Changding suddenly said seriously, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought about it. I always thought that I was the poor one, and your father was a rank 6 martial artist. Now that I think about it, my grandfather is only rank 6. Did we make a mistake? Fang Ping sneered. This shows that you're stupid. There's no other reason. Get lost. I'm curious. Where did you get so much money? Don't tell me you stole it? This kid Fang Ping was really rich. At least he never had to worry about pills. Instead, he sold a lot of them. Fang Ping also knew that there were some loopholes in this story. However, he was short of money in the early stages, so there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he said mysteriously, don't tell others, actually, a rank 9 grandmaster took a liking to me when I was young. He said that my bones are amazing. When I grow up, I'll definitely be able to save the world, so, really? Fang Ping said it casually, but Fu Changding looked serious and whispered, is it really a rank 9 grandmaster? Zhao Xuemei did not take it seriously before, but now that Fu Changding took it seriously, she could not help but say, is there really a rank 9 powerhouse living in seclusion in Sun City? Is Wang Jinyang the same? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could they believe this? Was it because his acting was too good, or were the two of them too stupid? It was no wonder they believed him. In a small place like Sun City, 2 young martial arts powerhouses came out in a row. Fang Ping's strength might still be low, but he, a poor kid from a normal family, surpassed all the new students in MCMAU. From this point alone, it was not surprising that there were grandmasters who thought highly of Fang Ping. Maybe Fang Ping was bragging about being a rank 9, but it was not surprising that a rank 7 grandmaster thought that Fang Ping was a promising talent and nurtured him. Fang Ping did not know how to continue this lie. I was just saying it. Seeing that the two of them were serious, Fang Ping could only laugh dryly. I can't tell you in detail. Just pretend you didn't hear me. Alright, then we won't ask. This matter is still far away from us. Since it was related to a grandmaster powerhouse, the two of them did not pursue the matter. They only felt a lot more comforted. I was wondering why Fang Ping is stronger than me. It turns out that a grandmaster is secretly nurturing him. This also means that we are not bad. The three of them casually talked about other topics. Fang Ping's eyes lit up and he smiled. We're here. In front, Tan Jinping and the others had also walked out of the train station. Fang Yuan had sharp eyes. He said excitedly from afar, Fang Ping, I'm here. Fang Ping's old face fell. It seemed like he had lost some weight. At the train station, Fu Chongding exclaimed, Fang Ping and his sister are so close. Yeah, look at how distressed he is. His sister didn't lose any weight, did she? Everyone around them was filled with emotion, impressed by Fang Ping's sibling relationship. Fang Ping, on the other hand, pinched Fang Yuan's cheeks and sighed. You've lost some weight. I told you to eat more, why didn't you listen? In the past, when the cheeks were pulled apart, I remember it could be pulled to this distance. Fang Ping stretched out a hand and gestured, describing how the cheeks could be stretched very far in the past. Then, he experimented with it. He pulled Fang Yuan's cheeks and said regretfully, look, this is all I can pull now. Fang Yuan pouted and glared at him, not saying a word. I knew it. Xiaoling said enviously, Yuan, your brother is so good to you. Haha. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. If Fang Ping had not pinched her cheeks now, she would have believed him. However, this guy had been pinching her for 10 minutes, fortunately, there were others around. Fang Ping cared for his sister for a while, then led everyone to the parking lot. He was not in a hurry to exchange pleasantries with Wu Zhihao and the rest. Fang Ping looked at Tan Jinping and smiled. Thanks for the trouble, Uncle Tan. Don't mention it. It's on the way. I was coming over anyway. Tan Jinping said, then took the initiative to ask, these two are, oh, I forgot to introduce them. Sorry. Fang Ping introduced them immediately. This is Fu Chongdang, and this is Zhao Xuemei. They're my classmates at MCMAU. Oh, you're MCMAU's prodigies. Sorry for not recognizing you. Tan Jinping's expression was polite, but he was slightly surprised. These two gave him a dangerous vibe. Were all MCMAU students this strong? As for vitality, he could not sense it. Although he was also a peak rank 1 was different. Fu Chongdang and the rest were stronger than him. They deliberately hid their vitality, so Tan Jinping could not sense anything. If he could not sense it, then the others were not martial artists. They could not sense it at all. Fang Ping introduced everyone to Fu Chongdang and the rest. Everyone quickly became familiar with each other. As they walked, Fu Chongdang asked, are you guys here to watch the championship? Wu Zhihao nodded and said, that's right. I heard from our instructor that the participants this time are all Sino Nation Martial Arts University students prodigies. All of them are giants among men, although we are too far away from them, being able to see their charm can also stimulate our desire to improve. Cough, cough, Fu Chongdang laughed dryly. What are you saying? It's not nice to flatter us in front of me, is it? Wu Zhihao did not notice anything amiss. Instead, he asked curiously, Brother Fu, you're also MCMAU students. You should know the students from MCMAU participating this year, right? Yes, Fu Chongdang glanced at Fang Ping, clearly asking if he should say it. Should he say it? I really want to say it. If he did, would these people kneel down and worship him? Fang Ping rolled his eyes and ignored him. At this moment, Fang Ping did not intend to deliberately tell them about this. If he did, he would be bombarded with questions. Tomorrow, when the opening ceremony began, everyone would naturally know. He would not be around then, so he did not have to be bombarded by the storm. Since it was an established fact, it would be much easier to explain it in a few words. Seeing this, Fu Changding could only vaguely answer a few words. When Wu Zhihao asked about the seated contestants that were circulating on the internet, such as Zhao Lei, Fu Changding's gaze was extremely complicated. He said dryly, yes, Zhao Lei is very powerful. At this moment, even Lu Ruoqi's interest was piqued. She asked softly, Zhao Lei, is he the same as the pictures on the internet? It was normal for girls to fall in love with people of the same age who were more powerful. Naturally, Lu Ruoqi did not fall in love, but she was naturally curious. That is a little different, right? Fu Changding was very conflicted. After a while, he said, his face might be a little fatter. He can change his face. Sometimes, his face will become extra fat. Ah? Lu Ruoqi was dumbfounded. Could that happen? She suppressed her laughter and said, don't listen to his nonsense. We're not close to Zhao Lei. Fang Ping is close to him. You'll know if you ask Fang Ping. Wu Zhihao looked surprised. Fang Ping, you're close to Zhao Lei too? Not bad. We've only met a few of the martial artists from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. You're doing well. It's alright. I'm not that close to him. I'd just like to help him change his face when I'm free. What? The few of them were a little confused. Fang Ping did not talk about this anymore. He smiled and changed the topic. Have you booked a hotel? Yes. I'm just worried that we won't be able to get one at the last minute. Brother, I haven't booked one with Xiaoling. Fang Yuan said hurriedly. She was counting on Fang Ping. Why would she book a hotel in advance? I'm not asking you. Fang Ping rolled his eyes at her. How could he not know that? He asked the others about the hotel they had booked. It was near MCMAU. After all, the championship was being held there. The drive from the station to MCMAU was much shorter. In less than 40 minutes, the car stopped in front of the hotel Wu Zhihao and the others had booked. After everyone got out of the car, Fang Ping said, Uncle Tan, you guys settle in first. I'll send my sister and the others to Magic Martial Hotel. It was not that Fang Ping was reluctant to spend money to book a room here. It was just that Magic Martial Hotel was safer, and it was also nearby. Tan Jinping naturally had no objections. He thanked Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei and agreed to have dinner together. Then, everyone entered the hotel together. After they left, Fang Ping said to Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei, sorry to trouble you this time. You guys go back first. I'll make arrangements for my sister. Sure. Call me if you need anything. But stingy Fang, you should buy yourself a car. Fu Changding joked. Fang Ping was speechless. I've been so busy recently. I don't have time to think about this. That's true. Alright, we'll leave first. Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei left soon after. They were actually busier than Fang Ping. Zhao Xuemei, especially, had only finished honing the last bone in her lower limbs last night. Fang Ping did not even plan to ask her to be a strong man when they left in the morning. Zhao Xuemei was the one who volunteered to help. After everyone left, Fang Yuan said with slight disappointment, Brother, can't I stay in your dormitory? She had heard from Fang Ping that he lived in a single dormitory. The dormitory area prohibits outsiders from staying overnight. It's okay to look around, but it's not okay for people to stay. Fang Ping shook his head. He was not making this up. MCMAU's dormitory area did not allow outsiders to stay. MCMAU's students and instructors all treated the dormitory area as their last sanctuary. It was okay for the instructors to bring their families, but Fang Ping was a new student, so he could not bring his family. As they spoke, Fang Ping carried their luggage and entered Magic Martial Hotel together. There were more people in Magic Martial Hotel than before. However, the receptionist at the lobby recognized Fang Ping immediately when she saw him. She quickly greeted him, Hello, Mr. Fang. Hello. Please help me with the check-in procedures. I have 2 sisters. Sure. Please wait a moment. The receptionist did not ask Fang Ping to show any identification. They had a record. Soon, the check-in procedures were completed. Fang Yuan watched from the side. When they entered the elevator, she could not help but say, "Brother, you didn't pay." "It's free." "Free? Didn't I tell you? Accommodation and meals here at Magic Martial Hotel are free. Of course, one person can only get one room." "Really? Little girl, I knew you only care about money." Fang Ping scolded her with a smile. He brought the two of them to the 6th floor. Although it was not the room he stayed in last time, the layout was the same. Fang Yuan cheered as soon as she entered. She did not expect the room to be so big. "This is great. Fang Ping, I want to enter MCMAU in the future too." Fang Yuan hugged the sofa pillow, her face full of anticipation. "Just because of the free accommodation?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "You have such low expectations, we'll go down for dinner later. After dinner, I'll bring you to MCMAU in the afternoon. Also, don't run around. Keep your phone with you at all times. I won't be staying here tonight. Remember to call me if you need anything. You can also go to the hotel." I know. You're so long-winded." Fang Yuan was impatient to hear this. She quickly smiled and said, "Brother, do you know all the MCMAU students participating in the competition?" "Yes." "Can you help me get their autographs?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. Fang Yuan explained hurriedly, "I'm not selling them. I'm keeping them for my collection." She said she was not selling them, but Xiaoling said confusedly, Yuan, we can use them to open up the market." He did not know where the two girls learned to talk about opening up the market and celebrity effect. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Yuan quickly covered Xiaoling's mouth with a rebuking expression. Silly. After a while, Fang Ping accompanied them downstairs for lunch. When it was time to eat, Wu Zhihao and the others called and arranged to have dinner together. They were now going out for a stroll. Magic City had been very lively these few days. Fang Ping did not say anything. They were not children anymore. They could not get lost. At 2 p.m., Fang Ping brought Fang Yuan and Xiaoling to Magic City Martial Arts University. The moment they saw the main entrance, the two girls were shocked, just like the first time Fang Ping saw MCMAU's main entrance. Fang Yuan came prepared this time. She even brought a camera. She insisted that Fang Ping take pictures of them at the main entrance so that she could develop them and share them with her classmates. When they entered the school and heard Fang Ping's introduction of MCMAU, the two girls were shocked again. Such a big school, but there were only so few students? "Fang Ping, I must get into MCMAU in the future." Fang Yuan had lost count of how many times she had vowed. Xiaoling was also tempted. In their eyes, it was good that the school was so big. Moreover, MCMAU was very famous. After walking around the school for a while, Fang Yuan urged, "Let's go to your dormitory quickly. Mom asked me to take pictures for her to see if you live well. She also asked me to see if you're close with your roommates." "I don't think you have any roommates." When Fang Ping brought the two girls to the dormitory area, there was another round of exclamations. When they entered Fang Ping's dormitory, there was another round of exclamations. Fang Ping did not know where the two girls got their energy from. They were not tired at all. For the entire afternoon, Fang Ping was just a foil. After staying in the dormitory for a while, the two girls could not sit still anymore. They dragged Fang Ping out to walk around the campus. Along the way, Fang Ping saw a few classmates who were also walking around the campus with their families. MCMAU was usually not open to the public. Even if parents were here, they were not allowed to wander around the campus. However, it was different this time. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the championship. Although outsiders were not allowed to enter on a large scale, there were no restrictions for students to bring their families into the school. Many of the parents had similar reactions as Fang Yuan and Fang Yuan. Many of the parents' faces were filled with pride. Clearly, they were proud that their children could enter a university like MCMAU. After walking around half of MCMAU, Fang Yuan were finally tired. Considering that they would be staying here for a few days, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to finish looking around in one day. Before they left, Fang Yuan's only disappointment was that she did not see the students who were participating in the competition. Brother, when can we see the students who are participating in the competition? Didn't you see them? See them? I didn't. The little girl looked confused. Fang Ping laughed and said, You saw them. You saw quite a few of them. Really? Did I bump into them when I wasn't paying attention? Why didn't you remind me? Fang Yuan pouted, a little unhappy. Remind me, I can ask for autographs. There are fewer people now, but there will be more tomorrow. Don't think about autographs. Haven't I signed enough for you? After dinner tonight, you and Xiaoling stay in the hotel and don't run around. I don't have time to pick you up tomorrow morning, but I'll send someone to pick you up. When the time comes, you can come to MCMAU with him. Fang Ping had to attend the opening ceremony the next day. Naturally, he did not have time to pick them up. However, Li Qingze could. No need. We'll come with Sister Ruoqi and the others tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, you should know your place. Don't make me worry. I'm not a kid anymore. Who asked you to worry? The siblings exchanged a few words. Fang Ping did not bring them back to the hotel. Instead, they went to the hotel where Wu Zhihao and the others were. At night, everyone had dinner together. Fang Ping ate in a hurry because he still had to return to school. Wu Zhihao and the others saw that he had something to do, so they gave up on the idea of a long conversation. They would be staying for a few more days anyway. After dinner, Fang Ping sent Fang Yuan and Xiaoling back to the hotel. He did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he went to the training room where he usually stayed. When he arrived, the main team and the reserves team were already there. Other than these people, a few rank 6 instructors were also there. Tang Feng did not say anything this time. He knew from Fu Chongding that Fang Ping's family had arrived. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, Tang Feng said in a low voice, Everyone is here. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. There will be no martial arts competition, but tomorrow we will draw lots to choose our first round opponents. It's best if we don't meet anyone from CCMAU in the first round. Although the Martial Arts University Alliance and the 8 School Alliance have many schools and geniuses, in our eyes, CCMAU is our biggest opponent. If we meet someone from CCMAU in the first round, then we might have to adjust our tactics. The main team should try to avoid getting injured so that it won't affect the competition later. Everyone did not say anything. What Tang Feng meant was that if they met someone from CCMAU in the first round, they might choose to strategically retreat. When that time came, it might be someone from the reserves team who would fight. However, the students obviously did not think so. Everyone was a prodigy. No one felt that they were weaker than anyone else. Moreover, if they avoided the first round, the later battles would be more difficult. This had its pros and cons. Tang Feng did not say much. They would talk about it when they met. After saying this, Tang Feng continued, For this battle, the school has prepared something for everyone, 10 normal vitality pills, 5 rank 1 vitality pills, and 2 rank 2 vitality pills. Also, healing water, gold wound medicine, and healing pills have been prepared for you. Also, if you lack alloy weapons, you can borrow them from the school temporarily. Alloy weapons will have to be returned. However, if you don't need them, then don't borrow them. It might not be a good thing to use a weapon that is not suitable for you. MCMAU was not stingy this time. They had given quite a lot of vitality replenishing pills and healing pills. Although the alloy weapons could only be borrowed, it was better than nothing. After making these arrangements, Fang Ping went to the logistics department and borrowed a machete, a pair of boxing gloves, and a dagger. Fang Ping actually wanted to borrow a set of full-body armor, but Old Manly said that he did not have it. Fang Ping did not believe that he did not have it, but Old Manly did not lend it to him. Obviously, the school had no intention of letting everyone hide in their armor and fight. Fang Ping could only give up on the idea. 10th of January. The National Martial Arts Championship for new students officially began. Early in the morning, countless people gathered in front of MCMAU's main gate. In front of them, countless reporters occupied the front lines, their cameras flashing non-stop. Magic City's Governor Huang is here. Department of Education's Deputy Minister Zhang. Magic City Department of Investigation Services Director. Are those people from the military department? People from the business world are here too. That's the deputy CEO of Fosun, right? Pacific Insurance's CEO is here too. He's definitely up to no good. Don't tell me he's here to claim someone's life? Outside the crowd, Fang Yuan stood on her tiptoes, sweating anxiously. She said angrily, "We can't see anything. Why won't they let us in?" Tan Jinping smiled and comforted her. "When the VIPs enter, it'll be our turn." Compared to the VIPs in the center, they were lucky to be able to enter and watch the battle. Tan Jinping did not ask for much. As for his superior's superior, the Department of Education's deputy minister, that had nothing to do with Tan Jinping. There were too many small fries like him. How would they know who he was? "Where are the martial arts university students?" someone asked curiously. Tan Jinping did not care who asked and said casually, "I think they entered from another gate." Wu Zhihao, on the other hand, complained, "Where did that kid Fang Ping go? I wanted him to bring us in earlier, but he's already gone. My brother said he had something to do, so he asked us to go in first." Fang Yuan helped her brother explain. If Fang Ping had nothing to do, he would not have left her, his sister. The few of them followed the crowd, pushing and shoving as they chatted loudly. The VIPs in the center had entered one after another. Soon, it was their turn. Very soon, when the VIPs entered, MCMAU's side began to lead the team and arrange for the audience to enter. 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone followed the team and walked into MCMAU Stadium. The crowd had just entered, and it was a little noisy. Soon, a powerhouse went up on the big stage in the center of the stadium and shouted, "Silence! Find your seats. Don't make any noise. This is a martial arts championship, a non-celebrity concert. Maintaining silence is the greatest respect for every martial artist. No one is allowed to interfere with the competition's order. No one is allowed to make noise for no reason, no one is allowed to insult the participants." The expert on the stage announced many rules in a row, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Only then did everyone realize that this was not a concert that they usually went to watch, and the friendly competition was not a theatrical troupe either. Any martial artist was a privileged class in society. Allowing them to enter the arena to spectate today was already a first. Aside from the underground boxing markets, ordinary people were not allowed to spectate such formal large-scale competitions. After announcing the rules, the martial artist on stage continued, "The first National Freshman Exchange Competition officially begins." The audience was stunned for a moment. So fast, the leader's speech is over, aren't the guests going to introduce themselves? While everyone was still in a daze, someone at the side of the stage held a microphone and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please keep quiet. For this exchange competition, the beautiful martial artist beside me and I will be explaining it to everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Huarong, a rank 4 martial artist from the Martial Alliance. Qin Shuiyan, rank 4 martial artist from the Ministry of Education." Lu Huarong looked very young, in his early 30s, and he always had a smile on his face. Although Qin Shuiyan also had a smile on her face, it was not as natural. This exchange competition was open to the public, allowing ordinary people to spectate. There was no consensus on this before, so everyone had a lot of ideas on how to organize the competition. Some suggested that it should be more approachable, and that they could even invite some famous amusing hosts in the industry to explain. However, many people disagreed, thinking that it should be more serious. The exchange competition was not a circus, nor was it an exhibition competition. This was a very serious martial arts competition. There were many things involved, including the thoughts of the participating martial artists. These people were prodigies, not circus members. After arguing for a while, they finally came to a compromise. They invited the glib Lu Huarong to do some simple on-site explanations, and also invited Qin Shuiyan from the Ministry of Education to be the secondary host, mainly responsible for supervision. This was to prevent Lu Huarong from getting carried away and affecting the competition. Both of them introduced themselves. Soon, Lu Huarong smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the first time I'm hosting a large-scale martial arts championship in front of so many people. Let's cut to the chase. I'll briefly introduce the background of this exchange competition. There were a total of 99 martial arts universities in the Sino nation. Capital City Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University were the most well-known. The other 97 universities were Sino Nation Martial Arts University, Capital City University, East Sino Nation Normal University, South Capital Martial Arts University. 8 martial arts universities formed the 8-school alliance. As for the other 89 martial arts universities, they formed the Martial Arts University Alliance. This time, the 4 teams participating in the championship were Capital City Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University, 8-School Alliance, and Martial Arts University Alliance. The competition was a team battle format. Each team could only send out a maximum of 5 people for a one-on-one battle. The loser would step down from the stage, while the winner could continue to accept challenges. The team that remained until the end would be the winner. The rules were simple. In addition, the order of the participants would be reported in advance. The first round of the competition would be decided by drawing lots. The main purpose of today's opening ceremony was to let everyone get to know the members of each team and draw lots to determine their opponents. There were 99 martial arts universities in the country, and there were tens of thousands of new students in martial arts universities. Those who were able to participate in the competition today, even if they were just reserve team members, were the prodigies of Sino Nation's younger generation of martial artists. Next, let us get to know these geniuses. After a few years, we might be able to see their silhouettes at the pinnacle of various industries. Next, let's welcome the host team, Magic City Martial Arts University. Backstage. Fu Chongding straightened his clothes and said nervously, "I'm suddenly a little nervous." Me too. There are so many people. There are so many grandmasters on the second floor. Everyone was a little nervous, even Fang Ping. Beside him, Bai Ruoshi comforted, "Don't be nervous. It's just a formality. It's not a competition today. You must overcome it. If you're nervous this time, you'll be in trouble when you get on the stage." Everyone nodded quickly. There would be so many people in the upcoming battle. If they were nervous this time, they might lose their lives if they made a mistake in the next competition. When he heard the shouts from the front, Fang Ping exhaled and calmed down. "Let's go up." Although everyone was a little nervous, they still had the necessary etiquette. After hearing his words, they all followed Fang Ping to the front stage. At the front stage. While waiting for them to go on stage, Lu Huarong flipped through the information and smiled. "I've seen some of the information on the internet." At that time, Magic City Martial Arts University's student Zhao Lei was very popular. Zhao Lei was Magic City's Gaoka champion in 2008. He was already a rank 1 martial artist before he even entered the university. Everyone thinks that student Zhao Lei will definitely be stronger now. This is inevitable. Unsurprisingly, student Zhao Lei is also in MCMAU's participating team, and he's one of the main team members. However, MCMAU's team captain this year is not student Zhao Lei. Of course, the captain may not be the strongest, but students who are not strong will definitely not be the captain. Then who is MCMAU's captain this time? As Lu Huarong spoke, Fang Ping had already stepped forward. "Everyone, do you see that? The one walking in front of MCMAU's team is MCMAU's captain, student Fang Ping. Student Fang Ping, how about you greet everyone?" On stage, Fang Ping bowed slightly and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Fang Ping, a freshman from Magic City Martial Arts University School of Weaponry." Off stage. Fang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. "That's my brother?" The little girl's head was spinning. Why was Fang Ping on stage, and why was he the captain? Beside her, Xiaoling's eyes lit up, her face full of admiration. Big brother Fang is actually MCMAU's participant, and he's even the captain. Yuan, your brother is too amazing." On the other side, Wu Zhihao and the others seemed to have been cast with a body-freezing spell. They looked at each other. After a while, Wu Zhihao said bitterly, "He's the captain. This guy. He's actually MCMAU's team leader for the competition. He actually didn't tell us." Yang Jian was completely speechless. Lu Ruoqi was relatively calmer. She asked in a low voice, "What is Fang Ping's actual strength?" There was no need for them to guess. Lu Huarong, who was standing at the side of the stage, smiled and said, "Student Fang Ping is from MCMAU School of Weaponry." He's at the peak of rank 1, and he's also the champion of the '08 Auspicious Sun City Martial Sciences examination. Of course, this is information submitted by their school. Don't take it seriously, everyone. MCMAU may not necessarily reveal the full strength of their students. Chen Shuiyan, who had been silent all this while, interrupted. It's not that he might not, but he definitely won't reveal his full strength. According to the information submitted by MCMAU, their captain, Fang Ping, specializes in the lion's roar technique. Do you believe it? Cough cough cough, there's also this one. I actually didn't see it. Sorry. On the stage, Fang Ping felt a little awkward. Could he not be more reliable, the person who submitted the information from MCMAU? Could he be more serious? After all, Fang Ping was not the only one on the stage. Lu Huarong and Wu Zhihao talked about Fang Ping for a while before the topic quickly moved on to the others. There are a total of 5 members of MCMAU's main team. Besides the captain, Fang Ping, everyone is more familiar with member Zhao Lei. Student Zhao Lei, why don't you get to know everyone? Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry, freshman Zhao Lei. Student Zhao Lei is very cold. The information says that student Zhao Lei specializes in Iron Head technique? Lu Huarong could not help but laugh. Looks like MCMAU is not going to reveal the true strength of their students. Student Zhao Lei is also a peak rank 1. MCMAU's third member, student Fu Chongdang. Hello everyone, I'm Fu Chongdang, a freshman in the School of Weaponry. Student Fu Chongdang is also a peak rank 1. He ranked 4th in the Gaogaoan capital city. The 3 people ranked ahead of him have all chosen Capital City Martial Arts University. I think that if MCMAU and CCMAU meet, it will be very interesting. There will also be many battles between the top scorers. MCMAU's 4th member of the main team, Yang Xiaoman. Although student Yang Xiaoman is a girl, she is not inferior to men. Her performance in MCMAU is also extremely outstanding. Yang Xiaoman was also Heian Province's provincial champion in '08. MCMAU's 5th member of the main team, Zhao Xuemei. This is also a girl. She also entered MCMAU as a champion. Zhao Xuemei was Qinghu City's champion in '08. At the same time, she is also Donglin Province's 3rd flower. MCMAU's reserves team member, Chen Yunqi, peak rank 1 strength, Jingnan Province's champion. MCMAU's reserves team member, Tang Songting, peak rank 1 strength, MCMAU's reserves team member, Jean Lei, upper stage rank 1 strength. Lu Huarong gave a simple introduction to the 10 members, and finally smiled. What a luxurious lineup, 7 peak rank 1 strength members, 3 upper stage rank 1 members who are also close to peak rank 1. The provincial champion and city champion are even more crowded. This is MCMAU's new team. Thinking back, after I entered a martial arts university, I reached peak rank 1 in the 2nd semester of my sophomore year. I only entered rank 2 in my junior year. Until I graduated, I was still rank 2. Young people nowadays are very powerful. I think, maybe in a few years, these prodigies will surpass us. Lu Huarong sighed and quickly smiled. Next, let's invite CCMAU's participating members to the stage. As soon as the Capital City Martial Arts University's team appeared, Fang Ping and the others all looked over. The leader was a skinny boy who wasn't very tall. It didn't take long for the crowd to know who that person was. MCMAU's team leader is a little unexpected, but CCMAU's team leader was guessed correctly. Han Su, peak rank 1 strength, National Martial Science Exam champion. Student Han Su, are you really rank 1 strength? Lu Huarong asked with a smile. Han Su was extremely serious and said meticulously, I am peak rank 1. Capital City Martial Arts University's 10 members are all peak rank 1 martial artists, no rank 2. CCMAU's lineup is even more luxurious. All 10 of them are peak rank 1 martial artists. Fang Ping and the others were slightly solemn. It was not easy for MCMAU to gather 7 peak rank 1 martial artists, but they did not expect CCMAU to have all of them. When the 8 School Alliance's members went on stage, the lineup was also very luxurious. The captain, Wei Bin, and 4 members of the main team were also peak rank 1. The other 5 were also upper stage rank 1. Among them was East Sino Nation Normal University's Chen Hongwei. Of course, after seeing so many peak rank 1 members, the audience below the stage did not care too much. It was only when the members of the Martial Arts University Alliance went up the stage that there was another uproar. The captain of the Martial Arts University Alliance, Sun Mingyu, from Beijiang Martial Arts University, early stage rank 2. Main member Chen Jiaxing, from Donglin Martial Arts University, early stage rank 2. Main member Bai Yin from Nanjiang Martial Arts University, peak rank 1. Reserve member Wang Huijin, from Dongwu Martial Arts University, upper stage rank 1. Fang Ping heard a familiar name, Dongwu Martial Arts University's Wang Huijin. He also took another look at Bai Yin from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. As for the 2 rank 2 martial artists from the Martial Arts University Alliance, Fang Ping did not pay much attention to them. He was not the only one. On CCMAU's side, Hansu did not pay much attention to the 2 rank 2 martial artists either. There was a commotion below the stage. They did not expect the Martial Arts University Alliance to produce 2 rank 2 martial artists when the Big 2 and the 8 School Alliance did not have a single rank 2. On the second floor of the stadium, many grandmasters were sitting there. At this moment, someone suddenly laughed and said, "There's not much point in playing these little tricks on the Martial Arts University Alliance." Someone said coldly, "Whether it's meaningful or not, we'll know when the time comes." Hee, they're attracting a lot of attention now. However, when the 2 rank 2 martial artists are casually pierced through by rank 1 martial artists, then you'll know what it means by the higher you're praised, the harder you fall. With regards to the Martial Arts University Alliance's intentions, everyone present was smart enough to guess it in an instant. They were attracting attention. The Martial Arts University Alliance was very strong, very impressive. Were 2 rank 2 martial artists impressive? CCMAU and the other schools did not have any, neither did the 8 School Alliance. Only the Martial Arts University Alliance had rank 2 martial artists. What did this mean? It meant that the Martial Arts University Alliance had many geniuses and resources. However, the people present were not stupid. Some even scoffed. 2 early stage rank 2 martial artists. Would they really be invincible once they entered rank 2? On MCMAU and CCMAU's side, any random member of the main team could easily pierce through the 2 rank 2 martial artists. When that happened, it would be truly embarrassing. The people from the Martial Arts University Alliance did not mind. They smiled faintly and said, "We'll just wait and see." Then I'll wait and see. I really want to see how it feels when 2 rank 2 martial artists are pierced in the first round. The other powerhouses who were not from martial arts universities did not say anything. They looked like they were watching a good show. Looking at the 40 young martial artists in front of you, I dare to say that in the next 10 to 20 years, there will be a group of them who will be all-powerful and active in all walks of life in China. Lu Huarong gave such an evaluation, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. Of all the elites in martial arts universities in a year, there would always be someone who stood out. This was inevitable. Next, let's welcome the 4 captains. Fang Ping, Han Su, Wei Bin, and Sun Mingyu walked out. Tomorrow will be the first round of the competition. There will be 2 rounds of competition on the same day. The winners group and the losers group were divided. Another important goal of today's opening ceremony is to draw lots to choose our opponents. Lu Huarong said loudly, "Now, let us invite the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, Minister Zhang Beihao, to host the drawing of lots." On one hand, letting a grandmaster host the competition showed how much importance everyone attached to it. On one hand, it was to show absolute fairness. No one could do anything under the nose of a grandmaster, not even another grandmaster. Moreover, all the martial arts universities were under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. The other martial arts universities would not have any objections if this grandmaster-level deputy minister was in charge. I hope it's not CCMAU. On the second floor, Tang Feng muttered. Even if he drew the Martial Arts University Alliance, Tang Feng was not too worried. MCMAU and CCMAU were able to stand tall for so many years, firmly occupying the first and second positions. Of course, they had confidence. They were all the most outstanding geniuses. Even if normal martial arts universities were like them and provided resources freely, geniuses were still geniuses. You guys did not waste time, but did the geniuses of MCMAU and CCMAU waste time? They were already ahead of you in the first place, and within half a year, they would continue to be ahead of you, unless they were geniuses that had yet to be discovered. The Martial Arts University Alliance had produced 2 Rank 2 martial artists. How long would it take for them to cultivate to Rank 2? He had the time to practice combat techniques, you have time to carry out missions. There were so many geniuses in CCMAU and MCMAU. It was not that no one could achieve Rank 2. There were plenty of them, but how many of them would choose to break through now? In Tang Feng's opinion, the Martial Arts University Alliance sending out 2 Rank 2 martial artists was a sign of a lack of confidence. He was worried that Fang Ping would pick CCMAU. Tang Feng was not the only one praying. Some of the teachers from other schools were also praying. What kind of opponent he faced in the first round would have a huge impact on the rest of the competition. In a battle between the strong, the most likely outcome would be that both sides would be heavily injured, which would benefit the people behind them. On the stage, Zhang Beihao raised a transparent box and said with a smile, "There are 4 small balls inside, and each ball has a name. Choose one yourself." Fang Ping exhaled and stepped forward to choose one. The other 3 didn't hesitate and each chose one. The arena instantly quieted down. Everyone was looking forward to the outcome of the first round. Below the stage, Fang Yuan snapped out of her daze and prayed softly, "Please don't be the Martial Arts University Alliance. Please don't be the Martial Arts University Alliance." To many, the Martial Arts University Alliance was too dangerous. 2 Rank 2 martial artists, on the other hand, the other 3 parties were all Rank 1 martial artists. The gap between them was huge. Hence, whoever went up against the Martial Arts University Alliance first would have a higher chance of losing. The Martial Arts University Alliance ranked first, CCMAU second, MCMAU third, and the 8 School Alliance fourth. This was the ranking in everyone's minds. However, Fang Yuan did not know that Fang Ping was currently muttering, "Martial Arts University Alliance, Martial Arts University Alliance." Standing next to him, Sun Mingyu's face was frighteningly dark. "What does that mean?" Looking down on them, on the other side, Han Su suddenly smiled and said, "Sorry, the Martial Arts University Alliance belongs to us. You guys fight against the 8 School Alliance." F***ck. Fang Ping cursed, feeling a little unhappy. He curled his lips and said, "Consider yourselves lucky. There's no need to argue about this. We'll fight sooner or later." "That's true." The 2 of them talked as if there was no one else around. Beside them, Wei Bin grinned and said, "Both of you, aren't you a little too confident?" Sun Mingyu was even more furious. Fang Ping's "consider yourselves lucky" meant that it would be easy for CCMAU to go up against them. On the other hand, he was actually saying that he had given CCMAU the chance to be in the limelight. Of course, in their eyes, it was not unusual for a Rank 1 to defeat a Rank 2. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was a cross-rank challenge. It was too awesome. Fang Ping did not look at Sun Mingyu. Instead, he glanced at Wei Bin and smiled faintly. "We have to be confident. Our leading instructor said that we have to fight our first battle beautifully. If we win, it'll be easy, and we can give out credits freely. If we lose, then we're done for." His voice was not soft. The audience in front might not have heard it, but the powerhouses on the second floor definitely heard it. Huang Jing glanced at Tang Feng, and the corner of Tang Feng's mouth twitched. "Damn it, when did I say that the credits could be freely given out?" This kid, Fang Ping, was spreading rumors in front of so many people. Wei Bin didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "That's what our mentor thinks too." The few of them chatted for a while before Zhang Beihao opened his mouth. His voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the stadium. In the first round, Capital City Martial Arts University vs. Martial Arts University Alliance, Magic City Martial Arts University vs. 8 School Alliance. Tomorrow, January 11th, 8 o'clock in the morning, Capital City Martial Arts University and Martial Arts University Alliance will begin the opening battle. It didn't matter whether it was in the morning or in the afternoon. The reason why they let CCMAU and the Martial Arts University Alliance fight the first match was to attract attention. One was the strongest martial arts university, the other was the 89 School Alliance with 2 Rank 2 martial artists. The battle between the two sides could instantly ignite the crowd. Sure enough, when they heard that it was going to be a battle between these two in the morning, the audience below the stage was looking forward to it. From the introduction of the players, to the introduction of the 40 players, to the drawing of lots, it took a total of nearly 2 hours. In the end, Zhang Beihao did not step down from the stage. Instead, he gave a closing speech and the opening ceremony came to an end. Fang Ping and the others had not yet stepped down from the stage, but the news had already spread on the internet. Tomorrow's first battle, CCMAU vs 89 School Alliance. MCMAU vs 8 School Alliance. 89 School Alliance has 2 rank 2 martial artists. The other school's main forces are all peak rank 1. CCMAU's captain, Han Su, lives up to his name as the national champion, and continues to lead Capital City Martial Arts University. MCMAU's captain, Fang Ping, is the only one in the MCMAU team who was an aspiring martial artist in the Gaokao. The only 2 rank 2 martial artists, Sun Mingyu and Chen Jiaxing, amazed the audience. The opening of the National Martial Arts University Championship welcomes 12 Grandmaster powerhouses. The internet was in an uproar. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between CCMAU and Martial Arts University Alliance the next day. There were also some reports about Fang Ping. This genius, who was amazing in the eyes of ordinary people, had the weakest Gaokao resume among the 40 members this time. Even those from the Martial Arts University Alliance had Gaokao results that were no worse than Fang Ping's. Most of the people like Sun Mingyu and Chen Jiaxing were martial artist candidates who had been retained by the local martial arts universities. The championship was proposed by the Martial Arts University Alliance. They had probably prepared for it long ago. They had paid a huge price before the Gaokao to retain many martial artist candidates. The outside world was in an uproar. When Fang Ping arrived backstage, his team members beamed with joy. Yang Xiaoman giggled. The 8 School Alliance's strength is average. Wei Bin's strength is unknown, but we still know Chen Hongwei and Zhang Guanglin. One from East Sino Nation Normal University, the other from South Sino University of Science and Technology. These 2 people's strength is at most similar to Tang Songting's. Hey, can't you always use me as an example? Tang Songting was a little unhappy. How did I become the benchmark to measure everyone's strength? As they were talking, Tang Feng walked over and said in a low voice, "Don't be careless." As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, you'll be the first to fight tomorrow." "Me?" Fang Ping said in surprise, "That. Won't people see through our trump card?" "You're quite confident. Do you really think that you're MCMAU's trump card?" Tang Feng laughed and said, "Don't look down on anyone. You have to win your first battle beautifully. If you're really capable, then you'll have 5 victories in your first battle. Let me see if you're qualified to take credits as you please." When Fang Ping heard this, he immediately knew that Tang Feng was being petty again. Tang Feng did not care what he thought. He continued, "Fang Ping in the first position, Fu Chongding in the second position, Yang Xiaoman in the third position, Zhao Xuemei in the fourth position, and Zhao Lei in the rear." Zhao Lei wanted to say something, but he did not. He was worried that he would not get a chance to fight at all. Fang Ping sighed softly. "If I fight, the others won't even have a chance to showcase themselves. Instructor, this is a little unfair to them." Tang Feng's face darkened. "You, kid, really have no limits to your confidence." Tang Feng could not be bothered with him. He turned and walked away, saying as he walked, "It's fine if you win, but if you lose, Fang Ping, you'll lose because of your carelessness. You can't bear this responsibility." His words were very heavy. If Fang Ping really lost because of his carelessness and caused MCMAU to lose the first battle, MCMAU's losses would be calculated in the tens of billions. Fang Ping really could not bear this responsibility. "Understood. Alright, you guys go do your own things. Try not to leave the university if there's nothing important these few days." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Feng had already left. As soon as he left, Fu Chongding said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, don't really wear them. At least leave 2 for me. And me, do you guys really think they're cabbages?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He thought for a while before saying, "Wei Bin's strength shouldn't be weak. If he's the rear, I'll leave them for you guys." Otherwise, I'll definitely have to reveal a little of my strength. It'll be bad if others find out about my strength. CCMAU is our opponent. I have to be careful of Han Su. Fang Ping, you're so confident. I have to admire you. Zhao Xueme could not help but laugh. In Fang Ping's opinion, if he was willing to reveal a little of his strength, he could really kill the other party in one go. Whatever you think. I'll try to leave you guys some soup. Fang Ping laughed. At that moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He glanced at the number and said hurriedly, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Go. A few minutes later. At the Western restaurant in front of MCMAU's main entrance. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Ping curiously. After a while, she said, Brother, how did you become the captain? Wu Zhihao was also confused. He quickly said, That's right. Didn't you become a martial artist not long ago? How did you become a peak rank 1 and the captain of MCMAU? I've been a martial artist for 4 to 5 months. Is it strange that I'm a peak rank 1? Fang Ping chuckled. No matter what, I'm a thrice-honed martial artist. It's not strange that I'm fast. MCMAU has been rewarding a lot lately. With some resources, I naturally reached peak rank 1. Then why are you the captain? Nonsense. I'm the best, so of course I'm the captain. Alright, don't ask these useless questions. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, Brother, is it dangerous? It's fine. It's just a championship, not a life and death battle. Besides, I'm very strong. No one in this competition is a match for me. Don't worry. Then I'll call Mom and Dad, don't. We'll talk about it after the competition. Mom and Dad don't go online anyway. Don't tell them now. Fang Yuan nodded in confusion. She did not think too much about it. In many people's eyes, there was indeed no danger in this martial arts competition. The students were just sparring and communicating. There was no danger at all. Since Fang Ping said not to tell them now, Fang Yuan did not go against his wishes. She would tell her parents later. Everyone still could not accept the fact that Fang Ping had become the most powerful MCMAU freshman. They were a little absent-minded when they ate. Initially, when Fang Ping became a martial artist, everyone could say that it was because of MCMAU's good environment and good treatment. However, not only did Fang Ping become a martial artist, but he also represented MCMAU in the championship. This could not be explained by just good treatment. There were so many people in MCMAU. There were so many martial artists. Why were they not the ones fighting? That day, Fang Ping did not accompany his sister and the others for a stroll. After lunch, Fang Ping returned to school early to prepare for the first battle the next day. 11th January. In the morning. MCMAU Gymnasium. Fang Ping and the others arrived early. The contestants were also invited to the second floor as an exception, sitting together with the grandmasters. Spectators who had bought tickets began to enter the stadium one after another. The competition tickets this time were all sold one ticket. One ticket allowed one to watch from the beginning to the end. Martial arts universities did not expect to earn money from selling tickets. Allowing 5,000 spectators was already the limit. If they sold tickets according to the number of matches, it would be troublesome and could easily cause chaos. First floor. Lu Huarong and the others' hosting platform was also far away from the central arena. Instead, it was moved to a corner. They could see the situation in the central arena clearly without disturbing the other side. Fang Ping saw Fang Yuan and the others on the second floor. The little girl looked around but did not see Fang Ping. She was a little disappointed. CCMAU's team and the Martial Arts University Alliance's team were not here. Instead, they were backstage on the first floor. On the other side of Fang Ping and the others sat Wei Ben and the others. The second floor was bustling with noise even before the fight started below the stage. Fang Ping thought that the grandmasters were all enigmatic and taciturn. Soon, however, Fang Ping realized that he was wrong. CCMAU versus the Martial Arts University Alliance. Hee, there's going to be a good show. I wonder if CCMAU will let Han Su fight. If he's defeated in one go, then Old Wei and the rest should stop complaining about unfairness in the future. The one who spoke was none other than MCMAU's Huang Jing. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the Martial Arts University Alliance retorted, "You should worry about yourselves. MCMAU has the title of second place, but it lacks the strength to do so. For so many years, it's been relying on its foundation. Last time, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Wang Jinyang defeated rank 1. I don't know whose face it is." Cough, cough, some of the martial arts university leaders in Magic City coughed softly. These words were too much of a blow. Last time, it was not just MCMAU that was defeated. However, MCMAU was the strongest, and the most embarrassing one was still MCMAU. It was not embarrassing for them to pretend that they did not hear it. Huang Jing smiled faintly. Don't always treat a special case as the norm. You talk about Wang Jinyang every time you open your mouth. Don't you know what's going on with that kid? Moreover, it's not like there's no one in MCMAU who can't beat him. It's just unnecessary. Hee, losing means it's unnecessary, and winning means it's only natural? At this time, someone from CCMAU suddenly said, MCMAU is MCMAU, CCMAU is CCMAU. Wang Jinyang didn't gain any advantage in CCMAU. When he heard that Jiangsu was back, that kid ran away immediately. He's smart. Since when did CCMAU learn to shoot off their mouths? CCMAU shouldn't use the past to talk about things. These years, MCMAU has been working hard to improve. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know once you pull it out for a walk. These grandmasters did not appear to be on anyone's side. Instead, they fought for themselves, each representing their own forces. Often, one sentence was "you two against me," and the next sentence was "we two against you." Fang Ping and the other small fries listened with great interest, almost forgetting about the upcoming battle. Fortunately, the referee whistled, interrupting everyone's conversation. Below the stage, the battle had officially begun. On the big screen, the battle order submitted by both sides was displayed. CCMAU, Han Su, Li Ran, Zhang Zhenguang, Martial Arts University Alliance, Sun Mingyu, Bai Yin, Chen Jiaxing. Both sides had sent out their captains in the first round. Obviously, everyone wanted to play it safe in the first round. At the moment, everyone still did not understand their opponent's situation. If they lost the first battle, it would easily affect their morale. Naturally, it was best to send out the strongest. The Martial Arts University Alliance's captain would fight in the first round. Chen Jiaxing, a rank 2, would hold the line. It was probably to prevent the other side from defeating all 5 of them in one go and embarrassing themselves. In the arena, Han Su was the first to step out. Han Su was holding a long spear in his hand. Fang Ping subconsciously looked at Fu Chongdang. Tang Songting snickered softly. Someone is a fan of Han Su. He's been oppressed for 3 years, shut up. Fu Chongdang's expression did not look too good. He scoffed and said, too many people use guns, but there are only a few weapons. Fang Ping and the others looked at each other but did not say anything to discourage him. Perhaps it was as Tang Songting had said, Fu Chongdang had been suppressed for too long, so he was subconsciously imitating Tang Songting. Soon, Sun Mingyu also went on stage. Fang Ping was a little surprised that Sun Mingyu was using a long-handled axe. He had thought about using this as well. It was similar to the one Old Qing had on TV. But later, Old Manly recommended using a saber, and he did not insist. He didn't expect Sun Mingyu to use a long-handled axe. In the arena, Han Su was meticulous and very serious. He bowed and said, Capital City Martial Arts University, Han Su. Martial Arts University Alliance, Sun Mingyu. At this moment, there was a referee present. Fang Ping knew the referee. He was an instructor from MCMAU who had the strength of a rank 5. The audience below the stage also focused and watched the match. Begin. The referee did not waste any time. After the two of them bowed to each other, he shouted, begin. Both of them moved at the same time. Sun Mingyu's arms instantly thickened, and his long-handled axe chopped down like lightning. Han Su's response was not to draw his spear, but to leap into the air. With this leap, Han Su jumped 2 to 3 meters high, Fang Ping and the others could almost look at Han Su at the same level. Han Su, who had leaped into the air, took a few steps in the air and leaped over Sun Mingyu's long axe. Only then did he thrust his spear downwards at lightning speed. Insignificant skill. Sun Mingyu roared. The long axe that was about to chop down was suddenly pulled back by him. Before the crowd's gazes could move away from Han Su in the air, they saw the large Sun Mingyu's nimble body twist his waist to avoid the spear tip. In the next moment, Sun Mingyu pulled back his long axe and hacked at the falling Han Su. Han Su didn't panic. He changed the direction of his spear and instantly hit the edge of the axe, borrowing the force to continue leaping forward. With this leap, Han Su suddenly fell behind Sun Mingyu instead of facing him head-on. Sun Mingyu quickly turned around, and his long axe changed from a slash to a sweep, sweeping behind him. "Be careful." At this moment, someone couldn't help but shout. Before Sun Mingyu realized what had happened, Han Su, who had been behind him just now, moved his feet like a ghost and moved in front of him again. As for Sun Mingyu, he was in the middle of turning and sweeping. The inertia of the long axe caused him to turn in the direction of the axe's slash. Before the ordinary people could come back to their senses, Han Su, who had not moved his spear since the first thrust, stabbed his spear from the side like a thunderbolt. Pooh! The long spear left an afterimage in the air and instantly pierced into Sun Mingyu's waist. Poochie! After thrusting his spear forward, Han Su immediately withdrew his long spear, and a large amount of scarlet blood immediately splashed out from Sun Mingyu's waist. So fast. On the stage, Fang Ping and the others quickly stood up and squeezed to the railing. No one stopped him. Fang Ping's expression was slightly solemn. Han Su was too fast. When he landed behind Sun Mingyu turned around and slashed at him. It all happened in an instant. But at this moment, Han Su had already moved to Sun Mingyu's side and quickly stabbed him with his spear. By the time Han Su pulled out his spear, Sun Mingyu had already turned around and slashed. So fast. This was said by Lu Huarong. Lu Huarong's tone was rapid as he said, Han Su's stepping technique has achieved full mastery. At the beginning, it was just a feint, not an attack at all. Sun Mingyu's waist is heavily injured. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Mingyu, who had already suffered heavy injuries, actually had no intention of giving up. Just as Han Su pulled out his spear, a hand suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear. Although Sun Mingyu's speed was not as fast as Han Su's, the sharp pain of the spear piercing his waist allowed him to react. His first reaction was not to admit defeat, nor was he to retreat. Instead, he used his left hand to defend and grabbed the spear tip. Blood instantly gushed out from his hand. However, Sun Mingyu did not seem to care. He firmly grabbed the spear tip, and the long axe that had already made a half-circle followed his hand and slashed at Han Su again. Han Su had obviously underestimated Sun Mingyu. His expression changed instantly, the long spear in his hand trembled, and with a poochie, the spear tip pierced through Sun Mingyu's palm. However, Sun Mingyu did not seem to feel any pain. He gripped the spear tip tightly, a hint of madness in his eyes. The long axe was already slashing at Han Su's waist, wanting to cut Han Su in half. The referee at the side was already ready to fight. These two people went on stage to fight to the death. Han Su's advantage was his speed, but his strength felt slightly weaker than Sun Mingyu's. On the other hand, Sun Mingyu did not care about his injuries, nor did he waver because of them. Very soon, the tables were turned. He wanted to cut Han Su in half. Han Su's expression changed slightly, but there was no fear. At this moment, when everyone thought he was going to dodge, Han Su suddenly twisted the long spear. In the midst of everyone's dazzled eyes, Han Su actually pulled out a long sword from the spear shaft. A sword hidden in the spear. Lu Huarong said hurriedly. He also took the time to interrupt. In reality, before he finished speaking, Han Su's sword slashed horizontally at Sun Mingyu's left hand that was holding the spear. Poochie! Everyone heard the sound of metal scraping. Immediately after, the next scene made many of the audience scream. Han Su's sword had cut off Sun Mingyu's left hand. Sun Mingyu also let out a scream, but he no longer cared. With a bang, the long axe slashed at Han Su, who had hastily returned to defend. Pooh! Although Han Su pulled his sword back to defend, he was still hit. Suddenly, he took a few steps back, blood spilling from his mouth. Sun Mingyu was like a mad demon. He no longer cared about his severed left hand, his right hand gripping the long axe tightly. He raised it again and slashed horizontally. Han Su's face was pale. Anger flashed in his eyes. He did not even pick up the long spear. With a quick step, his figure flashed, and the tip of his sword stabbed at Sun Mingyu's throat. Surrender! On the second floor, a martial arts University Alliance powerhouse roared. The referee at the side moved instantly. He clamped the tip of Han Su's sword with one hand and shouted, "CCMAU wins." Although it took a long time to describe, in reality, at this moment, it was only less than 20 seconds. In 20 seconds, the rank 2 martial artist Sun Mingyu's waist was severely injured, and his left hand was broken. Han Su took the opponent's axe head-on and also suffered internal injuries. Blood kept seeping from his mouth. If it were not for the referee, Sun Mingyu would have died. Very soon, someone went on stage and helped Sun Mingyu off the stage. Someone picked up the severed hand and hurried away. A doctor kept spraying healing mist on Sun Mingyu's wound. On the second floor, the Martial Arts University Alliance powerhouses looked gloomy. The leaders of CCMAU did not look too good either. The first battle was not a good one. Sun Mingyu could almost say goodbye to this championship, but Han Su exposed his sword in the spear and was injured, off stage. The audience finally came back to their senses and suddenly became noisy. This is so cruel. That person just now, his hand was cut off. They're all students. How could they do this? How could they, Mingyu? Someone cried, hurriedly got up and ran backstage. Silence. On the second floor, a Grandmaster powerhouse roared. The battle continues. You can leave the stage, but no noise. The referee also shouted, Han Su, continue? Continue. Han Su's face was gloomy. He took a healing pill and had no intention of stopping. Very soon, the second martial artist from the Martial Arts University Alliance went on stage. Martial Arts University Alliance, by Yin. I know you, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's genius martial artist. Han Su did not know if he was really interested in him or if he was just stalling for time. However, before he finished speaking, Bai Yin had already struck with his saber. This saber strike was just as fast. On the stage, Fang Ping exclaimed, "Manic explosion." Yes, Bai Yin was also using manic explosion. Moreover, this saber strike was slightly faster than Fang Ping's. Of course, the vitality outburst was not as good, probably around 25 calories. Han Su's figure was like a ghost, disappearing under the saber's blade in an instant. Ghost steps, mid-level footwork. I thought Han Su was a straight shot, but I didn't expect him to walk the path of an assassin. Lu Huarong explained hurriedly. Yes, an assassin. Han Su was like an assassin, not a spear master like everyone had imagined. Bai Yin had seen his footwork earlier, so naturally, he knew that Han Su could easily avoid it. Just as Han Su closed in on him, Bai Yin suddenly pulled back his saber. He did not retract the vitality outburst earlier. Instead, he unleashed an even stronger vitality outburst. The saber slashed through the air, creating a clear whistling sound. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. No one knew when, but Han Su's sword was already stabbing toward Bai Yin's heart. As for Bai Yin, he had pulled out his saber and hit the sword just now. It was obvious that he had predicted it. Han Su's expression darkened again. He pulled out his sword abruptly, and his figure disappeared from the spot once more. Bai Yin stood where he was without moving. Suddenly, Bai Yin slashed to the left. Clang! Bai Yin slashed, and Han Su disappeared from his previous position once more. Mother ****, it's very troublesome to meet an opponent like this. Tang Songting cursed, then looked at Fu Chongding and said, "Your idol doesn't use a spear." Shut up. Fu Chongding was not in a good mood. He stared at the audience and said, "If Bai Yin goes on like this, his vitality will be depleted. Han Su is about the same. He was injured when he fought with Sun Mingyu just now." Everyone did not discuss Sun Mingyu's broken palm. This was good enough. If it were not for the open competition, no one would have stopped Han Su from stabbing him to death. Just as everyone finished talking, Bai Yin suddenly staggered. Someone had stabbed him in the back. The wound was not deep, but Bai Yin's spine cracked, and the longsword was stuck for a moment. Han Su clearly did not expect this to happen again. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and tried to run. However, Bai Yin did not know if it was a trap, or if his battle instincts were really strong. The moment he clamped the tip of the sword, his left leg kicked backward at an unbelievable angle. It was a kick. Bai Yin could not use his saber at that moment. He turned around to slash, but this kick came at the right time. It landed on Han Su's calf. With his calf injured, Han Su's movement slowed down. This delay gave Bai Yin an opportunity. The Martial Arts University Alliance's contestants all have strong willpower. Behind them, Lu Huarong sighed and said with some admiration, whether it's Sun Mingyu or Bai Yin, if they met Han Su in the wild, they would definitely die. However, Sun Mingyu ignored his injuries and struck Han Su with his axe, injuring him quite badly. Bai Yin deliberately lured Han Su to attack his back, but he took the opportunity to injure Han Su's leg. Now Bai Yin has gone from a defensive battle to a tug-of-war. It's a matter of who can hold on first. Han Su previously fought with Sun Mingyu and was injured quite badly. He might not be able to outlast Bai Yin, Qin Shuiyan added. Lu Huarong immediately denied it. Not necessarily. Bai Yin has slashed 8 times since the beginning, and each slash was at full strength. He has consumed more than 200 calories of vitality. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Han Su's situation isn't that bad either, right? Han Su's vitality is stronger than his, and his footwork consumption is slightly lower. Then who do you think will last until the end? Han Su, but even if he wins, he won't have the strength to participate in the third round. It had to be said that Lu Huarong had good judgment. After another 20 to 30 seconds, Bai Yin slashed his last time and shouted, "I surrender." As soon as he said that, he could not stand still. He staggered and almost fell. Han Su also stopped moving with a pale face. He snorted softly and did not say anything. A few of Bai Yin's slashes had grazed him. At this moment, Han Su was no longer as calm as before. His clothes had many tears, and his exposed skin was also covered in many bloody marks. The referee did not give him time and asked immediately, "Han Su, do you want to continue?" No need. Han Su did not choose to continue. He picked up the long spear on the ground and walked straight down the stage. In the first 2 rounds, all 3 of them were injured. Sun Mingyu's injuries were the heaviest, but Han Su did not have it easy either. In fact, his injuries were even more serious than Bai Yin's. Bai Yin's only serious injury from the sword on his back. Below the stage, among the crowd, Wu Jihao's face was pale. Is this the championship? It had only been 2 rounds, but everyone could feel the danger and coldness. Han Su cut off Sun Mingyu's palm without hesitation. Bai Yin used his body as bait and turned around to slash at Han Su. He did not hold back either. If Han Su had not reacted quickly, he would have been cut in half. For the third round, Capital City Martial Arts University sent out Li Ran. She was a girl, but she was the one who had defeated Fu Chongdang. She was also a swordsman powerhouse. On the Martial Arts University Alliance's side, their martial artist was slightly weaker. He was pinned to the stage by Li Ran's sword, his opponent screamed in pain and was quickly carried off the stage. At this time, Fang Yuan, who was in the front row, was about to cry. She looked around for Fang Ping, that big liar, lying to her that there was no danger, because Fang Ping had given her a ticket. She sat in the front row to watch the battles. She had seen everything clearly from the beginning to the end. When Sun Mingyu's palm was cut off in the first round, she had even seen the falling palm move. Beside her, Xiaoling was so scared that she closed her eyes, not daring to watch. Fang Yuan did not dare to watch either, but she could not find Fang Ping, which made her even more anxious. Fang Ping was so focused on watching the battles that he had forgotten about his sister. In the fourth round, Li Ran was up against a burly martial artist from the Martial Arts University Alliance. Fang Ping did not remember his name. Now, he remembered it, the second member of Beijiang Martial Arts University's main team, Sun Mingyu's schoolmate, Liang Weiyao. Perhaps it was to avenge Sun Mingyu, but Liang Weiyao's fighting style was extremely brutal. He did not use a weapon. Instead, he wore a pair of gloves. The moment Li Ran drew her sword, Liang Weiyao grabbed it. Li Ran did not have time to let go of her sword. Liang Weiyao punched her in the chest and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. Her body was covered in blood, and blood kept flowing from her mouth. It almost looked like she had been punched to death. The crowd became rowdy again. She's a girl, don't be a girl. Didn't this girl just pierce through someone's foot with her sword? But now, isn't this a spar? How did they end up like this? Some people found it hard to accept. It was too cruel. At this moment, almost all of the 6 people on stage were injured. Furthermore, their injuries were not light. Li Ran and Sun Mingyu were both seriously injured. CCMAU had 3 people left, and the Martial Arts University Alliance had 2 people left. The last one was the rank 2 Xianxia. At this moment, Lu Huarong could not care less about those discussions. Instead, he asked curiously, on CCMAU's side, Han Su and Li Ran have left one after another. Although they have one more person than the Martial Arts University Alliance, the Martial Arts University Alliance still has a rank 2 martial artist. Who will win and who will lose? Now we have something to look forward to. Will CCMAU's Zhang Zhenguang defeat Liang Weiyao first, and the 3 of them will take turns to fight Chen Jiaxing? Or will Liang Weiyao and Chen Jiaxing clear the Martial Arts University Alliance's name? Zhang Zhenguang is from the Zhang family. He doesn't walk the path of toughness, but the path of softness, using softness to overcome hardness? Chen Shuiyan added. Today's first battle is full of surprises. Sun Mingyu was defeated too quickly, and Han Su also left the stage too quickly. Why do I feel that these new students are fighting more fiercely than me? I'm old, really old. Martial artists should be like this. If they don't even have the courage to fight, they don't deserve to be martial artists. Chen Shuiyan said coldly. The audience's expressions were incomparably complicated. Was this what a martial artist should be like? Their imaginations of wielding the power of the world when they were awake and lying on the knees of beautiful women when they were drunk were just fantasies? In the midst of everyone's complicated feelings, CCMAU's 3rd martial artist went up to the stage. This battle was not as fast or as brutal as the previous ones. Zhang Zhenguang focused on avoiding. When he fought with Liang Weiyao, he also retreated as soon as he made contact. Everyone was not used to this. Compared to the previous few battles, the difference was too big. However, in the end, when Liang Weiyao's vitality was insufficient, everyone realized that they had been thinking too much. Zhang Zhenguang, who had been slow all along, suddenly grabbed Liang Weiyao's right hand, and then forcefully broke his right hand. The sound of the fracture could be heard clearly by the people in the front row. The Martial Arts University Alliance had 4 battles and 4 injuries, and all of them were seriously injured. The 2 grandmasters on the 2nd floor of the Martial Arts University Alliance had already turned so gloomy that their faces were bleeding. Fang Ping and the others also fell silent. Huang Jing walked over at some point and said lightly, "In the afternoon, fight as if it's a life or death battle. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you." "I know," Fang Ping replied in a muffled voice. Before this, he had still harbored some fantasies. However, after seeing the bloody scene now, he would be courting death if he still thought of defeating instead of killing them. At this moment, Lu Fengru's words rang in Fang Ping's mind. There's no sparring. Once you're on the stage, it's a life or death battle. In the midst of everyone's complicated emotions, the last member of the Martial Arts University Alliance went on stage. Chen Jiaxing, rank 2 martial artist, Donglin Martial Arts University's freshman. 2nd floor. Zhao Xuemei's expression was slightly complicated. He's Donglin Province's Gaokao champion. Fang Ping remembered that Zhao Xuemei ranked 3rd in Donglin Province's Gaokao. You know him? I met him once. Donglin Martial Arts University once invited us martial artist candidates, hoping that we could stay in Donglin Province. At that time I was thinking about the big 2, so I didn't agree. At that time I met Chen Jiaxing. He hoped that we could stay. He said that he hoped that Donglin people could contribute and bleed for Donglin. At that time I didn't understand. Now, I kind of understand. He might have known about the catacombs beforehand. There's an entrance to the catacombs in Donglin. Fang Ping did not respond. If what Zhao Xuemei said was true, then Chen Jiaxing staying at Donglin Martial Arts University was not just because of the benefits. On the stage, Qin Jiaoxing's expression was normal as he stepped onto the stage. Qin Jiaoxing held a machete in his hand. Before Fang Ping could look closely, he heard someone whisper, "Wu Go? Wu Go?" Someone repeated, then suddenly said, "Donglin's Qin family?" "It's the Qin family. Grandmaster Qin died in battle in 1996, 12 years ago. 13 years ago now." Before he died, the Qin family was left with only one heir. Someone could not help but look at the two grandmasters from the Martial Arts University Alliance and asked in a low voice, "He's the only heir of the Qin family?" One of the grandmasters from the Martial Arts University Alliance said solemnly, "That's right. He's the only heir of the Qin family." "Why don't men carry Wu Go and conquer 50 states, the Qin family?" someone murmured softly with a complicated expression. The Qin family's Wu Go was the name of Qin Jiaoxing's grandfather. No, not only the Qin family's grandmaster, the Qin clan had been using the Wu Go for many generations, so they were a family worthy of respect. In the 1996 Donglin Catacombs riot, the Qin family of 18 people, except for the young Qin Jiaoxing, led the family to the catacombs entrance and fought to the death. In that battle, 17 people from the Qin family perished. In the years that the catacombs had existed, how many inspiring and tragic martial artists had appeared in the shadows? How many of them had sacrificed their lives for the sake of fame and fortune? However, like the Qin family, it was extremely rare for all of them to die in battle, from grandmasters to rank 1. When Fang Ping heard this, his gaze turned complicated. The catacombs, he had never been to the catacombs. He had only heard of them. He did not experience them personally, so he did not know what kind of trauma the catacombs would cause to humans. However, when he found out that Qin Jiaoxing's entire family, other than him, had died in the catacombs, Fang Ping's feelings were indescribably complicated. Was this what it meant to be a martial artist? Was today's battle not for personal gain, not for reputation, but to fight for more cultivation resources, to make catacombs entrances like Donglin safer? Perhaps, this was Qin Jiaoxing's idea. Fang Ping did not know if he had guessed wrong, but he would rather think so. The martial artists of the Martial Arts University Alliance fought to the death without retreating. Perhaps they also knew the sorrow of being weak, so they fought to the death. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened, as the crowd discussed in low voices. One of the CCMAU powerhouses said indifferently, "The Qin family is worthy of respect, but since CCMAU was founded, 14 grandmasters have died in battle. We dare to fight, can fight, and never avoid a fight. This is CCMAU. We didn't squander those resources, and we didn't let anyone down. This battle has nothing to do with right or wrong." The grandmasters of the Martial Arts University Alliance also smiled faintly. "Indeed, so we never use our family background to win anything. Qin Jiaoxing could enter the main team because of his strength, not because of the Qin family." The grandmaster's words made Fang Ping and the other young people feel something again. Fang Ping did not know if it was sorrow or admiration. The others upstairs were silent at this moment. Over the years, how many grandmasters had died in battle? Martial Arts University Alliance, Qin Jiaoxing. Capital City Martial Arts University, Zhang Zhenguang. Zhang Zhenguang, who had just broken Liang Weiya's arm, looked solemn. This was the second-ranked 2 martial artist to participate in this battle. Although the first-ranked 2 martial artist, Sun Mingyu, had been defeated by the rank 1 martial artist, Han Su, Sun Mingyu had also displayed the strength of a rank 2 martial artist. If he had not risked his life to injure Han Su would not have been able to leave the arena with Bai Yin so easily. Both of them saluted. As soon as they were done, Qin Jiaoxing moved like thunder. The Wu Go suddenly split into 2 dual blades. Qin Jiaoxing had no intention of hiding it. The Qin family's Wu Go was a dual blade style, only fighting and no defense. The 2 Wu Go drew streaks of light in the air. Zhang Zhenguang did not choose to fight this time. He did not use weapons, but he was not afraid at this moment. Qin Jiaoxing rushed toward him, and Zhang Zhenguang's feet landed heavily on the ground. In the next moment, Zhang Zhenguang's trouser legs burst open. He pushed off the ground and rushed straight toward the Wu Go's range. Zhang Zhenguang's hands were fast. He found the gap between the dual blades in an instant. Both his hands reached into the gap and grabbed Qin Jiaoxing's right hand. "Combat skills," Lu Huarong said in a low voice, and then quickly explained, "This is a combat skill that evolved from military tactics. Looks like Zhang Zhenguang does not only know how to use softness to overcome hardness. When it was time to be fierce, Zhang Zhenguang was extremely fierce. He was not Han Su, but he could not outlast the rank 2 Qin Jiaxing. He might not be able to consume much of his opponent's vitality. If that was the case, he might as well fight fiercely. Even if he lost, Qin Jiaxing would not feel good. Before Lu Huarong finished speaking, the wugo in Qin Jiaxing's hand spun and slashed toward Zhang Zhenguang's hands. Zhang Zhenguang's arm twisted and grabbed his right hand. With a roar, he threw him over his shoulder. Qin Jiaxing did not move. He let out a long roar and stomped his right foot on the ground. The arena seemed to tremble, very strong. Fang Ping was slightly serious. Qin Jiaxing honed his upper limbs at rank 1, but his lower body was as still as a mountain. It was not because his lower limbs had been honed, but because his pole standing was strong. The peak of the firm stance, this was Fang Ping's judgment. Maybe, it could also be the elevated stance. Zhang Zhenguang had obviously judged that Qin Jiaxing's lower limbs were not honed much, which was why he chose close combat. This time, however, his judgment was wrong, and he was in danger. Qin Jiaxing was not thrown out, but Zhang Zhenhua would have to pay the price. The wugo spun so fast that Zhang Zhenguang could not throw his opponent away. In the next moment, the wugo drew streaks of blood on Zhang Zhenguang's arm. His sleeve was instantly cut into pieces, stained red, and fell to the ground. After that, Zhang Zhenguang suddenly realized that he was no match for his opponent in a head-on fight. He immediately began to retreat and chose to fight. Next, Qin Jiaxing's actions attracted Fang Ping and the others' attention again. Qin Jiaxing, who was wielding dual sabers, actually began to throw them. One saber was thrown out, and the other was close. The wugo that was thrown out spun in the air. As Qin Jiaxing closed in, it began to attack Zhang Zhenguang's back. Is this F*King being used as a boomerang? I think it's a flying guillotine. It's impossible to guard against. Is this the correct way to use dual sabers? The key is that he has strong control and uses his strength just right. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. The participating martial artists on the second floor were discussing in low voices. From the looks of it, Zhang Zhenguang was bound to lose. It all depended on how much vitality he could consume from Qin Jiaxing. CCMAU still had 3 people left. Even if Zhang Zhenguang lost, there were still 2 people behind him. Everyone's strength was not weak. It would not be that easy for Qin Jiaxing to defeat all 3 of them. The result was as expected. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Zhenguang was pincered from the front and back. He could not keep up with the rhythm for a while, and his left arm was hooked by Qin Jiaxing's wugo, tearing a flesh wound. He had to leave the stage for treatment. The 7th battle. At this time, everyone realized that CCMAU's tactics had changed. Drag, CCMAU's 4th martial artist on the stage, had honed his lower limbs. His pole standing was also at the firm stance, and he had cultivated his footwork. The opponent did not confront Qin Jiaxing head-on, nor did he come into close contact. He just circled around the stage. Many people below the stage had the urge to curse. The previous 6 battles were all hot-blooded. Even Zhang Zhenguang, who fought weakly at the beginning, was also hot-blooded in the later stages. However, CCMAU's 4th person had almost never come into contact with Qin Jiaxing. At this moment, it was a matter of who could take it first. Either their vitality was depleted, or they made a mistake and were caught by the opponent. CCMAU's people ran in circles. Qin Jiaxing could not be indifferent. He also kept spinning in the field, keeping an eye on his opponent to prevent a surprise attack. Both of them tangled for more than 10 minutes. This was also the longest battle in this competition. Until many people were yawning, Qin Jiaxing suddenly erupted. At the cost of taking a punch from his opponent, he knocked his opponent out of the stage. Is he going to counterattack? Fu Chongding clicked his tongue and said, CCMAU is left with one last person. Although Qin Jiaxing's vitality has been depleted, it's not that he can't fight. Han Su, Li Ran, and the others have already left the stage. Now, CCMAU is in trouble. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He stared at the last person from CCMAU and said, if you were CCMAU, would there be no one for the finale? The Martial Arts University Alliance chose Sun Mingyu for the first battle, and Qin Jiaxing for the finale. MCMAU chose Fang Ping for the first battle, and Zhao Lei for the finale. The last person's strength would not be weak. Otherwise, it would be easy to be defeated. Was CCMAU's last person really the weakest? CCMAU's last person, Fang Wenxiang. Fang Ping remembered Lu Huarong's simple introduction to Fang Wenxiang. It was not too eye-catching. Donghu Province's 7th place in the college entrance examination. Donglin, Donghu, and Dongwu provinces were all in the east of Sino Nation. They were also considered economically developed areas. To be able to get 7th place in such a province was at least equivalent to being in the top 3 in Nanjiang. However, there were a lot of provincial champions participating. This time, a 7th place did not attract much attention. Fang Wenxiang did not use a long weapon either. Instead, he wore a pair of boxing gloves that covered both his arms. Fang Ping was a little envious. It could cover both arms. This could already be considered a defensive armor-type weapon. MCMAU actually did not lend him a full-body helmet. In Fang Ping's jealousy and envy, Fang Wenxiang quickly fought with Qin Jiaxing. Qin Jiaxing's boomerang saber was a threat to others, but Fang Wenxiang did not care. Whether it was a frontal attack or a back attack, Fang Wenxiang could quickly swing his arms to block. The wugo chopped sparks on the arm guard, but it could not do anything to Fang Wenxiang. Qin Jiaxing had already fought 2 people in a row. His vitality was insufficient. Before he could change his tactics, Fang Wenxiang suddenly roared. Everyone saw that his fists were like the claws of a dragon, swift and fierce like a tiger. Both fists slammed into Qin Jiaxing's wugo with a bang. Qin Jiaxing was obviously not a match for it. He retreated continuously. However, Fang Wenxiang's speed was also extremely fast. He did not care about the wugo's attack and directly hammered at close range. Donghu Fang family's heaven-shaking fist. Lu Huarong recognized Fang Wenxiang's move. Then, he exclaimed, the vitality outburst of both fists is close to 50 calories. This is the person with the deepest combat techniques progress so far. Fang Wenxiang's fist force exploded. His vitality was as high as about 50 cal. Qin Jiaxing was beaten until he retreated continuously. His face became paler and paler. When he was hammered 4 times in a row, Qin Jiaxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Seeing Fang Wenxiang's last punch smashing toward his head, Qin Jiaxing gritted his teeth and did not shout out the words of surrender. Upstairs, a grandmaster finally sighed and said, "Surrender." The referee moved instantly and blocked Fang Wenxiang's fist with one hand. CCMAU wins. The referee announced the result loudly. Qin Jiaxing was still kneeling on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. His face was full of sorrow. In the first battle, the Martial Arts University Alliance suffered a crushing defeat. Although they had fought until the last person, the 5 main team members were all seriously injured. Even he had suffered serious internal injuries at this moment. The Martial Arts University Alliance's members were not weak. However, when they encountered CCMAU, the opponent was stronger. Everyone in the Martial Arts University Alliance was injured. The Martial Arts University Alliance has lost. The only main team members who can still fight tomorrow are Qin Jiaxing and Baiyin. Zhao Xuemei sighed softly. Out of the 5 main team members, 3 could not fight tomorrow. If they lost tomorrow, they might not have the chance to fight again. According to the competition rules, if Fang Ping's side won the 8-school alliance, then they would fight against CCMAU. If they won CCMAU and the Martial Arts University Alliance lost to the 8-school alliance, then both sides would not have the chance to meet. If MCMAU lost to CCMAU, then both sides would have to fight again. Whether there would be a third match mainly depended on the outcome of the Martial Arts University Alliance tomorrow. If they won, then they still had a chance to turn the tables. If they lost, the best result was only 3rd place, provided that they could defeat MCMAU, who had lost to CCMAU. Fang Ping did not care so much. He turned his head and said, "Let's go. It's our turn in the afternoon." He was just about to leave when Tang Feng suddenly appeared and said, "Your instructor went out again, but she knows that the Donghu Feng family is here. She asked me to tell you that if you don't beat the Donghu Feng family down this time, she'll beat you down." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. Everything was his fault. She asked him to defeat Han Su, asked him to defeat 5 in the afternoon, asked him to defeat Feng Wenxiang of the Donghu Feng family. He did not mention the benefits, but there were a lot of disadvantages. Tang Feng laughed and said, "Don't worry. Your instructor and that person from the Feng family have a grudge for many years. If you help her vent her anger, you'll be rewarded when the time comes." Feng Wenxiang, huh? Fang Ping muttered. The other party was very strong, not necessarily weaker than Han Su. At least the last few heaven-shaking fist outbursts had around 50 calories vitality, almost at the level of a killer move. In order to hone their bones, these freshmen actually did not cultivate their combat techniques that deeply. After all, they were too young and had too little time. It was already very difficult to reach the level of a killer move. At least the main forces of the Martial Arts University Alliance and CCMAU did not show that their combat techniques had reached the level of a killer move in their first battle. However, they had basically mastered the use of combat techniques. The lowest outburst of vitality was around 30 calories, we'll see. It's still early anyway. If MCMAU wanted to meet CCMAU, they had to win the match in the afternoon first. Tomorrow, the Martial Arts University Alliance would fight against the 8-School Alliance, and the day after that, it would be their turn to fight against CCMAU. Tang Feng did not say anything else. Finally, he said, "Be careful in the afternoon. Don't screw up." "I know." As Fang Ping and the others left, the audience below the stage began to disperse. However, at this moment, there was no longer the enthusiasm and noise from the beginning. Many people were silent. A total of 8 matches were fought in the morning, and no one died. However, of the 10 contestants who went on stage, except for Feng Wenxiang who went on stage last, all of them were injured. There were also 3 or 4 who were seriously injured. The matches were much more intense than they had imagined. This was only the first round. What next? Would the matches in the afternoon be the same as in the morning? Would it be even more intense when they fought for first place at the end? The audience did not know, and could not understand, why these students would risk their lives and fight to the death without retreating, unless they were truly exhausted. None of the 5 main players of the Martial Arts University Alliance would admit defeat when they still had energy to spare, even if they knew they were no match for their opponents. Walking out of the gym, Fang Ping exhaled softly. Before he could say anything, he suddenly heard someone crying, "Brother!" As soon as she said that, Fang Yuan rushed into Fang Ping's arms, sobbing, "Can we not compete in the afternoon? Brother, let's not fight anymore." Fang Ping gently rubbed her head, smiling. "What are you thinking about? I'm the captain. Brother, let's not fight anymore. They're so cold-blooded." Fang Yuan's face was still tinged with fear and tears. The 8 matches in the morning had really frightened her. In her imagination, a martial artist was like a star, so dazzling, so free and unrestrained. Her impression of her brother was a big bad guy who smiled cheekily, cheated her of her pocket money, and pinched her cheeks. He was not like the martial artists on the stage today, who fought to the death the moment they stepped on the stage. "Silly girl. This is a real martial artist. How can I not compete?" Fang Ping murmured softly. At this point, if he did not compete, he would not be able to survive in the martial arts circle in the future. MCMAU would not agree to it, and neither would the Department of Education. Even if he were to exaggerate, the government would not agree to it. Sino Nation martial artists could be timid, but they could not do so at this time. At the first open competition, this was the first open martial arts competition. As the captain of MCMAU, Fang Ping's cowardice would not only affect the school, but also affect everyone's perception of martial artists. "It's okay, it's really okay. Your brother, I, am very strong. Those people in the morning were weaklings, that's why they're like this. In the afternoon, watch how your brother beats them up." "Don't worry." After comforting his sister, Fang Ping saw Wu Zhihao and the others. These people looked at Fang Ping with complicated expressions, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yesterday, they were envious and jealous of Fang Ping and the others' limitless glory. Today, however, they were not envious or jealous. The battles in the morning had made them fully understand how much the prodigies who stood on the stage yesterday had sacrificed. "Go do what you have to do. It's okay. I won't be eating lunch with you guys. We need to discuss our strategy." My sister. Brother. Fang Yuan's eyes were red. She tugged at his shirt, unwilling to let go. Alright, why are you crying? Your brother, I, have defeated all rank 1 martial artists, and it's not like I haven't fought rank 2 martial artists before. I'll be fine, but if you cry and something happens to me. Fang Yuan stopped crying immediately, not knowing what to do. Go. Have a good sleep in the afternoon. Don't come to watch the battles. I'll get someone to record it for you. Then you'll know how awesome your brother is. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. MCMAU gym. Compared to the morning when there was still a need for people to maintain order, at this moment, the audience was much more self-aware. They quietly found their seats and took their seats one after another. Before the participants entered the venue, Lu Huarong said, after the morning's competition ended, I looked at the reactions on the internet. Many people felt that the friendly competition was too cruel. There were all kinds of comments on the internet, saying that some students were cruel and some were too stupid. Why did he have to fight like this? Seeing that you can't win, why don't you admit defeat and surrender? Lu Huarong's tone suddenly became somewhat agitated as he said, that's because there are only martial artists who die in battle and no martial artists who surrender. Everyone, remember my words. There are some things that you don't understand now, but that doesn't mean you'll never understand. There will always be people who are silently sacrificing for you. They can die in battle, they can be defeated, but they will never surrender. It's not bad that it's an exchange match this time, and it doesn't stop students from admitting defeat. However, surrendering until the very last moment is a form of humiliation. Qin Shuiyan added lightly, it's fine if you don't have enough strength, but your bones must be hard. Martial arts universities are a role model to all martial artists. As the two of them spoke, the afternoon competition officially began. Next, let's take a look at MCMAU and the 8 School Alliance's lineup. MCMAU, Fang Ping, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xuemei, Zhao Lei. MCMAU had also chosen their captain as the starter. Would the 8 School Alliance send their captain as the starter? In the morning, we witnessed an exciting battle between the captains. Will the match in the afternoon be even more exciting? Next, let's look at the lineup of the 8 School Alliance. 8 School Alliance, Zhang Guanglin, Chen Hongwei, Wei Bin, Zhang Jingdong, Kai Qinghai. The 8 School Alliance did not send the captain as the starter, but Zhang Guanglin from South Sino University of Science and Technology. The captain, Wei Bin, was in the middle, and Kai Qinghai, who was also from Sino Nation Martial Arts University, brought up the rear. Was this the 8 School Alliance's strategy? Is it because they've been affected by what happened in the morning and are afraid that their captain's loss will affect their morale? Lu Huarong made a rough guess, then laughed loudly and said, now, let's invite the contestants onto the stage. Backstage, Fang Ping was dressed in black exercise clothes, holding the assembled Feng's widow in his hand. He took a deep breath and strode forward. Good luck. Don't hold back. 1 kill 5. Everyone else cheered him on. Tang Feng and the other instructors were also at the side, but they did not say anything. In the arena, Fang Ping wielded his Chongdao and leaped onto it. Below the stage, Fang Yuan did not listen to Fang Ping and did not come. Her palms were sweaty as she gripped Xiaoling's arm tightly. At the same time that Fang Ping went up the stage, Zhang Guanglin, who was on the other side, also went up the stage with his alloy staff. Magic City Martial Arts University, Fang Ping. 8 School Alliance, Zhang Guanglin. Zhang Guanglin's expression was solemn. South Sino University of Science and Technology had a friendly match with MCMAU before, and he had fought against people from MCMAU before. At that time, MCMAU had sent out almost all the members of the reserve team. Only Zhao Xuemei was on stage among the main members. But at that time, Zhao Xuemei had also fought very fiercely. Even now, Zhang Guanglin hadn't forgotten that Zhao Xuemei had almost kicked that person's throat. If Zhao Xuemei was like that, what about Fang Ping? Fang Ping was the captain of MCMAU. The 8 School Alliance had also guessed that their captain would be the starter, so they changed the original order. Zhang Guanglin's primary goal was not to defeat Fang Ping, but to deplete his vitality. Chen Hongwei's goal was to win if he could. If he could not, then he would drag it out until Fang Ping could no longer fight, giving Wei Bin an advantage in numbers. Begin. At the referee's command, Zhang Guanglin retreated instantly. Fang Ping did not rush to attack, but stood still. The situation of these two people immediately caused everyone to be somewhat surprised. Fang Ping, however, was unhurried. He did not even lift his Fang's widow. Instead, he dragged the ground and walked slowly toward his opponent. Last time at South Sino University of Science and Technology, I saw a student fight while accumulating energy, and the effect was not bad. This time, I'd like to borrow it. You don't mind, right? Zhang Guanglin's expression was solemn, but he did not reply, nor did he retreat. Fang Ping was using accumulating energy to fight, so he could not avoid it. Instead, he had to take the initiative and interrupt Fang Ping's accumulation. Before Fang Ping could walk over, Zhang Guanglin's long staff whistled, aiming straight for Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping did not use his saber. His head turned in a circle, avoiding the other party's attack. Zhang Guanglin was not surprised. His long staff changed from a stab to a sweep, and halfway through, he took the opportunity to strike like thunder. According to the understanding of some of the martial artists present, Fang Ping was now accumulating energy, so naturally, he would not use his saber. But in the next moment, many people knew that they had guessed wrong. Fang Ping, who had been dragging his saber, suddenly raised it and slashed forward. There was a clang, and sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Guanglin only felt a shock from the alloy staff, so much so that his palms were numb and trembling. I just don't want you to avoid the fight. Fang Ping said suddenly, and then the Changdao stirred up a gust of wind in the air. Clang! Zhang Guanglin forcefully blocked the saber again, and his whole body retreated rapidly. This time, Fang Ping did not stop. His feet moved instantly, and with a roar, the Changdao slashed again. Clang! Before the sound had died away, the Changdao moved like a shadow, and a clang sounded again. Before everyone could react, the third sound came, but it was no longer crisp. Clang, but the sound of metal being cut. Crack, the faint sound of breaking was heard, and many people on the second floor had a change of expression. At this moment, Fang Ping had broken Zhang Guanglin's alloy long staff in 3 slashes. Zhang Guanglin obviously did not expect that in the next moment, the Changdao, which still had some strength left, would slash his chest. Pooh! As blood splattered, the sound of Zhang Guanglin's sternum breaking could be heard. Fang Ping did not stop. He raised his Changdao, his vitality surging again, and slashed downward. Surrender! A grandmaster on the second floor shouted loudly, admitting defeat. This time, the referee did not choose to block Fang Ping's Changdao. Instead, he pulled Zhang Guanglin backward, dodging Fang Ping's Changdao. Fang Ping did not draw his saber, but slashed the floor of the arena. A loud bang was heard, and a deep saber mark appeared on the floor. Phew! Zhang Guanglin breathed in pain, his chest already dyed red with blood. He knew that he was no match for the MCMAU captain, but he did not expect the other party to defeat him in this way. 3 slashes had broken his alloy long staff. Below the battle stage, Lu Huarong was also slightly surprised. MCMAU's captain, Fang Ping, didn't display too many techniques, but he split the F-grade alloy staff in 3 slashes. The vitality outburst of all 3 slashes was around 60 calories. Does he not want to fight the second round? Yes, Fang Ping's fight looked easy, but he had broken his opponent's alloy long staff in 3 slashes, plus 2 slashes at the beginning and 1 at the back. Fang Ping's vitality had been depleted at least 220 calories and above. The human body still had to maintain the necessary vitality. Fang Ping won easily, and he was not injured at all. However, there was no way for him to fight the second round. At this moment, did Fang Ping still have 100 calories of vitality left? Even if he ate pills, he would not be able to recover in time, right? Lu Huarong was not the only one who thought this way. Many people thought the same, thinking that MCMAU was establishing dominance and destroying the other party's morale. Zhang Guanglin was defeated too quickly, and his defeat was too shocking. This was the first time someone had used a move to break a weapon in the arena. Just as everyone was guessing, Fang Ping suddenly stuffed a pill into his mouth. One was not enough, so Fang Ping quickly stuffed another one in. In less than 20 seconds, everyone saw that Fang Ping's vitality, which had just been declining, was gradually rising. In no time, it seemed to have recovered to its peak. Second floor. An instructor from East Sino Nation Normal University could not help but frown. This is, the pill being digested? Even grandmasters could not see through the human body and see through their internal organs. They could only feel that Fang Ping's vitality was recovering very quickly after taking the pill. The speed was shocking. A grandmaster from Sino Nation Martial Arts University also frowned. A physique that absorbs pills quickly? No wonder. No wonder Fang Ping fought so fiercely, without the slightest thought of conserving his vitality. In this case, the 8-School Alliance was in trouble. They had to face an MCMAU captain whose vitality could recover to its peak at any time. Next year, we should limit the use of pills. Someone said this, but there was not much doubt. Right before their eyes, they only saw Fang Ping's vitality recovering after using pills. At this moment, the only thing they could think of was a physique that allowed him to absorb pills quickly. It was not that there were no martial artists like this, but it was extremely rare. Moreover, every pill had a side effect. Even with such a physique, it did not mean that one could consume large amounts of pills at will. In the arena, Fang Ping's back was covered in cold sweat. He only let out a sigh of relief when he felt the gazes leave. He did not want to expose the system, but he could not use his ability to quickly recover vitality. The more he hid it, the more suspicious it would be. He might as well use it now in front of many grandmasters, creating the illusion that he was relying on pills to recover his vitality. As long as he gave these grandmasters this impression, it would not affect him much even if he recovered his vitality quickly in other places. At this moment, seeing that the grandmasters' gazes were no longer sharp, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. When Chen Hongwei went on stage, Fang Ping was not as cautious as he was the first time. He smiled and said, "I saw that you used a weapon last time. Today is a good time to try out my manic explosion." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping attacked first. Fang Ping's feet were as fast as lightning. With a few light steps, he was already close to Chen Hongwei. Chen Hongwei's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Fang Ping to be so fast. "I almost thought that Fang Ping had honed his upper limbs. I only remembered that he had honed his lower limbs when he used stepping techniques. Cloud step is not as fast as ghost step, but speed also depends on the level of cultivation." He could not continue. As he said this, Fang Ping was already close to Chen Hongwei, swinging his saber and slashing. Clang clang sounded again. Fang Ping's strategy was the same as before. Break your weapon so that you could not block it. Clang. A long sound rang out. The upper half of the Chongdao in Chen Hongwei's hand fell to the ground. Chen Hongwei could not dodge in time, or rather, he could not dodge Fang Ping's slashes at all due to the huge vibration. At this moment, Chen Hongwei roared and abandoned his saber. He put his hands together and grasped Fang Ping's blade. He thought that Fang Ping would wrestle with him, but Fang Ping was already moving forward before he exerted any force with his saber. He straightened his toes again and jabbed out. His alloy boots kicked in the air, creating a sonic boom. Pfft! Chen Hongwei, who had raised his saber to block the Chongdao, was jabbed in the waist by Fang Ping. Fang Ping quickly retracted his leg and changed the jab into a kick, kicking out again at lightning speed. Bang! This time, Chen Hongwei was sent flying and fell out of the arena. Quick! Lu Huarong immediately explained, "Fang Ping's saber is fast, and so are his legs. His outburst of vitality is strong too, almost completely suppressing the 2 members of the 8-School Alliance. Also, Fang Ping's vitality recovers very quickly. If the 8-School Alliance doesn't have a good strategy to restrain Fang Ping, I'm afraid it's going to be bad this time." The audience below the arena was also a little dumbfounded. Fang Ping had won the first 2 battles easily. They did not know that Fang Ping's vitality was strong and that his recovery was extremely fast, faster than they had imagined. They only felt that MCMAU's captain was fighting the 8-School Alliance members with ease. It was nothing like the morning when both sides were exhausted and covered in injuries. Backstage, Wei Bin's expression changed slightly. The 8-School Alliance instructor said with a serious expression, "His speed is extremely fast, and so is his saber technique. That's not the point. The point is that every move of his has reached the level of a killer move, and his vitality outburst is more than 60 calories. According to the usual practice, if you avoid 3 of his saber moves, or let him use 3 saber moves, you'll be able to exchange points, but now that Fang Ping's vitality was not depleted, the 8 School Alliance instructor saw that he had started to take pills again. Moreover, this guy's vitality skyrocketed in an instant after he finished taking pills. Wei Bin, think of a way to avoid his first 3 moves. Don't give him a chance to take pills. Once the 3 moves are over, defeat him immediately. The instructor could only give this advice. They could not give Fang Ping time, or else he would be in trouble if he took pills again. The instructor also felt that there would always be a limit. Fang Ping could not possibly recover every time he took pills. However, this was Fang Ping's first time fighting in front of the public. No one knew, and they could not test his limits. Soon, Wei Bin went up to the stage. Seeing Fang Ping's vigorous vitality, Wei Bin's expression turned ugly. The previous 2 had failed for nothing, since Fang Ping's vitality had recovered, the quick fight would not have much effect. Wei Bin was no longer in a hurry. He probed, Fang Ping, if you take pills like this, it'll cause a lot of damage to your body. You've already won 2 rounds. There's no need to destroy your foundation, Fang Ping smiled. It's fine. I've taken 100 vitality pills before. I'll be fine after digesting them for a while. Wei Bin did not know whether he was telling the truth or not, but he could only grit his teeth and prepare to fight to the death. Otherwise, if Fang Ping continued to fight like this, it was not impossible for him to defeat 5 opponents at once. At the referee's command, both of them slashed at each other almost at the same time. Wei Bin also used a saber, but not a longsword like Fang Ping's. After Wei Bin slashed, he quickly switched to defense. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did the same thing and slashed at his saber again. Upstairs, Tang Feng cursed under his breath. Idiot! Some of the 8 School Alliance's leaders laughed. Did Fang Ping really think that his saber could break other people's weapons? Previously, both of them had used F-class alloy weapons, but Wei Bin was not. Although everyone thought that there was no difference between a rank 1 martial artist's F-class and D-class weapons in the beginning, Wei Bin was the team leader, so he still had to put up a front. His saber was also a D-class alloy saber. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 slashes, Fang Ping's vitality was depleted by a large amount. Every slash was an outburst of 60 calories vitality. 3 slashes had depleted almost 200 calories. At this moment, Fang Ping only had the strength for 1 last slash. Wei Bin's defense, on the other hand, had depleted much less. After 3 slashes, this time it did not break the other's weapon like before. The audience was a little surprised. Wei Bin quickly seized the opportunity, not giving Fang Ping time to recover. In the next moment, Wei Bin roared and stomped his feet on the ground. His shoes broke into pieces, and he attacked Fang Ping like a ferocious tiger. He had already abandoned his saber. At this moment, Wei Bin wanted to fight Fang Ping in close combat, not giving Fang Ping the chance to take medicine. Just as Wei Bin lunged at him, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Fang Ping's mouth. Wei Bin was very strong. At least in close combat, Fang Ping might not be able to take him down easily. However, since the other had abandoned his saber and approached him, thinking that he could not use any more outburst, then he could not blame Fang Ping for killing him easily. Retreat! Someone could not help but yell. Then, he was interrupted by the whispers of the others. Before Wei Bin could react, Fang Ping had also abandoned his saber. In the next moment, something that defied common sense happened. Fang Ping took a step and leaped more than a meter high, avoiding Wei Bin's attack. Then, Fang Ping's left foot seemed to be stepping on the ground in midair. With another step, he leaped in front of Wei Bin. This defied common sense. Fang Ping stepped on the air to borrow strength. Lu Huarong was also very surprised. Elevated stance. Elevated stance. At this moment, many people exclaimed in a low voice. Peak rank 1 Fang Ping's pole standing had actually reached the elevated stance. Although pole standing in the elevated stance could not allow him to fly in the air, Fang Ping could still borrow strength and take a few steps forward in the air. This was the meaning of the elevated stance. The so-called elevated stance was actually an overview of the 3 levels of pole standing. Elevated stance. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, Fang Ping's right leg lashed out like lightning, sweeping Wei Bin's chest with a bang. Wei Bin did not expect Fang Ping to arrive in front of him in midair, nor did he expect Fang Ping to have a vitality outburst. With this kick, Wei Bin's chest caved in instantly. Wei Bin's face was full of pain, but he gritted his teeth and raised his fist to attack Fang Ping's groin. Fang Ping saw this and did not hold back. His legs clamped down on Wei Bin's fist. As his body fell, he clenched his fists and punched at Wei Bin's head. Surrender! Someone on the second floor cried out to surrender again. Otherwise, Wei Bin's head might explode. His head had not been honed. Ah! Wei Bin roared angrily, looking extremely unwilling. In this battle, he was almost beaten up the entire time. He did not unleash his strength at all. It would have been better if he had not roared. Once he did, blood spurted out of his mouth. The kick on his chest just now was not light. To be honest, the vitality outburst from Fang Ping's kick was no less than the force of his saber slash earlier. Wei Bin lost too. Lu Huarong felt a little emotional. Then, he could not help but say, Fang Ping's pole standing is in the elevated stance, and he has mastered 2 killer moves. His saber and leg techniques have both reached the level of a killer move. This. Unless a rank 1 has mastered an ultimate move and is faster than him, I'm afraid he's invincible among his peers. Qin Shuiyan added, time is tight for the younger generation. To be faster than him, one must also have at least a killer move. Look at Han Su. Han Su's speed is slightly faster than him. Although Han Su did not display the power of a killer move, Han Su's speed was indeed fast. Fang Ping might not be able to match up to him. Wei Bin was also carried off the stage. The 3 from the 8 School Alliance had taken a few of Fang Ping's killer moves head-on. They were also injured. Although they did not look as serious as the morning, their injuries were much worse than Bai Yin and the rest. That's 3 in a row. Backstage, Fu Chongding did not know whether to laugh or cry. If Fang Ping defeated 5 in a row, he would not have to go on stage. However, everyone had been preparing for so long. If they did not even get a chance to go on stage, it would be a disaster. Zhao Lei did not say anything. He looked indifferent. Fang Ping could fight however he wanted. He would not get a chance to go on stage no matter what. There were still 3 people queuing up ahead. Zhao Lei did not think that the 8 School Alliance could defeat all 3 of them. Below the stage, Fang Yuan was also dumbfounded. Was Fang Ping really that strong? In everyone's eyes, Fang Ping had effortlessly defeated the 3 opponents, and one of them was even the team leader. After 3 battles, Fang Ping did not even suffer a scratch. He's not bragging, Fang Yuan mumbled, then suddenly laughed. That's good too. The stronger, the better. At the back, Wu Zhihao looked at the others. After a while, he said, has Guan Yu been reborn? Fang Ping held the Fang's widow in his hand. Every slash was swift and fierce, reminding him of Guan Yu II. Lu Ruoqi corrected him. That's a Fang's widow. Huang Zhong uses it, but Guan Yu doesn't. They're getting serious now. Wu Zhihao was speechless. Then, he complained, this guy is too strong. Yes, he is. No one could deny that Fang Ping was really strong. Otherwise, even if his vitality could recover, it would not have been so easy for him to defeat 3 opponents. In the arena, Fang Ping chewed another 2 rank 1 vitality pills. After 3 battles, he had used 6 rank 1 vitality pills. He had used up all his rank 1 vitality pills. He still had a lot of normal ones and 4 rank 2 ones. What a waste. Fang Ping mumbled. The vitality pills were indeed wasted. Their only use was to increase his vitality to continue honing his bones and meridians. Zhang Jingdong of the 8 School Alliance went on stage, feeling helpless. It was not that they had no fighting spirit, however, they had encountered a cheat. How could they fight? After 3 battles, Fang Ping's vitality had returned to its peak. He thought of the instructor's words before he went on stage. Although Fang Ping's vitality had recovered, he would still be exhausted from fighting, and his body had its limits. Even if the 8 School Alliance lost, they could not be defeated by Fang Ping alone. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing. If all 5 of them were defeated in one go, then the 8 School Alliance's name would be taken away. Zhang Jingdong remembered his mentor's words and equipped the D-class staff that his mentor had just given him. As soon as he got on the stage, Zhang Jingdong began to defend himself, to deplete Fang Ping's stamina. Although vitality could increase stamina, it didn't mean that it was the same as stamina. What he needed to do now was to deplete Fang Ping's stamina. However, he was not as fast as Fang Ping. As soon as he retreated, Fang Ping came at him, slashing with his saber. Zhang Jingdong gritted his teeth and took the blow, then quickly retreated and dodged again. Fang Ping did not give up. He continued to chase. When he caught up, he raised his saber and slashed. Zhang Jingdong retaliated. Fang Ping did not hold back. He slashed with his saber again. Fang Ping's vitality, even if it doesn't recover, it's still over 300 calories. Below the stage, Lu Huarong sighed again. Qin Shuiyan focused and said, "It's more than that. I'm afraid it's already 320 calories. I've just asked around about Fang Ping. He's thrice-honed." Thrice-honed? Lu Huarong was surprised at first. Then, he said matter-of-factly, "That's true. Thrice-honed means that before becoming an aspiring martial artist, their vitality has reached 200 calories and above. Only aspiring martial artists like that are thrice-honed. The outside world might not understand this. All you need to know is that these martial artists have the strongest vitality and the toughest bones among their peers. Everyone, don't try it so easily. In the vast Sino nation, there are less than 5 people who are thrice-honed every year. There's no need to pursue honing multiple times." Lu Huarong explained and gave a few more warnings. Since some things were going to be revealed slowly, it was necessary to tell the public some information that they did not understand. For example, thrice honing, it was not necessary in the past, but now it was time to spread the word. After Lu Huarong finished speaking, there was a slight uproar below the stage. It was the first time many people knew that an aspiring martial artist could cultivate such a high vitality. In the crowd, Tan Jinping was still in a daze. An aspiring martial artist with more than 200 cal, was he, a 250 calories martial artist, a peak rank 1 martial artist? Also, he did not see any martial artists who participated in the competition today with lower vitality than him. No, everyone had higher vitality than him. The power of their explosive moves made Tan Jinping despair. They could all kill him with one move. As they spoke, the situation on the stage changed again. The staff in Zhang Jingdong's hand had been thrown away. His hands were badly mutilated, but he refused to admit defeat. He desperately ran around the ring. Huff, the panting was so loud that some of the audience in the front row could hear it. Zhang Jingdong did not care about his image. Sometimes, he rolled to avoid Fang Ping's attacks. Other times, he was hit by Fang Ping and flew backward. He grabbed the edge of the stage and rolled to continue playing hide-and-seek with Fang Ping. His training clothes were in tatters. He could not even swallow the blood at the corner of his mouth. Fang Ping's forehead was also sweating. He panted for a while. He was faster than his opponent, but his opponent was completely defenseless and ran with all his might. Fang Ping still had to defend against his counterattack, so he was not as focused as him. After chasing him for a while, Fang Ping was speechless. "You're going to die if you don't admit defeat." He was not lying. Zhang Jingdong had been hit a few times. The wounds on his body were so many that they were unrecognizable. If this went on, he would bleed to death. Zhang Jingdong's face was pale, but he did not say a word. He continued to dodge Fang Ping. A grandmaster from the 8 School Alliance on the 2nd floor sighed softly. Admit defeat. Zhang Jingdong had already demonstrated his willpower. His injuries were severe. If he did not admit defeat, he would die on the stage, just as Fang Ping had said. The Grandmaster admitted defeat on his behalf. Zhang Jingdong lost his will to fight and fell to the ground with a thud. A few medical staff immediately went up and carried him off the stage. The referee looked at Fang Ping with a complicated expression. He asked loudly, "Fang Ping, do you want to continue?" Fang Ping felt around in his pocket and said sheepishly, "Forget it. Let's give the people behind us a chance." Some of the powerhouses on the 2nd floor had sharp eyes. Someone chuckled and said, "He's out of pills. He's taken 6 rank 1 vitality pills. He's probably at his limit. This is what a rank 1 martial artist's physique is like. Maybe he's really at his limit. That's good too. If this goes on, the 8-school alliance will lose face. I don't think so. This kid might be afraid that you old geezers will hold a grudge against him, someone joked. No one took it seriously, but Tang Feng muttered, this kid is very cunning. I'm afraid he might not be out of pills. How could Fang Ping not be well prepared when he was on the stage? Now that he was suddenly out of pills, Tang Feng would be the first to doubt it. In his eyes, Fang Ping was the epitome of cunning. He might have given up suddenly to save face for the 8-school alliance, just as the person had said. They were 8 second-class martial arts universities with more than 10 grandmasters. If Fang Ping had defeated the opponent's team alone, even if the grandmasters did not hold a grudge against him, they would not be kind to him. Now that he had defeated 4 of them, it was just right. He had shown his strength and that he had a sense of propriety. Fang Ping walked down the stage with ease. Although he had expended a lot of vitality, he was not injured. Only CCMAU's Fang Wenxiang had done this before. Fu Chongding, who was walking toward him, said with tears streaming down his face, "You've finally come down. It's finally my turn to shine." Fang Ping reminded him, "Don't be careless. The person holding the line won't be too weak. Wei Bin is also very strong. It's just that I'm stronger." Fu Chongding rolled his eyes and ignored him. He walked up the stage with his spear. On the other side, Kai Qinghai of the 8-school alliance walked up the stage with a solemn expression. He was the only one left in the 8-school alliance. There was not even a single person to cheer for him, the other 4 had been sent to the infirmary. Backstage. As soon as Fang Ping returned, Bai Ruoshi chuckled. "Are you really out of pills?" "I'm really out of pills." Fang Ping complained, "The school only gave me 5 rank 1 vitality pills. I've used them up and even had to pay for one. Instructor Bai, the school must reimburse me, or else I won't be able to fight later. If the school reimburses me 20 pills, I'll defeat CCMAU later. If they give me 10 pills, I can fight at least 4 matches, if not, I'll fight 1 match at most. You've all seen how fast my vitality is being depleted." Before Bai Ruoshi could speak, Tang Feng, who had just come down, humphed. "In your dreams. Instructor Tang, what you're saying doesn't make sense. I'm fighting for MCMAU, but MCMAU can't make me bleed and cry, right? My family is poor, unlike Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman. My parents are both normal people. In order for me to get into a martial arts university, they put their lives on the line. They're not even 50 years old yet, but they're living like they're 60, now that the school wants me to fight. I don't even have pills to replenish my vitality." Fang Ping was devastated. How can MCMAU treat poor students who work hard for the school like this? Everyone in MCMAU was a little embarrassed. What he said was not unreasonable. Fang Ping alone defeated 4 opponents. They did not have to put in any effort. Although they did not have the chance to perform, they did save on pills. Fang Ping fought so fiercely, MCMAU should indeed compensate him more. Tang Feng was speechless this time. After a while, he said, "I'll compensate you with 5 rank 1 vitality pills later." 5 pills? Fang Ping's face was full of grief and anger. He said painfully, 5 pills are not enough. There are at least 2 more matches, you'll hold the line at the back. Tang Feng humphed. Fang Ping was not weak, but this guy was a gold-swallowing monster. Now that they had seen the strength of each team, they could rearrange the lineup and let Fang Ping hold the line. That way, Fang Ping would have fewer matches. The other members of MCMAU could not just stay and watch the show. That would not be in line with their original intentions. When Fang Ping heard this, he pursed his lips and said nothing. If he was holding the line, giving him another 5 pills was not a small amount. As they chatted, they did not forget to observe the situation in front. In the arena, Fu Chongding almost vomited blood. F*CK, you're not the captain? Wei Bin, that bastard. Fu Chongding was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Kai Qinghai's strength was beyond his expectations. The elevated stance. Another one at the elevated stance. Forget about the elevated stance. Kai Qinghai did not use weapons. He used his legs. The vitality outburst from his leg technique was no weaker than Fang Ping's. One kick would consume at least 60 calories. Fu Chongding was slightly careless earlier. His long spear was swept away by his leg, and even his arm was almost broken. Fu Changding was furious. He used a spear, yes, but do not forget that he had not learned the spear for long. He had been using his legs all this time. Kai Qinghai's leg technique was not weak, but neither was he. After throwing away the long spear, Fu Changding seemed to have no more burdens. He began to compete with Kai Qinghai in terms of leg strength. Both of them did not give way to each other. They used their legs as weapons and collided with each other. Backstage, Fang Ping could not help but rub his leg. He was speechless. Doesn't it hurt? Fu Changding's face has turned green. How can it not hurt? Tang Songting teased. He then laughed. He can't afford to lose face. He can't retreat. You just swept away 4 of them, and he can't even defeat one. He can't go on. This guy wants his face. This time, he won't retreat even if his leg is broken. Yang Xiaoman was not amused. Kai Qinghai is not weak, but if this goes on, even if Fu Changding loses, his vitality will be depleted. I don't believe there's anyone who can revive in 3 seconds after eating a pill. Kai Qinghai was not weak. Although Fu Changding did not stand out in the team, it did not mean that he was weak. At the beginning of the semester, Fu Changding had suppressed many martial artists. When he carried out his mission, he had brought along a few pretty girls and completed his mission well. He performed even better than Yang Xiaoman. How could a person like this be weak? However, Kai Qinghai could force Fu Changding to disregard his image and fight him head-on. This proved his strength. Both of them were competing in vitality, willpower, and pain tolerance. Whoever could not withstand it first would lose. Fortunately, rank 1 martial artists had limited vitality. Even if both of them did not unleash their full vitality, Kai Qinghai was the first to deplete his vitality after more than 10 kicks. The move he used to sweep away Fu Changding's spear had used up more vitality than Fu Changding. A few minutes later, Fu Changding sauntered in arrogantly. I won. Not bad. How did you take so long to walk such a short distance? Old Fu, don't tell me you're limping? Fu Changding said calmly, it's nothing. It's just a small injury. Fang Ping suddenly kicked his calf lightly. Before he could say anything, Fu Changding suddenly fell to the ground with a loud scream. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. He said dryly, faking it? It hurts, it hurts. Fang Ping, how dare you use hidden force to hurt me? Despicable. Fu Changding would never admit that he was already at the end of his tether. He kept saying that Fang Ping had used hidden force to hurt him. It was despicable and shameless. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Ping's expression darkened. This guy was trying to pin it on him. Outside, the referee's voice announcing MCMAU wins spread throughout the stadium. The 2 matches of the first round had ended. The news of the exchange competition was all over the internet. Martial Arts University Alliance, number 89 University Alliance, defeat in the first round. CCMAU and MCMAU have both won. The famous universities have not tarnished their reputation. CCMAU's Han Su, rank 1 against a rank 2, leapfrogging to win. MCMAU's Fang Ping has won 4 matches in the first round and retreated unscathed. In the first match of the championship, 5 people were heavily injured. Other than Fang Ping and Fang Wenxiang, everyone else is injured. Isn't it too bloody? Rank 2 martial artist Sun Mingyu has lost the first battle. His palm is broken. Rank 2 martial artist Chen Jiaxing is holding the fort all by himself. There's nothing he can do. The 8 School Alliance is 0-5. Is MCMAU too strong, or is the 8 School Alliance too weak? The internet was in an uproar. Several video websites on the internet had also obtained the broadcasting rights for the friendly competition this time. Countless spectators also saw the martial arts competition on the internet. In the first 2 matches, out of the 17 contestants, 5 were heavily injured and 10 were lightly injured. It had to be said that this result was out of everyone's expectations. The Martial Arts University Alliance, which had 2 ranked 2 martial artists, was defeated miserably in the end. This was big news. The fact that the 8 School Alliance was easily defeated by MCMAU made many people sigh. The 8 School Alliance's reputation was not weak at all. 8 top 10 martial arts universities had joined forces, but they were defeated by 2 people from MCMAU. This was even caused by MCMAU's captain, Fang Ping, stepping down from the stage. This made the 8-school alliance appear to be much weaker. At the same time, the following matches were announced on the internet. January 12, Martial Arts University Alliance vs 8-School Alliance. January 13, Capital City Martial Arts University vs Magic City Martial Arts University. For the match on the 12th, the outside world predicted that it would be a match between the reserve team members. Both teams' main teams were almost completely crippled. What the outside world was really interested in was the battle between the 2 elite universities on the 13th. Fang Ping's performance was outstanding, but CCMAU was not weak either. The other party had defeated the Martial Arts University Alliance, which had 2 ranked 2 martial artists. They had won with difficulty, but it did not mean that they were weak. It could only be said that the Martial Arts University Alliance was very strong, forcing the other party to fight to the end. For a time, the exchange competition was once again pushed to the center of public opinion. As for some of the reports that said that it was too bloody, the young people did not take it seriously. This was a true martial artist, who doesn't have a wuxia dream. How could he be called a martial artist if he could settle debts and enmity without spilling blood? On the contrary, many people cheered loudly. He had seen too many star martial artists' flowery but impractical moves. He had seen too many political guest martial artists' nonsense. He had seen too many commercial martial artists' amiability. At this moment, when they saw the martial arts students fighting for their lives, this was how they imagined martial artists to be. MCMAU. Fang Yuan's smile grew even rounder. She tugged at Fang Ping's arm and said in a sticky voice, "Brother, you're amazing. Of course, I've already said that beating them is a piece of cake. Leave them some face. Otherwise, even 1 against 5 is fine. Brother, can you beat them without getting injured the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow, I'll hold the line and go last." Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I won't be using my full strength today. The day after tomorrow, if CCMAU still thinks that I have this ability to deal with you, just you watch, I'll kill a few of them with 1 slash." Fang Ping said it as if he was joking. Wu Zhihao and the others did not take it seriously. Of course, even now, in their hearts, Fang Ping's power was limitless. Wu Zhihao sighed. "I know you're powerful, but you're too powerful. We weren't prepared for it. We were worried about you before." They were indeed worried about Fang Ping in the afternoon, but they only watched Fang Ping torture people. Fang Ping might be confident, but he shook his head. They're just rank 1 martial artists. Even if there are 2 rank 2, they're just beginners. They're only at the bottom of the martial arts circle. So what if they're invincible in rank 1 and rank 2? What about rank 3? If they're invincible in rank 3, what about rank 4 and rank 5? The path of martial arts is too long. You guys think that I'm powerful, but I've never thought that I'm really that strong. Right now, any rank 3 martial artist can defeat me. Of course, I can try to kill a vitality martial artist." Tan Jinping, who was standing at the side, felt sad again. Fang Ping looked down on rank 1 and vitality martial artists. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill a rank 3 vitality martial artist. What did that mean? Old Tan said nothing. Fang Ping continued, "Besides, instead of envying me and using me as a target, the people of Sun City should use Wang Jinyang as a target." "Brother Wang is rank 3, Fang Ping interrupted. "Rank 3? Rank 4. Brother Wang was ranked 27th on the 3 lower rank 3 martial artists ranking list. Don't think that 27th place is worthless. He swept all the way, beating up CCMAU rank 3 martial artists until no one dared to challenge him. Let's set a small goal first. Catch up to him and then enter the ranks of grandmasters. This is the pursuit of martial artists." Everyone was dumbfounded. They really did not know about this. Tan Jinping was also shocked. He stammered, he's rank 4? Yes. This has already reached the strength of Auspicious Sun City's commander. Auspicious Sun City's commander might not be his match. Fang Ping curled his lips. How many years had it been since these inland commanders had a chance to fight? They must have been strong back then, or else they would not have become commanders. However, in the territories without the catacombs entrance, these people had very few opportunities to fight. After many years of neglect, it was hard to say how much strength they had left. The few of them were completely speechless. This time coming to Magic City, they had been dealt a heavy blow. Fang Ping was already peak rank 1 and could enter rank 2 at any time. Moreover, his strength was extremely strong. Even rank 2 might not be his match. Wang Jinyang had even entered rank 4, between these two, one was their senior from year 1, and the other was a classmate from the same year. There was really no way to compare oneself to others. Lu Ruoqi seemed to remember something and asked, Fang Ping, you used your saber to break someone's weapon. Your saber? It's forged from D-grade alloy. Lu Ruoqi did not ask further, but Wu Zhihao said in surprise, you bought it yourself. Yes, I lived frugally and almost went bankrupt. F***ck. What else could Wu Zhihao say? This guy rubbed Fang Yuan's head hard and said angrily, little girl, you're still thinking of selling autographs to make money. You're cheating me. If you cheat your brother's saber, why would you still open Yuan Ping Club? Your brother ate 8 million pills in this competition. His saber is worth tens of millions. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. D-grade alloy saber, he could not even afford an F-grade dagger, he ate rank 1 vitality pills like they were jelly beans. He did not even dare to eat normal vitality pills. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Fang Ping smacked his head and said exasperatedly, don't lead my sister astray. You don't need me to teach you. You siblings are more talented than the other to be bad guys. You only bully honest people like us. Wu Zhihao was devastated. This was too much of a blow to him. Fang Yuan looked aggrieved. You're the bad guy. Fang Yuan did not bother him. She quickly looked at Fang Ping and said sweetly, brother, is that saber of yours really worth that much? Tens of millions. The little girl's eyes were about to turn into yen shapes, her little hand had also unconsciously touched the wooden box Fang Ping was carrying. Tens of millions. How much was that? Fang Ping smacked her head and said exasperatedly, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Fang Yuan hurriedly denied, saying immediately, my brother is amazing. He'll beat the crap out of them in the next competition. Stop flattering me. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He exhaled slightly and said, let's all work hard. The future is still long, but for us martial artists or those who want to become martial artists, the future is very short. We don't have much time. Cultivate hard and improve faster. Zhihao, when you guys go back, put more pressure on yourselves. Become martial artists as soon as possible. Fang Ping did not mention sponsoring them, even though he did not lack pills like normal vitality pills. The path of a martial artist had to be walked by oneself. Fang Ping did not understand it before, but now he did. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. If he did not have the ability to become a martial artist, he might as well be a normal person. If he became a martial artist, it would not be a good thing if he did not seize every opportunity to become stronger. Moreover, these pills were with Fang Ping now. They could give him more capital to become stronger. He would only be able to obtain more when he became stronger. On the 11th, Fang Ping did not seize the opportunity to cultivate. Instead, he accompanied Fang Yuan and the others for a stroll around the area. As for Fang Ping, he had gained a bit of fame now. While they were outside, someone recognized Fang Ping and shouted, Captain of MCMAU. This attracted many people to chase after him. At that moment, Fang Ping was a little intoxicated. Fame and fortune. As expected, most people could not escape from these two words. The popularity of the championship would also motivate some youths to strive to become martial artists. It would also cause some vitality martial artists to transform into combat martial artists. On the 12th of January, Fang Ping did not go to the second floor as a contestant. Instead, he accompanied Fang Yuan to watch the battle below the stage. This battle was between the Martial Arts University Alliance and the 8 School Alliance. On the Martial Arts University Alliance's side, the two main players, Bai Yin and Chen Jiaxing, were participating. There were also 3 reserve team members, including Dongwu Martial Arts University's Wang Huijin. As for the 8 School Alliance, The 8-School Alliance only sent Xianxia, one of their main players. A few grandmasters from the 8-School Alliance on the second floor glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of their eyes. They wanted to kill him. The few members who did not seem to be too seriously injured yesterday, including Wei Bin, were all bleeding from Fang Ping's internal organs. They could not participate at all. Xianxia was the only exception. Although his legs were injured, after a day of treatment, his condition was slightly better. Fang Ping had almost destroyed their main team, the commentator, Lu Huarong, also announced regretfully. Yesterday, a few of the 8-School Alliance's main players suffered serious injuries and internal bleeding, so they could not participate. Today, only Xianxia is participating in the main team. However, even if it's just the reserve team, I think these prodigies can still bring us a more exciting martial arts competition. Fang Ping, who was below the stage, did not dare to look at the second floor. The gazes were too terrifying. Fang Ping felt wronged. What did this have to do with him? The people on your side refused to admit defeat and even took a few of my killer moves. They're already strong enough to survive. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a rank 2 martial artist in 3 moves. Everyone thought that the competition on the 12th would not be as exciting as yesterday. Perhaps it would not be as violent as yesterday, but it would be more brutal, truly brutal. Whoever lost this battle would have to bid farewell to the championship and be ranked 4th. The Martial Arts University Alliance did not have to cede resources, but the 8-School Alliance would have to forfeit part of their resources if they lost the 3rd place. The 8-School Alliance's first fighter was Xianxia. Xianxia did not care about his own life at all. In 3 moves, he shattered the sternum of a Martial Arts University Alliance reserve team member. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Bai Yin, who was the second to go up, was also anxious. Bai Yin was not weak. After he went up, he fought Xianxia with his life. In the end, both of them were injured. Xianxia kicked Bai Yin's leg bone, breaking it. Bai Yin also slashed Xianxia's abdomen, cutting his intestines open. At that moment, Fang Ping covered Fang Yuan's eyes. The whole place fell into silence. The powerhouses on the second floor were silent. Some of the female audience members could not help but cry. Some people really did not understand why they had to fight so hard. Was there a difference between 3rd and 4th place? Qin Shuiyan's voice was cold. Sino Nation's martial arts resources are limited. Martial arts universities spend even more resources to train so many martial artists. No matter which martial arts university it is, they don't have enough resources and funds. What should we do? Martial artists must fight. We must fight for it ourselves. The National Martial Arts University Championship is also a fight for resources. For ourselves, for the school, for our future juniors. It may be cruel, but this is their own choice. Everyone has tried their best. There will be no regrets. Martial artists aren't here to enjoy themselves. Everything they have comes from their own struggles, from the struggles of their fathers. Even the so-called second-generation martial artists had their fathers bathed in blood and fought bravely. They are also fighting for their lives. Classmate Xianxia's father is a rank 5 martial artist, but at this moment, no one would be merciful just because his father is a rank 5 martial artist. Classmate Bai Yin also has a rank 4 uncle who is still fighting for his future. Some people do not work as hard as they do, suffer as much as they do, and in the end, blame it on their family background. How laughable. Can't normal people stand out? MCMAU's Fang Ping comes from an ordinary family. His parents are ordinary frontline workers, but classmate Fang Ping still relied on his own efforts to get to where he is today, leading MCMAU's new student team and showing off MCMAU's glory. Qin Shuiyan's words plunged the audience into silence again. The rest of the competition did not change because of her words. The 8-School Alliance used the strategy of exchanging points, and at the cost of serious injuries to 3 upper stage rank 1 martial artists, they depleted Qin Jiaxing's vitality. Qin Jiaxing also suffered some minor injuries. In the end, his vitality was depleted, and he had no choice but to retreat. In the end, the upper stage rank 1 martial artist from the 8-School Alliance defeated the 4th person from the Martial Arts University Alliance at the cost of a broken arm. The outcome of the battle was once again determined by the 5th person. The martial artist from the 8-School Alliance lost an arm, but his morale was high. and he did not cower even though he was injured. The last martial artist from the Martial Arts University Alliance was also unafraid of death, and he fought with his life on the line. Whoever lost would be eliminated. Fang Yuan opened her eyes at some point. She leaned on Fang Ping's chest and whispered, "Brother, do all martial artists have to be like this? Maybe it wasn't like that in the past, but in the future, it will probably be like that." Fang Ping murmured softly. In the past, there were powerhouses protecting everyone, holding up the sky for everyone. But what about in the future? No one could predict the future. In the final battle, the 8-School Alliance still lost. The martial artist with the broken arm cried blood, but he could not help but burst into tears. They had lost. He did not cry when he was injured, but they had lost. They had lost 30% of the 8-School Alliance's resources for the next year, which was enough to nurture at least 30 rank 3 martial artists. In other words, it was enough to nurture 2 or 3 rank 4 martial artists. Most of the time, a middle-ranked martial artist was enough to change the outcome of a small-scale war. A Grandmaster martial artist from the 8-School Alliance personally came down from the stage and picked up the young man lying on the ground. He said with a smile, "That's enough. You've all performed well, very well. We've brought honor to our martial arts universities, brought honor to martial artists. That's how martial artists should be. We martial artists from martial arts universities are not afraid to fight, nor are we afraid to fight. Every battle, we fight with the will to die." The old Grandmaster's voice was sonorous and powerful, his tone was filled with murderous intent. At that moment, Fang Ping felt as if he could feel the magnificent momentum of a great army. It was okay if some people did not understand. There was no way out in the battle against the catacombs creatures. Today, the younger generation had shown their brilliance. They dared to fight and fight to the death. That was enough. It was not a big deal to lose the resources. These old guys could rob and kill, but they must not lose the spirit of martial artists. At most, they would go to the depths of the catacombs. Who would not dare to fight? Martial artists. At that moment, the 5,000 spectators seemed to have felt something, and their expressions became complicated again. Even if it was not explicitly said, everyone seemed to have heard something. Was this what martial artists were like? Countless young people sitting in front of their computers were also fired up. The old Grandmaster's voice seemed to echo in their ears. Martial artists from martial arts universities are not afraid to fight, nor are they afraid to fight. The old Grandmaster's words put an end to the competition on the 12th, 8-School Alliance versus Martial Arts University Alliance. 8-School Alliance was the first to be eliminated from the competition. Even though the competition was over, the 8-School Alliance, Martial Arts Universities, the championship, and the old Grandmaster's summary of martial artists, were not over. Martial artists dared to fight. Fight to the death. What did they fight for? Who did they fight for? In recent years, there had not been any large-scale wars in Sino Nation. There might have been small-scale ones, but they had nothing to do with martial arts university martial artists, right? There were many discussions about these on the internet. However, no one answered them, and no one gave a clear answer. Such doubts gradually arose in the hearts of ordinary people. In this competition, Fang Ping and the others acted as bystanders. After the competition, Fang Ping gathered with Fu Chongding and the others in the training room. Bai Ruoshi was there too. When they arrived, she said, "Tomorrow, we'll fight against CCMAU. If we win, we can wait for CCMAU or Martial Arts University Alliance. If we lose, we still have to fight against the Martial Arts University Alliance and then CCMAU." Other than Qin Jiaxing, the main members of the Martial Arts University Alliance are all crippled. Therefore, the Martial Arts University Alliance is not the key. The key is whether we can get first place. Tomorrow, the school wants us to preserve our strength as much as possible. After all, whether we win or lose, we still have a match with CCMAU. The Martial Arts University Alliance was almost crippled. It would not be difficult for CCMAU or MCMAU to defeat them. The key was CCMAU and MCMAU. Both of them would almost certainly have a second match. Under such circumstances, the arrangement of the troops was also an important factor in winning or losing. Fang Ping said directly, "Why don't we just cripple CCMAU's team tomorrow? The next match will naturally be easier." Bai Ruoxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Things were not that simple. Ignoring Fang Ping, Bai Ruoxi continued, for tomorrow's match, it is very likely that CCMAU's main force will not fight. Li Ran is still injured, and so is Zhang Zhenguang. These two probably won't fight with injuries. When the finals on the 15th, their injuries will probably be healed. That will be the most suitable time to fight. Therefore, CCMAU's team should be the three main force, Han Su, Fang Wenxiang, Wei Shujia, and two reserve team members. Their reserve team members are also peak rank 1. They are very strong and should not be underestimated. On MCMAU's side, if all the main forces are sent out, and if an accident happens tomorrow and everyone is injured, then we'll be in trouble for the finals on the 15th. If MCMAU's main team was defeated tomorrow, then even if they won against the Martial Arts University Alliance, they would not be able to continue fighting in the finals the day after tomorrow. CCMAU's Li Ran and Zhang Zhenguang were not weak. Both of them might fight in the match the day after tomorrow. Fang Ping furrowed his brows slightly. Teacher Bai, if you have any ideas, just say them. Because there's no way to tell if Han Su is the starter or the last one. If you encounter Han Su, you might not be able to hit him at all if you're slow. What the school wants is for either you or Zhao Lei to not fight tomorrow, just in case. Zhao Lei said discontentedly, Teacher, at this time, we're afraid, but CCMAU isn't, even if we get injured, CCMAU won't be any better off. But they have 5 peak rank 1 reserve members. Bai Ruoxi said solemnly, the school is worried about their exchange strategy. Use a few reserve members to severely injure our main members. If the main members are injured, among our reserve members, only Tang Songting is peak rank 1. Recently, Chen Yunqi had been dealt with so many blows that she had no sense of existence. Even her own instructor had ignored her, so Chen Yunqi did not say anything. The final victory or defeat is still in the last match, so we still need to preserve more of our strength. The school's suggestion was not bad. The battle between first and second place would only be in the last match. Because MCMAU's reserve members were not as strong as CCMAU's, in tomorrow's match, if too many of their main members were injured, the last match would be very difficult. If tomorrow's main members were well preserved, then CCMAU's reserve members would be useless. The finals were on the 15th. After defeating their main members, they did not have to fight their reserve members anymore. Fang Ping said in a low voice, then what's the school's order of battle? Tang Songting, Zhao Xuemei, Fu Chongding, Yang Xiaoman, the 4 of them will fight. You and Zhao Lei, one of you will hold the line. Actually, Instructor Tang Feng thinks that Fang Ping can also not fight. Let Jin Lei from the reserve team go. Isn't that obvious that they're going to lose? Zhao Lei was slightly dissatisfied. Although his words implied that he did not trust his teammates, what he said was also true. If Fang Ping and Zhao Lei did not fight, and Jin Lei was only an upper stage rank 1, it would be strange if he did not lose against Han Su, Fang Wenxiang, and the others. Even if we lose, we still have a chance to turn the tables. Tang Feng walked in from outside the door and said loudly, leave a few of the main members to prepare for the finals on the 15th. This is the key to deciding the final victory or defeat. But Grandmaster also said today that martial artists are not afraid to fight, and do not avoid battle. Idiot, this is not being afraid to fight or avoid battle, this is the use of standard battle tactics. Do you mean that when you enter the catacombs, you're going to fight your way into the opponent's lair based on a moment of bravery? Tang Feng criticized Zhao Lei and looked at Fang Ping, saying, you're the captain, what do you say? Fang Ping exhaled slightly and said, I don't want to lose, and I don't want to fight another match, but the school's worries are not without reason. Zhao Lei, stay. I knew it. Zhao Lei's face was full of unwillingness. He knew this would be the result. From the beginning to the end, he did not even get a chance to fight. As for the finals, who knew what would happen in the finals? It was hard to say whether he could fight or not. Then it's settled, you'll hold the line tomorrow. Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, why don't I be the starter tomorrow? If Zhao Lei did not fight and he held the line, Fang Ping was worried that the 4 people in front would be under a lot of pressure. No need, you hold the line and observe the situation. If the situation is not good, in the end, I'll allow you to preserve your strength. Although Tang Feng did not say it clearly, everyone understood what he meant. If the four people in front could not win tomorrow and were at an obvious disadvantage, then Fang Ping would be the last to fight. He did not have to fight too fiercely, and his priority was to preserve his strength. Waiting for the finals on the 15th, Fang Ping did not say a word, but Yang Xiaoman pouted and said, "Instructor, don't worry, we're not to be trifled with. Try not to get seriously injured. Tomorrow is not the deciding match." Tang Feng reminded them again. As for whether or not they listened, even if he was an instructor, he could not force them. After being hyped up by the crowd for the past few days, martial artists going up to fight to the death had become the only thought in everyone's minds. Asking them to avoid battle now would be a bigger blow to these proud and arrogant students. After discussing the order of battle for a while, Tang Feng left quickly. Before he left, he did not forget to ask Fang Ping to collect 5 rank 1 vitality pills. After receiving the 5 rank 1 vitality pills from the logistics department, Fang Ping was happy again. In the past few days, the school had distributed 10 normal vitality pills, 10 rank 1 vitality pills, 2 rank 2 vitality pills, and a number of healing pills. In total, Fang Ping's wealth had increased by about 4 million. The school's compensation for the past half a month had also helped him break even. In mid-December, when Fang Ping had just broken through to peak rank 1, his wealth was 11 million, and his vitality was 319 calories. Now, after a month, although he did not break through to rank 2, his strength had improved significantly. Wealth, 100,000,000 vitality, 310 calories, 330 calories, mentality, 279 Hz, 299 Hz, bones honed, 62 bones, 90%, 14 bones, 40%, 130 bones, 30%, after a month, his vitality had reached a value of 330 calories. Even Fang Ping was surprised. He thought that 320 calories was his limit. In terms of bone honing, because of the body honing pills, part of the bones in his hands had been honed. Other than these changes, the biggest change was naturally the improvement of his combat techniques. In the arena, Fang Ping had already demonstrated that both of his combat techniques had reached the stage of a killer move. His pole standing was also at the elevated stance. Among the new students, or even all rank 1 martial artists, this kind of strength could be considered top-notch. CCMAU's strength is not weak. Although Han Su only defeated 2 opponents at once, that was because he was injured by Sun Mingyu's desperate attack. Otherwise, he might not have stopped at the 3rd battle. Fang Wenxiang. That guy defeated Qin Jiaxing in less than a few moves. He took on Qin Jiaxing's dual sabers and defeated him with a few heaven-shaking punches. Although Qin Jiaxing had fought 2 battles before and used a lot of his vitality, he is still a rank 2 and was almost killed by Fang Wenxiang. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not let his guard down. The school hoped that they could preserve their combat strength tomorrow, but young people, even if Fang Ping was in his past life, were still young people. Which young person was not proud and arrogant? Who would be able to accept that they would be defeated before the battle even started? CCMAU. That night, Fang Ping did not overdo his cultivation and quickly went to bed to rest. Fang Yuan and the others did not disturb Fang Ping. They all knew that they would be fighting CCMAU tomorrow. Even if Fang Ping's strength was strong, CCMAU had defeated 2 rank 2 martial artists in the Martial Arts University Alliance and had always been known as the #1 martial arts university. No one would underestimate CCMAU. January 13, MCMAU Gym. Later, it will be the battle between CCMAU and MCMAU. Speaking of CCMAU and MCMAU, there are too many grudges between them. The battle for the #1 martial arts university in Sino Nation, the battle between North and South martial arts universities, CCMAU looks down on MCMAU, and MCMAU looks down on CCMAU. All these years, the 2 martial arts universities have been fighting over these things. The topic is off topic. I'm afraid that the Grandmaster powerhouses will shut my mouth. Lu Huarong laughed and ended this more controversial topic. According to the competition rules, the loser of today will have to compete with the Martial Arts University Alliance tomorrow. The winner will then fight with the winner of today for first place. So, it's very likely that today will be the first battle between CCMAU and MCMAU. Both sides may meet the day after tomorrow. Under these circumstances, it's worth considering whether to preserve their strength for the finals or to fight with their backs to the wall and win the first victory. Lu Huarong was also very clear about the competition rules. He deliberated and said, "The outcome this time is really hard to judge. In the first battle on the 11th, CCMAU's performance is strong, but CCMAU also has a main team member who is injured. On MCMAU's side, Captain Fang Ping defeated 4 people. Other than Fu Changding, the other 3 main players have not fought. Their strength is unpredictable. To be honest, I can't really tell what the chances of winning are for both sides now. If that's the case, then let's not talk too much. Let's look at both sides' battle lineups first." As his voice fell, the big screen displayed the battle lineups of both sides. CCMAU, Wei Shujia, Long Tao, Han Su, Fang Wenxiang, Lu Haoming. "This lineup is interesting." Lu Huarong laughed and said, "CCMAU's Li Ran and Zhang Zhenguang were injured in the last round and did not fight this time. I don't know if it's because their injuries don't allow them to fight, or because they are preserving their strength. Although Long Tao and Lu Haoming are reserve team members, they also have the strength of peak rank 1. Wei Shujia is the main player in the starting lineup, but Han Su and Fang Wenxiang are arranged as 3rd and 4th. Everyone has seen their strength. They are both strong rank 1 players who can defeat rank 2. Can MCMAU's Fang Ping defeat these 2 consecutive lineups? MCMAU has also adjusted their lineups. No MCMAU members are injured. Is this to preserve their strength? Are they planning to preserve their strength from the beginning? MCMAU, Zhao Xueme, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Tang Songting, Fang Ping. The main player Zhao Lei did not fight. Instead, Tang Songting, who is also peak rank 1, will fight. Fang Ping will hold the line. This situation is not very good for MCMAU. As Lu Huarong spoke, Qin Shuiyan added, "If Han Su defeats the first 4 people, then Fang Ping will have to face Han Su, Fang Wenxiang, and Long Tao." Zhao Lei is the champion of Magic City's martial sciences examination. He is also a twice-honed martial artist, and is even close to the level of a thrice-honed. Now that Zhao Lei has not gone up, MCMAU's situation is not too good. It should be for the finals the day after tomorrow. The words of the 2 hosts in the front also spread to the back. Zhao Xueme and the others looked indignant. Fu Changding said angrily, "If Zhao Lei doesn't go up, will we lose for sure? Where do they put me, Fu Changding? Just wait and see. This time, they must be shocked. I, Yang Xiaoman, am not someone to be trifled with." Yang Xiaoman snorted softly. She was obviously dissatisfied. Zhao Xueme looked a little nervous. Bai Ruoshi comforted her softly, "Don't be nervous. We let you go for the first battle because we considered that your fighting style is suitable for the first battle." Although Zhao Xueme was a woman, her fighting style was fierce, which was good for the following team members. Yang Xiaoman also comforted her. Wei Shujia is nothing to worry about. Last time, he was easily defeated by Qin Jiaxing. Chen Yunqi, who had been silent all this while, said softly, "He is also a twice-honed martial artist. Xueme, you should be careful. CCMAU's main team was made up of twice-honed martial artists. There might even be thrice-honed martial artists." Currently, there was no accurate information. It was true that Wei Shujia lost to Qin Jiaxing last time, but Qin Jiaxing was a rank 2 martial artist. Moreover, he was a powerful rank 2 martial artist. She could not underestimate him just because of this. Zhao Xueme nodded. She took a deep breath, raised her alloy staff, and exhaled. "Don't worry. I won't embarrass MCMAU. I won't embarrass everyone. Be careful." Fang Ping reminded her. Zhao Xueme fought with no regard for her life, which worried Fang Ping. Moreover, Zhao Xueme had only entered peak rank 1 recently. She was still a once-honed martial artist. Her vitality limit was not as high as her opponent's. This worried Fang Ping. He was afraid that she would fight to the death. It would be troublesome if she was seriously injured. "It's okay. I know what I'm doing," Zhao Xueme said and walked toward the front desk. MCMAU's Zhao Xueme is one of the few girls in this championship. She hasn't fought before. CCMAU's Wei Shujie is the starter. Although Wei Shujie lost to Chen Jiaxing, he was able to retreat unscathed. It's clear that Wei Shujie is also very strong. Following Lu Huarong's introduction, the martial artists from both sides went on stage. Wei Shujie used a long staff as well. Among rank 1 martial artists focused on the basics. Sabers and staffs were the most commonly used weapons, followed by swords. Spears, axes, and halberds were much rarer. MCMAU, Zhao. Capital City Martial Arts University, Wei Shujie. Just as the two finished their introductions, there was a sudden roar from below the stage. MCMAU will win, defeat CCMAU. MCMAU will win. CCMAU will win, 1 against 5. Many people from both universities came to watch the battle. The grudges between CCMAU and MCMAU were innumerable. The first and second rarely had a harmonious relationship. Before the national championship was officially announced, these two universities would compete in private almost every year. MCMAU lost more often than they won. Silence. A powerhouse shouted, interrupting the cheers. The referee was not in a hurry to announce the start. He waited for the crowd to quiet down before shouting, begin. At the start, Zhao Xuemei and Wei Shujie moved at the same time. Wei Shujie's first move was a vertical strike with his staff. The strength of the vitality outburst surprised many people. Bastard! Backstage, Yang Xiaoman roared. Wei Shujie had hidden his strength in the last round. In the last round, Wei Shujie's vitality outburst was 30 calories at most. Perhaps CCMAU had been scheming against MCMAU and did not let Wei Shujie show his true strength. After all, he might not be Chen Jiaxing's match even if he went all out. There was still Fang Wenxiang to hold the line anyway. He had lost so easily that many people looked down on him, including MCMAU's side. This time, however, Wei Shujie was the starter. His first strike had a vitality outburst of 50 cal. Zhao Xuemei was not a martial artist who honed her upper limbs. At first, she went up with the intention of fighting fiercely. Yang Xiaoman cursed angrily, but Tang Feng frowned and said, maybe it's to trick Feng Ping. Wei Shujie was the starter. Based on MCMAU's previous situation, if Feng Ping was the starter, he would probably be the first to encounter his opponent. If Feng Ping underestimated the other party, he might be counterattacked. Feng Ping did not pay attention to what he said. Instead, he kept his eyes on the front desk. Wei Shujie's move of exploding 50 calories vitality was clearly out of Zhao Xuemei's expectations. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei could no longer retreat or dodge. She had no intention of backing down. The next moment, the two rods collided with each other, clang, with a loud bang. Zhao Xuemei retreated several steps. Her face was flushed, but she didn't vomit blood. Wei Shujie's first strike was successful, and he did not hesitate. He instantly caught up and began his second strike. This time, Zhao Xuemei used her staff to block the attack. Bang! The staff in her hand trembled and blood dripped from her hand. Zhao Xuemei pursed her lips and remained silent. She took a few more steps back. Wei Shujie's 2 consecutive attacks were blocked by Zhao Xuemei. He was a little surprised. His 2 attacks were not that easy to block. He knew Zhao Xuemei's situation. She was only a once-honed martial artist. Wei Shujie's vitality was close to 300 calories. Other than preserving the necessary vitality to survive, he could at least hack 4 to 5 times with his full strength. If Zhao Xuemei took another hit from him, her internal organs would probably be severely injured. Wei Shujie did not care what this woman was thinking. Since she was taking it head-on, he would not go easy on her. Before the audience could react, Wei Shujie's staff swept horizontally, whistling through the air. Clang, another crisp sound came from the third strike. Zhao Xuemei's hands trembled violently. The staff vibrated non-stop. In the next moment, the staff in Zhao Xuemei's hand slipped and fell to the ground with a clang. Wei Shujie's face lit up. All 3 strikes had been blocked. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei was seriously injured. This woman is putting on a brave front. Wei Shujie had no intention of showing mercy, even though he had this thought in his mind. In the blink of an eye, his 4th strike landed. The purpose of today's battle was to severely injure MCMAU's main team members. As for the next battle, he was not prepared to fight. Their goal was to retreat in one piece. Just as his fourth strike landed, Zhao Xuemei, who had been retreating, suddenly pounced forward like a ferocious tiger, slightly avoiding the front end of the staff. Zhao Xuemei suddenly grabbed the back end of the staff. Wei Shujie was not afraid. It would not be easy for Zhao Xuemei, who had not honed her upper limb bones, to grab his weapon. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. An arrow of blood shot straight at his face. Wei Shujie did not expect Zhao Xuemei to use the blood she had been holding back and not spit it out. The speed of the blood arrow was extremely fast, and the distance between them was very close. In the next moment, the blood arrow shot straight at Wei Shujie's eyes. Wei Shujie had no choice but to close his eyes. His hands were not slow at all. He put down the staff in his right hand and punched fiercely at Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei had no intention of dodging. At the same time that Wei Shujie's fist came, Zhao Xuemei took advantage of his closed eyes and could not see his movements. She kicked out fiercely. Her target was the other party's genitals. She chose to injure both sides. Even if she had to take the opponent's punch, she would cripple Wei Shujie. From Wei Shujie's first strike, Zhao Xuemei knew that she was no match for him. Instead of being the only one crippled, she would rather injure both sides. Bang! Zhao Xuemei's left shoulder took a heavy punch. Her bones made a crisp sound. But in the next moment, Zhao Xuemei kicked her opponent's genitals. Ah! The one who burst out screaming was not Zhao Xuemei, but Wei Shujie. Wei Shujie obviously did not expect that his opponent would choose to take his punch head-on instead of dodging. In addition, his eyes could not see clearly. In a moment of carelessness, he was kicked by Zhao Xuemei. A blood-curdling scream erupted. Following that, Wei Shujie knelt on the ground, moaning in pain. Zhao Xuemei had taken 3 strikes head-on, and now she was punched head-on. Her internal organs were already badly injured. Just as Wei Shujie knelt on the ground, Zhao Xuemei fell to the ground with a bang. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth. The referee frowned slightly and quickly said, "Zhao Xuemei wins. Carry her away." Wei Shujie was the first to fall, so Zhao Xuemei was declared the winner. But at that moment, victory or defeat was no longer important. Both of them were seriously injured. Zhao Xuemei's injuries were worse than Wei Shujie's. However, Wei Shujie's genitals were injured. No one knew what the outcome would be. For a man, this was more troublesome than a serious injury. F***ck, I'm scared. Fu Chongding clutched his genitals and shuddered. Then, he asked, "Are you okay? You go to the competition first. We'll go to the infirmary." Fong Ping instructed and immediately led the others to the infirmary. For this competition, an emergency infirmary had been set up backstage in the stadium. Soon, they arrived at the infirmary. Yang Xiaoman and Chen Yunqi's eyes were bloodshot. They looked at Zhao Xuemei, who was still vomiting blood. "Xuemei, doctor, Xuemei, her internal organs are injured, but it's good that she's not dead. She needs to rest for a month or so to heal her internal organs. Don't fight recklessly for 3 months. She won't die." The doctor had seen this kind of situation many times. This time, the medical team was specially transferred from the catacombs. As long as a person did not die and was willing to spend pills and resources, they could recover under normal circumstances. Of course, if it was like Sun Mingyu's broken palm, even if it was reconnected, it would still affect him in the later stages. However, at least 2 months of cultivation would be delayed. Hearing that Zhao Xuemei could recover, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The blood in Zhao Xuemei's mouth had stopped. She was still conscious. She said with difficulty, I'm fine." Fong Ping did not say anything. It was not the first time Zhao Xuemei was competitive. This time, she knew she could not win, but in the end, she still wanted to hurt both sides and cripple Wei Shujie. Thinking of this, Fong Ping was a little curious. How was Wei Shujie? He would not be crippled all of a sudden, would he? If that was the case, for a man, it would be worse than Sun Mingyu. At this moment, Wei Shujie was not here. He was in the inner room. A few people from CCMAU were there too. Fong Ping could not go and watch the show. Rest well. Fong Ping reminded them. Seeing that Bai Ruashi had also come, he did not stay here for long. There was still a fight ahead. Martial artists unleashed their full strength, went to the arena, fought for life and death, and decided victory or defeat very quickly. When Fang Ping and the others returned, they saw Fu Changding roaring and nailing Long Tao's thigh to the ground. "How dare you bully the people of MCMAU? I'll kill you." Fu Changding did not know Zhao Xuemei's condition, but it was obviously not light. He was furious now. Under full strength, he directly dealt a fatal blow. If Long Tao had not dodged in time, it would be his chest that was nailed to the ground. Coincidentally, Han Su and the others from CCMAU had also returned. Seeing this, Han Su's face darkened. Everyone from CCMAU looked pale too. Wei Shujie had been seriously injured by Zhao Xuemei. The doctor said that he would try his best to save that thing. In short, the situation was very critical. Even if he could save it this time, he could forget about going on stage in this round. Now that Long Tao was also seriously injured, Fu Changding was still talking nonsense. How could everyone not be angry? As the CCMAU instructor on the second floor admitted defeat, the medical team quickly carried people off the stage. 5 minutes into the battle, 3 people left the stage with serious injuries. Han Su did not wait for the referee to speak. He directly carried his long spear onto the stage. When Fu Changding saw him, he sneered. "Why are you still using the spear? You might as well take out your sword." "Fu Changding, do you think you can beat me?" Han Su was not in a hurry. He said lightly, "You learned the spear because of a psychological trauma, right? Back then, I shot you until you were bedridden for 2 months, Fu Changding snorted coldly. What's the point of bringing up the old stuff? Back then was back then. Don't tell me that everyone in the world who learned the spear was influenced by you, Han Su. What a joke. You and Tang Songting were actually able to enter the championship. That's beyond my expectations. I thought that MCMAU was full of talents and that the two of you would not be able to go up no matter what. As Han Su spoke, he continued, but it doesn't matter. Back then, I could beat you until you couldn't even lift your heads. It's the same now. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear hummed softly and was already stabbing forward. Han Su did not take the attack. His silhouette moved and instantly left the spot. Fu Changding had seen his footwork last time. This time, he was not careless. The long spear instantly turned from stabbing to sweeping, with him as the center, sweeping in all directions. In the next moment, Han Su's silhouette appeared. I originally wanted to save some energy, but after thinking about it, I'll finish you off cleanly. I'll use a spear. I'll let you remember for the rest of your life that as long as I, Han Su, use a spear, you'll never be a match for me. Han Su was still in the mood to talk now. On one hand, it was to destroy Fu Changding's morale. On the other hand, it showed that he was indeed at ease. There was an explosion in the air. Han Su's long spear swept forward quickly and collided with Fu Changding's long spear. Bang, sparks flew. In the next moment, Han Su's arm thickened and his temples caved in. Lu Huarong, who had been paying attention to the competition, exclaimed, "Thrice honed." No, his upper limbs have been honed before. It might be higher than 30%, Han Su had also honed his lower limbs, but at this moment, his arm suddenly thickened and exploded with a strong vitality. I thought Han Su was faster because of his footwork. Now it seems that I've underestimated Han Su. His vitality outburst is 60 calories. He's no weaker than Fang Ping. Chen Shuiyan continued, Fang Ping has met a strong opponent. Han Su is faster than him and has mastered a killer move. The two of them might not meet. By the time they finished speaking, Fu Changding and Han Su had already exchanged more than 10 blows in the arena. Han Su did not have an outburst every time, but his movements were faster than Fu Changding's. After more than 10 blows, Fu Changding was obviously at a disadvantage. Fu Changding's face was flushed, and his heart was filled with rage. Suddenly, Fu Changding roared, "Taste the Luo family spear." After saying that, the long spear in his hand swung out instantly, causing a wave of shock in the air. Han Su's expression turned solemn. He did not plan to take Fu Changding's move head-on. Han Su moved his feet and chose to dodge. However, in the next moment, everyone was a little confused. Fu Chongdang's long spear swept out, but he threw it away carelessly. He let the long spear fly, not caring if it would hurt anyone. There were so many grandmasters present. The long spear flew off the stage with a whoosh. Before the powerhouses on the second floor could act, the referee casually grabbed the long spear and caught it. Fu Chongdang, on the other hand, was already sprinting toward Han Su after throwing the long spear. Han Su's attention was attracted by the long spear just now. He was not paying attention, and Fu Chongdang closed in on him. Bang, 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 both of them closed in. Fu Chongdang's fists and legs moved at the same time. Han Su did not hesitate either, engaging in close combat with him. Both of them moved extremely quickly. A few seconds later, a figure flew out with a bang. Everyone focused and saw that it was Fu Chongdang. Fu Chongdang's face was pale, and blood seeped out of his mouth, but he was smiling smugly. After he finished smiling, his gaze quickly shifted to the second floor. He would not admit defeat. Tang Feng, who was on the second floor, looked a little helpless. He said, "Admit defeat." Only then did everyone have time to look at Han Su. Han Su's face was also a little pale, but it was much better than Fu Chongdang's. However, there was obviously a reason why Fu Chongdang was smiling smugly. At this moment, Han Su's eyes were dark purple. Both of his eyes could barely open, and there was blood dripping from his nose. Fu Chongdang took a few blows from him and punched him in the face a few times, almost disfiguring Han Su's face. Han Su's vitality was not depleted yet, but his eyes were becoming more and more swollen. It was obvious that he was about to lose his sight. When a rank 1 martial artist lost their vision, it was difficult for them to determine location by listening to the wind. Right now, Han Su obviously did not have much combat strength left. Nice hit. Seeing Fu Chongdang being carried down, Fang Ping gave him a rare compliment. Han Su had been beaten up to this extent. He might not be Yang Xiaoman's match next. Fu Chongdang panted and smiled with difficulty. This is nothing. Look at his face. You have to make him fight all the way to the finals with a pig's head. Everyone's depression from Zhao Xuemei's serious injuries earlier was now much better. They laughed immediately. Yang Xiaoman was wearing boxing gloves now. She humphed and said, "Watch me. I'll show those bastards who dare to hit women." She was talking about CCMAU and Fang Ping. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. After some thought, he reminded her, Han Su's vision is damaged. You should have a chance against him, but Fang Wenxiang's not weak. Don't get too hurt. You still have to fight them the day after tomorrow. Got it. On the stage, Yang Xiaoman looked at Han Su and gritted her teeth. Wasn't Han Su supposed to restrain Fang Ping? Fine, I'll cripple this guy today and make him unable to go on stage. Naturally, there's no need to talk about restraining myself. Although he did not want to admit it, Fang Ping was indeed the strongest in MCMAU. If he defeated Han Su, Fang Ping's chances of winning would be higher. As the referee's voice fell, Yang Xiaoman went straight to Han Su. Although Han Su's eyes were very swollen, he could still see a little. Seeing that Yang Xiaoman wanted to fight in close combat, Han Su also became determined. Since the start of the battle with the Martial Arts University Alliance, he had been repeatedly challenged by others. Even if he was not weak, it was still extremely difficult for him to win. Although Fu Chongdang had lost earlier, his injuries were worse than his. However, the other party had beaten his eyes red and swollen. At this moment, Han Su only felt that his eyes were in unbearable pain, and he became even more agitated. Yang Xiaoman closed in on him, but Han Su did not dodge at all. The next moment, Yang Xiaoman's iron fist was aimed straight at his face. Han Su was even more exasperated. He was also furious. He grabbed Yang Xiaoman's fists with both hands. His main purpose was to hone his lower limbs, and he was thrice honed. He could not rely solely on weapons to unleash his strength. Grabbing both of Yang Xiaoman's fists, Han Su exerted strength in his legs and kicked out with his right foot. Yang Xiaoman wasn't afraid of him. She lifted her leg and kicked, not to defend, but to kick his crotch. Bastard! The people below the CCMAU platform could not help but curse. Were all the women in MCMAU so King savage? attacking the nether regions had become a must-have move. Han Su wasn't so angry this time. He clamped his legs and firmly clamped her legs. This move was effective against Wei Shujia, but it was useless against him. He wasn't blind, it was just that his vision was a little blurry. While Han Su was thinking, the two of them were entangled. At this moment, the distance between them was extremely great. Yang Xiaoman didn't struggle too much. At this moment, she suddenly slammed her head forward, bang, this sound was exceptionally loud. Then, the two separated their hands and feet. Yang Xiaoman staggered a few steps, her forehead covered with blood. Han Su was in an even worse state. He staggered to the side. The three lower ranks did not hone the skull, his face had already been punched a few times by Fu Chongding, and Yang Xiaoman's headbutt almost killed him, off stage. Female martial artist, many people muttered to themselves, female martial artists are all lunatics, don't even think about marrying a female martial artist. The few MCMAU instructors on the second floor were also shocked. When did the girls in the team become so violent? They knew that Zhao Xuemei was vicious. But Yang Xiaoman wasn't this ruthless before, was she? This collision of heads was not the slightest bit ambiguous. Han Su did not feel good, and neither did Yang Xiaoman. Was this woman not afraid of being disfigured? Backstage, Fang Ping shrunk his neck, a little embarrassed. He hoped that this woman would not do the same to him one day. Obviously, Yang Xiaoman hadn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. She had deliberately entangled her opponent's hands and feet just to wait for this moment. The female members of MCMAU, beautiful fight. Before Lu Huarong could finish, Qin Shuiyan continued, female martial artists are not weaker than men. Lu Huarong saw her eager look and laughed dryly, carefully avoiding her. Female martial artists seemed to be crazy. While everyone was talking, Yang Xiaoman became a little more clear-headed and ran toward Han Su again. Han Su was much better now, but he still had an unbearable headache. The long spear that he had just put down was once again grasped in his hand. Han Su did not use the spear anymore. He twisted the longsword and stabbed Yang Xiaoman. Yang Xiaoman did not dodge at all, she clenched her hands into fists and grabbed the longsword, letting the longsword's force penetrate her. The tip of the sword pierced her shoulder. She was once again in front of Han Su, her head slamming forward again. F***CK. Han Su was furious. He could not help but curse, was this how a competition was fought? Wasn't Zhao Lei the only one who knew the iron head technique? Yang Xiaoman was a woman. Could she not do this? Cursing was one thing, but Yang Xiaoman had grabbed his sword forcefully. Her shoulder blade was injured. She would not give him a chance to escape. Bang, a muffled sound rang out again. Han Su could not take it this time. He held his head and retreated. His entire body was dizzy, and his eyes could not see at all. The blood on Yang Xiaoman's forehead had increased, making her look more ferocious. This woman took the initiative to ram her forehead into the opponent. She was much more clear-headed than Han Su. As Han Su retreated, Yang Xiaoman rushed forward again like a ferocious tiger. Hearing the movement, Han Su hurriedly dodged. However, his eyesight was poor, and Yang Xiaoman caught up to him again. This time, Yang Xiaoman was even more ruthless. She did not even grab the sword. She let the longsword pierce through her shoulder and headbutt him again. Han Su was going crazy. He hurriedly tilted his head back. In the next moment, Yang Xiaoman revealed her true intentions. She swiftly and violently kicked him in the groin. Bastard! Han Su's legs quickly clamped down on her long legs. However, he did not know if it was too late or if he had been kicked, but a lot of sweat and blood oozed out of Han Su's head and rolled down his face. Yang Xiaoman did not feel good either. Blood was gushing out of her shoulder, but she was still fierce. She grabbed his shoulder with both hands and headbutted him again. Bang, for the third time, their heads collided. This time, Yang Xiaoman fell backward. Han Su staggered and rolled down the edge of the arena. Other than the rise and fall of his chest, he was completely motionless. This match is truly unique, Lu Huarong said dryly. Very quickly, he added, but the members of MCMAU really have strong willpower. This girl, Yang Xiaoman, fights even better than the boys. He wanted to say brutal, but it was hard to say. Qin Shuiyan, on the other hand, showed a rare smile. She said, female martial artists should be like this. MCMAU's female martial artists fought beautifully. Very straightforward, Yang Xiaoman was no match for Han Su, even if he had expended a lot of HP in the early stages. But Yang Xiaoman is not as fast as him, so she may not be able to outlast him. Now Han Su has been hit 3 times, and his genitals are also injured. I don't think he can participate in tomorrow's game. Wei Shujia, Long Tao, and Han Su can't participate. If CCMAU loses this time, will they still have the strength to go up against the Martial Arts University Alliance tomorrow? It's the same for MCMAU. Zhao Xueme and Yang Xiaoman can't participate in tomorrow's competition, but Fu Changding should be able to. If more people get injured later on and MCMAU loses, they might not be able to defeat the Martial Arts University Alliance, which still has a rank 2 martial artist. This match has been full of ups and downs. The Martial Arts University Alliance might still have a chance to make a comeback. Next round, CCMAU Fang Wenxiang vs MCMAU Tang Songting. Backstage, Fang Ping glanced at Yang Xiaoman who was being carried down. He did not know what to say. At this moment, Tang Songting was about to go on stage again. Fang Ping could only attend to one side. After some thought, he said to the others, "You guys go take a look at Yang Xiaoman." These women are really, he really did not know what to say. As he said that, Fang Ping glanced at Fu Changding who had just limped back inside. "They're all fiercer than you are." Fu Changding panted heavily and said helplessly, "Don't see them as women." "Yunqi is still the best." Chen Yunqi's expression changed instantly. She glared at him fiercely and walked toward the medical room. Fu Changding was a little embarrassed. Fang Ping did not care about them. He looked at Tang Songting and said, "Don't get hurt again. If you get hurt again, we won't be able to gather enough people for the finals." The 2 women could not fight in the finals, but he, Fu Changding, and Zhao Lei could still fight. However, Tang Songting could not fight, so they could not gather 5 peak rank 1 martial artists. Tang Songting nodded and walked out. 3 minutes later, Tang Songting returned. He was carried down. Both his arms were broken. Fang Ping was completely speechless. This guy could forget about fighting in the finals. On the stage, Fang Wenxiang was still relaxed. Obviously, breaking Tang Songting's arms did not take much effort. Tang Feng walked over and said in a low voice, "The other party still has 2 people. If you can't beat them, then hold back." Fang Ping snorted softly and said impatiently, "If it wasn't for the school not giving me enough pills, I would have been the first to defeat them. It wouldn't have ended up like this, with 3 injuries." Tang Feng frowned. After a while, he said, "Don't be too arrogant." "It's not arrogance, it's confidence. However, I also know that no one will be satisfied if they don't have a chance to go on stage. If that's the case, I'll cripple the remaining 2. As for the others, you guys can slowly play with them." This was why Fang Ping did not insist on being the first. MCMAU's team members had been preparing for so long. Would they be satisfied if they were not given a chance to go on stage? Although they were injured, they were not dead. As long as they were not dead, it was fine. A delay of 1 or 2 months was not a big deal. Everyone had been progressing quickly, so they would not be left behind. The others had already gone on stage to fight. Fang Ping felt that it was about time. "I've crippled Fang Wenxiang and that person. Tomorrow, the Martial Arts University Alliance will cripple 1 or 2 of them. The day after tomorrow, the reserves team can play with them." After saying that, Fang Ping walked out with his saber. This kid, Tang Feng, did not know where he got his confidence from. Although Fang Ping was strong, he was not ridiculously strong. If he encountered Han Su and Fang Wenxiang, he might not be able to win for sure. This was also the reason he did not let Fang Ping be the first. He was afraid that if Fang Ping was crippled, it would be difficult for him to fight next. In the arena, Fang Ping looked at Fang Wenxiang. He did not care about the time and asked with a smile, "From the Fang family of Donghu?" "Yes. They had the same surname as me. Your family almost caused me to get beaten up by my instructor because my instructor hates people with the surname Fang." Fang Wenxiang frowned and said lightly, "Is that so? Then I'm sorry." "No need. The best way to apologize is to cripple you." Fang Ping grinned. Also, I've been annoyed by your arm guard for a long time. Fang Wenxiang laughed and shook his head. You're very confident. Because I'm very strong. I don't think the battle between rank 1 martial artists is very interesting. My goal is the Sea of Stars, 2nd floor. An old man suddenly laughed and said, Old Huang, since when did the little fella from MCMAU talk so much nonsense? Huang Jing said lightly, Lu Fengru's student, old devil Fang, you better be careful. Lu Fengru has wanted to beat you to death for a long time. Lu Fengru is just relying on, what? Not convinced? I won't argue with you. I want to see what Lu Fengru's student can do. Following the words of the two grandmasters on the 2nd floor. Below the stage, Fang Ping continued, aren't you very confident? You haven't been avoiding or defending. This time, let's be more straightforward and not hide. What do you think? Fang Wenxiang frowned again. If that's what you want, I don't mind. Alright, you said it. Before Fang Ping finished speaking, his Chengdao was already in the air. This time, the air vibrated especially violently. One of the spectators in the front row felt the pressure instantly. Manic Explosion's ultimate move. Lu Huarong was also shocked. He exclaimed, Fang Wenxiang, dodge. The vitality outburst of this slash had reached 100 cal. Before the Chengdao reached him, Fang Wenxiang already felt a strong threat and unparalleled pressure. Roar. Fang Wenxiang roared angrily, raising both his arms quickly to block, dodge my ass. Fang Ping followed him like a shadow. His movements were not as fast as Fang Ping's. If he dodged, he would be cut in half by Fang Ping. Thud, a loud noise was heard. The Chengdao slashed the arm guard, creating sparks from the friction. Fang Wenxiang roared, but his legs were still bent. His face was red, and blood was spewing from his mouth. Just when he thought that he had blocked the slash, Lu Huarong was shocked again. Double slash. Ultimate move, double slash. Only when a rank 1 martial artist had a vitality outburst of around 100 calories would it be considered an ultimate move. Rank 1 martial artists who were twice honed only had a high vitality of around 300 calories. Double slash was more than 200 calories vitality. This would deplete almost all of the vitality that could be used. If 2 slashes could not kill the enemy, martial artists with insufficient vitality would be at the mercy of others. Fang Wenxiang heard it too and felt the pressure coming from above his head. When he thought of Fang Ping's vitality being depleted, he would be at the mercy of others if he blocked this move. Fang Wenxiang did not hesitate anymore. He roared again, shouting, shake the heavens. A punch that shook the heavens. Instead of defending, it was better to take the initiative to attack. 80 cal vitality outburst. Qin Shuiyan was also shocked. These two people were so strong. Clang, a loud noise was heard again. Fang Ping took a small step back, but Fang Wenxiang took a few steps back. Blood dripped from his mouth. Not only was blood dripping from his mouth, but blood was also dripping from his fists that were wrapped in boxing gloves through the ventilation holes. Although Fang Wenxiang had blocked the slash, it was not surprising that his fists were heavily injured and his bones were broken. Let's see how you die. Fang Wenxiang roared. His vitality was not as depleted as Fang Ping's. Before he finished speaking, Fang Wenxiang had already rushed forward. His fists could not move, but he still had his legs. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly opened his mouth and said, the pill is here. Do you want to eat it? After saying that, Fang Ping's vitality began to recover rapidly. F***ck. Fang Wenxiang had almost forgotten about this. He had almost forgotten that Fang Ping did not consume the pill during the competition. Just as he was about to deliver himself to him, Fang Ping struck again for the 3rd time. Surrender! Someone on the 2nd floor shouted. The referee hurriedly pulled Fang Wenxiang back. As they retreated, Fang Ping strode forward and chased after them. A powerhouse on the 2nd floor said angrily, he surrendered. Why are you still chasing? I consumed the pill. Compensate me with the pill and I won't chase anymore. Fang Ping was also furious. I just consumed a rank 1 vitality pill. I haven't even used it yet, and you actually surrendered. The referee was speechless. He had no choice but to kick Fang Ping's Changdao. He did not dare to take this attack with his bare hands. After all, Fang Ping was only a rank 1. When the rank 5 referee attacked, Fang Ping's saber slid sideways and struck the pillar at the side of the arena. With a loud bang, the pillar was split into pieces. Fang Ping panted and stared at Fang Wenxiang, who still had a lingering fear in his heart. He huffed and said, "Consider yourself lucky. Just you wait the day after tomorrow. Surrender now, or I'll definitely kill you." Fang Wenxiang's face was flushed. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The 2 slashes just now had injured him badly. "Can you go on stage the day after tomorrow?" "Probably not. But if you don't compensate me for the pill, I'll slash you every time I see you." "I..." Fang Wenxiang was completely dizzy. He was really dizzy. Blood flowed freely from his mouth. On the second floor, Grandmaster Fang's face darkened. Huang Jing grinned and said, "Old devil Fang, this kid comes from a poor family. He treats every pill like a treasure. If your grandson doesn't compensate him for the pills, I guarantee that what he said is true. I'll slash him every time I see him." "Humph. Don't even think about making a move. This is an MCMAU student and also Lu Fengru's student. Let your grandson think about it." After saying that, Huang Jing said nonchalantly again, TSK, if he takes a pill in advance and uses the ultimate move 3 consecutive slashes, can he do 4 consecutive slashes, 5 consecutive slashes? Sigh, CCMAU, be careful. It's not that we don't want to save him if he dies this time. As soon as he said that, the few CCMAU instructors' faces darkened. How the F***CK were they supposed to fight? That was because Fang Ping, who was below the arena, had swallowed 2 rank 1 vitality pills in a row. His vitality was slowly recovering. P.S. Thank you, ZCX Diver Boss, for your reward. Thank you, 3325 Boss, for your reward. Thank you, 3 Soy Sauce Not Passing By, Lufa Stir Fried Youtiao, Feng Yuan, for your reward. Thank you to all friends who subscribed, rewarded, and voted. In the arena, Fang Ping consumed 2 rank 1 vitality pills in a row. His vitality recovered by more than half. Watching the last CCMAU member enter the arena, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Don't run. If I don't kill you in 3 slashes, you can do whatever you want." Lu Haoming wanted to cry. He was only a reserve team member. Although he was also a peak rank 1, he was much weaker than the main team. Previously, they placed Han Su 3rd and Fang Wenxiang 4th. CCMAU felt that it was fine even if the 5th person did not enter the arena. But now, Han Su lost miserably. He was forcefully swapped by a woman. Fang Wenxiang was even worse. He was almost killed. Now that MCMAU's Fang Ping's vitality had recovered and he had mastered the ultimate move, how could he fight? Lu Haoming exhaled. Although he knew he would lose, he could not avoid the battle. The referee gave the order. Fang Ping's first move was a slash. Lu Haoming quickly dodged. "Do you really think my stepping techniques are not as fast as yours?" Fang Ping's feet hovered in the air and chased after him. "This is?" Lu Huarong was dumbfounded. Chen Shuiyan watched for a while and said uncertainly, "Is he showing off his combat techniques?" I think you're right." Lu Huarong was completely speechless. Fang Ping was showing off his combat techniques. Motherf **Ker, did he need to hover in the air to chase someone? Although he could do it in an elevated stance, it was only for a short distance. Moreover, unless it was absolutely necessary, it would be strenuous and would consume a lot of vitality. Fang Ping obviously did not have this concept. Next, he leaped into the air and slashed down. Lu Haoming rolled and dodged hurriedly. Fang Ping's slash created a big hole in the arena's floor. In the next moment, Fang Ping slashed again with his ultimate move. He did not care whether Lu Haoming retreated or not. He slashed at the pillar. With a bang, the second pillar broke into pieces. The referee's face darkened. What was this kid doing? Fang Ping did not care. He paused for a while, took out a pill and swallowed it. He grinned. "Do you admit defeat or not? I'll slash randomly. If you die, it'll be too late to admit defeat." No one knew where he was going to hit in the next moment, so it wasn't strange for him to kill someone. Lu Haoming still did not speak. Actually, Fang Ping did not want to give him a chance to speak. In the next moment, Fang Ping swung his saber in the air again, bang. This time, Lu Haoming was unable to escape and was sent flying by the saber strike. Blood splattered in the air. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Fang Ping did not hear any words of surrender, but he did not hesitate. He slashed again. He didn't even have to think about using his ultimate move. Does this count as an ultimate move? Lu Huarong was a little confused. What was an ultimate move? This was a move that could only be used in a desperate situation. Now that he had finished using it, he would have to find a way out of this desperate situation. He had to be careful not to be killed by the counterattack. What about now? Fang Ping did not seem to care about money. Since the start of the last match, how many slashes had he made? You want to show off your combat skills and walk in the air? Does your vitality cost nothing? Lu Haoming, who had been sent flying, was actually in a daze. He was not as resilient as Feng Wenxiang, and he had nearly lost his life with that one saber strike. A few CCMAU instructors on the second floor looked at each other. After a while, someone sighed and said, "Admit defeat." He had no choice but to admit defeat. There was really no way he could fight. Huang Jing smiled, but Tang Feng had a strange expression on his face. In his heart, he was guessing how many pills Fang Ping would be reimbursed for when he returned this time. Fang Ping had eaten 4 rank 1 vitality pills. This wasn't a competition, it was a fight for money. Fang Ping did it on purpose. He would only get new ones if he ate them. Only then would his wealth increase. If he did not eat them, the school would not reimburse him. MCMAU wins. The referee announced the result and Lu Haoming was carried off the stage. Lu Huarong was speechless. After a while, he said, Feng Wenxiang is heavily injured, Lu Haoming is heavily injured, and the 3 people in front are also heavily injured. How will CCMAU fight tomorrow? Yes, how was CCMAU going to fight tomorrow? Can Zhang Zhengguang and Li Ran go on stage? Even if he went on stage, could he be Qin Jiaxing's opponent? This competition is getting more and more difficult to see through. Martial Arts University Alliance might be about to make a comeback. Lu Huarong sighed with emotion. They were really going to make a comeback. If CCMAU lost tomorrow, the Martial Arts University Alliance would at least be in 2nd place, and CCMAU would drop to 3rd place. CCMAU, who had been brave at the beginning of the match, was almost crippled by MCMAU. It wasn't that he was almost crippled, but that he was already half crippled. Feng Wenxiang, who had a vitality outburst of 80 calories in one move, could defeat Qin Jiaxing if he was not severely injured. But now, who in CCMAU could resist Qin Jiaxing, off stage? Fang Ping looked relaxed. When he saw Tang Feng, before he could say anything, Tang Feng sighed and said, 5 pills. Instructor, if you take pills randomly again, I'll make you withdraw from the competition. Tang Feng was also speechless. This bastard was actually showing off his martial arts skills on the stage. Motherf asterisk Kerr, stepping in the air was not stepping, it was burning money. With that step, half a rank 1 vitality pill was gone. As he said that, Tang Feng asked slightly curiously, how fast is your absorption speed? About 2 to 3 seconds for rank 1 pills, and slower for rank 2 pills. High-ranked pills can't be used in the competition. This was also an explanation for not using rank 2 pills, and also to make everyone feel at ease. I can only digest pills of the same rank, don't worry about me being too awesome. Fang Ping explained and immediately asked, can CCMAU still fight tomorrow? I'm not sure. Li Ran and Zhang Zhengguang might go on stage, and with 3 peak rank 1 martial artists, there's still a chance. The Martial Arts University Alliance is really crippled. Who else in the Martial Arts University Alliance could fight now, other than Qin Jiaxing? There were 2 upper stage rank 1 martial artists who were not injured, and the rest were seriously injured. The strength of CCMAU's reserves team was too strong. There were 5 peak rank 1 martial artists, and now there were only 3 left. Even if they were beaten to this state by MCMAU, the other party still had the strength to fight. Whatever, we'll just wait for the finals the day after tomorrow. Whether it's against the Martial Arts University Alliance or CCMAU, it's all the same. Fang Ping's expression was indifferent, and then he sighed. Instructor, Han Su is too useless. I didn't even meet him. Does that 100 credits count? Han Su was directly eliminated by Fu Chongding and Yang Xiaoman. He did not meet him, so he did not know how the school calculated it. We'll talk about it later. Tang Feng humphed. This kid, how many resources had he used recently? Everyone talked and went to the infirmary together. Tang Songting slapped the board with both hands and asked hurriedly, how is it? Fang Ping said indifferently, I told you not to mess around, but you didn't listen. I went on stage, so what do you think? Fang Wenxiang is seriously injured, Lu Haoming is seriously injured. I saw it just now. Tang Songting added. He saw people being carried in just now, but he did not expect Fang Ping's clothes to be undamaged. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman had also woken up. Her head was still a little groggy, and she mumbled something that Fang Ping did not hear clearly. Fang Ping said hurriedly, you didn't knock yourself silly, did you? Get lost. Yang Xiaoman roared weakly. Then, she felt a splitting headache and said softly, my face. Fang Ping could not bear to look at her and turned his head away. Fu Chongding also sighed softly and lowered his head. Everyone else lowered their heads and did not speak. It was not that they did not want to speak, but they did not dare to speak under the glares of the other two. Xianxia was just about to speak when Fang Ping sighed and said, it's okay. She's a female martial artist. Don't look at her like a woman, I really, Yang Xiaoman had just woken up. When she heard what they said, her eyes reddened. Am I really disfigured? Fang Ping comforted her. It's really okay. Your family is rich. At worst, you can go for plastic surgery. Fang Ping. Xianxia chided and quickly comforted, Xiaoman, it's okay. It's just a bruise on your forehead. You'll be fine soon. Really? Really? Then, do you have a mirror? Fang Ping pursed his lips and looked at Zhao Xueme, who was still in a deep sleep on the other bed. You guys. I told you to admit defeat if you couldn't beat me, but no one paid any attention to me. You just had to be brave. I alone am enough. Give me your pills, and I'll wipe them all out. Look at you now, all of you are lying down and your cultivation has been delayed. The school is the same. Just to suppress me, I have to go last. Bai Ruoshi, who had always been good-tempered, could not help but shout, Fang Ping, shut up. Fang Ping laughed dryly and said quickly, Instructor, what are the arrangements for the day after tomorrow? Depends. Depends on tomorrow's situation. See how much strength CCMAU can retain. Try to let everyone go on stage to gain some experience. At this moment, there were many people from MCMAU who had not gone on stage yet. Zhao Lei, Jin Lei, Sui Kai, Li Zhaoxiu, and Chen Yunqi. If all of them went on stage, Fang Ping would not stand a chance. However, it was impossible for the school not to arrange for Fang Ping to go on stage when a lion was fighting a rabbit. Fang Ping said with some regret, if I had known, I would have defeated 5 of them yesterday. I definitely won't have the chance this time. Let's see. The championship is so important because of the problem of resources. In reality, it's just a competition between rank 1 martial artists. It's not that important. Bai Ruoshi also said something that hurt others. If it did not involve the competition between martial arts universities, a rank 1 martial artist was really not worth mentioning. 40 rank 1 martial artists. Now that there was a rank 4, they could all be killed. Fang Ping sighed. If it wasn't for the preparation, I would have been rank 2 long ago. If I had known that these people were so weak, I would have broken through to rank 2. In order to prepare for the competition, his main focus was on combat techniques. Otherwise, his progress in rank 2 was not small. Bai Ruoshi was speechless. She did not know what to say. Just when she was speechless, Tang Feng appeared again. He snorted as soon as he entered the door. You're so confident. After the competition, I'll send you to the catacombs. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Lion Tang just did not like him, he did not have the strength, or else he would have beaten him into a lion's head. After chatting for a while, a few injured people still needed rest. Everyone left. Following the end of the competition between CCMAU and MCMAU, Fang Ping was really on fire this time. The strongest rank 1 martial artist. CCMAU lost to MCMAU. MCMAU Captain Fang Ping swept CCMAU's prodigies. Who will be the top elite school? Martial Arts University Alliance has a chance to turn the tables. All kinds of reports came out, but none of them could avoid Fang Ping. MCMAU's freshman captain Fang Ping's performance in this competition was indeed stronger than everyone else. He was the only martial artist who did not suffer any injuries up until now. However, some people did not agree. Fang Ping did not meet the two rank 2 martial artists or Han Su. Otherwise, he might not have come out unscathed. However, Fang Ping's strength was recognized. Some people also thought that Fang Ping relied on the pills he swallowed to achieve an undefeated result. This guy ate rank 1 vitality pills like they were jelly beans. Many people were envious of him. At the same time, Magic City Catacombs Sanatorium. Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing were lying on the hospital beds, watching the broadcast. Qin Fengqing chuckled. This kid is interesting. What kind of physique does he have? Old Wang, say, when he reaches rank 3 and masters a rank 3 ultimate move, if he takes pills, will he be able to use the ultimate move limitlessly? If that's the case, even a rank 4 would be hacked to death, right? Wang Jinyang pondered. There should still be a limit. Moreover, a person's stamina and energy are limited. It's impossible to use it limitlessly, but it shouldn't be a problem to hack 10 or 20 times, right? Probably. Wang Jinyang was not too sure. Fang Ping had hacked 6 or 7 ultimate moves today. If he really reached rank 3, he might be able to hack more than 10 ultimate moves. If that was the case, a rank 4 might not be his match. Of course, this was only limited to those rank 4 who were not that strong. If a rank 4 was strong enough to kill Fang Ping in one move, you would need a chance to hack 10,000 times. Qin Fengqing continued, after this, rank 2 won't be a problem. I think rank 3 won't be long either. He might be able to enter rank 3 before the start of his sophomore year. If I don't work harder, this kid will really catch up to me. Old Wang, have you considered forming a battle team and pulling a few people in to explore the catacombs together? Wang Jinyang sighed. It's too dangerous. It was not that the catacombs was too dangerous, but that it was too dangerous to follow them. Forget about rank 2 and 3 martial artists, even weaker rank 4 martial artists would lose their lives if they went through so much trouble. Wang Jinyang had always thought that Qin Fengqing's life was extremely tough. For example, a few days ago, Qin Fengqing could actually run so fast after being hit by a rank 5 powerhouse. Wang Jinyang was dumbfounded. He thought that Qin Fengqing had been hacked to death. Qin Fengqing did not think much of it. He grinned and said, there are rewards when you take risks. This time, I'll definitely finish honing my torso and achieve peak rank 3. Once I reach peak rank 3, rank 4 won't be far. As he spoke, he had already forgotten about the battle team and Fang Ping. No matter how strong these people were, they were only rank 1. They were just chatting now because they were bored. He could really drag them to their deaths. January 14, CCMAU vs Martial Arts University Alliance. On this day, Fang Ping accompanied Fang Yuan to watch the battle again. As expected, CCMAU's Li Ran and Zhang Zhenguang went up to the stage. The other 3 reserve team members also went up to the stage. On the Martial Arts University Alliance's side, Chen Jiaxing, the rank 2 martial artist, went up to the stage. Something unexpected happened. Sun Mingyu, with a broken palm, went up to the stage with injuries. Other than Sun Mingyu, Liang Weiyao, with a broken arm, also went up to the stage. The Martial Arts University Alliance was fighting with their backs to the wall. Of the 5 people who went up to the stage, 2 were injured, 2 were upper stage rank 1 martial artists, and Chen Jiaxing. CCMAU was not much better. Zhang Zhenguang's arm was still bandaged and stained with blood. Li Ran's face was still pale, and her internal injuries had not healed. The other 3 peak rank 1 martial artists were unharmed. Looking at this battle lineup, Fang Ping felt a little emotional. The Martial Arts University Alliance really wanted 30% of CCMAU's resources. Otherwise, they would not have sent a few injured people to fight again. What about CCMAU? CCMAU was trying to preserve its prestige as a famous school and preserve the dignity of the #1 martial arts university. This was also the reason for fighting to the death. Losing to the Martial Arts University Alliance and losing resources was not a big deal, but CCMAU's title as number 1 would be completely gone. This battle was destined to not be any better than the battle between the 8-School Alliance and the Martial Arts University Alliance. It might be even more tragic. The truth was as Fang Ping had predicted. The fight was brutal. The Martial Arts University Alliance lost in the end. 2 upper stage rank 1 martial artists barely managed to exchange points with a peak rank 1 martial artist from CCMAU. Sun Mingyu, with a broken palm and injury, encountered a peak rank 1 martial artist. At the cost of the wound on his waist opening up and bleeding profusely, he swung his axe at his opponent's back, severely injuring him on the spot. Liang Weiyao hammered with one arm. In the end, he was no match for the 3rd peak rank 1 martial artist from CCMAU and was forced to leave the stage with serious injuries. Chen Jiaxing, who was the last, fought like a madman this time. His dual sabers almost killed the martial artist who had severely injured Liang Weiyao. It was the referee who pulled him back and spared his opponent's life. Li Ran was the 4th to fight. This woman also fought to the point of madness. In the end, her internal injuries acted up and she kept spewing blood. The CCMAU powerhouse had no choice but to admit defeat and end the battle. Although Chen Jiaxing was a rank 2 martial artist, his vitality was limited. When he fought Zhang Zhenguang, the last person, Zhang Zhenguang was only injured in his arm and was still in good condition. In the end, he focused on avoiding the battle and tortured Chen Jiaxing to death. In the last moment, the two of them fought. Chen Jiaxing broke his arm and Zhang Zhenguang almost twisted his neck. It was the referee who saved Chen Jiaxing. At this point, both teams were almost crippled. After watching the battle, Fang Ping mumbled, "Who are we fighting tomorrow?" It seemed like there was no way to fight, the battle was too crazy. Today, almost all the people from CCMAU were crippled. Other than Han Su who might be able to fight, the others seemed to be crippled. The leaders of CCMAU were also silent. How could they fight? MCMAU had a lot of martial artists who did not fight, however, at this moment, CCMAU had encountered the Martial Arts University Alliance twice and MCMAU once. They were completely annihilated. The finals were also a headache for them. Could they gather 5 people? Han Su was one. Fang Wenxiang was half dead now. Lu Haoming was the same. Wei Shujia's genitals were not healed yet. Long Tao's thigh bone was broken by the long spear. The 5 people who fought today were also extremely tragic. Even Zhang Zhenguang, who was the last, had lost an arm. Fang Ping was not in the mood to think about the arrangements for tomorrow's competition. It was not his business. The government's goal had been achieved at this point in the competition. The public saw the brutality of the martial artists. They saw that they dared to fight to the death and felt the majesty of martial arts. MCMAU's goal had been achieved because it was almost a sure win. The Martial Arts University Alliance had also achieved their goal. They could divide some of the 8-School Alliance's resources. Even if CCMAU got second place, it would not be a big loss. It was just a little embarrassing to be defeated by MCMAU. After calculating, other than the rank 1 martial artists who fought, no one suffered too many losses. The 8-School Alliance's losses were not small. As for the martial artists who participated in the battle, they actually received a lot of resources and compensation. As long as they did not die, even Sun Mingyu might have a chance to completely heal the broken palm. Does this count as a happy ending? The moment he walked out of the gym, Fang Ping mocked himself. Martial arts was not easy. Martial artists were not easy. In this tragic battle, it was really hard to distinguish right from wrong. The government needed it, the martial arts circle needed it, the martial arts universities needed it, the martial artists also needed it, using the blood of some rank 1 martial artists to wake up the ordinary people, to wake up the vitality martial artists. This world was not so comfortable or peaceful. The night of the 14th, MCMAU's training room. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Tang Feng said in a low voice. Tomorrow is the finals, the last match. Who will fight and who won't? Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone looked at each other. It was hard to decide who would fight in the last match. Now, there were many who had not fought. There would always be people who would not get the chance to fight. Fighting meant risk, but since they had entered the team, it would be a great pity if they did not even get the chance to fight in the end. Zhao Lei was unwilling to pass on the responsibility. He said, "Instructor, I want to fight." Fang Ping pursed his lips and muttered, "Give the others a chance." Zhao Lei's face turned green. "Give who a chance? I haven't even F***king had a chance to show my face yet. Give someone a chance, and I'll just be a bystander this time." Zhao Lei was MCMAU's top student and one of the best among the new students. Even if he was not Tang Feng's student, Tang Feng would not reject his request to fight. Hearing that, he nodded. "All right, you count in." "Instructor, I want to contribute to the school too." "All right, Jean Lei count in." "Instructor, I want to fight too." Before Fu Changding could finish, Tang Feng thought for a moment and said, "Fu Changding, your injury has not healed. Leave the chance to the others." Fu Changding looked gloomy. He said unhappily, "Instructor, if CCMAU suddenly makes a mistake and I don't fight, we'll be in danger." Tang Feng glanced at him. The MCMAU students were more confident than the other. "Instructor, all right, Zhao Lei, Jean Lei, Sui Kai, and Li Zhaoxi will fight. Fang Ping will hold the line." Tang Feng finally decided on the candidates. Beside him, Chen Yunqi's face was red. She stammered, "Instructor, Tang Feng looked at her for a while and said lightly, "Chen Yunqi will be in charge of logistics for everyone." "Instructor," Chen Yunqi's eyes were red. She was about to cry. Fu Changding also felt it was unfair. "Instructor, this isn't appropriate, right? Chen Yunqi is still a peak rank 1. On the stage, a peak rank 1 who doesn't dare to fight is worse than an upper stage rank 1. Fu Changding was speechless. He muttered and did not say anything else. Chen Yunqi gritted her teeth and said, "Teacher, I'm not afraid to fight." "You're not afraid to fight?" "Yes, if you really go up on stage, you might not necessarily be afraid to fight. You can take the initiative to fight, or you can passively fight. These are two completely different concepts." Tang Feng said calmly, "If there aren't enough people, you can go on stage. But since there are enough people, you don't have to go on stage." Fang Ping saw that Chen Yunqi was on the verge of tears. He said lazily, "It's so simple. Just do what Zhao Xuemei did. Challenge Zhao Lei to a one-on-one battle. Defeat Zhao Lei, and you take over." "Instructor, this isn't wrong, is it?" Zhao Lei's face darkened. "Why me?" There were still 3 upper stage rank 1 martial artists present. Tang Feng glanced at Fang Ping, then looked at Chen Yunqi and said, "Fang Ping is right. If you really want to go on stage, you can choose one of the contestants to challenge. Zhao Lei will do." "Chen Yunqi, don't be a coward," Fang Ping encouraged. Fu Changding looked like he was watching a show. He smiled and said, "Yunqi, if you want to challenge someone, challenge Zhao Lei. That's the only way you can show your strength. Don't be afraid. Even if you're injured, we don't lack people." Even if Zhao Lei was injured, he, Fu Changding, was still there. It would be best if both of them were injured. He would definitely get a chance to go on stage. At this moment, Zhao Lei wanted to punch these 2 people to death. Who the F***ck did I offend? I've been a bystander from the beginning until now. I finally got one last chance, and you 2 still want to mess with me? Seeing Chen Yunqi sneaking glances at him, looking tempted, Zhao Lei had to say, "Chen Yunqi, if we're really injured before the competition, it's okay. I'll hold the line. We won't lose." Fang Ping interrupted him. "Fang Ping." Zhao Lei gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Lei said again, "It's not that I don't dare to accept the challenge, but we have to fight tomorrow. As a member of the main team, I have to fight in the last match no matter what." He had made his stance clear. If Chen Yunqi really wanted to challenge him, she could not blame him for being merciless. Chen Yunqi hesitated. She looked at the other 3. Li Zhaoxiu and the other 2 were a little nervous. They were only upper stage rank 1. If they really fought with Chen Yunqi, they would most likely be no match. They had not fought before. It was not easy to defeat CCMAU in the finals, giving everyone a chance. It would be a pity if they could not fight now. Seeing this, Zhao Lei suddenly said, "Instructor, I think Fang Ping doesn't have to fight." Fang Ping snorted and said casually, "Sure, you hold the line. I don't mind. If we really lose, the school can't blame us for not doing our best. Han Su still has the strength to fight. Can Zhao Lei really win against Han Su?" If he loses, Tang Feng did not care about Zhao Lei's opinion. If Fang Ping really did not fight and MCMAU was counterattacked, the vice-chancellor and dean would tear him apart. Chen Yunqi did not want to challenge Fang Ping. She glanced at the other three, then suddenly looked at Jean Lei and said, "Instructor, I want to challenge Jean Lei." Jean Lei's expression was one of exasperation. "Motherf asterisk Kerr, why did you choose me? If you choose me as your husband, I'll be happy to. But not now." He looked at Tang Feng helplessly. Tang Feng did not care about this. He said lightly, "Jean Lei, you fight Chen Yunqi." "Yes." Jean Lei had no choice but to walk out, his expression a little gloomy. Chen Yunqi looked apologetic as well. She said softly, "I'm sorry." "It's okay. Come on." Jean Lei was a man. Even if he was unhappy, he could not say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, a long leg appeared in front of his eyes, heading straight for his crotch. F***ck. Women. Scary. Fu Chongding and Fang Ping echoed each other. They both shuddered. What was wrong with these women? The corners of Zhao Lei and the others' mouths twitched. MCMAU's style was terrible, slapping the face, hitting the crotch, hitting the head. What kind of tricks were these? After all, Chen Yunqi was a twice-honed peak rank 1 martial artist. If they really fought, Jean Lei, who was only upper stage rank 1, was naturally no match for her. After blocking countless kicks to the crotch, Jean Lei had no choice but to shout, "I admit defeat." After shouting defeat, Jean Lei was already sweating profusely. He looked at Chen Yunqi helplessly. Chen Yunqi showed a shy expression again. She said softly, "Jean Lei, I'm sorry, it's okay." Jean Lei smiled bitterly. What could he do? He was no match for her. He could not beat her. He was also afraid of being crippled. He could only admit defeat. Tang Feng watched for a while and said, "Then it'll be the 5 of you. Fang Ping will hold the line. Zhao Lei will start first." Fang Ping disagreed. "Instructor, I think it's more suitable for Zhao Lei to hold the line with me. It'll give the others a chance to gain experience. Zhao Lei is so strong. If he can defeat him, won't the others have no chance? How about this? Li Zhaoxi will start first, Sui Kai second, Chen Yunqi third, Zhao Lei fourth." Zhao Lei's expression was extremely ugly. How many people in CCMAU could fight? He was fourth. Would he really have a chance to go on stage? Unexpectedly, Tang Feng did not refute this time. He thought for a while and nodded. "That's fine. We can't underestimate CCMAU. Han Su still has combat strength. The others might not be unable to go on stage. Including the heavily injured Li Ran and Zhang Zhenguang. They can still go on stage?" Fu Chongding sighed. "Are they unkillable cockroaches? CCMAU is willing to pay a price. It's not impossible." Tang Feng said seriously, 2 twice-honed peak rank 1 and 1 thrice-honed peak rank 1. Moreover, they all have full combat strength. With such a configuration, if they still lose, Tang Feng was about to speak when Zhao Lei said in a low voice, "Instructor, I'll make sure CCMAU can't pass the 5th stage." Fang Ping did not say anything. If he succeeded, then it would be fine. If CCMAU really defeated him, Zhao Lei would be the one who would be embarrassed. January 15th. The finals of the championship. MCMAU Gym. In the blink of an eye, it's the last day of the championship. MCMAU will fight CCMAU again. Lu Huarong sighed and kicked off the finals. These few days, I've had a lot of thoughts. Some people are still deeply engraved in my mind. 8 School Alliance. The last battle. Wang Yuelong, who fell to the ground and cried. Martial Arts University Alliance. Sun Mingyu, who refused to retreat even after breaking his palm. 3 battles, 3 defeats. Qin Jiaxing, who knelt and cried in the last battle yesterday, Honestly, these young martial artists have also ignited the passion in my heart. How many years has it been? These few days, I can't wait to go on stage and fight. I'll fight like crazy. Who cares about life and death? Young martial artists need this kind of courage and vigor. Qin Shuiyan continued, it's not just the male martial artists. These few days, a few female martial artists have also performed very well. Zhao Xuemei defeated the strong as the weak, fighting to the death without retreating. Yang Xiaoman took out Han Su, exchanging injury for injury. Li Ran fought with injuries. His internal injuries flared up, but he still fought to the end, not retreating until he died. It's because of martial artists like this that we have what we have now, and what we have today. After the two of them talked for a while, Lu Huarong went straight to the point. Today, CCMAU will fight MCMAU against MCMAU. Will CCMAU make a comeback and clear CCMAU's name, or will MCMAU defeat CCMAU again and win consecutive battles? Will MCMAU rise to the top, or will CCMAU make a comeback? Let's take a look at the lineup of both sides. MCMAU, Li Zhaoxiu, Sui Kai, Chen Yunqi, Zhao Lei, Fang Ping. CCMAU, Fang Wenxiang, Zhang Zhenguang, Han Su, Zhang Yichuan, Yang Shuai. Seeing such a lineup, Lu Huarong was slightly surprised. He said, I can see MCMAU's intention. They fight steadily and train their troops. Fang Ping will hold the line and seek stability. But what's the situation with CCMAU? Can Fang Wenxiang and Zhang Zhenguang fight again? Han Su is in the middle. What does this mean? All 5 of CCMAU's people are injured. Zhang Yichuan and Yang Shuai were also seriously injured yesterday. I don't understand CCMAU's lineup. At the same time, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Fang Wenxiang and Zhang Zhenguang are fighting. These two are seriously injured. As for the other two, it feels like they were pulled out to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Tang Feng was on the second floor. Bai Ruoxi was left on the first floor. Bai Ruoxi also frowned slightly. CCMAU may have other motives. The other party may not have given up on fighting for first place. Han Su's injury is not serious. If CCMAU really gives up, then Han Su will be the starter. Let Han Su defeat a few more people to boost CCMAU's morale at the beginning. Even if they lose later, it will not be embarrassing. But now Fang Wenxiang is the starter. Fang Wenxiang's strength is not weak, but his injury last time was not light. But he has a grandmaster grandfather here too. As Fang Ping said that, he looked at Li Zhaoxiu and said, it's the last battle. Try to avoid getting injured and wasting time. If you really can't beat them, don't force yourself. Li Zhaoxiu nodded and said nothing. You guys are the same. If you really can't beat them, there's no need to fight to the death. It's not time yet. If you really want to fight to the death, Zhao Lei in the 4th place can fight to the death. Zhao Lei already did not want to speak. Did I provoke you again? Although Fang Ping did not say it, he would not let CCMAU's people enter the 5th person. But why did Fang Ping keep pushing him? Zhao Lei was indignant. Fang Ping was indignant too. Who asked your instructor to always push me? On the stage. Li Zhaoxiu and Fang Wenxiang quickly went on stage. Fang Wenxiang's face was still pale. Obviously, his old injury had not healed. Seeing Li Zhaoxiu, Fang Wenxiang glanced at him and then turned his gaze to Fang Ping who was behind him. Fang Ping rubbed his hands, looking like he was asking for money. Fang Wenxiang suddenly felt like he had eaten *T and hurriedly shifted his gaze. Begin. At the referee's command, Li Zhaoxiu moved his feet like a snake, slithering around the stage. Fang Wenxiang, however, did not move. He only faced Li Zhaoxiu directly. Wherever Li Zhaoxiu appeared, Fang Wenxiang would face him directly. He did not move forward, nor did he retreat. Backstage. Fang Ping watched for a while and frowned slightly. Fang Wenxiang's injury should not have healed. Although he still has the strength to fight, he might only have the strength for 1 or 2 punches. Right now, he's not dodging. He probably wants to wait for Li Zhaoxiu to get close to him and decide the outcome with 1 punch. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Sui Kai and said, Li Zhaoxiu might not be his match. When you go on stage later, don't think about exhausting his vitality. Focus on dodging and give him a few punches on the chest. I think his internal injuries have not healed yet. I'm afraid he can't move much. Give him a few punches and you should be able to finish him off. Of course, don't get hit yourself. His punches are not easy to receive. Got it. Sui Kai responded. Meanwhile, on the stage, there were changes. Li Xiaoxiu circled around a few times. Fang Wenxiang still did not move. This made Li Xiaoxiu slightly anxious. This was his first time going on stage in a championship. It was not a good thing to face a seriously injured person in public and not dare to get close to him. Feeling anxious, Li Xiaoxiu could not help it anymore. The next moment, Li Xiaoxiu exerted force on his feet and stomped heavily on the ground. His silhouette dashed forward rapidly. Fang Wenxiang's arm, which had not moved all this while, suddenly expanded. Li Xiaoxiu was still halfway when Fang Wenxiang threw a heavy punch. When this punch was thrown, everyone could only see the red light flashing on his fist. Vitality was gushing out. Li Xiaoxiu felt the pressure too. His entire body retreated hurriedly. Fang Wenxiang, who had not moved a single inch, stomped his feet and leaped into the air. His fist went straight for Li Xiaoxiu's head. Li Xiaoxiu felt the danger, but he also noticed something. With this movement, scarlet blood gushed out from the corner of Fang Wenxiang's mouth. Obviously, his internal injuries had not healed. Now that he had used his vitality continuously, his injuries had worsened. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiu suddenly stopped retreating. With a roar, he stomped his left foot on the ground and swept his right foot at Fang Wenxiang. If he was injured in a head-on collision, Fang Wenxiang would also have to endure a greater impact. His injuries would continue to worsen. Bang! Their fists and feet collided. A cracking sound came from Li Xiaoxiu's foot. Fang Wenxiang did not fare well either. The scarlet blood at the corner of his mouth became more obvious. Li Xiaoxiu flew backward. His body rolled in midair and landed on one foot. Once he landed, Li Xiaoxiu sprinted towards Fang Wenxiang again. He was determined to exchange injury for injury. Fang Wenxiang frowned slightly. He had no choice but to throw a heavy punch again. His fist hit Li Xiaoxiu's arm, but Li Xiaoxiu's other hand hit his chest heavily. Pfft! Blood spurted out from Fang Wenxiang's mouth. He kicked Li Xiaoxiu hard. Li Xiaoxiu's foot was injured. His reaction was not fast enough, and he was kicked in the knee. Li Xiaoxiu, who was half kneeling on the ground, did not admit defeat. He took the opportunity to punch Fang Wenxiang's groin. MCMAU's team member, Lu Huarong, did not know how to judge. These MCMAU people were very skilled at fighting the lower three paths. However, Fang Wenxiang was a powerhouse among peak rank 1. Even if he was injured, Li Xiaoxiu could not defeat him. Very quickly, he blocked a few moves and kicked Li Xiaoxiu again, kicking him out of the battle arena. No one was surprised that Fang Wenxiang won. One was a twice-honed peak rank 1, and the other was a once-honed upper stage rank 1. The difference was huge. It was not easy for Li Xiaoxiu to injure Fang Wenxiang again and make him spit blood. The first round, CCMAU won. However, the atmosphere over at CCMAU was not as good as MCMAU's. Instead, it was a little depressing. Fang Wenxiang fought with injuries, and it was already like this against an upper stage rank 1. This made the CCMAU people feel indescribably helpless. The second match, Sui Kai vs Fang Wenxiang. Sui Kai listened to Fang Ping and fought steadily. He kept Fang Wenxiang occupied, harassing him from time to time. Everyone watched helplessly as Fang Wenxiang, a peak rank 1 powerhouse, finally collapsed due to his injuries. He fell to the ground and groaned in a low voice. The third match, Zhang Zhenguang vs Sui Kai. Zhang Zhenguang could only use one hand. Even so, the enraged Zhang Zhenguang still relied on a single hand to strike out 7 consecutive slaps, heavily injuring Sui Kai. Sui Kai's counterattack had caused his injured arm to bleed profusely. 2 twice-honed peak rank 1 martial artists had been beaten to this state by 2 once-honed upper stage rank 1 martial artists. It was even more of an ending. The fourth match, Xianxia vs Zhang Zhenguang. Seeing that Zhang Zhenguang's injuries were not light, Xianxia whispered as soon as she got on stage, "You should go down, don't delay the treatment." Perhaps Zhang Zhenguang thought that Xianxia was mocking him. This martial artist, who had always been calm, was especially furious this time. Perhaps it was because he was unwilling, or perhaps it was something else. Zhang Zhenguang fought extremely fiercely. Everyone thought that his left arm could not move, but the moment he exchanged blows with Chen Yunqi, Zhang Zhenguang suddenly used his severely injured left arm to perform a low-ranked combat skill, Blast Punch. At the same time the combat skill was unleashed, many of the people from CCMAU gasped. Some of them could not help but burst into tears. On the second floor, an expert sighed and said, "This little guy is too eager to show off. After that blast punch, I'm afraid the bones in his hand will be broken. He might not recover even after 3 to 5 months of recuperation." Chen Yunqi was really kind-hearted. At first, when she saw him in such a miserable state, she wanted to exhaust his HP and force him off the stage. Caught off guard, Zhang Zhenguang ruthlessly struck his abdomen, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. Backstage. Bai Ruoxi said helplessly, "I've already reminded her not to underestimate anyone. Once she's in the arena, she shouldn't pity anyone. Now." Zhang Zhenguang had been seriously injured for a long time. Chen Yunqi was full of vitality. It was her first time going on stage, so her condition could not be any better. But just like that, she was beaten to such a state by a half-crippled martial artist of the same level. Bai Ruoxi could not help but feel disappointed. Chen Yunqi obviously did not expect this either. As he vomited blood, he watched Zhang Zhenguang fall to the ground, completely dumbfounded. He risked his life just to heavily injure me? Was it worth it? CCMAU's defeat was obvious. At this time, should they not focus on recuperation? No one gave Chen Yunqi an answer. When Han Su went up the stage as the third person, Chen Yunqi's confusion and anger were all vented on Han Su. Previously, it was also Han Su who had injured Yang Xiaoman. "I'll kill you." This was probably the most ruthless thing Chen Yunqi had said since entering MCMAU. Chen Yunqi, who had always been soft and weak, unleashed her full power in the next moment. She learned swordsmanship from Bai Ruoxi, but at this moment, Chen Yunqi had long thrown her sword aside. She used a sword because she felt it was very magical. However, it did not mean that she had great attainments in swordsmanship. On the contrary, Chen Yunqi was the representative of close combat. At the beginning of the semester, she used her long legs to kick Fu Chongding until he wished he was dead. At this moment, Chen Yunqi, who had unleashed her full combat power, leaped into the air and stepped forward. Her legs were like shadows of light, kicking towards Han Su from mid-air, elevated stance. In the crowd, a martial artist whispered. Another elevated stance. On MCMAU's side, Fang Ping had already displayed his elevated stance pole standing. At this moment, Chen Yunqi had also displayed her elevated stance pole standing strength. Han Su was also a little dumbfounded. Earlier, Chen Yunqi seemed to be having a hard time beating up the half-crippled Zhang Zhenguang. In the end, she was even hit by Zhang Zhenguang's fist and was injured quite badly. However, why did this woman completely change when it came to him? Han Su did not understand, and was also a little angry. Why was it like this? Whoever hit him, they would fight to the death. This time, his performance was already extremely poor. He wanted to see if he could come back from the dead in the last battle, but he had just gotten on the stage when he encountered this crazy woman. The furious Han Su received a few consecutive kicks from the other party. His footsteps flashed, wanting to put some distance between them. Later, he would use his speed to wear this woman down. However, who knew, in the next moment, a pair of long legs appeared on his head again. Full mastery of stepping techniques. Lu Huarong was also a little dumbfounded. He said hurriedly, "MCMAU Reserves team member Chen Yunqi, elevated stance pole standing, full mastery of stepping techniques, speed no slower than Han Su. Han Su has met his match." Ah! Han Su was furious. Why was it like this? A reserves team member, who the F*CK was MCMAU trying to fool, he had fought with MCMAU's Fu Chongding and Yang Xiaoman before. Their pole standing had not even reached the elevated stance. Who was he trying to fool? In addition, Tang Songting and Zhao Xuemei's strength was only average. These were all official members. How could Chen Yunqi, a reserves team member, be so strong? Han Su was furious, and so was Chen Yunqi. Her friend was injured. The instructor looked down on her. She pitted Zhang Zhenguang, but he plotted against her. Everyone else had entered the official team, but she had entered the reserves team. Tang Feng even asked her to transfer to a clerical job, to do logistics. What was so bad about her? The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and the angrier she felt. The long legs that could not be seen initially exploded with even more intense vitality force in the next moment. Every move aimed at Han Su's groin. She would kick this bastard to death. Men were really nothing good. Zhang Zhenguang better not let her meet him next time, or she would definitely kick him to death. Xiaoman is right, men are nothing good. Chen Yunqi could not help but say this. The way she looked at Han Su was no different from looking at her mortal enemy. This man wanted to hit her too. From the moment he went on stage, this bastard wanted to hit her. It was so infuriating. Middle-ranked combat technique, 18 consecutive kicks, Han Su's luck. Lu Huarong observed 3 seconds of silence for Han Su. Chen Shuiyan also observed a few seconds of silence, explaining softly, 18 consecutive kicks is one of the more difficult leg techniques among the middle-ranked combat techniques. The requirements are also extremely high. Pole standing needs to reach the elevated stance to be cultivated. In addition, 18 consecutive kicks, each kick is a different level. Chen Yunqi's first kick had a vitality outburst of about 10 calories, but now that she has kicked the 7th kick, her vitality outburst has already reached about 70 calories. As she spoke, Chen Shuiyan exclaimed, her vitality is not right. 7 consecutive kicks. In this way, the vitality consumption had already reached as high as 280 calories. It would be fatal. However, Chen Yunqi did not have that kind of sign. Lu Huarong watched for a while, then said, it's not that her vitality is over 350 calories, she seems to have eaten. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Han Su on the stage get kicked to the ground with a bang, his body covered in blood. 7 consecutive kicks. Chen Yunqi had kicked out about 280 calories of vitality. Under the vitality outburst, Han Su was almost kicked to death. The entire arena was silent. No one had expected the result to be like this. CCMAU's strongest person, Han Su, had been defeated by an MCMAU reserve team member. 1 consecutive 2, Han Su, who was lying on the ground, only had the urge to die. He did not think about anything else. He did not think about why he was so unlucky. He also did not think about why these women only exploded when it was his turn. Zhang Zhenguang, a half-crippled guy, could beat her until she vomited blood. Why was it like this when it was his turn? This woman, when she exploded, was no weaker than him. He himself had not recovered from his injuries a few days ago. After he was entangled by Chen Yunqi, he could not get away, took 7 consecutive kicks, and almost lost his life. Why? This was the only thought in Han Su's mind. Why? Backstage. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva and whispered, cute and helpless? Fu Chongdang looked embarrassed. He said dryly, maybe she's a little hot-tempered. Her period came? Maybe menopause came early. Both of them were talking nonsense. Bai Ruoxi glared at them from the side, then looked curious. This girl. Since when could she kick 7 times in a row? Also, Chen Yunqi did not eat a vitality pill just now. It was, recalling in her mind, Bai Ruoxi said in a low voice, resurrection pill? Fang Ping's mouth opened wide when he heard that. After a while, he said dryly, resurrection pill? That 200 credits resurrection pill? It should be. Bai Ruoxi was not too sure, but she nodded and said, the resurrection pill can heal some of her injuries and replenish a lot of her vitality. Tycoon, no, super tycoon. Fang Ping was shocked. Motherf *Ker, there were people in the class who were richer than Fu Chongdang and the others. 200 credits, even in MCMAU, only rank 3 and above martial artists would dare to spend 200 credits to exchange for a vitality pill that healed injuries. A resurrection pill sold for no less than 5 million in the outside world. She ate it just like that. She ate it for such a small injury. There were so many people behind, and this woman ate it just to show off a little. You should have said so earlier. You should have said so earlier and left it for me. I would have beaten that bastard Han Su to death. After so many competitions, there were people who ate healing pills, but no one would be so wasteful. Even CCMAU was the same. It was not worth it. Pills had a time limit for their medicinal effects to spread slowly. Not the higher the grade of the pill, the better the effect. Resurrection pills were not graded. They were classified as special pills. This type of pill could be used to prolong one's life when they were seriously injured and waiting for rescue. As for recovering some vitality, it was also used to prolong one's life. No one would use it as a healing pill. At this moment, Xianxia could not be more wasteful. Fang Ping was full of resentment, while Zhao Lei looked confused. What number am I again? The 4th. Yes, the 4th. CCMAU still has 2 people, 2 half-crippled reserve team members. Does that mean I still have a chance? Just as he was thinking about this, Xianxia was already fighting Zhang Yichuan on the stage. 3 minutes later, Zhang Yichuan was no match for her, and Xianxia's vitality was completely depleted. Both of them fell to the ground. There's still Yang Shuai. Yes, there's still Yang Shuai, Zhao Lei mumbled. Beside him, Fang Ping had also sobered up. He curled his lips and said, Yang Shuai's sternum was fractured by Qin Jiaxing yesterday. At most, he has the strength of an upper stage rank 1. Don't lose. Zhao Lei was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Did I prepare for a few months just to fight an upper stage rank 1 martial artist on stage? At this moment, the outcome was already decided. Han Su was suddenly defeated by Xianxia, which was beyond everyone's expectations. CCMAU did not expect it either. According to their thinking, Han Su could at least defeat Xianxia, and there was a chance that he could defeat Zhao Lei, and finally fight Fang Ping. In this way, even if CCMAU lost, it would not be embarrassing. When the strongest met the strongest, Han Su lost to Fang Ping because he had fought 2 people first. This was not worth writing about. There were still 2 people from CCMAU. Even if they were just bystanders, it could still prove that CCMAU was really strong. The only thing was that they were a little unlucky. But now, on stage, Zhao Lei looked a little listless. Bullying a half-crippled peak rank 1 martial artist, a once-honed one at that, always felt a little embarrassing. It felt like the other party was vomiting blood while walking on stage. How could he, a powerhouse from MCMAU, bully such a sickly person? Should I admit defeat and let Fang Ping decide? This thought came to his mind, but when he thought that if he did that, the instructor would hammer him to death. Zhao Lei could only sigh and bully this half-cripple. A minute later, CCMAU's last Yang Shuai fell. Zhao Lei did not take advantage of the situation to continue chasing after him. It was completely unnecessary. CCMAU's instructor sighed and yelled, "Admit defeat." This battle, MCMAU won. Backstage, Fang Ping was also a little bored. This time, the arrangements for the competition were too tight. In the end, they fought against a half-crippled CCMAU. On the other hand, MCMAU went all out and had no motivation to fight at all. Moreover, in the first competition, everyone fought too fiercely at the beginning, with no thought of holding back at all. In the end, only then did they realize that even the 5-man team could not be assembled. Now, Xianxia suddenly exploded. Forget Fang Ping, even Zhao Lei did not move much. Rather than saying that Yang Shuai was defeated by him, it was better to say that his own injuries acted up and he fell to the ground. MCMAU wins. This championship's first place, Magic City Martial Arts University. Second place, Capital City Martial Arts University. Third place, Martial Arts University Alliance. Following Lu Huarong's loud shout, the first National Martial Arts University Open Championship officially ended. This year, there were many martial artists who left a lasting impression. Fang Ping counted as one, Han Su counted as another, Sun Mingyu, Qin Jiaxing, Zhang Zhenguang, Li Ran, Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xueme, Bai Yin, Liang Weiyao, Qin Yunqi. Even Wei Shujia, who was kicked in the groin, counted as one. Only Zhao Lei did not count. Even though this Magic City's martial sciences champion fought in the last match of the finals, not many people remembered him. There was no other reason. It was too boring. After 3 punches and 2 kicks, Yang Shuai's injuries acted up and he fell to the ground. Was Zhao Lei strong? No one knew. They really did not know. Who knew if he was strong or not? All they knew was that he defeated a half-crippled rank 1 martial artist. The moment the competition ended, the audience below the stage and MCMAU students cheered. Backstage, Fang Ping and the others could not be considered excited. Zhao Lei was at a loss, sometimes in grief and indignation. Fu Chongdang was careful, not daring to look at the injured girls. A few girls, including Zhao Xuemei and Yang Xiaoman who had just rushed over from the infirmary, were chatting in low voices. The three girls were chatting excitedly. As for Fang Ping, at this moment, Fang Ping kept staring at Chen Yunqi's trouser pocket. He wanted to know if there were resurrection pills inside. We won. No one knew who said this, but the atmosphere backstage slowly improved. Everyone looked at each other and smiled in relief. The fight was over, the championship that they had been preparing for since the start of the semester was over. MCMAU had a winning streak and secured first place. We won. It's time to talk about money. The first National Martial Arts University Freshman Championship has ended. MCMAU is the champion. CCMAU is utterly defeated. Martial Arts University's number 1 is overrated. It's a pity that MCMAU's captain, Fang Ping, could not fight against CCMAU's captain, Han Su. Who will be the strongest among the new students? The internet was still filled with all kinds of controversial posts. Who was the strongest among the new students? Han Su. Han Su defeated rank 2 powerhouse Sun Mingyu, but he lost consecutively. It was still okay at the beginning, but he lost to Chen Yunqi in the finals. This made countless people feel that Han Su was overrated and might not be Fang Ping's match. Chen Yunqi was MCMAU's reserve team member, while Fang Ping was the captain. Everyone felt that Fang Ping was definitely stronger than Chen Yunqi. However, Fang Ping did not fight against Han Su, nor did he fight against the 2 rank 2 martial artists. Who could be sure that Fang Ping was the strongest? He defeated the 8-school alliance in a row, but the 8-school alliance was the first to be eliminated, so they could not prove the other party's strength. This matter, everyone had their reasons, and no one could be sure. However, MCMAU had defeated CCMAU twice. It was obvious that they had a huge advantage. Could CCMAU afford to be the number 1 martial arts university? Other than these battles for the strongest and the number 1, the internet was mostly talking about how to promote martial artists' individual bravery. Martial artists had never been purely martial artists. This was publicly acknowledged. But in this exchange competition, there was such a trend. Martial artists should prioritize their martial arts. From the beginning to the end of this year's championship, there was no one who didn't say that martial artists should fight and fight. The Sino nation's martial arts world, which had been silent for many years, suddenly had such a storm. Why? Some people guessed that Sino nation might start a war with other countries. Some guessed that there would be internal changes in Sino nation. Some guessed that there were foreign enemies invading, and martial artists had no choice but to fight. The last guess was already close to the truth, but this guess was quickly drowned out by other news and the release of another ranking list. On the 16th of January, the Ministry of Education, the Martial Arts Union, the Sino Nation News, and the Sino Nation Martial Arts Network announced a Sino Nation Martial Arts University Combat Strength Ranking. The ranking did not record the information of other casual martial artists, military department martial artists, or Department of Investigation Services martial artists. Instead, it only recorded the situation of Sino Nation Martial Arts University students. There were Rank 1, Rank 2, and Rank 3 sub-rankings. The list soon spread all over the internet. Martial artists of the 3 lower ranks were the martial artists closest to ordinary people. This was the realm that ordinary people could reach. On the train, Fang Ping also saw the rankings through the newspapers. The Hua Nation News used a full page to report the detailed rankings. There were 3 sublists, and each list recorded 100 people. In the Rank 1 ranking, Fang Ping was ranked 6th. Brother, aren't you the champion? Why are you only 6th? Fang Yuan felt indignant on behalf of her brother. Although Fang Ping did not participate in the final battle, his strength was obvious to all. A peak Rank 1 martial artist who was thrice honed and had mastered an ultimate move. How could a martial artist like this not be number 1? Yeah, Fang Ping, why aren't you first? Wu Zhihao and the others also complained on his behalf. This was only the martial arts university ranking list. There were no other martial artists. How could Fang Ping not be the first? Fang Ping did not seem to mind. He smiled and said, "That's normal. There are 100,000 students in martial arts universities, and most of them are rank 1s, more than 60,000. There were so many rank 1 martial artists, and some of the juniors and seniors were still rank 1. Some people were stuck at the first stage for various reasons. This was only an exchange competition between freshmen, and the older students were not participating. The 5 in front are all older students. Besides, if they really met, it's hard to say who would win or lose. Of course, the most important thing is that you don't have to care about this. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Wu Zhihao did not seem to understand. Fang Ping smiled without saying a word. Yeah, what does 1st and 6th have to do with me? I'm not a rank 1 martial artist. After yesterday's competition, Fang Ping chose to break through at night. He reached rank 2 last night. Fang Ping had rank 2 vitality pills. The school was generous this time, rewarding Fang Ping with 500 credits in one go, increasing his wealth by 10 million. Fang Ping quickly used the credits to exchange for rank 2 viscera shielding pills and rank 2 bone honing pills, choosing to break through. He broke through that night. At this moment, Fang Ping's various statistics had changed greatly. Wealth, 204,000,000 vitality, 330 calories, 349 calories, mentality, 300 Hz, 309 Hz, bone honing, 62 bones, 90%, 1 bone, 50%, 13 bones, 40%, 130 bones, 30%, the honing of the upper limbs had begun. His wealth had also reached a new high, breaking 20 million, he also had 9 million in cash. A portion of the 10 million from before was used to buy Dongxing Company. A pair of F-grade alloy boots and a D-grade alloy saber. In terms of medicinal pills, he had 10 normal vitality pills, 6 rank 1 vitality pills, 3 rank 2 vitality pills, and some healing pills. These were all Fang Ping had at the moment. In terms of combat techniques cultivation, Fang Ping had cultivated Manic Explosion to 3 consecutive slashes. Each slash had a 100 cal vitality outburst. It was a pity that he did not have the chance to use it before. Previously, Fang Ping either did not have a 100 cal vitality outburst after 3 consecutive slashes, or did not use 3 consecutive slashes after a 100 cal vitality outburst. He had thought that he could use it on Han Su, but unfortunately, Han Su had not met him since the beginning, even though both of them had fought twice. He had also cultivated Cloud Step to great success. His vitality outburst had reached the level of a killer move, but it had not entered the range of an ultimate move. Of course, a rank 1 ultimate move would no longer be an ultimate move when his vitality increased at rank 2. 1 semester is over. Rank 2. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. He had also reached rank 2, the first time he met Huang Ben, he was a rank 2. The first time he met Wang Jinyang, he was also a rank 2. Although these people were all peak rank 2, they were martial artists of the same rank. In the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed. From a normal person with 100 cal vitality to a rank 2, a powerful rank 2 at that. Fang Ping felt that things remained the same, but people had changed. I've accumulated 20 million wealth, invested more than 10 million in a company, and have close to 10 million in cash. In less than a year, Fang Ping had gained too much. Also, he had accumulated 420 credits in the school, and Fang Ping had used some of them to exchange for medicinal pills. Since he had broken through to rank 2, he should have been rewarded with 100 credits, but Fang Ping did not have time to collect them. Also, he had defeated Fang Wenxiang. Lu Fengru said that he would be rewarded, but she was not in school recently. Would she go back on her word? These resources are enough for me to use until I reach peak rank 2 or even rank 3, 20 million wealth, tens of millions of credits, 10 million in cash, and 40 million was not enough for rank 2 cultivation? I need to cultivate to rank 3 as soon as possible. Maybe I should go to the catacombs to take a look. While Wu Zhihao and his classmates were still fighting to become martial artists, Fang Ping was already thinking about becoming a rank 3 martial artist. He walked out of the train station. Fang Ping exclaimed, "We're home." Wu Zhihao and the others did not feel the same way. They smiled and said, "Yes, it's almost the new year." Today was the 16th of January, the 21st of December. In a few days, it would be New Year's Eve. Fang Ping finally realized that the streets seemed to be much livelier. Is it almost the new year? Seeing the passers-by in a hurry, their faces full of joy, Fang Ping could not help but smile. Perhaps it was because of this that many martial artists were willing to go to the catacombs and shed blood. To let everyone have a peaceful new year, to let their families live in peace, to let them stay away from war and death, perhaps this was what many martial artists were thinking and doing. Let's go home. Fang Ping pulled Fang Yuan, waved at Wu Zhihao and the others, and left. He was home and relaxed. He did not have to think about the arena competition, the deathmatch, or the catacombs crisis. Even if the sky fell, there were still so many high-ranked martial artists to hold it together. At this moment, Fang Ping had no right to worry about the country and its people. Scenic Lake Gardens. Ping Ping is back. As usual, Li Yueying beamed with joy when she saw Fang Ping home. Fang Mingrong wanted to say something but stopped himself. Li Yueying did not go online, nor did she watch the news. The uncles and aunties in the community only gossiped about family matters. They rarely talked about martial artists. The Department of Education was different, it was a local organization that trained martial artists. In addition, Tan Jinping had personally gone to Magic City to watch the competition. The Department of Education was talking about it and watching the competition online. That was why Fang Mingrong saw his son. At first glance, he could not believe it, thinking that he had recognized the wrong person. However, he had the same name and looked the same. If he did not admit that he was his son, he would be lying to himself. Fang Mingrong did not call Fang Ping to ask, afraid that it would disturb his son. However, he had called his daughter and confirmed that the MCMAU team leader was indeed his son. Everyone in the bureau knew that this peak rank 1 martial artist who had no opponents since the start of the competition was none other than Fang Mingrong's son. Fang Mingrong did not know whether to be proud or worried. Seeing those martial artists fight to the death in the arena, other people's children only made Fang Mingrong's blood boil. However, when his son was one of them, this passion turned into worry and panic. The people in the department were all enthusiastic when they saw him now, praising him for having a good son. The director did not pay much attention to him before, but last time, he personally came to the office and asked about his well-being. This was because his son was Fang Ping, a peak rank 1 martial artist, the strongest. Fang Mingrong's emotions were complicated. When he saw Fang Ping, he wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he did not know what to say. What should he say? Drop out of school? His son had been admitted to a martial arts university and embarked on the path of martial arts. Was he not going to let his son continue? However, when he thought of the fight to the death in the arena, Fang Mingrong could not help but worry. This worry was quickly dispersed by his daughter's laughter. Mom, brother is too amazing. Mom, Dad, you should have gone with me. Brother is too amazing, hee hee, hee hee. Fang Yuan waved her little fists and picked up the broom at home, waving it around wildly. She said excitedly, in the martial arts competition, my brother killed 1 person with 1 blow, 1 with 1 blow. Wow, even Xiaoling was shocked. I was shocked too. This is too amazing. The people around me were all praising my brother. The little girl had been stifled in Magic City. She had no one to share it with. Xiaoling and the others were watching the competition. Now that they were home, Fang Yuan had completely let loose. She pulled the confused Li Yueying and began to explain excitedly. Not only did she talk, she even danced and waved the broom around, as if she was the one who had swept away everyone in the arena. After a while, Li Yueying finally understood what was going on. She looked at her son with some surprise and asked, Ping Ping, you participated in that competition? She did not watch it live, nor did she watch the video. She only knew that the competition existed, but she did not know that anyone was injured. In Li Yueying's eyes, the competition might be similar to what was shown on TV. You hit me, I hit you, injuries, deaths. Li Yueying really did not know that a student competition could be like this. Fang Mingrong glanced at his wife. He thought for a while but did not say anything. It would only add to her worries. Fang Ping did not say anything either. He smiled casually and said, yes, I participated. Don't listen to Fang Yuan's nonsense. It's just a competition between some rank 1 martial artists. They're all new students. They're not that amazing. It's really amazing, Mom. I'm not lying to you. Also, brother earned a lot of money. His classmates said that one of his sabers is worth tens of millions. Saber? This is it, this is it. Fang Yuan picked up the wooden box that Fang Ping had put down happily. She opened it and said with a grin, Mom, this is it. Tens of millions? Who told you that? It's true, the mother and daughter began discussing. Fang Yuan was not as worried as she had been at first because Fang Ping was not injured. She only saw Fang Ping hitting people but not being hit. She talked about the martial arts competition without stopping and was extremely excited. Fang Ping saw that his sister was happy and his mother was confused. He could not help but grin. While the mother and daughter were discussing, Fang Ping and his father walked to the balcony. Fang Mingrong smoked and said softly, You're not hurt, are you? No. Martial artists. Do they have to be like this? The director and the others. It'll be the same in the future. Besides, this is a special situation. Martial artists don't have to be so bloody when they fight. Most of them are just friendly matches. Fang Ping was not lying. There were not many matches where life and death were at stake. Martial artists' real opponents were the catacombs creatures. Fang Ping did not know what would happen when they fought against the catacombs creatures. However, Fang Ping could guess that it would be crueler and more bloody. How many martial artists died in the catacombs every year? A few of Lu Fengru's students had died in the catacombs. Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Tiannan Martial Arts University, and Magic City Martial Arts University also had a large number of Rank 3 elites die in the catacombs every year. How many Rank 3 martial artists had died in the hands of martial artists in the arena battles? I don't understand what's going on between you two. Your mother and I only hope that you'll be safe and that you'll come back every year so that the whole family can have a reunion. I will, Dad. Don't worry about me. I'm not that stupid. I won't do anything dangerous. That's good, that's good. The father and son fell silent. Fang Mingrong did not mention the martial arts competition anymore, as if he had forgotten about it. Fang Ping did not want to discuss this with his family. He only hoped that they would be happy and live out their lives peacefully. That night, Fang Ping had a good night's sleep. Returning home was like going back to another world. Here, everything was so peaceful and comfortable. When he woke up in the morning, he listened carefully. The sounds of his mother cooking, his father coughing, and his little sister yawning were all so intoxicating to his ears. Guarding? A thought came to Fang Ping's mind. Was this the true meaning of being a martial artist? After resting at home for 2 days, Fang Ping was exceptionally relaxed. Fang Ping was relaxed, but Fang Yuan was extremely busy. Sometimes, Fang Ping wondered whether he or Fang Yuan was the real boss of the company. Fang Yuan's phone never stopped ringing. Sister Yuan, it's time for a meeting. Sister Yuan, help me take a look at the proposal. I'm planning to set up a street stall during the new year. Sister Yuan, as the boss, Fang Yuan was extremely busy. As soon as the call ended, another call came through. He lay on the sofa, watching TV while Fang Yuan busied herself. He was starting to doubt his life. Fang Yuan, don't you think you have too much work? Fang Yuan was busy answering the phone, so she did not have time to chat with her brother. She pressed her hands together casually, as if she was busy. Yo-ho! Fang Ping was amused. This girl was not bad. After she hung up, Fang Ping was about to put on the airs of a big brother and teach her a lesson when his phone rang again. The people from Yuan Ping Club wished Big Sis a happy new year in advance. Fang Ping felt the urge to vomit blood. That was right. Today was the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, the little new year in Sun City. However, there were people all over the place paying New Year's greetings, but he didn't. He picked up his phone and looked at it for a while. After some thought, he called Fang Yuan. She was still on the line. Obviously, he did not owe her money. However, when he thought of the fact that everyone in the vicinity had New Year's greetings but he did not, Fang Ping felt helpless. There was no way he could continue living like this. Left with no choice, Fang Ping could only take the initiative to send a few New Year greetings to his instructor, Old Wang, and Tan Jinping. After sending a few messages, Fang Ping finally received a reply. The one who replied was Tan Jinping, watching Nanjiang's news. watch the news. Fang Ping was slightly puzzled, but he still switched to Nanjiang satellite TV. Governor General Zhang has recently been inspecting the various counties and cities, and has given his instructions to the various counties and cities. In the news anchor, who could be considered pleasing to the eye, was talking about Governor Zhang's inspection situation. These days, Governor General Zhang began leading a team to patrol the Nanjiang province. He had been to all the counties and cities. He seemed to have been to Sun City too. Fang Ping was just not at home. According to the news, Governor General Zhang was not too satisfied with Nanjiang's martial arts environment. He gave some instructions. Most importantly, each county and city had to set up a local combat team. According to Fang Ping's understanding, it was a militia martial artist battle team. In a prefecture-level city, establish a martial artist battle team with no less than 30 members. A county-level organization would establish a martial artist battle team of no less than 5 people. Starting from 2009, various counties and cities would regularly hold martial arts exchange competitions and allocate funds for education and infrastructure. In the future, all kinds of financial subsidies would be linked to the results of the exchange competition. The local officials would also have an additional test, which was the results of the local martial artist battle team. Is this really going to push actual combat martial artists to the forefront? After watching the news for a while, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Was this Nanjiang's reform or the entire country's? If it was Nanjiang, then it should be related to Governor General Zhang. However, if it was nationwide, it meant that the situation in the catacombs was really not good. They had no choice but to select actual combat martial artists from among the people in advance to replenish their manpower, forcing the region to become a martial artist battle team. One must know that there were not many martial artists in the region. In Sun City, there were 20 to 30 martial artists. Half of them were in the government, while the other half were in the business world. How many martial artists would join a battle team? But now, the higher-ups were enforcing it, and it was even related to the local financial allocation. No matter how much you resist, you still have to form a martial artist battle team. County-level organizations had a minimum of 5 people, but prefecture-level cities had at least 30 people. In Nanjiang province alone, there were hundreds of county-level cities and more than 10 prefecture-level cities. In this way, Nanjiang might have more than 1,000 capable martial artists all at once. Seeing this, Fang Ping dialed Tan Jinping's number. As soon as the call went through, Tan Jinping asked, "Have you seen the news?" "Yes, I have." "Uncle Tan, let me see this. Sun City must also form this martial artist battle team before the start of the year." "But how many martial artists are there in Sun City? Moreover, most of them are like me, casual martial artists. Even if they join, it's obvious that they're just waiting to die." Actually, this document has been issued before, and Sun City has also discussed it. There are really very few martial artists in Sun City, and most of them are old. Sun City's intention is to see if they can recruit some martial artists from outside to join the battle team. "Fang Ping, are you interested?" "Me?" Fang Ping immediately laughed. "Uncle Tan, I still have to go to school, it won't take up too much of your time. When there's a championship, you can come back and represent Sun City. They're all brother cities, and their strength is also average. Uncle Tan, this might not work. The school is actually quite tight, and there's not enough time. Sun City can't even gather 5 martial artists, can it? The key is, there's not a single one who can fight." Tan Jinping spoke the truth, feeling slightly helpless. In such a big Sun City, there really was not a single martial artist who could fight. It could be seen from the Department of Investigation Services that the other party had immediately asked for help from martial arts universities when they went up against the rank 2 Huangbin. A county-level city could not even handle a rank 2 martial artist. It was obvious how tragic it was. There's not a single martial artist who can fight? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Tan Jinping said sheepishly, "It's not that there's not a single one, it's just that it's been too long since they put down their combat techniques. In such a hurry, this is too lax." Even Fang Ping found it hard to believe. No wonder Governor General Zhang forced the local battle team to be formed. Were they still King martial artists? There were 20 to 30 martial artists in Sun City, but now they could not even gather a 5-man battle team. Tan Jinping was slightly embarrassed. This was the responsibility of the Department of Education, Department of Investigation Services, and the municipal government. After a long period of peace, the martial artists had really become lax. In the past, they only looked at ranks and nothing else. Everyone did not pay much attention to these things. Now, however, not only did they have to form a battle team, but they also had to go through a re-ranking. This was forcing vitality martial artists like them to learn combat techniques. Fortunately, the higher-ups had given them time and did not ask for it to be carried out immediately. However, Tan Jinping could see that in the future, martial artists who could fight would be in charge. Although it was not much different now, vitality martial artists occupied a large number of high positions. This situation would probably undergo a huge change in the future. After pondering for a moment, Tan Jinping suddenly said, "Fang Ping, do you think there's hope for Sun City to invite Wang Jinyang back to be the battle team's combat techniques instructor?" Fang Ping thought for a while, but still said, "There's not much hope. He's already entered rank 4. It's almost impossible." "What about you?" "What? You're also a peak rank 1 martial artist, almost rank 2. In terms of combat techniques, you've cultivated very well. You're also an MCMAU student. The championship this time also impressed everyone. I think it's not a problem for you to be the combat techniques instructor. Fang Ping, do you want to consider it?" This was Tan Jinping's true purpose. As for Wang Jinyang, what a joke. A rank 4 martial artist coming back to be the instructor for a group of pure vitality martial artists, and they were all rank 1 and 2 martial artists at that. How could Wang Jinyang agree? More importantly, if he agreed, how much would Sun City have to pay? Now, it seemed that Fang Ping was quite suitable. Fang Ping was currently only a peak rank 1, but he did not need to be too strong to be a combat technique instructor. The battle team that Sun City put together was mostly rank 1 and 1. There might not even be a rank 2. It would be enough to hire an MCMAU prodigy to teach such a team. The price would probably not be too high either. "Uncle Tan, you've overestimated me." "Me being the combat techniques instructor?" "I'm joking." Fang Ping rejected immediately. What a joke. Who had time to waste here? What price could Sun City pay? $1 million was already an overestimation. Fang Ping would be an idiot to waste so much time for such a small amount of money. Fang Ping did not care about this. What he was considering now was whether such a battle team was formed because the situation was so bad that they had no choice but to form such a civilian martial artist battle team. Hearing Fang Ping's rejection, Tan Jinping felt a little helpless. In the end, he said, "After the new year, Sun City wants to hold a gathering for Sun City martial artists. Fang Ping, are you interested in coming? Sun City Martial Artists Gathering? The city wants to form a Sun City Martial Artists Mutual Aid Association and see what everyone has to say. Recently, Sun City has been having a hard time. I hope that the martial artists who go out of Sun City can contribute to our hometown." After rejecting the first request, it would be inappropriate to reject it again. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "If I haven't returned to school by then, I'll go." "That's fine. I'll let you know when the time comes." After hanging up, Fang Ping was still deep in thought. Fang Yuan came over without him noticing and asked curiously, "What battle team?" "I think they want you to be the instructor?" "Meddlesome." Fang Ping rolled his eyes at her. Did she not know that curiosity killed the cat? However, this was not a secret. Fang Ping said casually, "In the future, every county and city in Nanjiang will be forming a martial artist battle team. There might be some martial arts competitions. Also, you better behave. It's not peaceful now. Don't run around outside." "Nanjiang is also going to hold a martial arts competition?" Fang Yuan asked curiously. "Fang Ping, it seems like there will be martial arts competitions soon. Why? If martial artists don't compete, do they want to grow fat?" Fang Ping let out a humph. Vitality martial artists were really fattening up now. Since the government had given them special treatment, they would not let them go at this time. In martial arts universities, in the military department, and in many other places, everyone followed the same principle: effort equals reward. Now, these vitality martial artists were only reaping the benefits without giving anything in return. If nothing went wrong, in a few years, the living space of vitality martial artists would be further reduced. This trend was already very obvious. He just did not know if these vitality martial artists had noticed it. Presumably, they had. Tan Jinping seemed a little worried recently. Perhaps he knew that his peaceful days were over. I hope nothing goes wrong. Fang Ping muttered in a low voice. Now that the government was forcing these vitality martial artists to change, it might cause some chaos. It was best not to make a big deal out of it and not spread too far. As he thought about it, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Fang Yuan and frowned slightly. Has your pole standing entered the stable stance? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded quickly and said proudly, you didn't ask before, so I thought you already knew. I entered the stable stance before I went to Magic City. You spent half a year and you still have the nerve to be proud? Fang Ping rolled his eyes at her. After some thought, he said, having some ability to protect yourself is better than being helpless. Although I don't really want you to enter the martial arts circle, it might not be so obvious in the future. Fang Yuan did not quite understand what he meant. She looked at Fang Ping with a confused expression. Fang Ping tugged at her cheeks with a smile. I'm asking you to practice martial arts well. You can start cultivating the methods of honing now. How about this, I'll ask Lu Ruoqi to give you some pointers tomorrow. Cultivate well. Until now, your vitality is still so low, Fang Yuan said pitifully, my vitality is very high. A few days ago, Dad brought me to the Department of Education to check. It's 120 calories. A vitality of 120 calories for a Year 9 student was indeed very high. Fang Ping was not satisfied. Don't compare yourself to others. You have to know that many people are already martial artists during Gaokao. Some are even twice-honed martial artists. A twice-honed vitality needs to be at least 180 calories. You're only 3 years away from Gaokao. Based on your progress, can you reach 180 calories in 3 years? Moreover, they don't just have 180 calories vitality. Some of them have honed more than 10 bones. When Fu Chongding and the others came to school, they were not only martial artists but also had 31 bones honed. All of that was accomplished. During high school, Fang Yuan's progress might not be able to reach that level during Gaokao. It was too slow. There were still more than 3 years. Who knew what would happen in 3 years? Fang Ping's progress was not slow, but he would not stay at home all the time. If something went wrong, he would not be able to save him in time. Fang Yuan pouted and said dejectedly, isn't it amazing? I thought I was amazing. I only had this much vitality when I entered martial arts universities during Gaokao. That was in the past. Besides, those were normal people. Your brother is a rank 2 martial artist now. Don't embarrass me, understand? Oh. Rank 2? Fang Yuan was slow to realize. Fang Ping said mildly, rank 2. Is there a problem? Didn't you? You broke through? Fang Yuan's jaw dropped in shock. Fang Ping was rank 2. Now you know what a genius is, don't you? Your brother could have broken through rank 2 a long time ago. If it wasn't for the championship, I would have broken through in December. Think about it. You went from a normal person to rank 2 in 8 months. What a genius. What about you? You've been practicing your stance for more than 6 months now. 120 calories vitality. When you go out next time, don't tell people you're my sister. You can't embarrass yourself like that. Fang Yuan felt wronged again. Am I that embarrassing? But Fang Ping really is a genius. After feeling wronged for a while, Fang Yuan suddenly beamed with joy. Brother, you're already a rank 2 martial artist. If my classmates find out, don't tell anyone. Just keep it to yourself. Keep a low profile. Fang Ping lectured his sister. Finally, he gave Lu Ruoqi a call and asked for her guidance. Lu Ruoqi agreed readily. She was also very envious. Fang Ping actually had resources to support his sister's cultivation. It was impossible to compare oneself to others. Just as Fang Ping was beginning to plan for Fang Yuan, news of the establishment of martial artist combat teams in various places was slowly spreading. Other than Nanjiang, many other provinces had chosen the same policy. January 19, the 24th of the 12th lunar month. Scenic Lake Gardens. Fang Ping said sheepishly, "Sorry for the trouble. I even made you come all the way here." "It's fine. I don't have much to do recently." Lu Ruoqi smiled. She then looked at Fang Yuan, who seemed rather expectant. "Treasure this opportunity. Back then, when we were trying to increase our chi points, Lu Ruoqi found it hard to continue. It was too difficult for a child from an ordinary family to improve his vitality. He couldn't even bear to buy a blood and chi replenishing pill. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, had eaten countless blood and chi replenishing pills and a few normal vitality pills. One had to know that even the current Lu Ruoqi had not reached the point where she could casually consume ordinary vitality pills. When she entered Tiannan Martial Arts University, the school gave her 30 GPA. However, Tiannan Martial Arts University's GPA for pills was even higher, 5 GPA for a normal vitality pill. Even after she was admitted to a martial arts university, the school had only given them 6 normal vitality pills for free. This amount of supply was not even as much as what Fang Yuan had consumed. The school had given him a lot this year, which was even less than in previous years. Fang Yuan nodded and followed the two of them to the second floor. Remember the position of the meridians. The initial cultivation of the method of honing is not difficult. As Fang Ping spoke, 2 normal vitality pills appeared in his hand. He passed them to Lu Ruoqi and said, "If her vitality is insufficient, take care of her and take the medicine in time." "All right." Lu Ruoqi responded. She was once again impressed by Fang Ping's wealth, casually handing out 2 vitality pills. After Fang Yuan and Lu Ruoqi entered the house, Fang Ping stood guard outside the door. In his heart, however, he was thinking that once he started cultivating the method of honing, Fang Yuan had officially entered the realm of martial arts. However, now that things had come to this, Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. Previously, he had thought that it might be good for Fang Yuan to be a normal person. However, if the situation in the catacombs were to worsen, would ordinary people have a better chance of survival than martial artists? Since that was the case, the stronger the better. As he was thinking, his phone vibrated. After glancing at the caller ID, Fang Ping walked toward the stairs and answered the call. "Why did you remember to call me?" "Ha ha ha, Fang Ping, I've broken through rank 2, am I the first MCMAU freshman to break through to rank 2? After thinking about it, I think I should share some good news with all of you. In just 1 semester, I've actually entered rank 2. Fu Chongding was obviously overjoyed. Previously, his bone honing progress was not as fast as Zhao Lei's. Later, Fang Ping surpassed him as well. By the time the championship began, everyone had stopped at peak rank 1. He went home to recuperate for 2 days, and then he began to prepare for the breakthrough. Right now, Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xueme, and the others who were injured definitely had no way of entering rank 2. He did not suffer any injuries, and he had entered rank 2 so quickly. He immediately felt relieved and carefree. "Oh, rank 2. Yeah, a rank 2 martial artist. I broke through after the competition, and now I have honed 2 of my upper limbs." "How much have you honed?" "Huh?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Fu Chongding said dryly, "You have a breakthrough?" "Yes, do you have any questions?" "No, I'm hanging up." Do. Fu Chongding quickly hung up the phone and cursed loudly the moment he hung up. Fang Ping had actually finished honing 2 bones. There were 62 bones in his lower limbs and 64 bones in his upper limbs. Based on Fang Ping's current speed, would he not reach peak rank 2 in 4 months? Could it be that this fellow could enter rank 3 by the end of his freshman year? The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. There were too many geniuses in MCMAU. He, Fu Chongding, almost had no place to stand. Fang Ping shoved his phone into his pocket and pursed his lips. How dare he show off in front of me? Was he out of his mind? If it weren't for the fact that he was reluctant to spend money, he would have bought a few dozen body-tempering pills to soak in. Then, he would have entered the peak of grade 2 very quickly. Maybe we really have to do this, Fang Ping mumbled to himself. He did not want to waste too much time honing the 3 lower ranks. However, if he didn't want to waste too much time, he would have to spend a lot of money. With his current situation, if he were to bathe with a body-tempering pill a day, he might be able to complete the bone honing in a month or two. But one body-tempering pill cost 1 million, the school's prices were much cheaper at 30 credits per pill. Fang Ping still had 420 credits left. Adding the 100 credits he was rewarded for breaking through to rank 2, he had 520 credits left. If he exchanged it, he could exchange it for 17 body-tempering pills. External use of body honing pills to temper the body, and internal use of wealth to hone the bones. That speed is absolutely shocking, Fang Ping muttered. It was a pity that he was reluctant to part with it. Let's talk about it when we get to school. Let's see how many bones we can hone these days. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye as Fang Ping was calculating. The door to the gym opened. Lu Ruoqi smiled. Everything went smoothly. I've succeeded in cultivating the methods of honing for the first time. Fang Yuan walked out as well. Her face was filled with joy. Fang Ping was satisfied that the cultivation had gone smoothly, but he quickly gave her a blow. Fang Yuan, go take a shower. You stink. Huh? Only then did Fang Yuan realize that there was still a lot of dirty blood on her. She quickly ran to the bathroom when she heard that. After she left, Fang Ping smiled at Lu Ruoqi. Thank you so much. I told you I'm fine. Don't mention it. Also, Fang Yuan had enough vitality just now, so I didn't use the pills, you can take it. Lu Ruoqi looked at Fang Ping, slightly surprised. I've troubled you to run all the way here and waste a lot of time. Take it and become a martial artist as soon as possible. This is too valuable. It's not appropriate. Lu Ruoqi rejected quickly. She put the pills aside and said hurriedly, I'll leave now. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, Lu Ruoqi hurried downstairs and left. Fang Ping thought about it but did not say anything. He did not know whether to laugh or cry at Lu Ruoqi's last look. He really did not have any designs on her. Fang Ping could not find anyone suitable to help Fang Yuan. All the female martial artists he knew were in MCMAU. Since he had taken out the pills, he thought he would take it as payment for her labor. However, Lu Ruoqi might have gotten the wrong idea and left in a hurry. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was also a little depressed. He muttered, even if I had designs on you, you don't have to be this scared, do you? Where else could she find a genius martial artist like him? Lu Ruoqi was just trying to hurt him. After learning the methods of honing, Fang Yuan was ordered by Fang Ping not to leave the house for the next few days. She was to stabilize her meridians at home. As for the trivial matters of Yuan Ping Club, they were not as important as cultivation. As the siblings cultivated, New Year's Eve came without them noticing. New Year's Eve. Fang Ping's whole family woke up early. Fang Yuan's face was full of joy. This year's New Year's Eve was even better than the previous years. They had moved into a new house, Fang Ping had become a martial artist, her father had entered the Ministry of Education, and she had started cultivating. She had also become the big sister of the junior high school department. Most importantly, she had a little stash that no one else knew about. Her little stash was now full to the brim. However, Fang Yuan still pestered Fang Ping when they woke up early in the morning. She said happily, Fang Ping, New Year's money. Is this the attitude you have when you ask for New Year's money? Brother, New Year's money. The little girl changed the way she addressed him without hesitation. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Finally, he fished out 100 yuan bill and handed it to Fang Yuan. 100? What's wrong? Is it too much? Fang Ping grinned. If it's too much, you can give me 50. Fang Ping. Fang Yuan said angrily, you're too stingy. You're too generous. I remember when I gave you 5 yuan, you were so happy that you could do the laundry and dishes without a problem. Now I'm giving you 100, and you're saying I'm stingy? But, when your pull standing enters the firm stance and your vitality reaches 150 calories, I'll give you a big present. Haven't you always wanted my saber? When the time comes, I'll give you one. Of course, it doesn't have to be a saber. I'll give you whatever weapon you like. Really? Fang Yuan was shocked. Fang Ping was already so rich, it was not enough that he had bought her a weapon, but now he wanted to give her one. Fang Ping smiled. Of course it's true. The prerequisite is that you reach it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can only wait with envy. It's not too difficult to increase your vitality by 30 calories, I still have 10 vitality pills here. When you finish eating them, you'll probably reach it. That's if you don't sell them. Fang Ping's expression darkened. I'm warning you, if you dare sell them, don't expect me to give you anything in the future. He was now extremely suspicious that the little girl had sold the pills he had left for her. Otherwise, her vitality would have reached 110 calories the last time he came back. After that, he had given her many pills, including normal vitality pills. How could she only increase her vitality so little? Fang Yuan felt wronged. I didn't sell them. You've wronged me. Anyway, I asked Mom to keep an eye on you. I'll give you one for every pill you eat. If you don't, I won't. After you finish them, if your vitality doesn't reach 150 calories, In total, he had eaten more than 10 blood and chi replenishing pills and more than 10 normal vitality pills. According to the market price, it was close to 2 million. If her vitality could not reach 150 calories, it meant that the little girl's talent was really bad. Fang Yuan pouted. She was still unhappy that Fang Ping had wronged her. She did not sell them, moreover, they were so expensive. Her classmates could not afford them, the siblings bickered for a while. Fang Yuan felt that she could not get anything from her older brother, so she quickly ran downstairs to ask her parents for red packets. The whole family happily pasted Spring Festival couplets, hung lanterns, and prepared for the New Year's Eve dinner. Outside, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Phones rang from time to time. Some were from Fang Mingrong, some were from Fang Ping, most of them were from Fang Yuan. Fang Ping also made a few calls to give New Year's greetings. He could not get through to Lu Fengru. Fang Ping guessed that she might have gone to the catacombs. He did get through to Wang Jinyang, but he did not return to Sun City for the New Year this year. Instead, he spent the New Year in River City. At first, Fang Ping did not react until a voice rang from the phone. Brother Jinyang, it's time to eat. Fang Ping was familiar with this voice. After thinking for a while, he remembered. Was this not Wang Jinyang's teacher's daughter? Old Wang was spending the New Year there. TSK, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Was this student really going to be his son-in-law? That girl did not seem very old, though. She was even younger than Fang Yuan. Fang Ping did not talk much after cursing in his heart. He quickly hung up. After that, Fang Ping called his aunt's family. After the two families had given New Year's greetings, the New Year's Eve dinner officially started. The television was broadcasting the scene of the Sino nation's leader consoling the border warriors. Fang Ping could even vaguely see some injured people among the ranks of the warriors. There were many entrances to the catacombs in the border area. At night, the houses were brightly lit, and the fireworks were dazzling. Fang Ping accompanied Fang Yuan downstairs to set off the fireworks for a while, then went upstairs to continue cultivating. He was not as casual as Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was only 14. After the new year, she would only be 15. She did not feel as pressured as Fang Ping. In Fang Yuan's eyes, it was enough that her brother was very powerful. As for herself, when it came time for Gaokao, she would become a martial artist and enter MCMAU. That was her biggest wish. That was why, although this girl was interested in cultivating, she did not feel too much of a rush. In the gym, Fang Ping checked his stats again. Wealth, 192000000, vitality, 340 calories, 355 calories, mentality, 305 Hz, 312 Hz, bones honed, 66 bones, 90%, 10 bones, 40%, 130 bones, 30%, he had honed 62 bones in his lower limbs. He had honed 4 bones out of 64 bones in his upper limbs. He still needed 60 bones to hone to reach peak rank 2. If he used the system to speed up the honing, he would need to spend 35 million wealth points. If I use the system to speed up the honing, I'll need 600,000 wealth points to hone 1 bone. I'll also need to buy body honing pills. If I rely on myself, I'll need about 300,000 wealth points to hone one bone. However, it'll take at least 2 days to hone one bone. There's still half a month before school starts. In this half a month, I'll try to hone 10 bones that have been honed to 40%. When that time comes, I'll still need 50 bones and 30 million wealth points to complete the honing. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He considered whether he should spend some money to quickly reach peak rank 2 and move toward rank 3 after school started. It was very dangerous in the catacombs without the strength of rank 3. Moreover, the manic explosion that he was currently cultivating would only be able to unleash a stronger qi and blood after he had completed honing his upper limbs. Otherwise, 100 calories was his limit. If he unleashed more, he would have to self-destruct. A normal rank 2 martial artist's vitality is between 250 calories and 400 calories. When I reach peak, I'll probably be able to reach around 500 calories. Thrice honing will gradually widen the gap between me and normal martial artists. I need money, I need wealth points, Fang Ping mumbled. With money and wealth points, he might be able to reach peak rank 2 within a month. Poverty had once again limited his progress. Sigh, I hope society will be stable in the next few years. Otherwise, business will be difficult. Fang Ping prayed outside the window. Then, he quickly entered cultivation mode and continued to stand and hone his bones. At the same time. Magic City Catacombs entrance. Lu Fengger frowned. If the situation continues like this, we might not be able to hold on after 3 years. The prophecy of the apocalypse in 2012, Huang Jing scolded, even you believe this nonsense. No wonder those evil sects have space to survive. Lu Fengger said impatiently, did I say that I believe it? However, the reason why the evil sects can rope in a portion of martial artists is indeed related to this. The situation now will definitely worsen in 3 years. I say, Grandmasters, can't you think of something? Right now, the entrances are filled with catacombs creatures. Low-ranked martial artists are almost unable to enter. Huang Jing exhaled and said as he walked, the government is thinking of something. They've even started organizing to see if they can unite all martial artists above rank 7 to enter a catacombs entrance together and carry out a large-scale cleanup. Are you guys crazy? Lu Fengger said in shock, your large-scale operation will definitely cause the terrifying creatures in the depths of the catacombs to retaliate. It was fine if there were only a few grandmasters, but if more than 100 grandmasters entered the catacombs together to clean up the entrance, the creatures in the depths of the catacombs would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, the situation might be even more critical. We'll see how it goes. This is also the last resort. Otherwise, we can only rely on low and middle-ranked martial artists and ordinary people to carry out the cleanup. It's a pity that the development of energy mine weapons has not been successful. Otherwise, if we could equip the ordinary troops with this equipment, it would relieve a lot of our pressure. Lu Fengger frowned. No progress? There are too few energy mines. It's not enough. Huang Jing shook his head. After some thought, he said, there are some changes in the Department of Education. After the new year, they might change their strategy and allow rank 2 martial artists from martial arts universities to enter the catacombs. Rank 2, isn't it too dangerous? Lu Fengger was slightly worried. It was very dangerous for rank 2 martial artists to enter the catacombs. Huang Jing pursed his lips and said with a determined expression, martial arts university students are people, and so are soldiers. So many ordinary soldiers are also stationed in the catacombs, it's different. The army is organized, it's the same. Martial artists can also be organized. After saying that, Huang Jing waved his hand and said, we'll see. This matter has not been confirmed yet. If it's confirmed, MCMAU will not shirk its responsibility. There are no martial arts university students who are afraid of battle. After saying that, Huang Jing said again, you should go back first. Your old Wu is still waiting, we're divorced. He lives his life, and I live mine. Stop talking about this. Haha. Huang Jing laughed, with a hint of mockery. Divorced, both of you have been divorced for more than 10 years, but when you were chopping up old devil Fang, why did you keep calling him old Wu? Huang Jing could not be bothered with her. At this moment, he had already left the catacombs. Outside, not far away, Magic City was brightly lit. It's a golden age, the golden age of the Sino nation 5,000 years ago, Huang Jing murmured. They had enough to eat and wear, and billions of Chinese people did not have to suffer from cold or hunger. When had such a golden age ever existed? How difficult was it to prosper the country? Why, they had finally lived a good life. Why did they have to suffer? The catacombs. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Ping did not have any relatives to visit. Little Ant's family had also made arrangements to come to Sun City on the second day of the Lunar New Year. On the first day of the New Year, Fang Ping stayed at home and watched television. He also chatted with the others in the group. Wu Zhihao and the others were fine. Although they had many relatives, they did not need all of them. Fu Changding and his men were doomed. Fang Ping saw Fu Changding complaining in the group chat. As a student of MCMAU and an official martial artist, Fu Changding could be considered an adult now. He could truly represent himself and take responsibility for the family business. Therefore, from this year onwards, he would have to visit his 7 aunts and 7 aunts alone, as well as all kinds of uncles and aunts. This fellow had conveniently sent a schedule, and it was filled to the brim. From the first day of the first month to the 10th day of the first month, he had to pay New Year's greetings to nearly 100 elders, all of whom he had to visit personally. Zhao Lei and the others were in a similar situation. They had many relatives, big businesses, and large social circles. As juniors, they had to visit them for New Year's greetings. Fang Ping had no intention of giving New Year's greetings to anyone. He was a student, so naturally, no one would give him New Year's greetings. Although many of Sun City's higher-ups knew that Fang Ping was a peak rank 1 martial artist, Fang Ping was too young. They had not interacted with him yet, so there was no need for them to wish each other a Happy New Year. But the Fang clan still sent someone over today. Fang Ping almost choked to death when he saw 7 or 8 young ladies arrive at his door with flushed cheeks, all eager to wish Fang Yuan a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Sister Yuan. President, I haven't seen you in a few days. Do you want to go out and play with me today? Sister Yuan, is Brother Fang not at home? Fang Ping was staring at a young lady. What kind of expression was that? I'm such a big living person, and you're ignoring me. It was no wonder they ignored him. Fang Ping curled up on the sofa, too lazy to move. Moreover, these people were looking for Fang Yuan, so he did not greet them. In the end, he was ignored just like that. Hearing someone mention him, Fang Ping flashed what he thought was a gentle smile. He poked his head out and said, I'm here. Wow. Big Brother Fang is home. A young girl cried out in alarm. Then, something that made Fang Ping speechless happened again. Run. Brother Fang is at home. Run. I'm leaving, Sister Yuan. Call me. In less than 5 seconds, 7 or 8 little girls had disappeared. He didn't even take the elevator and ran straight down the stairs. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was going on? When did I become so unpopular with women? On MCMAU's side, Yang Xiaoman and the rest did not like him. Previously, Lu Ruoqi was so scared that she ran away. Now, when these little girls saw that he was home, their first reaction wasn't to worship him and ask for his autograph, but to run away. My luck with women, Fang Ping was completely speechless. Why, am I not handsome, not strong enough, or do you have no money? None of them, but what was going on now? Why hadn't he met a reliable woman? Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He huffed and went back to the sofa to watch the television. This should not have happened. Fang Yuan glanced at Fang Ping cautiously. His face was as black as the bottom of a wok, and she could not help feeling a little guilty. Fang Ping wouldn't know that I'd been badmouthing him, would he? I didn't say anything. I just said that he likes to hit people, cut people in half with a knife, and pinch people's faces until they are round. I'm telling the truth. Fang Yuan grumbled in her heart and hurried upstairs. She was afraid that Fang Ping would pinch her face again later. She had obviously lost weight. These days when Fang Ping was home, her little cheeks were visibly puffing up. Fang Yuan would never admit that she had eaten a lot more these days. On the second day of the first month, Fang Ping's aunt and her family came. His cousins came along too. With these 2 brats around, Fang Ping had a terrible headache. He did not have any free time for 2 or 3 days. His aunt and uncle-in-law knew that Fang Ping was participating in the championship. These few days, they praised Fang Ping again and again. They praised him so much that Fang Ping almost did not dare to stay at home. His house was only so big. He had to meet them hundreds of times a day. If they kept praising him, he would break down. On the 6th day of the first month, Fang Ping finally did not have to stay at home with those three brats. The Martial Artist Championship held in Sun City had begun, Sun City Hotel. This time, the Sun City Martial Artist Championship was held on the second floor of the hotel. At this moment, Tan Jinping had also received the task of welcoming guests. The martial artists who came this time were not only locals of Sun City. There were also some Sun City martial artists from other places who would be participating. It was fine if they were martial artists they were familiar with. Some martial artists from other places were not familiar with them, so they needed martial artists from Sun City to welcome them. Tan Jinping was not alone. Beside him was the deputy director of the Department of Investigation Services. Both of them chatted softly as they received the guests. Zhang Fengyang has reached rank 2, right? His aura just now was different. He seemed stronger than us. I think so. Tan Jinping nodded, then shook his head. We both came from martial arts training classes. Rank 2 martial artists are not popular anymore. You can't say that. The reform is also a matter for the higher-ups. In Sun City, rank 1 is rank 1, and rank 2 is rank 2. As both of them were chatting, a taxi stopped at the entrance. At first, both of them did not pay much attention. When they saw the young man getting out of the car, Tan Jinping suddenly laughed. Fang Ping, I thought you weren't coming. There were too many taxis. I almost didn't manage to get one. Fang Ping laughed. As he walked, he greeted, Uncle Tan, why did I let you pick people up outside? Today, some rank 2 martial artists and even rank 3 martial artists are coming. I have to put up a front, Tan Jinping laughed. Then, he helped introduce, this is the Deputy Director of Sun City's Department of Investigation Services, Shi Tao. Hello, Director Shi. Mr. Fang is young and promising. I almost didn't recognize you. You're too young. Shi Tao was also very polite and enthusiastic. MCMAU's genius students were not someone a deputy director like him could compare to. After a few polite words, Tan Jinping still had to continue greeting people. Although Fang Ping was a guest, Tan Jinping was older than him. It was not appropriate for him to just go up to him, so he stood at the side and chatted with him. At this time, a black car stopped in front of the entrance. Two men, one old and one young, alighted from the car. When he saw them, Tan Jinping frowned slightly. Then, he smiled. Old Chen, Tan Jinping? When he saw Tan Jinping, the middle-aged man who got out of the car suddenly frowned and snorted coldly. What, you're a doorman now? I thought that you, Tan Jinping, had used dirty tricks to get me away, and now you're a director. I didn't expect that you're just a doorman. Chen Qitao. Tan Jinping frowned. Don't go overboard. Everyone knows who was right and who was wrong back then. No, don't you know what kind of person you are, Tan Jinping? You're disgusted early in the morning. When Commander Bai invited me, he didn't say that Tan Jinping would be here. If I had known that this thing was here, I wouldn't have put down my business to attend this worthless conference. Please calm down, CEO Chen, Shi Tao smiled apologetically. CEO Chen, today is the Martial Artists Conference of Sun City's hometown. About you and Director Tan, Director Shi, it's not that I, Chen Qitao, don't disrespect you. As soon as Commander Bai invited me, I immediately put down my business and came all the way here. But everyone in Sun City knows that I feel disgusted whenever I see someone with the surname Tan. Now you've come up with this thing to disgust me? Is this what Commander Bai meant by a warm welcome? The Commander Bai that Chen Qitao mentioned was Sun City's top leader. As a county-level city, Sun City's top leader was also called a commander, but more accurately, a fake commander. Today's commanders were almost all rank 4. In Sun City, they were all rank 3. Chen Qitao was invited personally by Sun City's commander because he was not weak. He was peak rank 2. 10 years ago, he was also rank 1. However, these few years, his business was doing well. He bought some pills and consumed them, unlike Tan Jinping who was stuck at rank 1. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said nothing. The young man beside Chen Qitao suddenly said, "Dad, why are you arguing with a rank 1? It's meaningless. Forget it. Let's go in." The young man's tone was slightly disdainful. Tan Jinping frowned and said in a low voice, "How, your father and I, don't. Director Tan, right? I'm not close to you." The young man called how immediately dissociated himself and said lightly, "I can't be bothered with the matter between you and my father, but my father is not in a good mood when he sees you. Look, don't you think it's better to avoid him? It's not good to block the way." Tan Jinping suddenly felt a little angry. Shi Tao pulled him back. Chen Qitao was peak rank 2. His son was also a rank 1 martial artist and a student of South Sino University of Science and Technology. Shi Tao still wanted to keep the peace. There was no need to go overboard. Of course, they only quarreled a little. They did not dare to do anything to Tan Jinping. Their official status was the biggest guarantee. At this time, Fang Ping had no choice but to take a step forward. Tan Jinping had always taken good care of his parents in Sun City. He was also not bad to him. His 2 sons had even taught him pole standing. They were all friends. Seeing old Tan being ridiculed, Fang Ping could not say anything about the previous generation. However, it was not appropriate for the young man to make a fuss. It seemed that Tan Jinping knew this young man. Maybe they had a good relationship back then. Helping one's relatives and not reason was a good tradition left by the ancestors. Also, looking at this father and son pair, they did not seem to have a strong background. In fact, there were not many martial artists in Sun City. Who had a strong background? Fang Ping took a step forward and smiled. "We're all from Sun City. There's no need to make things so tense. Who do you think you are?" Before Fang Ping could finish, the young man snorted, his face full of disdain. Fang Ping touched his nose and could not help but ask, "You don't know me?" This kid, Shi Tao, just said he was from South Sino University of Science and Technology. South Sino University of Science and Technology did not watch the martial arts championship? The young man wanted to say something more, but Fang Ping suddenly said with a cold face, "Kid, you're a student from South Sino University of Science and Technology, right? I see that you've just entered rank 1 and you're already looking down on rank 1 martial artists. How about this, I'll spare you with one hand. If I don't kill you with one hand, you can continue to be arrogant in front of me." The young man was furious. Chen Qitao also frowned and wanted to speak. Fang Ping snorted coldly again. "I'm giving you face and asking you to calm down. If you continue to make a fuss, you and your father will come at me together. Believe it or not, no one will say anything even if I cripple you." The father and son pair on the other side fell silent. They could not figure out Fang Ping's background. Seeing this, Shi Tao hurriedly whispered, "This is Mr. Fang Ping from MCMAU, Fang Ping?" Chen Qitao probably did not remember, but his son's expression changed slightly. He could not help but glance at Fang Ping. Only then did Fang Ping feel much better. F***ck, so you know me, Fang Ping. Fang Ping glanced at him and sneered. "How about it? Think about it, and I'll spare both of your hands. You've thrown away the reputation of martial arts university students. Although your university's Wang Yuelong lost in the last battle of the 8-School Alliance Championship, who wouldn't admire him? Your vice-chancellor, old Grandmaster Liu, said, martial arts university martial artists are not afraid to fight, and they fight with the will to die in every battle. That made us martial arts university students feel encouraged. Who do you think you are? You're just a martial arts university student, so what are you pretending to be? The reputation of martial arts universities is ruined by idiots like you. The grudge between your father and Director Tan is a dispute between the older generation. I don't think it's a big grudge. You, on the other hand, said that rank 1 martial artists are nothing, and asked Uncle Tan to make way for you. Who do you think you are?" Fang Ping lectured him like he was his grandson. The young man's face turned red, but he did not say a word. "Next time, don't let me see you in Magic City. Every time I see you, I'll beat you up." If anyone from South Sino University of Science and Technology isn't convinced, I'll show them what kind of people you South Sino University of Science and Technology students are. You, the young man's face stiffened. He wanted to retort, but he could not say a word. His father also felt that something was wrong, but he did not say a word. Tao watched for a while and immediately reacted. He smiled and tried to smooth things over. Everyone, calm down. We're all family. Sun City isn't big, and there aren't many martial artists from Sun City. President Chen, why don't you and your son go upstairs and rest for a while? Chen Qitao glanced at Fang Ping, then at his son. He nodded and led the young man, who had not spoken a word, inside. After they left, Tan Jinping's interest waned. He sighed softly. Thanks. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid your Uncle Tan would be embarrassed. Uncle Tan, don't mention it. If Tan Hao and the others knew that you were bullied, they'd scold me to death if I didn't do anything about it. Fang Ping laughed. Tan Jinping suddenly said, I've seen through it. Strength is still needed. I can't do it myself, but Hao and Tao still have a future. When I go back, I'll sell everything I have to help them enter the martial artist realm as soon as possible. Did Fang Ping have a background? No, even if he did, the Chen father and son would not know about it. However, the moment Fang Ping mentioned his name, Chen Qitao's arrogant son was scolded like a grandson. He did not dare to retort. Why, Fang Ping had the strength. With Fang Ping's strength, he could cripple him with one hand. Even his father could not do anything. A rank 2 vitality martial artist would not know when he met Fang Ping. It was precisely because Chen Qitao's son knew this that he did not say a word, even if he was ridiculed by Fang Ping. Tan Jinping had a lot of feelings in his heart, but Fang Ping did not feel much. He only cursed in his heart. That kid just now did not recognize my face. I thought I could rely on my face to make a living, at least among rank 1 and 2 martial artists. Do I have to introduce myself when I meet people looking for trouble in the future? I'm Fang Ping from MCMAU, that would be so embarrassing. The hall on the second floor. Fang Ping and Tan Jinping came in together. In the hall, 30 to 40 people gathered in 2s and 3s. This was almost all the martial artists that Sun City could gather. Naturally, there were more martial artists from Sun City. After all, Sun City had a large population. However, many martial artists went to big cities and even changed their household registration. Very few of them actually came back. Most of the martial artists that Sun City invited were Sun City people who lived in the surrounding counties and cities. As soon as Fang Ping went upstairs, someone said enthusiastically, "Little brother Fang, you're here. You finally met the real Buddha. Little brother Fang, you brought glory to the people of Sun City this time. You fought beautifully in the championship." These people were very familiar with each other. It did not seem like they had not met each other before. Fang Ping was not afraid. He smiled and responded with a few words. After a while of pleasantries, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Uncle Tan, did the city really gather everyone for the tea party?" Right now, it was totally a tea party. Tan Jinping also said in a low voice, "I don't know the specifics. This was actually organized by Commander Bai. We're just in charge of helping out and inviting some martial artists to participate." Commander Bai, speak of the devil. As the two of them spoke, Bai Jinshan arrived. Fang Ping had never seen Bai Jinshan before. Previously, he thought that Bai Jinshan must be the kind with a big belly and a round waist. When he saw him, Fang Ping was a little surprised. Bai Jinshan was not a fat man with big ears. Instead, he was a handsome middle-aged man with a refined temperament. Other than being a little handsome, he walked with a majestic gait. From his appearance, he did not look like he could not fight. Previously, Tan Jinping said that there was no one who could fight. Fang Ping thought that Bai Jinshan must be the same. However, at this moment, among everyone present, only Bai Jinshan gave Fang Ping a sense of extreme danger. This meant that Bai Jinshan was definitely not weak. Looks like Sun City is not completely rotten yet. Fang Ping muttered. As soon as Bai Jinshan arrived, everyone greeted him. Bai Jinshan smiled as he walked. When he reached Fang Ping, Bai Jinshan did not need anyone to introduce him. He said with a face full of smiles, "This must be MCMAU's prodigy, student Fang Ping. Young and promising, extraordinary temperament." Bai Jinshan praised him for a while. Fang Ping became humble and responded with a few polite words. There were quite a number of people, so Bai Jinshan did not say too much to Fang Ping. After taking a look at the crowd, Bai Jinshan smiled and said, "Everyone, take a seat. Don't be shy. We're all from Sun City. It's not easy for us to gather together, so feel free to chat." He said that he was just having a casual chat, so naturally, no one would take him seriously. Among the martial artists who came this time, there were also 2 rank 3 martial artists. There was not a single middle-ranked martial artist. Sun City was not that big to begin with, and there were not many middle-ranked martial artists who had left the city in recent years. Wang Jinyang was a middle-ranked, but he was in River City now and did not come. Bai Jinshan gestured for everyone to descend. One of the rank 3 old men said with a smile, "Commander Bai, it's said that we shouldn't be close to the people of the same hometown. Everyone misses their hometown, so they put aside other matters and gathered together. If there's anything we can do to help you in Sun City, just let us know. Let's be direct. After all, time is precious. Since Elder Zhang has said so, then I won't say those polite words." Bai Jinshan laughed, then sighed and said, "Ever since Governor General Zhang broke through to Grandmaster, he's become more and more dissatisfied with Nanjiang's martial arts atmosphere. In the province, the reform documents are piled up as high as a few people. One policy every day, one reform every day. It's not easy for us either. This time I've invited everyone here because it's related to these reforms." The old man whom Bai Jinshan addressed as Elder Zhang smiled and said, "Commander Bai, just tell us directly. What do you need us to do? Don't misunderstand, Elder Zhang. I didn't gather everyone here just to ask for a favor." Bai Jinshan waved his hand. He knew what these people were thinking. It was a hometown gathering. It was nothing more than that. Ask for a favor, collect donations, pull in investments. The government needed investments, and these people also hoped to get some benefits. It was a win-win situation, so there was nothing bad about it. However, this time it was really not for this matter. It's like this. Every county and city in Nanjiang needs to form a martial artist combat team. I wonder if everyone knows about this. Yes, I saw it on the news. Could it be that there's a problem with the combat team? Upon hearing that, Fang Ping glanced at Elder Zhang. Could this person be Bai Jinshan's sidekick? Martial artists are scarce in Sun City. According to the requirements, the combat team should have been formed at the end of last year and training should have started this year. However, Sun City hasn't been fully staffed up until now. This time I've invited everyone here for the development of Sun City and for everyone to help think of ideas. On the other hand, I want to see if there are any martial artists who want to join the combat team." Before Bai Jinshan could finish, someone in the crowd interrupted him. "Commander Bai, everyone's busy. How would they have time to participate in training? Sun City can't possibly not have enough people, right?" "That's right. Besides, our company has a lot of things to do. It's not like the company is located locally. How would we have time to come back and join the combat team? Everyone's busy. If Sun City really lacks funds, it's not a problem for us to collect some donations. I dare not say much, but 30 to 50,000 is no problem." These people chimed in one after another, setting the tone for today's event. Bai Jinshan was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I didn't say that you must join the combat team. This isn't something that can be forced." But, Bai Jinshan paused, then suddenly said, "But recently, the higher-ups have issued another administrative document. Everyone, did you notice that apart from those who didn't come, the rest of the people invited today are all registered in Sun City?" Some people were a little confused. Not everyone who left Sun City would move their registered residence. Everyone present was still registered in Sun City at the moment. The administrative document from the higher-ups is simple. In the future, martial artists will be subject to a dual management system. The government of the place of residence and the government of the place of registration will be subject to dual management. Everyone still did not understand what he meant. So what? Bai Jinshan was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, then I'll explain it more clearly. After the implementation of the dual management system, everyone will have to return to Sun City for the year-end assessment every year. Ah? What year-end assessment? Commander Bai, please explain it more clearly. Bai Jinshan smiled faintly and said, martial artists enjoy special privileges. They can open a company and enjoy tax exemption and reduction. If they enter politics, the assessment standards will be lowered. If they enter the military, they'll be sergeants. If they enter other industries, they'll also enjoy preferential policies and special treatment. However, there are more and more martial artists. Some martial artists are called martial artists now, but is there any difference between them and ordinary people? When there are more people, there will be more privileges. It's a little overflowing and worthless. The government intends to implement an assessment system for martial artists starting in year 09. Every year, martial artists must return to their registered residence to undergo a year-end assessment. Of course, it's for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. Middle-ranked and above martial artists can find any place to take the assessment. If you pass the assessment, everyone can continue with their lives. If you don't pass, you'll either have to take the assessment downgraded or have your martial artist status revoked. What? Assessment? What assessment? We've been doing well. This has been the rule for so many years. Why would we have to take an assessment out of nowhere? Everyone started asking questions. Bai Jinshan still smiled and said, actually, it's not too difficult. It's mainly an assessment of vitality and combat techniques. You're a martial artist. If you can't fight at all, can you still call yourself a martial artist? However, the assessment is not difficult. It's easy to pass. Everyone just needs to take some time to practice combat techniques and you'll pass easily. The reason why we've gathered everyone here is because we're afraid that you won't understand, so we'll explain it to you clearly. Many people are unhappy with us now. They feel that martial artists have taken over society's resources. We're obviously the same as them, so why should we enjoy special privileges? In order to avoid disputes between everyone and normal people, the government can only impose restrictions on us and slightly increase the difficulty of ranking. Fang Ping was not surprised when he heard this. This matter had been in the news for a long time. He just did not expect that they would specially gather everyone for a meeting and let the local leader explain. In Fang Ping's opinion, it was completely unnecessary. However, thinking about it, it was better this way. There was no direct document to enforce it, so everyone could have a buffer period. Fang Ping had underestimated the government's determination. Buffer period? That was impossible. Bai Jinshan had not finished speaking yet. The purpose of gathering everyone here was not just to announce this news. Pure vitality martial artists had to change. This was the unanimous decision that the higher-ups had reached after discussing for a long time. There was another reason why everyone was gathered here. This time, besides informing everyone about the issue of the year-end assessment, there's another reason. From this year onwards, all martial artists must take out a month's time every year to participate in the locally organized training classes. Of course, martial arts university students can be exempted, military department martial artists can be exempted, and martial artists participating in national research projects can be exempted. Everyone was stunned. He still had to participate in the training class. Many of them were already in their 50s or 60s, yet they were still allowed to participate in the training class at this age. 1 month a year was not a short period of time. Someone immediately objected, Commander Bai, let's just talk about the year-end assessment. The higher-up said that there will be an assessment, so we'll accept it. At most, we'll just cultivate at home. This is already a huge waste of time. Was there a need to take a month out to participate in the training class? We're not students, we're all adults. Who isn't busy? Exactly, Bai Jinshan smiled and said, you don't want to join? It's simple. Give up your identity as a martial artist, and you won't have to participate. I'm just informing everyone that I didn't make these policies. During the year-end assessment, those who were absent from the training class would also be assessed. Those who did not complete a month of training would be stripped of their martial artist status. It's not me, Bai Jinshan, who wants to make things difficult for everyone. It's the higher-ups' decision. It's only a month, which is 4 weeks. You can participate in the training in 4 batches, as long as you apply in advance. Don't tell me you can't even take 4 weeks out of the year. If you have time to travel, if you have time to do other things, do you really not have time for training? Since martial artists enjoy a lot, they should contribute a little. Everyone wouldn't have any objections, right? We're only asking you to train, not to die. You're already reacting so strongly. If we were to force you to participate in the war, wouldn't that be a rebellion? At the end of his speech, Bai Jinshan was no longer gentle. He said coldly, I've already said that this is an order from the higher-ups, everyone must execute it. Other than those who are present, we'll also inform those who are not here. Some of you can pretend not to know and pretend not to receive the news. It's okay, we'll inform you about the documents later. If anyone does not participate in the training or the year-end assessment, their martial artist status will be revoked and all martial artist benefits will be revoked. How much tax has been reduced or exempted in the past must be paid back. This was targeted at enterprises, politicians, and people in other industries, and it was the same. Since you're no longer a martial artist, you'll have to be like an ordinary person. You'll have to bear the same obligations. Also, some martial artists have taken advantage of their privileges. They should know very well what they've done. In the past, we didn't pursue this matter. But now, we need to investigate this matter. Everyone, I've already said that I, Bai Jinshan, am not making things difficult for everyone. You're all martial artists. If you're not martial artists, what right do you have to be rich and powerful while ordinary people who aren't any worse than you can only be your assistants and assistants? In the past, the government treated you well in the hopes that everyone would contribute to the country and society. But now, it seems that everyone has no such concept. You can ask for things, but you don't want to give anything back. Do you think that's right? Everyone was speechless. However, someone still retorted, Commander Bai, the government is completely messing around by doing this. Is there a need for the training? Haven't we already formed a battle team? At most, we can each donate a little to let the battle team's martial artists cultivate well. Isn't this better than letting us old guys participate? Bai Jinshan laughed. I think so too, but it's useless for me to say it. Don't tell me you want me to go to Governor General Zhang to give my opinion? The higher-ups have already reached an agreement. As for us, we can only carry it out. Let me tell you the truth. There are only 2 paths now. Either we carry out the order, or we give up our martial artist status. Of course, you can choose the third option. Why don't you try rebelling? Everyone's faces paled. Rebelling my ass, a group of martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, and vitality martial artists at that. Honestly, was there any difference between them and ordinary people? There were almost no vitality martial artists in the 3 middle ranks and the 3 upper ranks. The majority of vitality martial artists were still in the 3 lower ranks. Now that the higher-ups had reached an agreement, martial arts universities, the military department, and the Department of Investigation Services, places with more martial artists, would not have any objections. Ordinary people could not wait for the vitality martial artists to suffer. It could be said that there would not be many martial artists who were truly dissatisfied. There were millions of martial artists in the country. Excluding those in the military department and martial arts universities, there were about 200,000 vitality martial artists. The ratio was not low, at least 1/5. Among the 200,000 people, at least half would have an indifferent attitude. Since it was an assessment, then so be it. Among the remaining half, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not be willing to give up the privilege they had enjoyed for so many years. Most of them would do it honestly. The remaining people would be the small fry. There would be tens of thousands of people if there were more, and thousands if there were fewer. These people, unless they were really connected, could only follow the rules and regulations or give up their martial artist status. There were billions of people in Sino Nation. A few dissatisfied vitality martial artists would not cause too much of an impact. The crowd was noisy, but Fang Ping nodded slightly. It was indeed time to change. He did not expect it to be implemented so easily. Bai Jinshan was obviously forcing everyone to accept everything. If they did not accept it, what could the others do? if they dared to not participate in the training, the higher-ups would not do anything to them. They would just revoke their martial artist status. It was very fair. Even if the news spread, ordinary people would applaud and cheer. It would not cause a commotion. Also, Bai Jinshan suddenly said, also, the government will not be stingy with rewards for those martial artists who perform well. In the future, the local government will provide policy support for martial arts university students and martial artists who join the military. This includes families' work arrangements, families' business will receive some government subsidies, and cultivation resources will be lacking. The local government will also provide some subsidies, including the opening of green channels for loans. Also, outstanding students and soldiers like student Fang Ping will receive handsome rewards. Student Fang Ping's performance in the championship was outstanding, so the Sun City government has decided to give student Fang Ping 500,000 yuan as a reward. I hope student Fang Ping will continue to work hard and advance to become a middle-ranked martial artist or even a grandmaster martial artist. Fang Ping was slightly dumbfounded. 500,000 yuan was given to him just like that. Did he come all this way just to earn money? Fang Ping did not really care about 500,000 yuan. The main thing was that the government's attitude had changed. From the previous free-range training, they were now planning to integrate them. They would integrate casual martial artists and let them participate in the training to cultivate combat techniques. This way, in the next few years, there should be more than 100,000 martial artists who could fight. Fang Ping realized that this change was becoming more and more obvious after the championship ended. Now, even a small city like Sun City was changing. Although it was not that fast, and they only allowed casual martial artists to participate in the training for a month every year, these changes were subtly changing everything. After saying that, Bai Jinshan noticed that the atmosphere was a little heavy. He suddenly laughed and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. It's actually not a big deal. The training is not as difficult as you think. It's very easy. Just treat it as attending some CEO training classes. It's not like it's completely under the military's control. You can handle business, phone calls, and video calls." In the beginning, it was a combination of carrot and stick. Now, it was comforting. After being comforted by Bai Jinshan for a while, everyone's mood improved. A month was not short, but it could be divided into 4 sessions, 1 week at a time. It was not unacceptable, and they could not go to jail. They could participate in the training and continue to handle company business. Moreover, with so many martial artists gathered together, they might even be able to expand their connections and open up some markets. Bai Jinshan was right. This was similar to those CEO classes in society. Everyone comforted themselves. They had no choice but to do so. Their fists were not hard enough. Unless they gave up their identity as martial artists, they could not do anything about it. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not participate the whole time. In the end, he got 500,000 yuan for free, which was a pleasant surprise. Today's gathering was mainly for this matter. Bai Jinshan did not mention the recruitment of combat teams, the arrangement of personnel, and the lack of funds. Obviously, these things could be handled in Sun City. Just when Fang Ping was done and ready to leave, Bai Jinshan suddenly stopped him. Bai Jinshan did not find a place to talk alone. As he walked down the stairs, he said with a smile, "I saw Fang Ping's performance in the championship. You're outstanding. Commander, you flatter me. I don't know if Fang Ping has noticed one thing. This time, the establishment of the combat team and the requirement for martial artists to train are not nationwide. It's a pilot in some areas, and they're very active." Fang Ping looked slightly puzzled. Bai Jinshan said again, "How much do you know about this world, Fang Ping?" "You mean, the catacombs, it seems like you know." Bai Jinshan was not surprised. It was normal for an elite student like Fang Ping to know in advance. This time, the major provinces that are the most active in the pilot are Nanjiang, Nanhe, and Nan's provinces. Have you noticed these 3 provinces? The governors have all broken through to Grandmaster in the past 2 years. 5 years ago, none of the governors in the 3 provinces were Grandmasters. Is it easy to break through to Grandmaster now? Fang Ping felt as if a string was pulled taut in his mind. After a while, he said, "You mean, there are 22 catacombs entrances in Sino Nation. There's a pattern to their appearance. 3 years ago, the 22nd entrance appeared, and it's located in the eastern region. If you carefully study the location and time of each catacomb's entrance, you'll realize, the catacombs are being set up." Fang Ping's gaze changed. He said with some shock, "You mean that the catacombs entrances are not random, but are being set up?" "Yes, they're slowly spreading throughout Sino Nation. Until now, there hasn't been a single catacombs entrance in the 3 southern provinces. Therefore, the next entrance will definitely appear in the 3 southern provinces in the next 1 to 2 years. The catacombs entrance. In my opinion, it's more like a garrison point. Penetrating deeper bit by bit, encroaching on the entire Sino Nation bit by bit. Next, it's the 3 southern provinces. Therefore, the 3 southern provinces have recently accelerated the pace of reform. We can count on the military department, count on martial arts universities, but how long can we count on? We can only save ourselves. If the local forces are weak, our fate will not be any better than Tiannan. The military department's main focus is defense. Do you understand what I mean? Due to the lack of strength, the military department can only station themselves here. They can only rely on local martial artists to enter the catacombs to make the place safer. It wasn't that foreign martial artists weren't doing their best, but how long could they stay in the 3 southern provinces? A few days ago, something had happened in the heavenly south. Every region had sent reinforcements, but did the martial artists of the various regions still have to stay in the heavenly south? Those Grandmaster realm experts would not stay there for too long. If something were to happen, they could only ask for help from the outside. Therefore, the strength of the local forces was the foundation. Unfortunately, Nanjiang's economy was weak, and it was not very attractive to martial artists. It could not retain martial artists who were too strong. But as the people of Nanjiang, we still hope that you, the students who have left, can return to Nanjiang at this critical juncture and contribute to Nanjiang. There was a catacombs in Magic City, but there were countless powerhouses in MCMAU. Moreover, Magic City's catacombs had been around for many years, so there was a complete set of procedures. Once a new catacombs entrance appeared in Nanjiang, that would be the real crisis. Fang Ping, we won't force a prodigy like you to return, but if Nanjiang is truly in danger, we still hope that you can return to Nanjiang. A catacombs entrance will appear in Nanjiang, Fang Ping gulped. Suddenly, he asked, "Commander, can we predict the specific location?" "It can't be in Sun City, can it?" "It's hard to say. It's possible in the 3 southern provinces." Bai Jinshan said, then mocked himself, "The catacombs entrances will spread all over Sino Nation sooner or later. Even if it's not in Sun City now, what about in the future?" Sigh, when the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. Fang Ping was a little worried. He was considering whether to let his parents and sister move. The 3 southern provinces did not seem to be peaceful anymore. He had also understood the catacombs information. The appearance of a new entrance was actually the most dangerous time. At this time, the catacombs creatures would riot and attack continuously, expanding the range of the entrance. At this time, because the government was in a passive state, they could only rely on people to pile up and use their lives to fill in the gaps. Only when the first wave of riots was repelled would these catacombs creatures retreat and prepare for the next attack. During this period, the buffer period, the government could let the military department set up defenses. Therefore, if it really appeared in Nanjiang, the local martial artists would definitely be recruited to defend. As for the casualties, it would definitely be tragic. Bai Jinshan seemed to know what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Other places might not be safer than Sun City. Right now, the catacombs entrances everywhere are rioting. Therefore, what we need to do the most is to increase our strength, suppress the riots, and even counterattack the catacombs one day. The catacombs are invading us. Isn't that our opportunity?" Bai Jinshan's eyes were cold and stern. Without the catacombs creatures, it would be a complete new world. What does it mean to humans to conquer a new world? That's why the governments of various countries spare no effort to cultivate martial artists. They hope that there will be more martial artists so that one day, we can counterattack. Counterattack the catacombs, Fang Ping murmured. He thought it was normal. It was a whole new world. When the catacombs creatures invaded the surface, did humans not want to enter the new world to develop? It was just that they were not as strong as others. If weapons like nuclear bombs could be used in the catacombs, the government would have launched an all-out attack on the catacombs a long time ago. These are all off topic. I asked student Fong to stay because I wanted to say something. It's not easy for Nanjiang to produce powerhouses. I hope that Nanjiang's powerhouses can contribute to Nanjiang. I won't force you, but from the bottom of my heart, I hope that you can come back to defend your homeland. Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, if that day really comes, if I have the strength, I will not be afraid to fight. Thank you very much, then. Bai Jingshan chuckled and quickly said goodbye to Fong Ping. After Fong Ping left, Bai Jingshan murmured in the car, an entrance to Sun City, it's not impossible. Bai Jingshan shook his head, feeling a little lost. If an entrance appeared in Sun City, even if it was planned in advance, Sun City would still suffer heavy losses, be it in terms of personnel or economy. I hope that a few local powerhouses can take up the heavy responsibility. It's a pity that he didn't stay in NMAU. After muttering to himself, Bai Jingshan shook his head again. If Fong Ping had stayed in NMAU, he might not have made such progress. He's rank 2 now. In the past 2 years, Sun City had Wang Jinyang, and now there's Fong Ping. Others might not have noticed, but he could. Fong Ping had already entered rank 2. Scenic Lake Gardens. When he returned home, Fong Ping was a little paranoid. Would the entrance to the catacombs suddenly appear below his house? However, when he thought about it for another year or two, and that it would cover the 3 southern provinces, Fong Ping felt that he was thinking too much. At home, Fong Yuan was playing with Lu Wen and Lu Wu. When she saw Fong Ping, Fong Yuan complained, "Brother, they're always snatching my things." "No way. Auntie gave them to us. They're mine. My mom didn't even ask for my opinion. They don't count. Stingy. You're the stingy one. Fong Ping bought them for me. Didn't he buy them for you too? But yours looks better, I don't care. Give them back to me." The 3 of them started playing again. Fong Ping's earlier worry disappeared instantly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't snatch them. You can buy them later. Dad, you can go to the city hall to get your reward. Commander Bai said he would reward me with 500,000 for attending that conference today. You can use it for your own expenses." The whole family fell silent. Fong Yuan's mouth was agape. After a while, she said in a daze, 500,000 for a conference? She calculated how much money she had in her little treasury. After counting, she had counted it 3 times yesterday. 12830 yuan, yes, she was now a 10,000 yuan household. Among the students, she was definitely rich. Now, however, Fong Ping had gone to a conference in the morning. When he came back, he told everyone to go and get their money. 500,000 yuan, it was infuriating to compare oneself to others. "Brother, I'll help you get it." Fong Yuan snapped out of her daze and threw herself into Fong Ping's arms. She said coquettishly, "Don't make Dad go there. I'll help you get it." "You?" Fong Ping laughed. "Who do you think the city hall knows you? It's more like it if our dad goes." "You?" He knocked on her head. "Don't cause trouble. When you become a martial artist, what's a few 100,000? You're earning money by cultivating now. Do the math yourself. If your vitality increases by 1 calorie, you'll earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Which one makes money faster, cultivation or your Yuan Ping Club? People who don't use their brains and don't know how to do math will never be able to make a fortune. Why can I, your brother, make a fortune? Because I'm a martial artist. My cultivation is fast, understand? You're not a martial artist. You'll never earn that much in your lifetime. You can't even afford a weapon." Fong Ping lectured his sister. What was the point of looking at the profits in front of her? She had to think about the future. Of course, the most important thing was that with strength, one could run faster than others. If they encountered danger, at least they could run faster than others. Fong Yuan was confused. She muttered, "Is that how you calculate it?" "That makes sense." If you cultivate fast and become a martial artist, you can earn 500,000 at a random meeting. She calculated again. She had earned more than 10,000 in the last 4 months. 3,000 yuan a month. 500,000 would take 14 years. If she became a martial artist, she would earn even more. The next moment, Fang Yuan nodded seriously. Brother, I'm going to cultivate hard. Fang Ping curled his lips. He knew this little money grubber was obsessed with money. That was good. He did not have to supervise her in the future, right? After attending the martial artists meeting, Fang Ping had nothing else to do at home. There was no class reunion this year. Even if there was, Fang Ping might not go. He was quite popular recently. If he went, he would be bombarded with questions. If something unpleasant happened, it would hurt his classmates' feelings. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, Fang Ping went out. He visited his high school homeroom teacher. Old Monitor had been nice to him. During the martial sciences examinations, he had even given him a set of books. It was also Old Monitor who had arranged for him to pick up Wang Jinyang. That was how he had gotten to know Old Wang. Everyone was busy before and after the new year. Fang Ping did not bother to visit then. He had agreed to visit on the 7th day of the first lunar month. Lu Anhua was happy about Fang Ping's visit. He even insisted on having Fang Ping for lunch. When old Lu accompanied Fang Ping downstairs, they made quite a commotion, as if he was afraid that the teachers next door would not know that their students had come to visit them. Fang Ping saw it too. He could not help but laugh. No one was perfect. Old Lu cared about his reputation. After visiting old Lu, Fang Ping's trip home was officially over. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, he invited Wu Zhihao and the others out for a meal. They talked about martial arts cultivation. On the morning of the 10th, Fang Ping boarded the train to Magic City. Right now, the only way for him to improve his strength was to return to school. After leaving MCMAU, the current Fang Ping did not even know where to buy pills, even though he rarely used them. Before he left, Fang Ping left the 10 normal vitality pills he had with Fang Yuan. He also kept a portion of the healing pills. Magic City. The first thing Fang Ping wanted to do when he returned to school was to buy a car. Sometimes, it was inconvenient without a car. Putting aside his desire to buy a car, Fang Ping went straight to the logistics department. He did not go to the first floor. Instead, he went to the second floor. Even though the semester had not started, the logistics department was still working. Second floor. At the ranking office. When Fang Ping arrived, the teacher who had ranked him last time asked, "Rank 2 now?" "Yes." "Not bad." The instructor in charge of ranking nodded slightly. This was reasonable. Fang Ping had been at peak rank 1 when he left school. Before that, he had already been at peak rank 1 for a while. Without further ado, the instructor brought Fang Ping to a room at the back and said casually, "Kick it. I'll correct your information." Fang Ping looked at the steel plate in front of him, speechless. "Instructor, so casual?" "Nonsense. MCMAU's top new student. Do you think you have to go through all the tests? That's a waste of time, just give it a kick and it's done." The instructor looked impatient. It took a lot of time for casual martial artists to rank. "Fang Ping, did you really think I didn't know?" Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He gave it a casual kick. The instructor did not even look at him. He walked out the door and said, "You're already rank 2. You're not slow, but you're lucky. You know what happened last year. The school provided a lot of resources. Now that you've passed that period, there won't be such a good opportunity anymore. If you want to continue earning credits, you'll have to rely on yourself. Do missions, go down to the catacombs, it's all up to you. Also, when you've reached rank 2, the school will open up more areas and resources to you." Fang Ping was slightly confused. The school will open up more areas? You mean? Yes. MCMAU is so big. Didn't you see that the area near the sea has been sealed? There's good stuff there. The essence of MCMAU is there. Don't tell me you think that MCMAU can rely on some teaching blocks and some pills to help students improve so quickly? There are a lot of rank 3 students, and rank 4 students are not rare either. There are even rank 5 students. The lower 3 ranks are easy to deal with, but rank 4 and rank 4 students who have yet to graduate, think about it. How rare is that? If a famous school doesn't have some good stuff, can it still be called a famous school? Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He asked hurriedly, "Instructor, can you tell me what good stuff there is?" The instructor glanced at him and said casually, "You'll know when the time comes. Go find your own instructor. I'm only in charge of ranking." Fang Ping was not disappointed. He went downstairs happily. Watching him leave, the instructor in charge of ranking said with a smile, "I wonder if there's any hope of reaching rank 5 before graduation." Rank 5 was not an ordinary level of difficulty. There were very, very few students like this in MCMAU. Sometimes, there would be one in a few years. Fang Ping's progress was not slow now. However, once he entered the middle ranks, it would definitely slow down. The new generation has to grow up as soon as possible, the instructor muttered and went back to his original spot to nap. First floor. Old Man Li's eyes lit up. A big client was here. "Student Fang Ping, your strength has improved again. Does this mean that you have 520 credits now?" Old Man Li's face was full of enthusiasm. He chuckled and said, "Now that you've entered rank 2, you've collected 100 credits, Fang Ping interrupted, "Instructor Li, you know that I have 520 credits. There are so many students. Do you keep an eye on everyone's credits?" Old Man Li said unhappily, "What are you talking about? As an instructor in the logistics department, I still have to understand this basic information." Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, "Teacher, do you still have body honing pills?" "Yes. Of course." Old Man Li was overjoyed. Fang Ping was indeed an excellent customer, he even wanted to buy this kind of unpopular pill, buying 2 pills in advance before he achieved rank 2 was fine. Now that he had achieved rank 2, he still bought them. Sure enough, the rich could do whatever they wanted. For martial artists, body tempering was just a side effect. Their main task was to hone their bones. Once their bones were honed, so was their body tempering. On the other hand, just tempering the body without tempering the bones was useless. "Teacher Li, look, I only have 520 credits right now. If I exchange them for the body tempering pills now, can you give me a discount?" Are you going to? 20 credits for one, I'll exchange all of them." Everything changed? Why do you need so many body tempering pills? Old Man Li's face was full of suspicion. Fang Ping immediately said, "Teacher, don't you know that I digest pills very quickly, but recently, I've discovered that there's a downside to the fast digestion of elixirs. It's faster to hone my bones, but my physique can't keep up. Sigh, there's no other way, I can only spend money to exchange for body tempering pills." There's actually such a drawback, Old Man Li knew about this. When he heard that, he sighed and said, "As expected, nothing is perfect." After hearing Fang Ping's words, he felt a little sympathetic toward Fang Ping. Buying a body tempering pill was really a waste of money. But thinking about it, the faster the pill was digested, the faster the bone honing speed was. This was also a good thing. It could only be said that everything had its pros and cons. From the looks of it, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. 20 credits is impossible. I'll make the decision. I'll give you 18 body tempering pills for 520 credits. This is the limit. Only 18? Teacher, I bought so many. I won't buy it or force it. I really can't get any cheaper. You brat, don't always think about taking advantage of others. Fang Ping felt a little melancholy. The old man was not easy to fool. Previously, his wealth had exceeded 20 million. However, he had honed 70 bones and 8 bones in his upper limbs. Sun City had given him a reward of 500,000, so he was only left with 5 million wealth. He had just received 100 credits, and it had risen to 5 million again. He had purchased 18 body honing pills. The market price of the body honing pill was 1 million, and the system had given him 700,000 wealth points. 18 pills would be 6 million. After deducting the 4 million from the 520 credits, he would still be able to earn 2 million wealth points. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping was just about to nod when he suddenly asked, "Teacher, if I buy 18 pills with cash, do you think 8 million per pill will do?" Old Manly looked at him strangely for a while. After a while, he said, "Are you sure?" "Yes. It's not impossible. You're an MCMAU student. If you really want to buy it with cash, I'll give you a 10% discount. 20% is out of the question. 18 pills are not cheap. 900,000 per pill would be 2 million. Teacher, do you know how to do math? If I convert 900,000 to 30 credits, I can buy body honing pills without a discount. If I buy it with cash, of course, you can give me a 10% discount. 800,000 is not too much, right? That's 4 million, right? Can you round it off for me? 14 million, is that not a problem? Old Manly suddenly felt like he had nothing else to say. Fang Ping had used his credits to exchange for the pills, but now he was buying them with cash and asking for a discount. After glancing at Fang Ping for a while, Old Manly asked curiously, "Why don't you use your credits?" "I use them. I'll use them later. Can you tell me if it's okay?" This, Old Manly hesitated before nodding. "Just this once. Don't tell anyone else." Actually, it was a waste of words. Not many people bought body honing pills anyway. "Thank you, teacher." Fang Ping's face lit up with joy. He said casually, "Then you can give me 180 normal vitality pills first." Old Manly was stunned. What was going on? Fang Ping ignored him. Body honing pills were not easy to sell, so there was no market for them. There was a market for vitality pills. He could sell them for money and use the cash to buy body honing pills. Old Manly had given him a 20% discount anyway. He had enough money. This way, he could earn a few million wealth points from the price difference. He could also earn a sum of cash. Of course, he had to maximize the profits from such a good deal. However, he had to rely on credits to make up for the difference in price. Without credits, Fang Ping could not use this trick. Old Manly was stunned, but he still shook his head. 520 credits can't even exchange for 180 pills. Teacher, didn't you say you would give me a discount just now? Think about it. Body honing pills cost 30 credits per pill. 18 pills are 540 credits, right? Can I exchange them for 180 normal vitality pills? I didn't bargain at all. I just wanted to exchange them for one type of pill, but, teacher, just tell me, am I right? That's the logic, right? You can't just give me fewer pills for no reason, right? Old Manly continued to stare blankly. Was there something wrong? Body honing pills are a sluggish product. That's why I gave you a discount, but vitality pills are not. The confused Old Manly stared at him a few times. After a while, he said, "You want to buy vitality pills, sell them, and see if you can sell them for more than 14 million, then spend less money?" Teacher, you're so wise. Fang Ping sucked up to him. Actually, earning money was not the main thing. The main thing was the huge difference in wealth points. Of course, he would still earn money. Even if he sold them at the price of 88,000 pills, 180 pills would be worth 84 million, which was a lot more than 14 million. Fang Ping. Old Manly said sternly, the school supplies you with pills, not for you to sell. I've turned a blind eye to you the last few times. If this matter is investigated, you'll be punished. A few hundred vitality pills going to the public is not a small matter, Fang Ping said pitifully. Teacher, I don't want to do something like this and embarrass martial artists. But the school knows my family's financial situation. My family can't afford it. I'm different from Zhao Lei and the others. I have to save my money. I'm a student, and I don't have a source of income, so I can only rely on the school. Moreover, my credits are earned through hard work. I can only spend as much as I earn. If I can't earn credits, do you think I'll be able to sell pills? Don't you think so? I have no choice. If you don't tell me, who will look into this? I'm not selling them to the public either, am I right? Fang Ping was right. If he did not have credits, he would not be able to do something like this. Old Manly sighed and said, I don't care this time. You'll be caught selling vitality pills in large quantities. Old Manly did not scare Fang Ping. This kid would get into trouble sooner or later if he sold so many pills. It would be fine if he sold them to the public, but if he was caught selling so many pills to the public, the fine would make Fang Ping bankrupt. Even if he sold his blood, it would not be enough. I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He had a large amount of wealth. Old Manly did not waste any more time. He exchanged 180 normal vitality pills for Fang Ping. In an instant, Fang Ping's wealth increased by 2 million, reaching 7 million. Awesome. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He did not waste any more time. He took the pills and ran. Kid, your body honing pills, I'll come back after you sell them. Fang Ping said as he ran. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Old Manly shook his head. At that moment, the staff beside him whispered, Oldly, is this appropriate? He's exchanged hundreds of vitality pills. That's his ability. As long as he doesn't disrupt the market, it's fine. Moreover, hundreds of pills are nothing. But, I know what I'm doing. The staff dared not say anything else. Old Manly sighed again. Fang Ping's family circumstances were a little too much for him to allow him to do what he did. It was not easy for a child from a normal family to make a name for himself. Fang Ping earned so many credits, exchanged them for pills, and earned some of the price difference. This was indeed his own ability. If he did not have the ability, he would not be able to earn the price difference by counting on the 50 credits the school gave him. Hello, Fu Chongding. Do you need vitality pills at home? What? Vitality pills. Do you want them? Again. Fu Chongding was shocked over the phone. Kid, don't go crazy again. You exchanged those credits for pills, didn't you? You guessed it right. Are you in school? No, and I'm not buying any. I have enough at home. F***ck, then stop talking nonsense. I'll find someone else. After hanging up, Fang Ping thought for a while and called Zhao Xueme. He asked a few questions, but she did not want them. She was the only one in her family who used pills to cultivate. Fang Ping had no choice. He asked for Yang Xiaoman's and Chen Yunqi's numbers. They were both tycoons. When he called Yang Xiaoman, he found out that she had arrived at school. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He knocked on the door next door. 180 normal vitality pills. 6 rank 1 vitality pills, 3 rank 2 vitality pills. According to the market price, 9 million. I'll give you a discount. 5 million. What do you think, Yang Xiaoman? Yang Xiaoman was surprised by the number of pills Fang Ping had. She scoffed and said, Do you think I'm stupid? Market price is market price. Do you think I'm like you, buying pills at market price? It's not like I don't know the pills you sold to Fu Chongdang. You gave me a 20% discount. That's 19 million, Fang Ping said gloomily. I'm stupid? It's clearly 27 million. Fang Ping, do you have a point? 19 million. Just tell me if you want to sell or not. I'm too lazy to get involved in this. Yang Xiaoman, your family is rich. Do you know what 200,000 means to poor kids like us? It means my mother has to work for 30 years. We can't compare to rich kids like you. Fang Ping was teary-eyed. In the end, Yang Xiaoman gave in and voluntarily paid 3 million for Fang Ping's pills. After the transfer, Fang Ping's wealth increased by another 4 million. The system valued normal vitality pills at 70 million wealth. Rank 1 pills were 200,000, and rank 2 pills were 500,000. Previously, it had given him 3 million. After the transaction, Fang Ping earned another 4 million wealth points, bringing his wealth to 7 million. With the money in hand, Fang Ping did not stop and continued running to the logistics department. At this moment, Fang Ping had 3 million cash on him. Teacher, give me 20 pills. 15 million. Is that okay? Old Manly glanced at him. After a while, he said, if you try to bargain again, you'll be fired immediately. Cough, cough. I won't bargain. You agreed on 14 million for the 18 pills. I'll buy 10 more for 22 million. What do you think, 28 pills? You want so many? Old Manly frowned. Even if Fong Ping's body honing progress could not keep up, he should not need so many body honing pills. Teacher, I'm not giving you a lot of money. Don't worry, I won't resell them. There's no market for body honing pills. As long as you know what you're doing. Old Manly shook his head. Just as Fong Ping said, there was no market for body honing pills. Not only were they expensive, but most people could not use them. This time, he spent 22 million and got 28 body honing pills. His wealth, however, did not increase. Fong Ping sighed as he walked out of the logistics department. I've used up all my credits. I only have 3 million in cash. I only have 28 body honing pills, 1 rank 2 vitality pill, and some healing pills. He looked at his status again. Fong Ping was satisfied with the increase in his wealth. Wealth, 267000000 vitality, 350 calories, 366 calories, mentality, 310 Hz, 319 Hz, bone honing, 70 bones, 90%, 6 bones, 40%, 130 bones, 30%, using the system to hone all of them requires 33 million wealth points. But I'm honing my own bones this month, so I can save a lot. 1 body honing pill a day. TSK, how extravagant. 28 pills for a month. After a month, I should be able to finish honing my upper limbs, right? Fong Ping calculated in his mind for a while. In the end, he felt helpless. If he really did that, his wealth points and pills would all be used up by the time he reached peak rank 2. The remaining few million in cash and a rank 2 vitality pill might not be enough for him to break through to rank 3. Also, was he not going to cultivate combat techniques? This money. If the company doesn't make money soon, I'll go bankrupt. Fong Ping was in a hurry to break through because of Bai Jinshan's words. The catacombs entrance might appear in the Nanjiang area soon. When that time came, although no one would force Fong Ping to return to Nanjiang, if he had the strength, Fong Ping did not want to sit back and watch Nanjiang suffer heavy losses. He was a low-ranked martial artist. He might not be of much use, but it would be good if he could contribute. Sometimes, Fong Ping was very emotional. Money and wealth points are never enough. Sigh, it's so hard. Fong Ping sighed again. Previously, he thought that if he cultivated to peak rank 2, he would still have a lot of wealth points left, enough to cultivate combat techniques. Now that he was in a hurry to break through, he had to pay a huge price. As for the cultivation of combat techniques, he would see if he could bluff some from Lu Fengru. His instructor was a rich man. He did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he went straight outside. He still had to buy a car and go to the company to take a look. It had been so many days. The company should have improved a little by now. Moreover, he, Fong Ping, had a bit of a reputation now. There should not be anyone deliberately causing trouble in the university town. End of chapter 172. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.